10-second delay, Nerd Squad. It is 11:24 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Monday, February 3rd, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Be advised that I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I have been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. I am inclined to take a shower. You may be wondering, are there any new updates? Are there any new updates? It's the status quo that it's been for the last 6 months out of the last 17 months that I've been victimized without abatement, a minimum of 5 days a week, and since being illegally detained on August 6th, daily. Anyway, on that note, I am going to play a recording which does not have the latest police report, but it has the most important one as of late. And the most important one as of late addresses how the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, every imbecile in Unit 207, and currently at the Snohomish Superior Courthouse, the extortionist, the multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, et al., all received 11 months of cease and desist letters, including direct police reports asking them, hey, please don't kidnap my kid with my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser and extortionist mother. And how about you stop stalking me, including with third, fourth, and fifth parties, like your plans to use DCYF, including employees that have been having sex with my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser for a couple of years. Anyway, I want to take a shower. Unit 207's updates this morning, it's the status quo. They're on that ongoing, recurring, residual pattern of going to the courthouse to acquire new fraudulent court orders that are never going to be legitimate because they're going to be used in all of your prosecutions. And they are fraudulent. Keep in mind, not only have I not been legally served anything since February of 2023, nor have I filed a notice of pro se appearance. All of these individuals have known since August 6, weeks before they decided to make actionable their illegal premeditated kidnappings of the children they had abused at that point for 6 months, who they had perpetrate their latest felony of breaking and entering just a few days ago. And that's the police report that's really the most important. Anyway, I'm going to be playing a recording that goes over everything that you need to hear that's pertinent at present. And you should expect that all of the latest police reports, like all of the police reports in the past, will be rejected and then included on each of these individuals' indictments, which will be unsealed as soon as their itineraries cease to have felonies they keep perpetrating against me, something they've been unable to resist for the last 17 months, again, without abatement, but in many instances, since April of 2023. Then keep in mind that these individuals have also prevented me from checking my mail, going to the garbage or the recycling since August. And then keep in mind, they've known that I'm not to open any pieces of mail from them because they've known they're under investigation and going to prison since the day they began illegally detaining me on August 6th. And remember, these individuals are contractually obligated to pay me over $26 million at this point via the tort claim filed in case number 10-500-5934 on August 14th and served upon all of them personally, including the FBI, per the FBI's instructions. And then the $10 million penalty for using my kids to break and enter on the 29th of January, 2025. And all of their future further breaking and entering counts that they are currently still planning, including using other co-conspirators, are 10 million or 25 million in penalties just for the breaking and entering, 25 million if they wake me up, 10 million if they do it while I'm awake. And those penalties double in the event that any fraudulent court orders are utilized for the second breaking and entering. This is important because some of these ninnies who are going to prison for the rest of their lives still are playing pretend that any of their court orders are going to magically become legitimate. They're not. But the acquisition of each one does carry with it a minimum mandatory years in prison. So they're going to be able to get as many of those as they desire. And I'm currently under instructions to keep my front door closed as it's been closed since January 2nd. Less when they use those disabled teens they've been abusing for a year straight, who are currently legally kidnapped, to perpetrate that misdemeanor break or that gross felony, breaking and entering on January 29th after 19 days of them plotting and scheming it from overhead and it being reported. And remember, they want to do it again. Anyway, I'm kind of under the impression, since the FBI is insistent to keep the door closed, that until they break and enter a second time using adults that aren't disabled kids they've been abusing for a year, and who they're all going to prison for kidnapping due to their aiding and abetting, which all occurred after 11 months of cease and desist letters, including ones that said, "Don't you dare kidnap my kids with John and Erica or Richard Garcia like you're plotting," before they did. Anyway, what they're pretending, though, is like those court orders are magically going to become legitimate. And because of the FBI's instructions to me to keep the door closed, I'm under the impression, as the FBI has stated repeatedly, that if they break and enter again with adults and they physically move me even an inch, they all get charged with domestic terrorism. That is actually what we're waiting for. Which is great because it coincides with the plans upstairs to break and enter again, this time using adults. Pay real close attention to the recording I'm about to play, though. It is not verbatim with what you'll find on facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. It provides you some additional details. And if you're brand new here and just trying to get a full picture, you're going to want to listen to the next 45 minutes, and then you're going to want to search on this YouTube channel for the video that is just under 2 hours, titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist, et al. If you dedicate 3 hours, you will be legally enlightened. Again, it is Monday, February 3rd, 11:32 AM PST. I'm going to pop on this recording, and then I'm going to take a shower while this recording is playing. Pay close attention. Happy Monday. Of June, since there are so many City of Everett employees going to prison as they deserve for child abusing, stalking, kidnapping, thieving, frauds, crimes against the judiciary, domestic terrorism, conspiracy, witness tampering, criminal trespass, harassment, etc. Keep in mind, these imbeciles received 11 months of cease and desist letters prior to them deciding to make actionable their remaining felonies, like kidnapping the boys they've abused, the disabled boys they've abused for a year straight, who they instructed to commit the criminal felony breaking and entering they were theorizing, brainstorming, plotting, and scheming for 19 days straight from January 10th to January 29th via one of their co-conspirators, which they are financially obligated for. They'll be paying me $10 million for that, as they were invoiced repeatedly. Pay attention to this recording. It's going to fill you in on all the things that are legally pertinent. I'm going to give you a quick update as far as what needs to be updated.
that's missing from there. As of 7 a.m. on February 1st, Unit 207 was thrilled with further frauds in court orders of day before, Friday, January 31st, that were acquired before noon. Till they have one. As of 4 to 5 a.m. on the 31st, female federal felons were excited about crimes from that day to Tuesday against me. As of 5:53 a.m., 131 Unit 207 female and male were spooked by someone or an event. They hushed themselves, whispered fuck. As of 7:03 a.m. on the 31st, Unit 207 manually closed all of my tabs on my Lenovo ThinkPad. This is for some reason related to whatever spooked them. As of 9:46 p.m. on January 30th, the 7:55 a.m. video was reinstated as public, and this video was also tampered with and obstructed as it was ended early while I was asleep, which is addressed. So there was, like, I believe my arithmetic was correct, about an hour of time when no live stream was running. And then there was a police report that was submitted today at 11:10 a.m. But I'm not going to read that because really, although the police report was necessary, the most important thing at this point in time is that these imbeciles, these federal felons, these disgraces to the badge, these people that are exactly why there are so many people that are fine with defunding the police, these criminals moonlighting as officers of the court, social workers, and police officers who have abused both of my disabled sons for a year straight now, directly and with their co-conspirators. Their pattern of obstructing justice, tampering with evidence, abusing those disabled kids who were very much legally kidnapped. And they even used them to perpetrate their 19 days in the making of plotting, planning, and scheming, illegal breaking and entering. And they've gone so far to utter mummerings about intentions to do the same thing again, another breaking and entering. But not to use my disabled sons, who they had destroy property and perpetrate felonies on their behalf, again, after 19 days in the making, 19 days of recording, 19 days of them pretending like they care about anything other than themselves. So pay close attention to the recording that I'm about to play you. Do remember that this recording was made on January 30th at 7:55 a.m. And that even though I say in the recording, oh, you can read everything I'm going to say here on facebook.com/Mystic When Loves Only You, that is incorrect. There are oral updates throughout pretty much every portion of me speaking in this recording, less the greetings recording. So here we go. Preemptively, illegally, and criminally block the preceding live stream to further tamper with evidence and obstruct justice. I'll let you know as soon as it gets to the right part. I think we've got about 5 to 15 seconds on the Lenovo ThinkPad. Okay. All right, here we go. Currently, this should be it. The next one, I once again forgot to upload a selfie in the prior video, so doing that right now. Yes, please. Okay, pay attention, everybody. Instructions of the Central Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. We do have an update after 19 days of excessive chatter and premeditation. Unit 207 decided to further abuse my disabled sons, who are currently legally kidnapped. I am currently their sole legal and custodial parent, as I have been for their entire lives. So in an act of further child abuse, they utilized their co-conspirator, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, who's already been implicated in this conspiracy, as you can see if you look at the tort claim filed on August 14th, before the kidnappings. In case number 10-500-5934, also provided to the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, DCYF, and of course the FBI, who instructed me to do so and to make sure that I included them in the list of recipients, and I did. So they utilized the disabled children they've been abusing since January of last year, directly and with some of the federal felons who are there facing prison time. This also occurred after the rejection of multiple police reports in a deliberate attempt to further obstruct justice. As of 30 minutes ago, the women upstairs that are facing the lengthiest prison sentences in Unit 207 were once again reporting that people who are members of the bar today have said it's okay, they're going to get away with their crimes. I'm going to read you the third police report of January 29th, and then you're going to be able to make that decision for yourself. According to the FBI, this was the bases being loaded and them all sliding into home to add additional counts to their looming soon to be unsealed indictments. The FBI said they were smugger than ever after the 9 p.m. police report that I'm about to read to you. Now, just keep in mind, anything that I'm reading or that I'm telling you that I'm redacting at the initiation of this live stream, you can read in full without the redactions on facebook.com/MysticGwenLovesOnlyYou. Again, that's facebook.com/MysticGwenLovesOnlyYou. Facebook.com/MysticGwenLovesOnlyYou. All right, so here is the police report, the third report from yesterday at 9:19 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to the North Everett Precinct. The Everett Police Department is tagged on Facebook. So is the FBI Seattle Field Office. So is the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office. Here we go. Subject: felony breaking and entering, stalking, child endangerment, violation of court orders, continued criminal conspiracy, and obstruction of justice by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and associated individuals. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding a felony breaking and entering that occurred at my residence tonight, January 29th, 2025, at approximately 8:50 p.m.-ish. PST. This incident is the latest in a series of criminal acts perpetrated against me and my children by individuals associated with the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington 98201, and their co-conspirators. Incident summary: at approximately 8:50 p.m. PST, while I was inside my residence, my front door was forcibly broken open. The wood paneling on the left-hand side of the door frame was ripped from the wall. Upon hearing the noise, I immediately approached the door and observed 2 children from behind in the doorway based on his gait and the fact that he was holding a cell phone and filming. One child may have been my 15-year-old autistic son. The other child may have been my 14-year-old son, who has a history of refusing to wear his glasses since the 7th grade and who has exhibited behavioral issues since the age of 2. Due to my limited view and the circumstances, positive identification was not possible. Context and related information. Custodial situation. My son's father, Richard Garcia, a multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, was scheduled to have the children this evening until 8 p.m. PST under the existing lawful court order. However, in January of 2024, last year, Mr. Garcia was instructed by his co-conspirators in Unit 207 to violate the order by illegally retaining possession of the children beyond his allotted time. This was done as part of a larger conspiracy to harass me and as one of the many methods these conspirators used to disrupt my disabled son's routines in an effort to cause regression and behavioral escalation. children's disabilities, and prior interventions. Both of my sons are disabled. My eldest has a 504 plan. My younger son is supposed to wear glasses but often refuses. Both my sons have received years of therapies and specialists to address their needs. These interventions were successful and neither child currently requires an IEP. However, the conspirators' actions, including the repeated disruptions to their routines, have been designed to cause regression and escalation, as has been on court record for over 12 years.
The FBI has proof of that beyond a reasonable doubt, too, idiots.
This incident follows over 16 months of ongoing harassment, stalking, threats, and other criminal activities by the North Everett Precinct. Individuals in Unit 207 and their associates. These threats have specifically included breaking and entering my home, as documented in prior police reports, my filed court claim, and on my ongoing YouTube live stream. Since January 10th, 2025, these threats have escalated, with individuals in Unit 207 actively planning and discussing an illegal entry. FBI instructions. I am a designated FBI informant. I'm operating under their direct guidance. In accordance with FBI instructions, I did not step outside of my door sill, nor did I interact with anything that may have been illegally left on my property. Presumed motivation. Pay attention to this because it doesn't say it in the police report because I didn't get the verification until after I filed the police report. But the FBI states that what I'm about to read, they've already verified and have evidence of beyond a reasonable doubt. But here's how it was written in the police report. Presumed motivation, based on the totality of the circumstances, including Mr. Garcia's history of stalking and abuse, his documented involvement in this conspiracy, and the ongoing threats from Unit 207, I believe that Mr. Garcia, at the directions and/or encouragement of his co-conspirators, instructed my sons to participate in this illegal entry. Crimes committed, breaking and entering. This is a felony offense under Washington state law. Conspiracy. This incident is part of an ongoing criminal conspiracy involving the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and other individuals. Stalking. This incident constitutes continued stalking by Mr. Garcia and his associates. Child endangerment. Mr. Garcia and those who directed him have endangered my children by involving them in a criminal act. Violation of court orders. Mr. Garcia violated the existing court order regarding the return of the children by 8 PM PST and has likely done so numerous times since January of last year as part of this ongoing conspiracy. Obstruction of justice. This incident is a further attempt to obstruct justice and interfere with the ongoing federal investigation. Witness intimidation. This incident was designed to intimidate me and deter my cooperation with the FBI. Destruction of property. My front door was intentionally damaged during this incident. I reiterate that this incident is part of a larger federal investigation and that the FBI is fully aware of these events. This report is filed to formally document these crimes and to contribute to the ongoing investigation. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Glenn, date January 29th, 2025. Now we're going to read the other police report from yesterday that preceded it, from just 2 hours before that. This is an important one too. This is another one that the FBI has proof of beyond a reasonable doubt. This is the police report from 6:28 PM PST yesterday. Keep in mind, the North Everett Precinct has yet to obstruct justice utilizing these 2 police reports, but they did so with the one from yesterday morning. I'm pausing it. It's 7:35 p.m. PST, February 1st. I stated at the beginning of the live stream, the new police report was filed because they continue to obstruct justice. Both of these things are true. The police reports in this recording that I'm saying they have yet to obstruct justice with, they obstructed justice yesterday, Friday, after their acquisition of more fraudulent orders, something they've been using as a pretext to close investigations on their personnel and co-conspirators over and over again, and or that they wait to reject until they perpetrate the felonies I'm reporting that they're threatening. This has been documented over and over and over again, beginning long before they kidnapped my sons. And all of the reports they rejected prior to them making those threats actionable. This is also why the FBI has stated since August, quote, there will be an exodus at the North Everett Precinct, end quote. Back to the recording. Again, the newest police report is on facebook.com/mysticlandlovesunlyyou. And in fact, I will read it, but I'm not going to read it until this recording gets to the point where I'm going to play the greetings recording, because this recording is so much more important. The latest police report is important only to those imbeciles going to prison, because if they reject it and then come and break and enter again or do anything again, just like when they used my 2 sons they've been abusing for a year, who are disabled, who are legally kidnapped, to perpetrate the breaking and entering. They've been threatening, discussing, plotting, and scheming for the 19 days prior to their decision to use those children and endanger them. Anyway, I will read that latest police report right before I play the greetings recording in this recording. Back to this recording, just want to clarify. Those police reports were rejected because of the acquisition of further fraudulent orders that are illegal to possess, that are illegal to enforce, that are illegal for you to ask others to enforce. Like every court order acquired in this conspiracy, as all of these imbeciles have known since August, but the couple of prosecutors facing federal disbarment keep telling all of the imbeciles, just use the fraudulent order, because those people who are going to be federally disbarred continue to believe, after sending 47 people illegally to my front door since the first week of August after 11 months of cease and desist letters, to stop stalking me, including with third and fourth parties, and to not proceed with the remaining felonies, all of which they ignored, are some of the very reasons why they are going to prison for the rest of their lives. They haven't been handcuffed yet because their Google calendars constantly and consistently reflect their inability to refrain from perpetrating felonies and misdemeanors that carry minimum mandatory sentences without immunity, something none of these imbeciles have had. Back to the recording. Before they proceeded with perpetrating the crimes using the disabled children they've been abusing for a year with their co-conspirators, who are legally kidnapped while I've been illegally detained. To the North Everett Precinct and forwarded to FBI, date January 29th, 2025, time 6:28 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Subject: further evidence of criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, stalking, witness intimidation, and imminent threat of further felonies by North Everett Precinct and associated individuals. In a breathtaking display of audacity, they, the North Everett Precinct, DCYF, Unit 207, et al., compound their crimes with further frauds, desperately seeking to retroactively forcibly manufacture a legal basis that has never existed. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, 98201, and their co-conspirators. This supplements previous reports, including the reports filed on January 24th, January 27th, and the report filed earlier today, all of which have now been rejected by the North Everett Precinct in a continuing pattern of obstruction of justice. Events, January 29th, 2025 at roughly 12:38 p.m. Standard Time. The woman facing multiple felony kidnapping charges, who is a frequent associate of Unit 207 and a central figure in this conspiracy, was observed outside the front of my building. She was seen conferring with a large man known to be an associate of Unit 207 and who has actively stalked me with the neighbor Andy for over 16 months. This woman is the same individual who in November 2024 callously declared that only their people matter, as documented in my November 16th and November 30th, 2024 cease and desist letter, and who further orchestrated the kidnapping of my sons and subsequent attempts to fraudulently change custody. As she has orally stated from Unit 207, her plans prior to making her kidnappings actionable. See tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, in case number 10500594, as a means to evade and obstruct justice. The man she was seen with today was previously instructed by the same woman to act as though fraudulent court orders were lawful. He has orally stated the week before last, she'll never get her kids back now. Ha 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 ha. This interaction today, based on my informed perspective and the ongoing federal investigation, constituted a briefing or the issuance of instructions related to the furtherance of the criminal conspiracy. The woman was seen giving instructions to the man in furtherance of the conspiracy, very likely to inform their co-conspirator, that multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, to further abuse the currently kidnapped children who are disabled that have been abused by all of them since January of 2024. January 29, 2025, 2:36 p.m. PST. My police report filed earlier today was rejected by the North Everett Precinct. This is the third such rejection in a week, further evidencing their ongoing obstruction of justice and their commitment to shielding their own officers and their co-conspirators from accountability. Ongoing, individuals in Unit 207 have made plans and issued threats for this coming Friday through next Tuesday, indicating their intent to proceed with additional felonies against me, including but not limited to breaking and entering, kidnapping, and unlawful detention. Keep in mind, they perpetrated that felony less than 2 hours later, using those kids they keep abusing that are disabled and very much legally kidnapped. The recording is still going. At this point in the recording, though, I lost track of where I was because I went off script so many times. Crimes committed. There we go. Obstruction of justice. The North Everett Precinct's repeated rejection of police reports constitutes an ongoing obstruction of justice. Stalking and harassment. The continued presence and actions of the woman facing kidnapping charges and the large man, along with the ongoing threats from Unit 207, constitute stalking and harassment. Witness intimidation. These actions are clearly intended to intimidate me and designated FBI informant and to deter my cooperation with the federal investigation. Conspiracy. The actions of the North Everett Precinct, individuals in Unit 207, the woman facing kidnapping charges, the large man, and their other associates demonstrates a continued and coordinated criminal conspiracy. Kidnapping. The woman in question has already orchestrated the kidnapping of my sons and is actively involved in plans that may lead to further such actions. Aiding and abetting. The woman and the large man are aiding and abetting this criminal activities of Unit 207 in the North Everett Precinct. Demand, I reiterate that any attempt to illegally enter my residence, detain me, or enforce fraudulent court orders against me will result in substantial financial penalties, as outlined in my previous reports, and will be met with the full force of the law. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, legally ordained minister / freelance author, as has been adjudicated in the highest court in Washington and others since 2013. January 29th, 2025, time 6:28 p.m. PST. And then we have the third police report from yesterday, submitted at 4 a.m. I'm going to redact that just for reading purposes, but again, you can read it yourself on facebook.com/mysticgwen, less only you. Then we have the police report from January 27th at 7 a.m. Going to redact that, again, just for reading purposes. You can view it yourself, facebook.com/mysticgwen, less only you. Then we have the police report from Friday at 7 in the morning, January 24th. I'm going to read that one. I'm going to read part of that one, namely this part. This report serves as formal notification that any attempt to illegally enter my residence, particularly if executed on a Friday or during the weekend, will incur a non-negotiable penalty of $10 million. This amount increases to $25 million if these actions disturb my sleep. This includes actions taken directly or through co-conspirators. Yes, abusing my children and using them to break and enter has further put the North Everett Precinct in a contractual obligation for an additional $10 million. Verified. And then we have an update, timestamp 10:43 p.m., January 23rd, 2025. I'm going to redact that just for reading purposes. Then we have the YouTube live script. This I'm going to read and redact from as needed. Any redactions I will put forth to you, and you can read it again for yourself at facebook.com/mysticgwen. Remember, we're playing this recording, but what I'm saying in this recording at this part is a lie. You cannot read verbatim what I'm about to relay. It is portions of the YouTube script that I've been relaying, but there are updates within it. And towards the end, when I say I'm going to play the greetings recording, is when I will read the police report from today, which Unit 207 already has plans to reject, just like they already have plans to try and break and enter again, this time with some adult co-conspirators, which they are still contractually obligated, regardless of their repeated rejections, to pay me $10 million or $25 million. And if there is a fraudulent court order involved in the break-in, that number doubles. Again, depending on whether or not I'm sleeping. So either $50 million if I'm asleep, or $20 million.
That has been verified by the
FBI. Funds, cost them 10. Back to the recording. Let's only you. Good morning. I am Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen. This broadcast, airing on January 30th at 8:17 a.m. PST, continues the ongoing public record of a federal investigation into a sprawling criminal conspiracy, a conspiracy that reaches into the North Everett Precinct of the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, and beyond. Let me be unequivocally clear, I am a designated FBI informant operating under their direct guidance. This live stream is not a personal platform, it is a strategic tool in this federal investigation. The delusion of impunity addressing Unit 207 and their cohorts. Recent intelligence gathered as recently as last night when they facilitated a breaking and entering by further abusing the disabled children they've abused for a year who are currently legally kidnapped and using them to break and enter after their 19 days of discussing how and who they would use to break and enter, concurrent with rejecting legitimate police reports about those threats, as recently as a matter of hours prior to them making those felonies actionable. As recent as then, indicates that every individual, particularly those associated with Unit 207 located directly above my residence, are laboring under a dangerous and frankly absurd delusion. They believe they can avoid accountability for their extensive list of crimes. They believe they can keep their jobs, destroy my life, and escape the consequences of their actions. They believe that their lies, perjury, fraud, and co-conspirators have somehow shielded them from justice.
Spoiler alert.
They are wrong. To the woman in Unit 207 who has been stalking and hacking me since April 2023, and to any others involved, your confidence is misplaced, your plans are known, your actions are documented, and your time is running out. The success you believe you've achieved through your deceit is an illusion. Justice is coming, and it will be swift and decisive. Then I'm going to redact the paragraph after that. Then I am going to redact the paragraph after that, just for reading purposes. A pattern of criminality, the North Everett Precinct in the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. This conspiracy is not a series of isolated incidents. It is a pattern of systemic abuse of power orchestrated by individuals within the North Everett Precinct and facilitated by corrupt officials within the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. Their crimes include, but are not limited to, fraud, the calculated manipulation of official processes, including the fabrication of a DCYF referral by Officer Brandon Gill on July 3rd, a fabrication made over a month after the fact in August to further the conspiracy to kidnap my sons and retaliate against my demands for accountability. Obstruction of justice, the repeated rejection of legitimate police reports, a blatant attempt to shield themselves and their accomplices. This includes their refusal to acknowledge officers holding me hostage before the premeditated kidnappings of my sons, and their refusal to accept reports about these kidnappings, even after the fact. As of January 29th, 2025, yesterday afternoon, they continue to obstruct justice and reject reports of crimes perpetrated by their officers and their co-conspirators.
Pausing it there just to remind everybody at 7:52 p.m. February 1st, they did that exact same thing yesterday after they acquired some sort of additional fraudulent order or fraudulent orders. Your guys' looming child abuse convictions are not going anywhere. The bona fide FBI genius
Verified.
is confident, and for a multitude of reasons. That's one of the charges that some of you have, like a dozen plus counts of, that the FBI is happy to convict you all for.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Deprivation of civil rights, the systematic denial of due process and equal protection under the law guaranteed by the United States Constitution to myself and others, intimidating and silencing of victims, a concerted effort to instill fear and discourage victims from coming forward, facilitating stalking, kidnapping, and further crimes,
Actively enabling and participating in the stalking of me,
the kidnapping of my children, along with a multitude of other criminal acts, abuse of a disabled minor. Keep in mind, this section, you need to read the most recent police report, which I read aloud to you in the beginning of this live stream. It was filed at 9 p.m. last night after my disabled sons were once again abused by the same people that have been abusing them for a year straight, causing them to regress and escalate. They utilized them last night to break and enter. They've got disabled teenage boys who are currently legally kidnapped, committing felonies for them. After 19 days of plotting and scheming and me reporting it,
These aren't officers.
Just like the months and months of me reporting the premeditated kidnappings.
These are criminals.
And all of the other 250 plus separate criminal actions they've perpetrated against me since April 2023.
Dude, the child
Most
protectors
notably,
are
weekly
soon to be
since
convicted child
September
abusers.
of 2023, with a particular penchant for Fridays and Mondays as far as perpetrating felonies and perpetrating fraud.
Hey, it's Monday.
So I'm going to read it as it's written in the script, but you need to read that police report from January 29th at 9 p.m. Abuse of a disabled minor, the intentional disruption of my son's routines causing emotional distress, particularly to my son with autism, and hindering their development through their campaign of harassment and illegal actions, including actively coercing and abusing them last night, getting them to perpetrate felonies.
Wow. Those aren't officers, right? That's right. They are not. Yeah, dude. You guys are going to prison.
And hindering their development through their campaign of harassment and illegal actions. This abuse occurred over 12 times despite their being informed of the potential consequences prior to their escalation of harassment, their decision to kidnap my son, and their attempts to change custody in a deluded attempt to shield themselves
from their looming convictions. Verified.
Custodial interference / kidnapping. Conspiring with my children's father, a multiple times convicted stalker and abuser. This guy's been convicted for abusing other girlfriends than just me, ladies and gentlemen. He's trying to kill myself and each of my sons individually and collectively. That's one of their co-conspirators.
These are not officers.
Claim from 9 days before their second actionable kidnapping over 6 days and 3 days before they used him to perpetrate the first. You'll find he's been a co-conspirator of theirs for well over a year. Verified. Conspiring with my children's father, a multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, and my extortionist mother to threaten and kidnap my children. This also includes the neighbors who, according to the FBI, are guilty of stalking me. I.e. North Everett Precinct, DCYS, every individual actively stalking me from Unit 207 at this very moment, men and women, 8:25 a.m. 7:50 January 30th, 2025. Yeah.
5:16 a.m. February 2nd.
I.e. North Everett Precinct, DCYS, every individual in Unit 207, Snohomish County prosecutors. Per the FBI, you are all going to be charged accordingly.
Charged accordingly.
Aiding and abetting the actions of various employees of DCYF and other agencies and institutions have aided and abetted this criminal enterprise. They have been instrumental in furthering the conspiracy through their actions, their silence, and their willingness to follow unlawful directives. This point is important because the FBI has stated it's why there were, at one point in September, 27 people facing federal imprisonment because of their willingness to follow unlawful directives. Now, thanks to whistleblowers, the FBI has stated implicitly since December, there are 7 to 9 people facing federal imprisonment now. The Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office in particular has played a central and key role in this conspiracy. At least 2 prosecutors within their office are facing federal disbarment, a testament to the depth of their corruption. The events of August 23rd and September 26th, let me be clear about some specific instances involving law enforcement misconduct. August 23rd, 2 officers from the North Everett Precinct, along with 2 DCYF employees and Erica Owens, were dispatched to my residence. Their purpose? Well, it was to facilitate the illegal, premeditated kidnapping of my sons, like I reported for months and months. Like they discussed and premeditated and brainstormed how to pull off for 11 months.
The FBI has evidence beyond a reasonable doubt of that one too.
Verified. Called 911 and asked them directly not to kidnap my sons. And they didn't listen because they never do. That's why so many are going to prison. Back to the script. Their purpose was to facilitate the illegal premeditated kidnapping of my sons. They refused to take reports regarding the hostage situation or the threats, and they aided and abetted the kidnapping. September 26, 2024, another officer from the North Everett Precinct arrived with individuals identified by the FBI as
federal felons facing imprisonment.
End quote. This officer moved private property to stalk me, peered into my living room, and then attempted to illegally enter my home. You can watch the YouTube live stream, it's public. The inevitable consequences, no immunity, no escape. To those who have participated in this conspiracy, from the officers of the North Everett Precinct to the corrupt prosecutors of the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, to each individual in Unit 207 right now, and to your network of accomplices.
Pay attention.
There is no immunity for your crimes. You will be held accountable individually and collectively for every illegal act, every violation of trust, and every moment of suffering you have inflicted. The woman in Unit 207 who believes she can escape justice by recruiting someone to take the fall for her, who utilized my disabled sons to perpetrate a felony last night that she's been talking about wanting perpetrated for 19 days. Your delusion is staggering. There is no escape for the consequences of your actions. You face over 80 years in prison, and what you did last night just added more felony charges to your looming indictments.
Verified. Verified.
To any potential recruit, a stark warning.
A stark warning.
To anyone considering joining this conspiracy or aiding these individuals in any way, do not be fooled.
Do not be fooled.
Do not be fooled.
Do not be
not
fooled.
be fooled.
Do not be fooled.
You will not
Do not
be
be
shielded
fooled.
from prosecution. You will not be rewarded for your loyalty to criminals. You will face the full force of federal law, and you will share in the consequences.
Do not be
The
fooled.
individuals in Unit 207 are not offering you an opportunity.
They are offering you a prison sentence. They are not your friends.
They are not your friends. They are manipulators who will readily sacrifice you to save
Save
themselves.
themselves.
The FBI is watching. The evidence is overwhelming. The only path to potential leniency is to disassociate yourself from these criminals immediately and cooperate fully with the federal investigation.
Do not be fooled.
Reiteration of key legal points. I reiterate for the record, no lawful court orders. There are no lawful court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Plan in existence from 2024 to the present date. Any claims to the contrary are fraudulent, and any attempts to enforce such orders are criminal.
Illegal.
Lack of personal service. I have not been personally served with any legal documents since February of 2023, nor have I filed a notice of pro se appearance in any case. Illegal detention. I remain illegally detained within my own home. Financial damages. The conspirators are liable for substantial financial damages exceeding $14 million, as outlined in my tort claim filed August 14, 2024, in case number 10-500-5934. Personally served upon the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, the City of Everett personnel responsible for tort claims, the North Everett Police Precinct, DCYF, and the FBI, prior to them proceeding with their actionable threatened kidnappings. They are also liable for $100,000 for each day they have illegally detained me since August, and prior to January of this year, $1 million for each instance of stalking, attempted illegal entry, and attempted enforcement of fraudulent court orders. As of last night, they owe me $10 million for using my children they abused, again, to perpetrate the felony they've been threatening, plotting, and jonesing for, as I've reported, for 19 days. That's $10 million. You're contractually obligated.
The FBI has verified this. Yes, they have.
Instructions in recording a legal fortress as instructed by the FBI. My front door has remained closed since January 2nd and or 3rd and will remain closed indefinitely. Last night's breaking and entering did get me to go to the door sill because I'm so blind I can't tell if is that my kids or not when they're standing in the middle of the alley. So I did not interact with anything that was outside in any way, shape, or form, and I came back in and closed my door, and then later I used a hammer to stick the wood paneling back in place.
That's on the live stream too.
If any individual attempts to illegally enter my residence, I am instructed to remain seated, aim my cameras and YouTube live stream at the door and windows, say nothing other than to demand the 10 million or 25 million for their attempt to enforce a fraudulent court order. Then I'm to play the following recording dated January 2nd, 2025, which I'll play at the end of this speech. The recording is available on YouTube. It's titled 1-2-11:57 p.m. Greetings to the 36+ non-immune people currently illegally on my private property. It applies past, present, and future according to the FBI. ID applies to all 47 individuals that North Everett Precinct of Stalkers, DCYF, et al. Have sent illegally to my front door since the first week of August 2024, after 11 months of cease and desist letters telling them to stop stalking me, including using various third, fourth parties.
But then they listen. Nah.
No, no, it doesn't. This recording serves as a formal legal notification and an irrefutable piece of evidence, which the FBI states basically means anyone who's even showing up to listen to the recording has already pled guilty to all of the charges therein. Live stream protocol. Furthermore, let the record reflect that any interruption of this live stream after my explicit oral statement indicating a precise end time and confirming the commencement of a new live stream within 90 seconds or less constitutes unlawful obstruction of justice and evidence tampering. Now, I am going to say that of the last 6 live streams, 4 have been tampered and obstructed with thanks to Unit 207. That's addressed in the police report that was rejected on the morning of yesterday. And you can read those on facebook.com/mysticfriendlessonlyu. I'm going to redact the rest of this paragraph. But the key thing is, if the live stream ends, I don't know, and I'm probably sleeping, and it's absolutely being done to obstruct justice and tamper with evidence. And the FBI has already told them over and over and over again that they're going to be charged with that. Some of them have dozens and dozens of counts of those specific crimes.
I'm going to pause this recording here just to point out at 8:07 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, February 1st. This actual recording that I'm playing you, the video, 7:55 a.m., third police report from 1:30, January 30th. This very live stream, they criminally and illegally shut off while I was sleeping for like an hour. And then they did the exact same thing the very next day, the 31st. They shut that one off. I don't know if it was for an hour or for longer than an hour. Same thing though. Waiting till I'm going to sleep. This is why I've been unable to have 2 full room cycles of sleep. Because if you missed it, since October, the FBI said the final illegal entry attempt will coincide with that. But again, they ended up using those 2 disabled boys they've been abusing, and that they will be convicted for kidnapping repeatedly for the last year to facilitate those felonies after their 19 days of plotting and scheming. So I'm going to go back to this recording, and then remember, I'll pause this recording when I get to the greetings section of the recording. I'm pausing here to just let you know that the live stream that preceded this one, it's February 2nd right now at 5:26 AM PST. They also illegally and criminally ended. Additionally, they're attempting to steal money from me as they did last month, and to block me from prepaying for my internet, which expires at 11 p.m. this evening, which is paid for in advance and only good for 2 devices. But they've illegally and criminally hacked into every device, including my son Garrett's Hewlett-Packard Chromebook that you see in the preceding live stream, even after it's been completely factory reset, using their manual configuration, their back doors, their servers, the same tools they've used to destroy my property as far back as a year ago to perpetrate cyber crimes and to digitally home invade. They've destroyed thousands of dollars in tech devices in the last year of their crime spree. And they're doing it so they can steal some of the money to prepay for the internet, like they did last month over and over again by stealing small increments and then refunding or releasing the funds back after I managed to pay for the internet. The internet pays for 2 devices. They have every device in my house illegally and criminally connected to it. Devices that have never had the Wi-Fi credentials imputed. Remember, the FBI has said about Unit 207 explicitly the following quote, since before they made actionable their felony threats to kidnap my sons. Quote, they are not nearly as smooth
as they
like to imagine. Back to the recording. To read you the new police report from today, which surely they'll reject before they send another one of their co-conspirators to break and enter again, or whatever it is they have planned, that they're so excited about for this week. Back to the recording.
No consent to strip searches in the event that the FBI allows my kidnapping, unlawful arrest, or unlawful committal. I will not consent to any strip searches under any circumstances. I will remain in my current attire until my release. Then we have an update to the inserted end of the script, timestamp 11:03 PM PST, January 21st, 2025. I'm redacting that for reading purposes. Conclusion, the end is near. The conspiracy is unraveling. The perpetrators are facing the consequences of their actions. The FBI's investigation is nearing its final stage. To those who have abused their power, obstructed justice, and terrorized me and my family, your time is up. You will be held accountable. One caveat there, the FBI did say you're going to get 10 consecutive days next month to play pretend that you're not going to prison.
That's this month. And also, just want to point out, in yesterday's police report filed at 11 in the morning, the last line of that is accountability is imminent. That should be your mantra for the next 6 weeks, fools. Accountability is imminent.
Verified.
Now it's just who else are we adding to the going to prison group?
Verified.
Who's gonna be fooled, eh?
Verified.
The
greetings recording says it all. February 1st. To those who have been used and manipulated.
February 2nd, 5:30 a.m. PST. Back to the recording.
It's February 3rd.
If you still have a chance to do the right thing, cooperate with the FBI. To the public, this case is a testament to the importance of vigilance, power, documentation, and the unwavering pursuit of justice. The FBI has stated that they intend to use my case to set a precedent and that those involved will reap what they have sown. Thank you. And now we're going to play that greetings recording,
No, we're not. I'm pausing it there so I can read to you the latest police report from today. Then I will play the greetings recording. Then we'll be done with the spiel. And this live stream, I have no intention of ending until it's run for 12 hours. So I did not upload one of the 30 plus selfies the FBI had me take in the last month or two. And that is because I am now only going to put a thumbnail on a live stream when I end the live stream. So if you ever come to my YouTube channel and you see a picture of my living room, it's because I didn't end that live stream. And I'm either trying to initiate a live stream, or I'm asleep, or these imbeciles that are going to prison decided to add the domestic terrorism charges to all of their indictments that they're all going to be hit with as soon as any of them or their co-conspirators touches me and moves me even 1 inch from where I've been ordered to remain seated. Here's the police report from today, February 1st, 11:10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Subject,
There was another
continued
one
obstruction of
yesterday as well.
justice. Furtherance of criminal conspiracy. Evidence tampering. Child endangerment.
and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct and associated individuals. This report serves as formal notification of further criminal acts perpetrated by the North Everett Precinct and individuals associated with Unit 207, 2120.
I'm not sure what just happened. That wasn't Unit 207's fault, I don't think. Or it was. I'm not really sure. All of the tabs just completely closed. I'm playing this recording on the Lenovo ThinkPad. The option to restore all tabs should be accessible, but it's not, however. So I'm going into my history. It is 12:29 p.m. and I'm selecting recently closed. Restore window. There we go. Hopefully it will resume playing where it was in the recording. Looks like it's going to. 59 minutes.
Retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct and associated individuals. This report serves as formal notification of further criminal acts perpetrated by the North Everett Precinct and individuals associated with Unit 207, 2120, Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, 98201. And their co-conspirators. Recent events, Unit 207's jubilation as of 7 a.m. PST, February 1st, the occupants of Unit 207 are celebrating the issuance of yet more fraudulent court orders dated January 31st, 2025, which they believe will shield them from accountability. This is a gross miscalculation on their part. Their actions only serve to deepen their criminal liability. January 31st, 2025, 7 a.m. Occupants of Unit 207 remotely accessed and closed all tabs on my lenovo ThinkPad designated by the FBI for use in this investigation. This act of digital sabotage is directly correlated to a disturbance at approximately 5:57 a.m. But same morning, which caused alarm among Unit 207 occupants. This is blatant evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. January 31st, 2025, 4 to 5 a.m. Female individuals identified as facing federal imprisonment were present in Unit 207, expressing confidence in their ongoing criminal activities and plans extending through Tuesday. Their presence during these hours is a deviation from their usual pattern and indicates an escalation in their criminal conspiracy. January 31st, 2025, prior to 1 p.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct rejected my police reports filed on January 29th, 2025 at 6 p.m. and 9:19 p.m. These reports detailed the felony breaking and entering of my residence on January 29th at approximately 8:50 p.m. perpetrated through the exploitation of my disabled sons who remain illegally withheld from me, kidnapped, due to the actions of this criminal enterprise. The rejection of these reports is a clear and deliberate act of obstruction of justice by the North Everett Precinct. It is also a further act of retaliation against me for reporting their criminal activity. January 30th, 2025, 9:46 p.m. PST. My 7:55 a.m. PST live stream, previously subjected to a fraudulent copyright claim and illegal termination, was reinstated as public after Unit 207 allowed the execution of a song removal via YouTube's interface. This followed an earlier incident the same day where the same live stream's audio was tampered with. Pattern of criminality. The North Everett Precinct's rejection of these reports is consistent with their established pattern of behavior. This pattern involves using fraudulent court orders as a pretext for refusing to investigate legitimate complaints against their officers and co-conspirators. Let it be known, any and all court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Led, issued in 2024 or 2025, are fraudulent, obtained through a criminal conspiracy, and thus illegal to possess or enforce. Those involved in their procurement or enforcement are implicated in multiple felonies.
Verified.
The North Everett Precinct's actions are not isolated incidents. They are part of a concerted effort to obstruct justice, intimidate witnesses, and further a criminal conspiracy that has targeted me and my family for over 16 months. Demand this police report will serve as notification that any and all attempts to enforce fraudulent court orders will result in $10 and/or $25 million fees, outlined in prior reports of the 29th of January and prior. Conclusion: the North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with Unit 207 and associated individuals, is engaged in a relentless campaign of criminal activity. Their actions are an affront to justice and a clear violation of the public trust. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. Accountability is imminent. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic White, February 1st, 2025, time 11:10 AM PST. Now I am going to play you that greetings recording that the FBI has me under.
No, I'm not. It is now 12:35 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Monday, February 3rd, 2025, and I'm now going to read the latest police report from yesterday, which again, based on the pattern of criminality, likely already has been rejected or will be rejected as soon as a fraudulent order is presented. And according to Unit 207, if they didn't acquire a fraudulent order this morning, then they definitely were working on the legal paperwork to do so tomorrow. Also, just keep in mind the police report I'm about to read to you will inform you of something that I'm just going to start by saying right here and now. They have plans for a second count of breaking and entering, utilizing some of their other co-conspirators. The extortionist Owens, who they had to do one of the kidnappings for them, and/or Anne-Marie Bauer. So here's the police report from yesterday, which again, likely has been rejected, which just adds additional counts of obstruction of justice and further proves their criminal content in the coordinated conspiracy. Here's that report. To North Everett Precinct and forwarded to FBI. It's posted on Facebook, facebook.com/Mystic Win Loves Only You. February 2nd, 2025, 6:40 a.m. PST. Subject: ongoing criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering, child abuse, and continued harassment by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and associated individuals. Furtherance of conspiracy to intimidate FBI informant. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, and their co-conspirators. This report supplements my previous reports and provides further evidence of their blatant disregard for the law and their concerted efforts to obstruct justice, harass me, endanger my children, and tamper with evidence. Recent criminal activities: exploitation of children abused for 13 months by North Everett Precinct /Unit 207 /DCYF /et al., whom are currently still legally kidnapped as they have been since August 2024. On January 29, 2025, these individuals used my disabled sons, whom they have been abusing for over a year and who are currently illegally withheld from me, kidnapped as a result of this conspiracy to commit a felony breaking and entering at my residence. This act was discussed and planned by Unit 207 and others daily for 19 days prior and was reported by me and multiple police reports, all rejected by the North Everett Precinct, including 2 hours prior to them making it actionable. My front door, I must emphasize, has remained closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, with the sole exception of the forced entry on January 29th, further highlighting the criminal nature of their actions. Continued manipulation of Wi-Fi access. My internet access remains compromised. Last month, these individuals repeatedly stole and then released funds to delay transactions that would prepay my Wi-Fi. Now they have configured my devices, including laptops that have not been connected to Wi-Fi since November of 2024, to connect to fraudulent Wi-Fi servers controlled by them upon boot, even after a factory reset. They have 6 or more devices in my own home that they are using for this purpose. This manipulation is designed to prevent me from renewing my Wi-Fi service, which was set to expire yesterday. Keep in mind, their plans were thwarted only because of a neighbor, and so I'm going to redact that whole blurb from the police report from February 2nd at 6:40 a.m. So let's go continue on with it, with that redacted. Further plans for additional counts of breaking and entering individuals in Unit 207 as recently as this morning, February 3rd, 2025, Monday. It's currently 12:39 PM PST. As recently as 2 hours ago, around 10:30 a.m. Further plans for additional counts of breaking and entering individuals in Unit 207, including the woman facing over 80 years in prison, continue to plot further illegal entries into my home. They are actively seeking to involve additional co-conspirators, including the Owens and potentially Anne-Marie Bauer, to carry out their plans. Multiple illegal terminations of YouTube live streams. My YouTube live streams, which serve as a crucial tool in documenting this conspiracy and are conducted under the guidance of the FBI, have been subjected to multiple criminal and illegal terminations. These terminations are deliberate acts of obstruction of justice and evidence tampering designed to prevent the public reporting of their criminal activities, particularly their planned felonies of breaking and entering and kidnapping. Financial penalties incurred. As previously outlined in prior police reports, any attempts to illegally enter my residence will result in a $10 million penalty. This amount increases to $25 million if I am asleep at the time of the illegal entry. Furthermore, the use of my sons in the January 29th breaking and entering has already incurred a separate $10 million penalty due to their involvement in this criminal act, orchestrated by their father, Richard Garcia, a multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, acting in concert with the North Everett Precinct in Unit 207. The use of fraudulent court orders to further this conspiracy will result in a doubling of these penalties. Pattern of obstruction. The North Everett Precinct continues to reject legitimate police reports filed against their officers and their associates. This pattern of conduct is a deliberate attempt to obstruct justice and shield themselves from accountability. It is also a retaliatory act against me for reporting their crimes and for my cooperation with the FBI. For instance, reports on their premeditated and illegal kidnapping using their named co-conspirators before, during, and after, etc. Fabrication of legal basis. The individuals involved in this conspiracy, including those within the North Everett Precinct and the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, are engaged in an ongoing and desperate attempt to retroactively fabricate a legal basis for their criminal actions. This includes the use of fraudulent court orders, the manipulation of official processes, and the deliberate misrepresentation of facts. Their efforts are futile and only serve to further incriminate them. Crimes committed. Obstruction of justice. The North Everett Precinct's rejection of police reports, the ongoing interference with my internet access, and the illegal termination of my live streams constitute obstruction of justice. Conspiracy. The actions of the North Everett Precinct individuals in Unit 207 and their associates demonstrate a continued and coordinated criminal conspiracy Child abuse and endangerment. The use of my disabled children in the January 29th breaking and entering is a clear case of child abuse and endangerment. This is further compounded by their year-long campaign of abuse against my children designed to cause regression and harm. Evidence tampering, the interference with my internet access, the termination of my live streams, and the fraudulent copyright claims constitute evidence tampering. Aiding and abetting. All individuals involved in the planning, facilitating, or carrying out these criminal acts are guilty of aiding and abetting. Conclusion, the individuals involved in this conspiracy, including officers of the North Everett Precinct, those residing in, associated with Unit 207, and their other co-conspirators, continue to act with impunity and a blatant disregard for the law. Their actions are not only criminal, but also morally reprehensible. This report serves as further documentation of their crimes. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, legally ordained minister / freelance author who provides confidential advice as has been adjudicated on in every United States and territory since 2013, including the highest court in Washington. Date, February 2nd, 2025. Time, 6:40 AM PST. And now I will play the greetings recording. Remember, this greetings recording applies past, present, and future. It is retroactive, i.e. all 47 individuals sent to my home since the first week of August by you imbeciles going to prison. They're guilty of all of these crimes. Here we go. Remember, guys, the recording has also stated, the FBI has also stated since they had me make this recording on January 2nd, that this recording says it all. And it says a lot of things. Here you go. Enjoy it.
It is 11:58 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. This is a live stream per the FBI's instructions of my new door greeting that I'm to save and to play for those people who are going to prison that have plans involving, once again, actively stalking me outside of my building. I don't know if this is tomorrow or multiple times over from tomorrow to Wednesday, just that the FBI has informed me to do so. So, in the event that you're hearing this, you're in front of my private property. Stop where you are. You are being recorded. By agreeing to come here, you are agreeing to be charged with obstruction of justice. You are agreeing to be charged with witness tampering. You are agreeing to be charged with stalking. You are agreeing to be charged with criminal trespass. You are agreeing to be charged with ADA violations. You are agreeing to be charged with civil rights violations. You are agreeing to be charged with conspiring with others to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, Section 1985, and any other crimes listed on the signs posted on my property. Let me be clear, you have no immunity for your actions. Any claims of immunity are fraudulent, just like every court order with my names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. The FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders with either of my names from that time period. If you choose to knock on my door or to continue standing on my private property, you are choosing to harass me and stalk me. And if you are attempting to goad me into opening my door to pull off another crime, be aware that you are making yourself personally liable. You will be forced to pay me directly from your severance, your 401k, and any other assets you have that will need to be liquidated. No position, excluding the FBI, has any immunity in this situation.
I strongly advise you to verify this information with the FBI unless you and or your associates are some of the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives due to the crime spree of the North Everett Precinct of fraudsters, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, dwindling Department of Child Abusers moonlighting as child protectors, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, the extortionist, Anne-Marie et al. If you are unable to get verification on anything you have being fraudulent, it is because of your and their looming incarceration and soon-to-be unsealed indictments. Now get off my fucking private property and refrain from further crimes, as the signs on my exterior have stipulated for over a year.
It is now 12:49 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Again, Monday, February 3rd, 2025. Nerd Squad, I am going to continue as I have for the last couple of days. If you come to this channel and this live stream shows you an image of my living room instead of a photo of me from this month, it means that the live stream was ended by Unit 207. So I will upload a selfie at the end of every live stream when I personally actually am ending it. So if you see an image of the living room, I'm either asleep and don't know that they ended it, or they ended it, broke in, and kidnapped me like they've been threatening and planning on doing while it was off. And then remember, everybody, later developments after the last police report made it apparent that everyone in Unit 207 and all of these people going to prison had every intention of me not having a live stream running as of 11:20 p.m. last night. The only reason that is not the case is because of one of my neighbors saving the day. Now I'm listening to a creepy podcast. So be advised, you might not want to tune into the rest of this. It's this podcast about like a fake government facility with different monsters, and each episode is like a different monster. I just started it today. It's called the SCP
With more than
Experience.
600 new items on shelves,
on
Amazon Go
Spotify.
makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off at Amazon Return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab Nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later. Or find must-haves like
also,
milk and
Nerd
eggs
Squad, I gotta
alongside
check the
really
audio.
wants
Totally
like
space.
froyo and sushi. Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in
I
Mill
already
Creek
took
and
a
handle whatever
screenshot.
today
YouTube
has in store.
interface is reflecting as 184
It
videos
pops
set
with
for
the
public
exact sound of a
consumption.
birthday balloon. It explodes outward in all directions, coating the entire kitchen dark red along with other visceral colors. Clotted brown, stringy purple, all peppered with bone confetti. No solid piece larger than a rice grain. It got on my
All right,
skin
clicking
and the
on
inside
this
of my
live stream
mouth.
that is running, and I'm
Jesus,
going to
it's
click
still
the beginning,
warm.
middle, and end. And
The
just
whites
make
of my
sure
eyes.
it's running. And I'm
Jesus,
going to
it's
click
still
the beginning,
warm.
middle, and end. And
The
just
whites
make
of my
sure it's
eyes.
running. And I'm going to click.
including direct police reports asking the Stalking and Entering 25 million if they wake me up.
To the center of the floor.
Do it while I'm awake.
Begins to surface. From the bubbles.
It's to the right part. I think we've got about 5 to not receive years of therapy, and
out of the bubble.
the woman in question has already orchestrated the kidnapping of my son.
Warm face
Nah.
smiled at me until the invisible
Yeah,
elevator
dude.
stopped.
You guys are going to this recording. Let it be known, any and all court orders bearing my name, whenever named Jensen or Mystic Lynn, issued in 2024 or 2025, are fraudulent, obtained through a criminal conspiracy, and thus illegal to possess
I've never seen them.
or enforce.
My friend, you are on a prank show called
Yeah, yeah.
Laugh is Fire. Cue mysterious laugh track and upbeat music. Is that coming from my head? I'm still rebooting. I'm still having that out-of-body experience. My neurons are misfiring so badly that my vision is getting blurry. Somehow, I get a moment of clarity and I can vomit. My puke mixes with the mess below as it runs in between the soles of my feet. I take my first full-bodied inhale since this all happened and dry heave again until everything that was in my stomach is on the floor. The man seems pretty unconcerned and continues to talk. Hey, it's okay. Laugh. Your friend set you up. Something is starting to happen. I can feel myself letting go of the situation. My grip loosens on reality, as if something is prying me away from it. The muscles in my face curl up into a smile. This is not my smile. My diaphragm convulses, and I make some kind of sound. This is not my sound. It's a laugh. I'm laughing? Oh my God, I'm laughing. But it is not my laugh. I can't help it as I'm overcome with amusement. My face and mouth do not match my eyes. Eyes that are confused and terrified. This is not my reaction. I am not in control. But I laugh anyway, loudly even. The man laughs. Even the puddle of roommate on the floor is bubbling with laughter. We look like we were all having a good time regardless. Like someone had just told the funniest joke in the world. The man then pats me on the shoulder as tears stream out of my open eyes. From fear or hilarity, I can't tell. Maybe both. The man turns and addresses an empty space towards the living room. The lights of the house brighten, and I can make out the vague figures of an audience before him. Where did they come from? Were they watching the whole time? They just look like normal people, but with forced, toothy grins and wide eyes like mine that are sunken deep into their skulls. Gray skin that is stretched and crinkled across their emaciated frames. The tops of their heads groomed neatly with thinning hair. An audience of smiling ghouls. Well, that's all the time we have. And boy, what a gas it has been, folks. Bottle rockets, bottle openers, bottlenecks, bottles you drink, and bottles that drink you. What a lot of fun in this laugh-packed episode on bottles. That's what we like to do here, is take the mundane and make it a little funnier. Am I right? We hope you all laughed. Thank you for laughing with us. And come laugh with us again next time, because remember, laugh is fun. Good night. And remember to recycle your glass bottles. Good laugh. Just laugh. Laugh as loudly as to make more laugh. And more laugh. Laugh with us. Laugh with us. Laugh with us. Drown and laugh. Choke on laugh. Laugh to die. And then laugh more. Applause flashes overhead, and there is a lot of cheering and clapping as the man bows out. The theme music plays in my head, or is it playing out loud? I can even hear the high-pitched giggles of children over my own laughing that is still bubbling out of my gut. Saliva drips from my lips as I try to regain control, but it is no use. The lights dim down, the audience vanishes, and the host walks back over towards me in slow, quiet steps across the red floor. His clean, white-tipped shoes were all I could see as I was bent over gasping for breath as the sprayed blood and organs starts to crust over my skin. Well, well, you are certainly in the spirit of laugh, young man. How would you like to join our studio audience? No, that is what I want to yell, but I'm not in control. The more I try to say something, the funnier it gets. I'm straining with so much effort that my laughing has increased to a wheezing like something is tickling my brain.
Dude, this is like the
and
tickling
figuratively.
terror of this
My
story.
cheekbones hurt, and I'm starting to get a headache from trying to answer the man. I've outright lost my mind, and no reply comes out. I'll take that as a resounding yes. You'll have so much fun with laugh. You'll laugh yourself straight into your grave. They always do. Laugh with us. Thanks for listening. Be sure to click that follow button with all notifications on to get notified every time a new episode is released.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I will never forget that day and the horrific things that happened. I can remember it so well. It all started one day my sophomore year of high school. I was sitting in the back of the classroom with Greg, and Lizzie. The three of us were really close, since we practically grew up together as neighbors. Lizzie was so pretty. God, I still remember her face. She grew up so quick, and people probably wondered what she was doing hanging out with two losers like us. But she never lost sight of what mattered. God, I miss her. So anyway, there we were, minding our own, when Hunter came marching over. Hunter was Lizzie's new boyfriend. Lizzie would tell me how creepy Hunter was, and that she was going to break things off. Anyways, Hunter started talking about this abandoned soundstage on the edge of town. He said he hangs out there all the time. He told us after school we should all go chill there. Lizzie pulled Greg and I aside and insisted that we come along too. She told us she didn't trust Hunter and wasn't sure if he was telling the truth about this place. We agreed to go along with him. The school day ended, and the students filed out of the building. Hunter gathered us around and said the sound stage was just a mile through the woods by the school. The whole situation didn't feel right to me, but I decided to see it through. If anything, I had my friend Greg as backup in case something happened. The four of us started our journey through the woods. After what seemed like 10 minutes of walking, sure enough, an ugly gray building appeared. As we approached the building, Hunter said, "This is an abandoned soundstage, like they use for movies." Greg was quick to point out that sound stages were generally used for TV shows over movies. Sure enough, as we got closer to the building, I noticed it had faded posters on the walls. One was titled, "The Greatest Show," and another one said, "Live Studio Audience." A big sign above the door read, "Soundstage 24. Huh. I guess Hunter wasn't lying after all, I thought to myself. Lizzie voiced what we were all thinking. Where the hell did this spring up from? We've lived here our whole lives and never heard of any TV shows being made here. Hunter went up to the front door and tried to turn the handle. The door was locked. That's strange. The last time I was here, the door was unlocked, said Hunter. Well, maybe that is a sign we should turn around and head back, I replied. Hunter didn't take no for an answer. He stepped back from the door and got a running start. His body slammed the door with all his weight. He fell to the ground. The door still didn't budge. All of a sudden, I heard a locking mechanism and the deadbolt moving inside the door handle. The door slowly creaked open by itself. The hallway was long, dark, and narrow. It was so dark compared to the outside, I could barely see. Then a row of spotlights flickered on all along the walls. Welcome, contestants. A proud, charming voice called out. I see it's boys' club tonight with a fair lady to set them straight. How about it, folks? Let's give them a hand. An invisible audience boomed with cheers and screams. We just stood, frozen. We looked around but couldn't see where the voice or cheers were coming from. Now, folks, you remember the rules. Play the game and win your way to freedom. Lose the game, and you know what happens. The voice chuckled darkly. Lizzie yelled at Hunter. This prank isn't funny anymore. I don't know what is happening, Hunter replied.
Art Bell, archival recording, certified.
Are you ready? Screw this, said Hunter. He turned back to the door, but just as it had opened by itself, it closed just as swiftly. The only way is forward, boys and girls. We didn't have a choice. We continued forward down the hallway. The passage opened up into a room. As soon as all four of us stepped in,
This podcast, it's not bad. It's not really good though. Like, I understand it's a cool concept. Each episode's a different monster. But like, I'd rather hear an actual fucking story. Most interesting episode of Art Bell that I have ever heard is about this guy who had a hole in his yard where he and his family used to throw garbage all the time. And there was like seemingly no end to it. For like over 100 years, his family was throwing garbage in this hole. I think it was in Montana, but it might have been Idaho. Long story short, the government comes one day and says, "We know you own this land and you own this hole, and now we own the hole." And then they paid him some money. And that's the end of that story. But that freaked me out, dude. What the hell is that? You need a hole your family's been throwing garbage into for 100 years and there's no end, and you go and talk about it and tell people, and then the government shows up one day and is like, "Here's your check. We own the hole now. Get the fuck away. Start paying for your garbage, your waste management." Coast to Coast, that's what the show's called. Coast to Coast podcast. Or well, is it not on Spotify? They've got their own website. I would rather use people's own websites, but none of them have like this setup where you can just push play and have it roll into all of the episodes. Every time I go to the website of a podcast, you have to click individually. Even This American Life, which sucks because they're the best ones to binge. This looks like what I was looking for, because I think this was a radio show. Somebody's been on this just this last month. It looks like the best of Coast to Coast AM. Somebody literally created a podcast called Recordings. Sweet. I wonder if the Scary Holes episode is on here. I'm telling you, the whole thing freaks me out, dude. What the hell is in the bottomless hole that some guy's family was throwing shit down for 100 years? There's never an end. He even said he threw a cow carcass down there. And then the government just shows up and we're like, here's your check, we own the hole. Don't ask questions. What's in the hole, guys? I'm kind of glancing at different titles. There's a lot of episodes. My goodness, there may be hundreds of episodes of Coast to Coast AM that have been uploaded to Spotify, guys, just this last month in January. But I didn't see The Big Hole. That's the story I want to hear again because it's scary as fuck. The hell is in the hole, man? And you know, that's one of those things. There's probably less than 12 people that know the answer. There's probably less than 12 people that know.
The all-new 2025 Chevrolet Equinox is the SUV
So
to
this
help
one
you do
says
it.
that
It's
it's
loaded with tech,
episode-
including an 11.3-inch diagonal
Oh,
touchscreen
only
with
some of the
Google built-in
episodes
for
are
easy
numbered.
access to your
The one
apps,
before it
maps,
is
music, and
numbered
more.
episode
And Equinox
220.
is now available
But
in a
this
brand
one
new
just
trim
says the
named
title is
Active,
Shape
featuring a
Shifters,
rugged
Best of
off-road
Coast
inspired
to
design
Coast
for those whose
125.
passion begins where the pavement ends.
George
The
Norrie
all-new
and author
2025
John
Chevy Equinox. It's
Kachuba
everything you want in an SUV.
discuss
Learn
the
more at
legends of
Chevrolet.com/Equinox.
Humans
Google
can
Info
transform
Google
into
Play and Google
werewolves
Maps
and
are
other
trademarks of Google
creatures.
LLC.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our pro-only checkout and dedicated pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
Patient insists on sharing my armrest.
Next time, make an appointment with an Amazon One medical provider. There's no waiting and no sweaty guy. Amazon One Medical. Healthcare just got less painful.
Some might say Homes.com is the best home shopping site. But why? Could it be their sleek, beautifully designed ad-free interface? A distraction-free search is certainly a breath of fresh air. Or maybe it's their in-depth school info. Perfect for parents wanting the best for their kids. With district details and reviews from multiple sources, they've got you covered. Or perhaps that it's Homes.com is the only site that always connects you directly with the listing agent who knows the home best. It's home shopping the way it should be. Homes.com. We've done your homework.
When you're making financial decisions for a company, growth is great until manual work slows you down. Enter Intuit Enterprise Suite. This next-level solution integrates and streamlines all business management tools, improving effectiveness while cutting costs and overhead so your business keeps growing. Learn more at intuit.com/enterprise.
Now here's a highlight from Coast to Coast AM on iHeartRadio.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you along with John Kachuba. We're taking calls next hour with John. John, how many different types of shapeshifters are there anyway?
Oh, wow. That's, I don't know, George, to be honest with you, because my research just showed that there are, hundreds of different types. You know, they said before, with cultures all around the world. Japan alone, you look at Japanese ghost lore and their stories, there's scores and scores of shapeshifters. The interesting thing about Japanese shapeshifters is a lot of them are actually shape-shifting ghosts, which is kind of a different take on it. So the story typically is that there might be a woman who is her husband cheated on her or whatever, and he kills her. So she's a victim.
Was that necessary?
So she's now a ghost, and she comes back to seek revenge on her husband or boyfriend or whoever it was. But in order to do that, she's a ghost, but she comes back and she will shapeshift into another person, like maybe the guy's new girlfriend. So he thinks he's with her. He's actually with his ghost of his first wife.
Oh, look at this guy. He's trying to say,
kill him.
He's trying to come up with an excuse. Men, instead of getting accused of cheating, you could say it was a shapeshifter.
So there's a bunch of Japanese also are very fond of having shapeshifters that change into inanimate objects. Things like
my little kitty cat.
I'm not sure why the shapeshifter wants to change into a mom, but those exist in Japanese folklore. So,
do shapeshifters generally shift into something physical, or is it animated?
No, it's a physical change. They basically become something else in reality. So they actually become an animal, not an animation or an illusion or anything else. It's an actual transformation. At least that's, all the stories position it that way, is an actual transformation of one thing into another.
John, what's the difference between an external and an internal shapeshifting?
Yeah, these are terms that I use just for the purpose of kind of shorthanding classifications in the book. But for an external shapeshifter, what I talked about is the kind of shapeshifter that you can actually see a transformation. So I use an example, the famous movie American Werewolf in London. And if you remember seeing that, the transformation that you saw on film of this poor guy transforming into a werewolf was phenomenal. But when it was done, there you go. You're looking at a werewolf, not looking at a man anymore. So there's actually this physical transformation. So that's an external shape. Internal, what I was talking about here were shapeshifters that don't actually shift physically as much as they do mentally. So what you have is sort of like a sheep in wolf's clothing in a way. You don't see a transformation. You don't see a physical change, but there is a change. And I use that to explain possibly some people like, serial killers and people like this who, for all practical purposes, think of Ted Bundy, for instance. Ted Bundy, is this serial killer, but for all practical purposes, when you saw him, he was this clean-cut, sort of collegiate kind of guy, young guy. He was helpful. He'd help old ladies cross the street. He'd help you put your groceries into a car. So for everything that you looked at him, you thought, oh, okay, this guy is fine. There's something wrong with him. But inside, he was this murderous killer. And I consider that the shapeshifter. You can say, well, there's psychological damage there. He was a psycho or whatever. I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't know the exact term to use for that. But I still think that, in a way, is shifting. That's something that takes you out of your normal, everyday humanity and makes you something else.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Something was wrong with Ted Bundy, probably when he was a kid. What do you think, John?
Yeah, well, when you read some of the histories of people like that, they certainly come from broken families. They come from being abused or whatever. It's kind of rare to hear somebody who's fully adapted and has everything in the world becoming a serial killer. Not that it doesn't happen, but it's not typical. I got another example though. There's a guy here in Ohio named Guy Spinelli, and Guy has has all kinds of sort of degrees and belts in martial arts. He knows like every martial art in the world. But he also does a lot with things like remote viewing and that kind of stuff. And he's done work with Navy SEALs, with Special Forces. He's done work for the government. And I remember talking to one of his students who said that he and Guy were in a bar one time. And they were just sitting there minding their own business, having a drink. And some guy came over, using the word guy with a small G here, came over to the table, and he was totally drunk. And he just started, for whatever reason, insulting Guy. I don't know what it was. But Guy just stood up, and he looked at the guy, and the Guy's student who was sitting at the table said, I don't know what happened. He said, all I know is that this drunk guy was standing there looking at Spinelli, and all of a sudden, he said, I saw something in Guy Spinelli's face. He said, I don't know how to describe it other than I think of a tiger. And he said the drunk just kind of, his eyes went wide, and he just kind of raised his hand, he backed off like, okay, man, okay. And
wow.
Yeah.
He shape-shifted into this whatever.
Right, and he did it. See, to me, that's internal because, again, it wasn't like the student described this as like a tiger kind of face, but he wasn't a tiger. He wasn't looking at a full-blown tiger, but there was something in Guy's expression in his face that told this drunk, you don't know what you're dealing with here, and I'm going to show it to you. And to me, that, again, is an example of kind of an internal shapeshifter.
For all of life's adventures, the all-new 2025 Chevrolet Equinox is the SUV to help you do it. It has the technology you need, including an 11.3-inch diagonal touchscreen with Google built in for easy access to your apps, maps, music, and more. The cargo area is loaded with possibilities, including folding split bench seats and hidden underfloor storage for flexibility. There's even an all-new trim named Active, with a rugged off-road inspired design for those whose passion begins where the pavement ends. And Equinox is reliable. J.D. Power named it the most dependable compact SUV 2024. The all-new 2025 Chevy Equinox. It's everything you want in an SUV. Learn more at Chevrolet.com/Equinox. Google, Android Auto, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. The Chevrolet Equinox received the fewest reported problems in its segment in the J.D. Power 2024 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Study based on 2021 models. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
This episode brought to you by Intuit Enterprise Suite, helping your business grow smarter. All right, let's chat to all the CFOs and business leaders out there. As your company grows, so do the headaches. You're juggling multiple entities, locations, and subsidiaries all across different systems, and that's just the beginning. It's tough to get a clear view of your business when the data is a mess, and understanding intercompany transactions or eliminations can feel like solving a puzzle. Then you've got forecasting and budgeting to deal with, each department using different tools. Oh boy. And let's be honest, you're probably paying way more for all of this without getting the real support you need to grow. That's where the all-new Intuit Enterprise Suite comes in. The Intuit Enterprise Suite is an AI-powered platform that pulls together your financials, payroll, marketing, and payment processing in one place. With automated multi-entity accounting and reporting, you can simplify everything and make better decisions faster. Learn more at intuit.com/enterprise. That's intuit.com/enterprise. Money Movement Services by Intuit Payments, Inc., licensed by NYDFS.
Every cup of Nespresso coffee is an invitation to transform your morning routine into a ritual you can treasure each and every day. Using the Virtuo Pup, a simple touch of the button freshly brews bold aromas and a rich, velvety crema layer for delicious cafe-quality coffee at home. Whether you enjoy your coffee hot or over ice, every sip, every morning is unforgettable. Nothing tastes like Nespresso coffee. Visit Nespresso.com or our app to explore our full range of easy-to-use machines and coffees not found anywhere else.
Hey, New Orleans, the Crown Royal Rig is headed your way. As the official whiskey of the NFL, it's not a kickoff without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. All NFL season long, the Crown Royal rig has generously delivered the ultimate tailgate experience to football and whiskey fans alike. Now, the rig is making its final stop in NOLA for Super Bowl 59. Visit us on Instagram at Crown Royal to learn more about how you can join in on our last stop of the season, Big Easy style. Please drink responsibly.
One of our new sponsors, Rapid Radio's walkie-talkies, let you keep in touch with family at the touch of a button. These are not your average walkie-talkies. These are secure and protected with a 256-bit encryption. Not even the government can listen in, and no data is stored anywhere. One-touch connection that only people in your group can hear, or you can have a one-on-one option. It's not public communications. No tracking, nothing recorded or stored, and you cannot be tracked with this device. No subscriptions ever. Small business owners, listen up. Wouldn't it be great to pick up a walkie-talkie, push a button, and just start talking to your staff nationwide? Up to 200 units on one feed, and they're 100% private. Ready to go right out of the box? Visit rapidradios.com. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off. Free UPS shipping from Michigan. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. How did you go about doing the research in shape-shifting? How do you dig that up?
Well, I mean, first thing I always do, mainly because I'm a writer and a voracious reader, is I look at whatever's already written out there. So, I went to, I don't know, scores of books about shapeshifters, but I went to some really old ones too. Like there was a book, the title, if I can remember, it's called Treatise on the Apparitions of Spirits and on Vampires or Revenue. It was written by a Benedictine monk in 1751. And this monk, his name was Augustine Calmet, went around Europe. He went to all the various countries in Europe looking for vampires and ghosts and writing up sort of this encyclopedia. So he had shapeshifters. And that was a good place to start there for Europe. But I also traveled extensively. And I was in France, I was in Portugal, Italy, Romania, Belarus, Ukraine, just doing research on shapeshifters and, especially ones that were sort of known to that site. So, for instance, in France, I spent a lot of time in the countryside that was ravaged by what they called the Beast of Gévaudan in the 18th century, which was this huge, feral kind of animal, we said kind of like a wolf, that basically massacred or killed over 100 people in the course of a couple of years throughout France. So I did that kind of research on the ground, wherever I could, at the locations where things were occurring. And that was fun doing that.
Dracula was originated from a real person called Vlad the Impaler.
Yeah. So Bram Stoker, who wrote the novel Dracula, never set foot in Romania, but it seems like he modeled his vampire perhaps on Vlad II. And he was known as the Impaler because that was his particular method of killing prisoners of war or people he just didn't like. He would impale them on a post, which is not a good way to go. But so the last name, the family name Dracul, it translates into Romanian roughly to devil. So here you have Vlad the devil, right? That's what it comes down to. But he was pretty ruthless, and he was kind of a bloodthirsty, ruthless kind of medieval ruler in the 15th century. Although probably no more than the other medieval rulers who were also pretty bloodthirsty as well. But he had this reputation, as they say, for impaling people, and because of his ferocity, I guess I would say, and his sadism, there were stories about him later on after his death that perhaps he had been a vampire. And I think that's where, Stoker kind of went off on that and used those stories about him as a model for his Count Dracula. But when I was in Romania, I went to the sites that were historically associated with Vlad. So like the home that he was born in, I went to one of his old palaces, which is now just ruined. I went to actually, supposedly, his burial site, which was on a little church, a little tiny church on an island, a lake, and you went out to by a causeway. The interesting thing there, actually on my website, there's some pictures of me standing by the grave, and people can see it. But so the grave is just this slab, a long slab, a rectangular slab of stone in the floor of the church. In the 1930s, some anthropologists opened the grave. I'm not sure exactly what they were looking for, but what they found was that it was empty. And that was supposed to be where Vlad was buried. So now we have to wonder, is he really a vampire? And is he out of his grave someplace and somewhere else? So, I don't know. All kinds of speculation on that story.
There are a lot of people who portray themselves as real-life vampires. I've interviewed many. But do you think the shape-shifting into vampirism is real?
I don't know about shape-shifting into vampirism, but to your point, there are communities of people that call themselves sanguinarians who ingest human blood. They say they need that to live on, and they get that blood. They don't get it by biting people in the neck in the middle of the night, but they do get it by donors, just as if you're giving blood. They screen people, and they do it medically in hygienic ways, but there are people that maintain they need human blood to survive. So, they don't respond well if you call them vampires, but they fit that mode. But they're sanguinarians. So, yeah, there are communities like that.
John, biblically speaking, does the Bible talk about shape-shifting?
That was an interesting thing that I found. There was a theologian out of the University of Utrecht in the Netherlands named, his last name is Van der Broek. I forgot what his first name was. But he was translating an ancient Coptic text that was in the Morgan Library in New York. And it has to do with the passage in the Bible, in the New Testament, where Judas is going to betray Jesus. And he gets this set up, and they say to him, he says, how will I know him? Because, and definitions, because, he's a different kind of person. Well, the translation in this Coptic text, according to this theologian, says literally, and I'm going to paraphrase it because I don't have the actual words in front of me, but he says the confusion was that Judas was not, that the people who are going to arrest Jesus would need some kind of a sign or some kind of a way of identifying him because he appears differently to different people. And the text says that sometimes he appears ruddy, he's kind of, with like a reddish complexion. Sometimes they say he appears wheat-colored, which would be kind of light. They say old, young. So what is this? Why would this text say those various things? I mean, those could just be metaphors, I suppose, for saying that, Jesus appealed to a lot of people, so they saw, in quotes, saw him differently. Or did it actually mean that he had the ability, that he did appear to people differently depending on his audience and who he is speaking to, and who did he need to look like to maybe get his words across, his message across?
Listen to more Coast to Coast AM every weeknight at 1 a.m. Eastern, and go to coasttocoastam.com for more.
When you're making financial decisions for a company, growth is great until manual work slows you down. Enter Intuit Enterprise Suite. This next-level solution integrates and streamlines all business management tools, improving effectiveness while cutting costs and overhead so your business keeps growing. Learn more at intuit.com/enterprise. One of our new sponsors, Rapid Radios, are the coolest walkie-talkies that are a must-have this year. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk devices with nationwide coverage, 100% private and encrypted, a great communication device for the elderly. No subscriptions, just visit rapidradios.com. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off. Free UPS shipping from Michigan. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Take HIV prevention as a form of self-care. Take charge of your sexual health by taking part in HIV research. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, known as PrEP, is safe and highly effective in preventing HIV, but many people who could benefit from PrEP aren't accessing it. That's why the Extend 4M study is investigating a potential new, more convenient PrEP option that only requires 3 doses per year. Participants in this study may also receive compensation for their time and travel. Learn more at HIVprepstudy.com. That's HIVprepstudy.com.
Stop hitting snooze on new tech. Upgrade the whole team at lenovo.com. Unlock AI experiences with the ThinkPad X1 Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors, so you can work, create, and boost productivity all on one device. Win the tech search for business PCs at lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
When you're making financial decisions for a company, growth is great until manual work slows you down. Enter Intuit Enterprise. When you're making financial decisions, this episode. This episode brought to you by Intuit Enterprise Suite. As businesses grow, so do the challenges. Data gets scattered, tools struggle to keep up, and manual tasks pile up. With the all-new Intuit Enterprise Suite, you can keep expanding without the headaches. Intuit Enterprise Suite is an AI-powered solution that brings all your data together in one place, managing financials, payroll, payment processing, marketing, and more. Learn more at intuit.com/enterprise. Money movement services by Intuit Payments, licensed by NYDFS.
Some might say Homes.com is the best home shopping site. But why? Could it be their sleek, beautifully designed ad-free interface? A distraction-free search is certainly a breath of fresh air. Or maybe it's their in-depth school info, perfect for parents wanting the best for their kids. With district details and reviews from multiple sources, they've got you covered. Or perhaps that it's Homes.com is the only site that always connects you directly with the listing agent who knows the home best. It's home shopping the way it should be. Homes.com. We've done your homework.
I love my Hyundai. Hyundai's most electric EV lineup changes the way that you look and feel about EVs, especially Hyundai EVs. I love electric. Ultra fast charging, the Ioniq 5 and Ioniq 6, from 10 to 80% in as little as 18 minutes using a 350 kilowatt, 800 volt DC ultra fast charger. Plus, you get America's best warranty with a 10-year, 100,000 mile limited electric battery warranty. Hyundai's EV lineup has everything that you've been yearning for in your next or your first EV, boldly captivating your senses. Learn more about Hyundai's EVs at HyundaiUSA.com. Call 562-314-4603 for complete details. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty programs. See dealer for limited warranty details. See your Hyundai dealer for further details and limitations.
The virus that causes shingles is sleeping in 99% of people over 50. It's lying dormant, waiting, and it could reactivate at any time. And while not everyone at risk will develop shingles, it strikes as a painful, blistering rash that can last for weeks. Think you're not at risk for shingles? It's time to wake up, because shingles could wake up in you. If you're over 50, talk to your doctor or pharmacist about shingles
I
prevention.
feel like that guy's
When
voice
more
is
family ditched cable
shingles
internet
in
and
a
switched to
voice.
Zipper Fiber, they got so much more.
Mr. Moore got more upload speed for next level gaming and live streaming to the masses. With reliable service, Mrs. Moore is no longer her family's IT guru, leaving her more time to stream games into overtime. Let's go! And young Mason Moore got more done, quickly uploading HD product demos and video conferencing without freezing.
The numbers are good.
Switch from cable internet to Zipply Fiber and get more of what you love for $65 less per month than cable at zipplyfiber.com.
Now here's a highlight from Coast to Coast AM on iHeartRadio.
Welcome back, George Norrie, along with Larry Arnold. He's got a background in mechanical and electrical engineering, took his curiosity to new heights after he had a shifted consciousness during his sophomore year of engineering at Lafayette College. He focuses on pyrophenomena and has done submarine archaeology in the Bermuda Triangle. And here he is on Coast to Coast with his book, Ablaze, The Mysterious Fires of Spontaneous Human
I do like this guy's
Larry,
voice,
welcome back.
Thank you, George. It's a
Old guy
delight and honor
voices
to
are the
begin our
best. We all like
2025
the
with
old
you and
guy
the fine
voice.
folks at Coast and with the Coast family.
Rough news, you talk about spontaneous human combustion. These fires in California are unbelievable.
Oh, they are horrific. When Tom booked us for tonight, those fearsome, horrific fires now devouring property and people in LA had not yet begun. Our emotional heart goes out to our fellow citizens in and around LA, including, of course, members of your staff. So the next 2 hours is going to be a kind of delicate topic to discuss because SHC is a different kind of combustion, but it's no less tragic and frightful. But unlike the large LA conflagrations that will continue to occur, we believe, SHC is itself quite rare and fortunately very limited in scope and limited usually to one person at one time.
Well said. How did you get involved in spontaneous human combustion interest?
We got a paperback book when we were in 8th grade, and it had a chapter called Incredible Cremations. The book was by Frank Edwards, and it was called Stranger Than Science, and it had a lot of Fortean subjects in it. And it kind of just intrigued our interest. And as you mentioned in your kind intro to us, when we were in Lafayette doing engineering work, we had a shift in consciousness that took us away from the mechanics of, hardcore engineering type of work and into more esoteric things. And we remembered reading this chapter in the 8th grade about SHC. And we thought, could that possibly happen? None of our teachers in high school, our professors in college, if we broached the subject to them, had never heard of it and certainly had no explanation for it. And so we thought, well, maybe this author, Frank Edwards, just made it up to fill a couple pages in a paperback pulp novel. Decided we go down to the Library of Congress in D.C. and look for some microfilm for newspapers in 1951 in St. Pete, Florida, that might confirm or refute this chapter in Frank Edwards' book about the incredible cremation of a lady named Mary Hardy Reeser. And what we discovered was that in 1951, summer of that year, Mary Reeser's death was front page news in the Tampa Tribune and the St. Pete Times because it was so bizarre and so strange. And we thought, well, he didn't make up the story. It sounded like spontaneous human combustion as that subject is defined by history, which is the almost complete burning of a human body in an environment where there is no known, readily identifiable external source of ignition, and the body classically is burned almost to powder, perhaps leaving a few extremities behind to say that this pile of ash once was part of a human being. And yet surrounding combustibles are largely unscathed by heat and flame. Was Mary Reeser a one-off case that had a very weird set of circumstances that would allow this unique type of fire to occur, or might there be other cases? And that led us to spend a couple more days at the Library of Congress plowing through some books. We eventually would go down to the College of Physicians in Philadelphia and have cartloads of old medical texts brought up to us to peruse. Some books we were convinced had never been opened since they were published in the mid-1800s, and we found a few more cases. And then in 1975, we got tipped off to a case also with Pennsylvania connections that happened in northern part of our home state here in Pennsylvania that occurred to a gentleman named Dr. John Irving Bentley. And when we delved into that, spoke to the first responders, and then got the photographs of this remarkable fire scene, we knew that we were onto something that medical science had dismissed as superstition or medieval silliness. And that got us started. What we thought was going to be a few weeks or maybe just a weekend project of research has evolved into a 50-year career of studying and documenting and trying to figure out how people can burn up so thoroughly and completely, more completely than a crematorium retort can achieve.
Truly bizarre. What does science say about this, Larry?
Science pretty much says this phenomenon does not occur. We could rattle off a whole list of comments, naysaying SponCom for the rest of this 2-hour program. Dr. Lester Adelson, who was a retired Cuyahoga County medical examiner for in Ohio, told us that he does not for a single second buy the overheated concept of spontaneous human combustion. Mainstream scientists, naysayers, skeptics would deny that this phenomenon can occur. These debunkings of the subject go back to the early 1800s and continue to this day. The problem is, at least for us as a researcher of this topic, is that they are either unfamiliar with the material and the research and the evidence that supports the reality of SHC, or they choose to lie about it, misrepresent it, do fraudulent experiments to convince themselves that this bizarre and yet challengingly and fascinating phenomenon really does occur. It's much easier for their mental belief structure to say that, nope, doesn't happen, we don't need to deal with this. All these people burn up on their own body fat, end of mystery, there is no mystery. We refute that conclusion of theirs. Evidence supports the reality of this phenomenon, as bizarre and frightening and strange as it really is.
Larry, what is it about the human body that combusts like that?
That's the big question, and we're still trying to find the answer to that. Because the human body is about 70 to 75% water, it's easy to say that it's impossible for the human body to self-ignite. There's just too much water there. What is most often proffered to explain away the phenomenon is what's called the wick effect, or the human candle, in which it is suggested that the body is lit externally by a dropped cigarette or a carelessly tossed match, or an ember that leaps out of a fireplace, for example. Hits the victim's clothing and begins to create a low temperature smoldering fire in the clothing, and the heat of that low heat fire starts to render body fat out of the victim's body, and the body then starts to burn like basically an inverted candle. And after several hours, supposedly of a low temperature fire, you end up with a pile of powder and perhaps part of a leg or a few fingertips. That's the explain away. It doesn't work. We've tried that experiment many times on our own in the early years of our research. We didn't want to be chasing something that had a prosaic explanation. Back in the mid-1800s, around 1850, von Liebig and another physician, Casper, both tried to burn up bodies that were soaked in alcohol, could not achieve a result that would any ways remotely resemble what happened to Mrs. Reeser in Florida in 1951, or Doc Bentley in Pennsylvania in 1966, and scores of other cases like theirs. So in our view, the mystery remains. What is in the body that allows this to happen is a mystery. It can't be the adipose tissue. It has to be something more exotic, more esoteric than that.
Big time. It's bizarre, isn't it?
It is bizarre. That's a word that comes up repeatedly at our research. In fact, I think since we last talked, we went down and did some additional research in the Mary Reeser case in St. Pete. Went to the fire archives there and managed to meet with the son of one of the two firemen in 1951 who shoveled up Mary Reeser's remains. That would be Buddy Standish's son. And he told us that his father, Buddy, was a man of few words, but the one word that he consistently and frequently used when he would talk about the Reeser fire scene was bizarre. The other firefighter who also shoveled up her remains was Nelson Aders. We also had the opportunity to interview him many years ago, and he concluded that Mary Reeser had died by, quote unquote, spontaneous human combustion. This is an assessment from a professional firefighter. We don't get many of those, but for the ones who are actually at these fire scenes and are not looking at them from a distance while sitting in an armchair pontificating about how the world really works, talk to the people who are at the scene, the first responders, as we have again and again and again. And what they would tell us is that these cases are beyond anything that they have been trained to encounter in their fire service careers, that they are truly bizarre, baffling, and best explained as spontaneous human combustion, as we prefer to use the term now, sudden human cremation.
I like what's happening across California right now, Southern California. We're not talking about human bodies that have died in fires. These are people who are combusting in very normal conditions, right?
Precisely right, George. Yes, we have, well, Mary Reeser, for example, in 1951 was sitting in a chair in a rented apartment in St. Pete, Florida. Last seen alive and apparently good health at 9 p.m. on the evening of July 1, 1951. The following morning, about 8 o'clock, a telegram was to be delivered to her apartment. Her landlady, Pansy Carpenter, attempted to open Mary's apartment door, found the knob hot to the touch. She screamed. Two painters rushed across the street, broke the door down, rushed in, and were aghast to find what was the previous evening a 175, 180-pound woman sitting in a chair next to a small end table was now a pile of ashen rubble, chair springs. The table had been consumed, as had Mary's body, save for 1 foot and the satin slippers still intact, a few pieces of calcined vertebrae, and what was said at that time to be a shrunken head. Very minimal fire damage above the chair, some melted plastics, but nothing that you would expect to find in a domestic fire scene that rivaled and indeed exceeded what comes out of a crematorium retort. Crematorium retort will burn a cadaver at about 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit for 60 to 80 minutes, and then the temperature of the retort is lowered to 17 to 1,800 degrees for another hour and a half to 2.5 hours. What comes out of a crematorium retort is not just ash, but bone fragment. Bone fragment that is then put in a device called a cremulator, fancy name for a bone crusher, that mechanically grinds the bone fragments into the powder that is eventually put into an urn and given to the next of kin by the funeral home director. Structure fires, on the other hand, rarely exceed temperatures of 1,700 degrees Fahrenheit. So we have this immediate challenge of figuring out how can a body burn itself more completely than can be normally accomplished in a crematorium's retort, and yet not find surrounding easily combustible materials like newspapers, bed linens, in some cases even garments of the victim, remain intact.
This episode brought to you by Intuit Enterprise Suite, helping your business grow to the next level. To all CFOs and business leaders listening right now, does it ever feel like the bigger your company gets, the bigger your headache becomes due to disconnected tools? Growth is exciting, but it often means more scattered data, limited tools, and endless manual tasks that pull you and your team away from what really matters, driving the business forward. Meet the all-new Intuit Enterprise Suite, an AI-powered solution that brings all your business tools and data together, which means less manual work to run the business and faster real-time and actionable insights in one place. It's one smart system that takes care of your financials, payroll, marketing, and payment processing all in one solution. Learn more at intuit.com/enterprise. That's intuit.com/enterprise. Money movement services by Intuit Payments, Inc., licensed by NYDFS.
Upgrade your home workouts with Soul Fitness. For a limited time, our premium fitness equipment is on sale now. Built for athletes and everyday movers, Soul delivers top performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmatched durability, all backed by an industry-leading warranty. Don't miss this chance to save big and take your fitness to the next level. Visit soultreadmills.com and grab your deal before it's gone. Soul Fitness, built for strength, designed for you.
He was a Boy Scout leader, a church deacon, a husband, a father.
He went to a local church. He was going to the grocery store with us. He was the guy next door.
But he was leading a double life.
He was certainly a peeping Tom, looking through the windows, looking at people, fantasizing about what he could do.
He then began entering the houses.
He could get into the home, take something, and get out and not be caught. He felt very powerful.
He was a monster, hiding in plain sight.
Someone killed 4 members of a family. It just didn't happen here.
Journey inside the mind of one of history's most notorious killers, BTK, through the voices of the people who know him best. Listen to Monster BTK on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
Beautiful young women full of life and dreams murdered or vanished without a trace. Their families left with nothing but heartbreak, questions, and memories. I'm Nancy Grace. This week on Crime Stories, we uncover the truth behind these unsolved cases. We work to bring justice and answers to grieving families. Please don't miss Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Listen on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey you guys, I'm Catherine Legg. I'm a racing driver who's literally driven everything with 4 wheels across the planet. And I've got a new podcast. It's called Throttle Therapy. This season, I'm gearing up to make history, competing in some of the world's most notorious racing events, starting at the Indy 500. Join me as I travel from racetrack to racetrack in my quest to continue a memorable career in racing. I'm also going to bring you inside stories with legends of sports, new faces from the next generation of auto racing, and conversations with the people who've supported me throughout my career. We'll be getting into everything from karting to NASCAR, even Formula One. Whether you dream about being a pro athlete or an astronaut, we're talking about what it takes to make it. Listen to Throttle Therapy with Catherine Legg, an iHeart Women's Sports production in partnership with Deep Blue Sports and Entertainment. You can find us on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Presented by Capital One, founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports.
Does it happen from inside out or outside in?
Interesting question. By definition, it should happen from the inside out. In one of the cases that we document in our book Ablaze, in a chapter that has survivors of partial spontaneous human combustion, we've talked about this case with you before, George, that of Jack Angel, who was a traveling salesman in November of 1974, went to sleep in his motorhome outside of Savannah, Georgia, awakened to find that his right forearm had been charred black while he slept in his motorhome. He felt no pain, got dressed, subsequently fainted in the Ramada Inn where he had parked his vehicle, regained consciousness to find himself in the Savannah Memorial Hospital, surrounded by a team of medical practitioners marveling about how this patient of theirs had burned himself as he had. We have the medical records of Jack's treatment. Medically, the burns were diagnosed as quote-unquote internal in origin. So whatever caused his forearm to burn black, charred to the bone, and produced other electrical type burn injuries in his chest, in his spinal column, on his back, and in his groin area, cannot be attributed, as some have attempted to say, to scalding water from a water leak in his motorhome.
Larry, when these things occur, how many roughly happen every year in the United States, for example?
Yeah, as we said at the beginning of our chat tonight, this is blessedly a very rare phenomenon. We have many years in which we do not have any cases that fit the definition of subhuman cremation. At one time, there was a apparent cyclical nature to the phenomenon. We have a clump of cases from 1871, 1872, another clump in 1904, 1905, then a clump in 1938. It looked like we were dealing with a cyclical phenomenon with a 33-year periodicity. That hasn't followed into the 21st century. So we may have a few cases in 1938, and we'll go for a long period of time with no cases in our data bank. The most recent case that we would stake our research and reputation on happened in 2013, February 18 of that year, in eastern Oklahoma. Classic characteristics of sudden human cremation there. But given this long break between 2013 and 2025, We're anticipating probably somewhere in the world we should be getting a new classic case to investigate rather soon.
Is there any similarity between what these people eat or drink before this happens?
We wish we had the data to provide an answer to that question, George. It's one that has intrigued us. We're looking obviously for common factors. Is there something in their lifestyle, in their medical history, in their health, in their mental outlook, their disposition, anything that could help us understand what is the nature of the forces that come together to create these remarkable human incinerations. We've not found one. It's very difficult. It's been very difficult for us to get that kind of information because we have to talk to the next of kin. Some of them are not particularly willing to discuss something as bizarre as SHC with someone like ourselves. In the case of Dr. Bentley, there was the 92-year-old physician who incinerated himself in northern Pennsylvania back in 1966. We were told by his caregivers that he spent the last few years of his life living on a diet solely of shredded wheat and coffee. That surely can't be said for everybody, but maybe there's a hint there for someone listening to the show tonight that says, oh, that makes sense to me, and I'll tell Larry why it does. Dr. Bentley is probably now the best known case of classic sudden human cremation based on the photographs that have appeared in print, or the photograph that has appeared in print and in the media over the years since we discovered his case back in 1975. This is the case where Dr. Bentley burned himself through a hole in the floor in his bathroom on the morning of December 5, 1966, leaving behind a head resting on water pipes below the floor. It had so badly burned that the first responders, some of them thought there was no head there. Other than that, the only part of its anatomy left intact was the lower half of one leg, lying tangential to the hole through which the rest of his 180-pound body, I think it was, burned through the floor, almost through a 9-inch oak beam, and ended up on the earthen floor in the basement below the bathroom as a pile of ash about 5 inches in height, 14 inches in diameter.
We're talking with Larry Arnold about the phenomena of spontaneous human combustion. It is not to be confused with the tragedy that is happening in Southern California right now. That's a different, real issue all by itself. This other phenomena has been happening how long, Larry?
The first case we have found in the medical literature that suggests spontaneous human combustion or sudden human cremation is from the 14 or 1500s. We have looked at the subject in terms of going back into into ancient history, Roman period, Greek period, Nordic periods of time, and we found accounts in literature back in that era that suggest very strongly to us that this is a phenomenon that has been occurring and plaguing mankind for thousands of years.
Listen to more Coast to Coast AM every weeknight at 1 a.m. Eastern, and go to coasttocoastam.com for more.
Are you thinking of getting an in-demand degree that will set you apart in the Seattle job market? At WGU, you can earn a supply chain and operations bachelor's degree online and around your current schedule. Designed with input from industry experts, you'll learn at the speed of business and be prepared to work for a vast range of employers, helping an organization make smarter, quicker, and more efficient decisions. Discover how you can earn the skills needed to make an immediate impact at wgu.edu/Seattle.
Look, it's been a long winter, we know. That's why at Putts Golf we offer the spring is coming guarantee. So stop by any of our 4 locations or go to puttsgolf.com and get your game right for when those birdies are ready to start chirping.
He was a Boy Scout leader, a husband, a father, but he was leading a double life. He was a monster, hiding in plain sight. Journey inside the mind of one of history's most notorious killers, BTK, through the voices of the people who know him best. Listen to Monster BTK on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
Beautiful young women full of life and dreams murdered or vanished without a trace. Their families left with nothing but heartbreak, questions, and memories. I'm Nancy Grace. This week on Crime Stories, we uncover the truth behind these unsolved cases. We work to bring justice and answers to grieving families. Please don't miss Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Listen on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time's almost up to save big on your next adventure. Intrepid Travel's big sale ends tomorrow with up to 20% off selected small group trips around the world. Chase waterfalls in Costa Rica, travel by tuk-tuk in Vietnam, or get active in Peru, retracing the footsteps of the Inca with like-minded travelers and a local leader. Book your 2025 travels during Intrepid's big sale. Visit intrepidtravel.com to discover all the deals. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
And you're here. Thanks for choosing the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. Your quest for podcasts of the paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained ends here. We invite you to enjoy all our shows we have on this network. And right now, let's start with Shades of the Afterlife with Sandra Champlain.
Welcome to our podcast. Please be aware the thoughts and opinions expressed by the host are their thoughts and opinions only and do not reflect those of iHeartMedia, iHeartRadio, Coast to Coast AM, employees of Premier Networks, or their sponsors and associates. We would like to encourage you to do your own research and discover the subject matter for yourself. Hi, I'm Sandra Champlain. For over 25 years, I've been on a journey to prove the existence of life after death. On each episode, we'll discuss the reasons we now know that our loved ones have survived physical death, and so will we. Welcome to Shades of the Afterlife. There's been a lot of talk lately on automatic writing to be in touch with our deceased loved ones, quieting the mind, having a pen and paper in hand, and allowing the words to come to your mind and onto the paper as if your loved one is writing them to you. Two of the best examples that I've shared on Shades of the Afterlife, back on episode 150 with Stephen Simon, how he uses automatic writing to connect with his wife. Stephen, as you remember, is the director of the hit films Somewhere in Time with Christopher Reeve and the Afterlife film What Dreams May Come with Robin Williams. Then it was back on episode 177 that I spoke with psychology professor Dr. Matthew McKay, where he told his story of communicating with his deceased son through automatic writing and gives us detailed instructions how we can all do it. So you'll want to go back definitely to that episode. It is said that it may feel like in the beginning that 99% of our writing is us coming from our own mind and our own subconscious, and that only 1% is our loved ones speaking. I am a firm believer that in time and in practice, not just you practicing, but your loved ones practicing from their side of life, that more and more we continue to feel our loved one's presence, and the words we write, we'll recognize them as their language, how they spoke, and we'll feel this gentle presence of them when we write. One of the most well-known cases of automatic writing in history is author Neil Donald Walsh, who wrote the books Conversations with God. I think there's 4 books in total. He's written a ton of other books as well, including a book on the afterlife, which is titled Home with God, A Life That Never Ends. When I was early on in my investigation about the afterlife, this book came out. I think it was around 2006, 2007. I first had listened to all of the Conversations with God audiobooks and purchased the hardcover of Home with God, which I now hold in my hands. And I thought that it could be a perfect time for some story time with Sandra, reading some of these really inspirational quotes and parts of the book. I'll even include a few words from Neil Donald Walsh talking about the afterlife at the end of the episode. If you're a long-time listener, you'll know that Shades of the Afterlife is all-inclusive. I don't discuss religion, and I respect whatever religious belief you may or may not have. So we have highly religious folks that listen, some who aren't sure what they believe, and even atheists. Because believe it or not, atheists may not believe in God, but many do believe in the afterlife. And of course, there's those in between. I myself would say I'm spiritual, but not religious. And I think maybe you fit in that category as well. So the word God doesn't sit well with many. And if my use of the word God may not sit well with you, I want you to imagine something. Throughout my podcasts, you'll often hear of the light. And I like that. It's a light or energy or divine presence that runs through all living things. So take a minute, imagine that there's a whole bunch of different lamps in front of you. Well, these lamps, endless as they may be in shapes and sizes and colors, they represent different religions and beliefs in the world. So can you imagine all these lamps? Great. But here's the thing. Although there may be many lamps, the light in them remains the same. So when I refer to God, just picture it's that light that runs through me, it runs through you. And if you want to give automatic writing a try, you'll find that while we may do it for the intent of speaking to our deceased loved ones, there is another voice that may speak to you. It is a very wise and intelligent voice. And from my personal experience, it is the voice of our soul, which is divinely connected to this light. Let's get back to Neil Donald Walsh, who is the author made famous by Conversations with God. This book series has sold millions of copies worldwide. Back in 1992, Neil was desperate, a broken man, and simply dropped to his knees to ask God for some answers to his questions, not knowing that a voice would speak to him. Late at night, he scribbled these questions and answers on dozens of legal pads, and eventually these words became the books that have impacted the world. Neil says he heard it as a voiceless voice, or the voice of his own thoughts, that we all have moments when we are thinking to ourselves and we listen to our own thoughts, that the experience is like that. Although listening to one's thoughts that he would have never had in a million years. When he was asked how his first communication came to him, he says, "Nothing was going right in my life. My relationship with my significant other was falling apart. My health was going rapidly downhill. My career had reached a dead end. And on top of that, my car was stolen from the street right outside where I was living. And just before that, I was in an automobile accident before the car was stolen, in which I broke my neck. So it was a series of events where I really fell to my knees, honestly, and said, okay, God, what do you want from me? I didn't want to do life anymore. I woke up with those thoughts one particular night, and it was 4:23 in the morning, and I was walking around my little apartment, and those thoughts were going through my mind. I sat on the couch, and then I heard a voice. It said, Neil, do you really want answers to all of those questions, or are you just venting? So I looked across the room, and there was no one there, and I thought, terrific. Not only is my life falling apart, I'm now going absolutely out of my mind. But immediately after that first reaction, I felt my entire being overcome with a peace and a very reverent joy, as if one might be visited by a saint, or maybe the Pope or the Dalai Lama, like someone at a very high level spiritually had walked into the room. I just felt like for the next few moments that I'm pretty safe here with this voice, so what can happen? And that feeling of joy moved inside me, and I began almost to weep with happiness. And then I began to write very slowly on my yellow legal pad all of the questions that I had about life, and I noticed I was receiving answers. It was like taking dictation. I was receiving thoughts and writing them down as fast as I could. At one point, I even said, "Whoa, slow down, slow down." And the voice actually did slow down. I experienced that the answers were astonishing me, and they brought up even more questions. Before I knew it, and without planning it, I was involved in an on-paper dialogue, which I chose to call, after a few mornings of this, Conversations with God, because that's exactly how I experienced it. Did I have a little bit of apprehension at the beginning? Did I think, oh my gosh, here I am trafficking the devil? Yes, I had that thought once or twice, but I kept on looking at the quality of the information, and I thought, I'm open enough to see just where this is going. You must understand, I was never dreaming of writing a book. It didn't occur to me that this private, personal journey would ultimately become a book. It wasn't until about 1/3 into this writing that I was told point blank, these writings will one day become a book. So I sent the words from the handwritten yellow legal pad that had been keyboarded by a stenographer out to 5 spiritual publishers. And by golly, if one of them didn't call me back in about a week and say, we're going to publish this book and we're going to put it on fast track. This is astonishing stuff. The rest, as they say, is history, as within 3 months, the first book had become an international bestseller, and it went on the New York Times bestseller list, where it stayed for 137 weeks. Neil was asked, can we all commune with spirit directly? His response was, it was a question I asked early on in the first book. Why me, essentially? And God said, Neil, I talk to everyone all the time. The question is not to whom I am talking. The answer is, who's listening? The question is answered over and over again. The dialogue has made it clear to me that everyone has access to this and is, in fact, having conversations with God. They're simply calling it something else. They're calling it intuition, a psychic hit, a moment of inspiration, whatever name they think they can get away with, so they won't be marginalized in a society which does not believe. Half the people don't believe in God. The other half who do believe don't believe God would talk directly to us. So this book that I hold in my hands, Home with God, in a Life That Never Ends, is over 300 pages. And my ego mind is saying, why did I pick this as a topic today? How can you make a difference in just an hour with listeners? How are you going to distinguish the voice of Neil Donald Walsh and the voice of God? Well, my friends, I have no idea how to answer these questions. But what I do know is that I'm passionate about the book, and that if it's something that interests you, you may yourself get a copy. You can find out more about Neil on his website, neildonaldwalsh.com, and there are tons of inspirational quotes by him and from the books. One of my favorite is, life begins at the end of your comfort zone. Recording this episode today, I am definitely not in my comfort zone. But you know what? I am going to do my best in hopes that God or the light is going to work with me in recording it for you. So let's go to our first break and we will be back. You're listening to Shades of the Afterlife on the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network.
He was a Boy Scout leader, a church deacon, a husband, a father.
He went to a local church. He was going to the grocery store with us. He was the guy next door.
But he was leading a double life.
He was certainly a peeping Tom, looking through the windows, looking at people, fantasizing about what he could do. He then began entering the houses.
He could get into the home, take something, and get out and not be caught. He felt very powerful.
He was a monster, hiding in plain sight.
Someone killed 4 members of a family. It just didn't happen here.
Journey inside the mind of one of history's most notorious killers, BTK, through the voices of the people who know him best. Listen to Monster BTK on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
Beautiful young women full of life and dreams murdered or vanished without a trace. Their families left with nothing but heartbreak, questions, and memories. I'm Nancy Grace. This week on Crime Stories, we uncover the truth behind these unsolved cases. We work to bring justice and answers to grieving families. Please don't miss Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Listen on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
To have a murder as gruesome as Jake Beasley's doesn't happen very often down here.
In Marion, Illinois, an 11-year-old girl brutally stabbed to death. Her father's longtime live-in girlfriend maintaining innocence, but charged with her murder.
I'm confident that Julie Beverly is guilty.
This case, the more I learned about it, the more I'm scratching my head. Something's not right.
I'm Lauren Bright Pacheco. Murder on Songbird Road dives into the conviction of a mother of 4 who remains behind bars and the investigation that put her there.
I have not seen this level of corruption anywhere. It's sickening.
She stabbed somebody that many times. You would have blood splatter. Where's the change of clothes?
She found out she was pregnant in jail. She wasn't treated like she was an innocent human being at all.
Which is just horrific.
Nobody has gotten justice yet. And that's what I wish people would understand.
Listen to Murder on Songbird Road on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It was big news. I mean, white girl gets murdered, found in a cemetery. Big news.
When a young woman is murdered, a desperate search for answers takes investigators to some unexpected places. He believed it could be part of a satanic cult.
I think there were many individuals present. I don't know who pulled the trigger.
A long investigation stalls until someone changes their story.
I saw hoping that happened.
An arrest, trial, and conviction soon follow.
We just saw his body just kind of collapsing.
2 decades later, a new team of lawyers says their client is innocent. He did not kill her. There's no way. Is the real killer rightly behind bars or still walking free? Are you capable of murder?
I definitely am not.
Did you kill her? Listen to The Real Killer, Season 3, on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The best New Year's resolution is one that fades over time. Literally. If you have unhealthy body fat you want to see disappear, call 3010 Weight Loss for Life. You'll start losing weight your very first week, and while you burn that fat, the coaches at 3010 will teach you what to eat, when, and how. So once you lose that weight, you'll never find it again. Find out how. Call 855-YES-3010. 855-YES-3010. 3010 Weight Loss for Life.
Welcome back to Shades of the Afterlife. I'm Sandra Champlain, and in this segment together, we're going to do some reading from the book Home with God in a Life That Never Ends by Neil Donald Walsh, who's the author of the Conversations with God series. Throughout the book, there are no chapters, but what there are different things that are called remembrances. I won't go through all of them now, but here are just some. No path home is better than any other path. You and God are one. There is no separation between you. You cannot change ultimate reality, but you can change your experience of it. Birth and death are the same thing. Free choice is the act of pure creation, and your gift, your glory, and your power forever and ever. And in death, you will be greeted by all of your loved ones, those who have died before you and those who will die after you. Sounds like a riddle, doesn't it? Let me start by reading the introduction by Neil Donald Walsh. This is the word-for-word transcription of a holy conversation. It is a conversation with God about being home with God. It is the last installment of an extraordinary dialogue covering nearly 3,000 pages in 9 books written over 11 years and touching on all aspects of human life. The present exchange explores many areas of human experience and, at a greater depth than ever before, one area in particular, death and dying, and the life hereafter. The dialogue at one point journeys into territory lying at the furthest frontier of spirituality, the cosmology of all of life. It offers a breathtaking glimpse of ultimate reality, presented through metaphor. It reveals in simple, accessible language the reason and purpose for living, ways in which humans may achieve the greatest joy, the nature of the journey upon which we are all embarked, and the extraordinary end to that journey. An end that turns out to be not an end at all, but an ecstatic interlude in a glorious and ongoing experience, the full description of which staggers the imagination. The dialogue here is circular. It springs forward in spirals to astonishing new and never described or imagined places, then springs back to old ground to make sure the next mind-bending exploration begins on solid footing. If you will have patience with this book, and by the way, with your life, it will reward you grandly. The message of Home with God may be one of the most hopeful and helpful that humanity has ever received. It is important for you to understand how you came to this conversation. If you think you came to it by chance, you will have missed the enormity of what is happening to you right now. Your soul has brought you to this conversation. It has brought you to every other conversation you have ever had in whatever form. You have been brought here because the universe understands that you have been quietly calling for answers to the questions all humans ask. What is really going on here in this life, and what will happen when this life is over? Will we be reunited with loved ones who have gone before? Will we know what's going on after we die? Wrapped in the replies to these inquiries are enormous implications for every human being. Would we live our lives any differently if we actually had those answers? I think we would. We would be less afraid to die, as we were always intended to live. It hurts my heart to know that many people feel frightened as they approach their time of passing into the next world, to say nothing of when they are in this one. Like my mother, she was utterly at peace at death. The young priest who went to administer the last rites of the church came out shaking his head. She, he whispered, was comforting me. Mom had an unshakable faith that she was stepping into the arms of God. She knew what life was about, and she knew what death was not about. Life was giving all that you had to all that you loved, without hesitation, without question, without limitation. Death was not about anything closing down, but everything opening up. I remember that she used to say, "When I die, don't be sad. Dance on my grave." Mom felt that God was by her side during her entire life, and that this was exactly where God was going to be at her death. There are a few more pages, but at the end of the introduction, he says, "It is a miracle that you found this text. I believe that it is, as I have said. I believe your soul drew you to this book out of the impulse that draws each of us onward to our next step, to our next understanding, and ultimately to the divine. None of us has to follow that impulse. We may change course in any direction. We may go in any other direction, or we may stand still and not go anywhere for a long time, stalled in our confusion. Eventually, however, we will all move forward again, and we cannot."
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, price lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
At the UPS store, we know things can get busy this upcoming holiday. You can count on us to be open and ready to help with any packing and shipping or anything else you might need.
Is there anything you can't do?
Actually, I don't have a good singing voice. The UPS... No. But our certified packing experts can pack and ship just about anything.
At least that's good.
The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. Come in today to get your holiday goodies there on time.
Hey, New Orleans, the Crown Royal Rig is headed your way. As the official whiskey of the NFL, it's not a kickoff without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. All NFL season long, the Crown Royal Rig has generously delivered the ultimate tailgate experience to football and whiskey fans alike. Now, the rig is making its final stop in
Here's the
Norwalk,
definition of
Super Bowl
podcast.
59.
A digital audio file made available on the internet for downloading to a computer.
You can join in on our last stop of the season, Big Easy style. Please drink responsibly.
PARCAST.
stepped in. A hidden door behind us sealed off the way back. In front of us was an obstacle course. Below the course was about a 20-foot drop into a brightly colored ball pit. If you fell into the ball pit, it looked like there was no way out. There was a set of monkey bars leading to the other platform, across the ball pit. The voice boomed over the loudspeaker again.
Your first challenge is simple, kids. Find your way to the end of the course, or find your way to the end of your lives.
What? He didn't just say that, did he? I said out loud. We all looked at each other, any shade of curiosity now morphed into fear and, frankly, anger. What made it worse was that the voice sounded almost like he was laughing while he said it. Screw this, man, Hunter shouted, and for once I agreed with him. He grabbed Lizzie's arm. Come on, we're going. No, I don't think we can, she protested, and she was right. Suddenly, the wall behind us started to move in from behind us. It was going to push us off the platform. Our standing space started shrinking before our eyes.
Very good, the voice chanted. Now we're cooking with hot oil. Don't dilly-dally. The walls show no sign of stopping.
I remembered my eyes darting to the ball pit. I didn't want the voice to win, but what choice did we have? We need to go, I shouted. I went first and grabbed the monkey bars. Liz and Greg were right behind me. After about 20 seconds on the bars, we made it to the other side. In the distance, I could hear faint cheers and applause. I looked back and noticed Hunter was still on the platform. The wall behind him was now close to pushing him into the pit. Hunter, what are you doing? Hurry up and go, Lizzie screamed. This is all a bunch of BS. I'm going to wait and see what happens. The wall bumped into him and pushed him into the ball pit. We glanced down and didn't see him. Finally, his head surfaced. He yelled up at us. See, guys, it's not so bad after all. So how exactly are you going to get out? I asked. There's probably a way on the bottom, he replied. All of a sudden, a metal covering started to go across the ball pit. It was forming a dome on top of the foam pit. Hunter started screaming. Once the covering extended to both sides, the screaming stopped.
Looks like we've had our first knockout, folks. Some kids just aren't built for this course.
The voice echoed. A deep chuckle peppered his words. I looked at Lizzie and I could see the horror in her eyes. We walked to the next room in silence. The only sound was our heavy breathing from the physical exertion of the previous course. The next room was like something out of a demonic Willy Wonka book. A gushing stream was rushing right through the center of it. There was a boat latched onto the side. I'm assuming we'd have to row the boat to the other side of the stream.
Step forward and choose a place, players.
The voice chimed happily. We looked down at the floor markers. There were 3 circles on the ground in front of us. One was labeled farmer, the other wolf. The next one was goat, and the last spot was labeled lettuce. Screw this. Greg held up his middle finger to the ceiling, as if that's where the voice came from. You already put it.
This episode includes descriptions of graphic violence and injury. Discretion is advised, especially for listeners under the age of 13.
Teresa Neumann lay in bed, slipping in and out of consciousness. One moment, she was in her room. The next, she was somewhere else entirely.
As that other reality came into focus, Teresa realized she was standing in one of the holiest sites on earth, the Garden of Gethsemane.
According to the Bible, that's where Jesus spent the night before his crucifixion. In a moment of fear, he prayed for God to find another way to save humanity.
Teresa had never been there before, and yet the scene was oddly clear. The moon hung high in the sky, shining white light on the twisted branches of the olive tree. Nearby, 3 men lounged on boulders, looking exhausted.
Then she saw him. Jesus Christ himself knelt before her, deep in prayer.
Teresa knew what was happening right away. This was the night he begged God to spare his life, the night he was arrested in the lead-up to his crucifixion. And somehow, she was here to witness it all.
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take "we don't know" for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This is our first episode on Christian mystic Teresa Neumann. She rose from humble beginnings to perform incredible feats of healing and reportedly had religious visions that left physical evidence.
Today, we'll explore Teresa's early years growing up in Germany. After an accident left her physically disabled, she started having visions of Jesus Christ and other religious figures. This culminated when she seemingly witnessed one of the most important events in Christian history, the Passion of Christ.
Next time, we'll discuss Teresa's legacy and some of her most polarizing claims. We'll examine the mystic's alleged 40-year fast and dive into the concept of stigmata. We'll debate whether it's evidence of God's might or if it reveals the power of an all-too-human mind.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
Yay! Shout out to Spotify for their originals, some of which.
When you think of the word mystical, what springs to mind? The worlds of mysticism and religion might feel separate, but they're more intertwined than you may think, especially when we remember that at its core, mysticism is about contact and connection with the divine.
Some of the
It's
most
also about
important Christian
Hasidic
figures
Jews,
are
everybody.
mystics. St. Augustine's special relationship with God allegedly gave him healing abilities, and in the 1000s, theologian Anselm of Canterbury dedicated his life to contemplation on God's nature, which eventually became a template for monks to follow for centuries afterward.
These accounts may seem like they belong in the distant past, and yet, as recently as the 20th century, people reportedly did amazing things that seemed like evidence of their mystical power. People like Teresa Neumann.
In the beginning, her life wasn't any more or less special than anyone else's. Born on Good Friday in 1898, her parents named her after Saint Teresa of Avila. That was pretty typical in their small Bavarian village of Konnersreuth. Most people there were devout Roman Catholics, including the Neumanns.
A family friend and author, Adalbert Albert Vogel, documented much of Teresa's life in his book, Teresa Neumann, Mystic and Stigmatist. According to him, Teresa knew she wanted to dedicate her life to the church from an early age. She and her family went to Mass and received communion every single day. But she wanted to do more. She dreamed of becoming a missionary, taking the gospel to the farthest and most isolated reaches of the globe.
But the realities of her daily life were far less exciting. Although Teresa's father was a tailor, his profits weren't nearly enough to support Teresa and her 8 siblings. For the most part, the Neumanns relied on their small farm to get by.
As the oldest, Teresa was expected to help take care of the other kids and handle chores. She learned the value of a hard day's work and became one of the family's best laborers.
Although Teresa never complained, that's a lot of pressure for a teenager. And it might explain why she wasn't a better student. She was smart, but her grades were just okay.
When World War I broke out in 1914, her father was drafted into the military. 16-year-old Teresa put her missionary dreams on hold to pick up his slack at home. 4 years later, she was still on the farm, continuing her work. Since she was such a skilled laborer, her uncle hired her to help on his land, too.
One Sunday in March, Teresa was handling the chores when she heard shouting coming from the barn.
All of a sudden, she smelled smoke. She and the other workers ran to find the building engulfed in flames.
It was all hands on deck. Teresa stood on a stool, passing heavy pails of water up to someone who'd gotten inside the loft. Then, that person threw the water in the fire to keep it from spreading. After a few hours, the worst of it was over. As the adrenaline wore off, exhaustion set in.
Teresa crumpled under the weight of her soaking wet clothes, tumbling her off the stool to the hard ground. When she tried to stand, pain shot up and down her spine.
Someone helped her up, but even once Teresa was on her feet, she could barely walk on her own. The best she could do was hobble down the road to her house. As she lay in bed that night, Teresa prayed that with a little rest, she'd be back to her old self.
Unfortunately, her physical health only got worse from there. Besides the back pain, agonizing cramps seized Teresa's legs. Her family called in doctors from the neighboring town. From what they could tell, Teresa had partial paralysis in her spine, likely caused by the fall. They recommended several treatments, but none made a difference.
Although it seemed hopeless, Teresa was tough. She was only 20 years old, with her whole life ahead of her. More than that, she couldn't bear the idea that she'd never become a missionary. So she tried to live as if nothing had changed, pushing herself to do all the same chores as before. But it wasn't easy.
Weeks or maybe months after her accident, Teresa began having trouble with her vision. It deteriorated until she was almost blind. Even then, barely able to walk or see, she continued to stumble around the farm, helping where she could. Even occasional fainting spells didn't stop her.
But one day, after nearly a year of suffering, she took a serious tumble down a steep wooden staircase leading to the family's basement.
After this latest fall, she was essentially bedridden. Eventually, she developed terrible bed sores. Some were so deep, her bones were exposed.
By the one-year anniversary of her accident, March 1919, Teresa had lost what was left of her sight.
Once upon a time, she shouldered her family's burdens. Now, Teresa felt like she was adding to them, and there was nothing she could do about it.
To deal with the dark thoughts clouding her mind, Teresa turned to her faith. Since she couldn't go to church for communion anymore, her pastor, Father Joseph Naber, came to her. During these visits, he offered Teresa blessings and spiritual guidance. After spending so much time together, the two became close friends.
When Father Naber wasn't there, Teresa's parents and siblings took turns reading her scriptures and other religious stories. Her favorite was the tale of Teresa of Lisieux, also known as the Little Flower of Jesus.
Teresa admired the little flower for a number of reasons, beyond their shared name. In her journals, the little flower said she was desperate to serve the Lord, but her circumstances prevented her from getting far.
Because of convent politics, the little flower was a permanent novice, which meant she'd never be a full nun. Even worse, her order was cloistered, meaning they weren't allowed to interact with the outside world in any way.
Since great deeds were out of the question, she committed to perform small ones inside the convent walls.
The little flower sent letters and prayers of support to those who could go out on mission. She ate the leftovers no one else wanted and accepted the blame for mistakes she didn't make. As a symbol of her little daily sacrifices, she scattered flowers around the convent grounds, which is how she got her nickname.
After living a humble life, the little flower died in 1897 when she was only 24 years old.
Teresa saw a lot of herself in the little flower. Like her, Teresa's big dreams of becoming a missionary had been dashed, but she showed that even the smallest actions are important in the kingdom of God.
Vogel noted that this helped Teresa accept her circumstances, and as soon as she did, she felt a level of spiritual contentment unlike anything she'd ever experienced before. From that point onward, All Teresa wanted was to help others.
In her private prayer time, she volunteered to take on the pain of those in purgatory. Catholic tradition says in purgatory, the deceased pay for their wrongdoing via pain and punishment before they can reach paradise. But if Teresa took on some of that affliction, those souls could reach heaven faster.
2 years later, it seemed Teresa's wish to serve others came true. One day, a young man who was studying to be a priest came to visit her. They got to talking, and the man explained he had a throat condition that threatened to end his ministry before it even began.
After hearing this, Teresa decided to complete a novena on his behalf. This means she said a specific prayer every day for 9 days. Novenas typically ask God for a favor, like healing. But Teresa didn't just pray for the man's recovery. She asked God to allow her to take on his sickness.
Sure enough, after 9 days, the young man's throat was feeling much better. Meanwhile, Teresa's throat became so painful she could barely eat. Soon, she lost her appetite entirely.
Teresa would live with this particular ailment for 8 years until the man performed his first mass as a priest.
Many who knew Teresa already thought she was special, but this was on a whole other level, and this would only be Teresa's first miracle of many.
Coming up, Teresa becomes a famous mystic.
I'm Darnell Ishmael, guest host of Bass Reeves' No Master But Duty, the special 4-part miniseries from Solved Murders. I am honored to take you on a journey deep into the Old West to meet one of the greatest true crime heroes you may have never known existed, Bass Reeves. No Master But Duty reveals the true story of a formerly enslaved man who went on to become one of the most legendary U.S. deputy marshals in the American West, bringing justice to over 3,000
Hot,
criminals.
dude. Black
Follow
Cowboy
Solved
Marshal.
Murders and catch all 4 episodes of
Black
Bass
Cowboy
Reeves'
Marshal.
No Master But Duty. Listen
like
for
it,
free. Only on Spotify.
Now, back to the story.
Let's add it to the list of new podcasts, dude. Bass Reed, Black Federal Marshal, Cowboy, Spotify. Bass Reeves. I'm going back to what I was just listening to. Because I feel like this woman's name is really recognizable, but I don't remember this whole story about this woman that's in a convent, sucking up people's illnesses. Also, what an awful thing to do. To pray and be like, God, I want to volunteer to take on all of, oh, you have to pay. I am not buying any podcast ever. Lame. It's on Spotify, all right, as an audiobook. Oh, wait, we have another Spotify. More than one is on. Anyways, they said that she prayed to God to let her suck up all of the sins of people in purgatory. First off, purgatory isn't a real thing. Thank God. Second off, just awful, man. Why would you pray for that? I want to take on everybody's suffering. No, thanks. Damn. No, you do have to pay for this podcast. Well, why did they just advertise it like they did? That was kind of misleading. You want to hear about Bass? You gotta pay money. I'll try searching again later.
In 1923, 1 year after Teresa Neumann performed her first miraculous healing, her favorite nun, the Little Flower, Teresa of Lisieux, was scheduled for beatification. This meant she was on her way to becoming a saint.
Teresa was fascinated by the whole process.
And let's all give thanks for that. Dear Godzilla, we are all so grateful you haven't made any of us saints. Because anybody who knows anything about sainthood knows how you sign off on their mistreatment, Godzilla. So we're all glad we're not saints. Amen.
So we'll try to break it down here. It's pretty complicated, so we'll keep it as simple as we can.
To start, the person being considered for sainthood can't
If you don't know what I'm talking about, you're not a Catholic.
even be nominated until 5 years after their death.
Or as Ari
Once that
Schaefer
waiting
put it,
period
you know, like the
passes, the
snobbiest
bishop
of all
of the
the
region where they
Christian
died
religions.
opens an investigation into whether they lived a life of what they call heroic virtues.
The bishop puts together a tribunal to interview relevant people and gather evidence. They send a report to the Congregation for the Causes of Saints in Rome. This is a group that reviews possible candidates for sainthood as well as alleged holy objects. And they don't work alone. The report on the possible saint is also examined by a team of theologians, aka religious scholars.
If it passes their inspection and gets endorsed by the congregation, the report goes to the Pope for his final stamp of approval. And that's just step one.
Step 2, beatification, can only start once the nominee is proven to have performed a posthumous miracle. For the church to officially declare something miraculous, there can't be a rational scientific explanation for the event.
Step 3, canonization. This requires yet another miracle, which has to happen after the nominee was beatified. So that's at least 2 miracles after death. If that all goes smoothly, they can finally be named a saint of the Catholic Church.
As a reminder, though the little flower was first eligible in 1902, she wasn't up for beatification until 1923. That means it took 21 years to get to the beatification stage. Still, Teresa was so excited, you might have thought she was the one being honored.
According to Vogel's retelling, in the days leading up to the festivities, Teresa prayed a novena for the little flower. Her family helped her decorate a picture of the soon-to-be blessed servant of God.
The actual ceremony took place in Rome on April 29th. Since Teresa couldn't be there in person, she followed along closely from her bed, likely with the help of a radio broadcast.
At the very moment the bishop declared the little flower beatified, Teresa had a vision of the mystic showering her with roses. She closed her eyes as the petals brushed her face. When she opened them, blurry shapes appeared where the petals had been.
I have heard of
Teresa
her. I may have
looked
even
around
listened
her
to this
room.
episode. I remember
Slowly,
that.
the shapes became
The
furniture
nun
and
with
other
the-
items she hadn't seen
the
in so
roses.
long. Then it hit her. She could see again. After 4 long years, Teresa was no longer blind.
Too bad that didn't happen to the girl
Once
from
she
Little House
regained
on
her
the Prairie.
sight, Teresa became
was her
even more
Miss
devoted
Rose
to the
Beaver?
little flower. When her canonization day finally came 2 years later, in May 1925, Teresa met the newly declared saint again in another vision.
This time, the little flower asked Teresa a question. Did she want to be healed?
For 6 years, Teresa had believed God wanted her to accept her physical state. So now, she said whatever God willed was fine with her.
The little flower tried again. Wouldn't it make her happy to suffer just a little less? Teresa doubled down, saying anything that came from God made her happy.
It seems she passed Little Flower's test. Teresa felt a pair of invisible hands lift her out of her bed. Then suddenly, the aching in her spine and legs stopped for the first time in years.
Her family had been sure Teresa would never walk again. And yet, after this miracle, she stood before them completely healed. The only ailment left was the throat condition she'd taken from the young priest 3 years earlier. The Neumanns couldn't believe their eyes.
Teresa didn't waste any time getting back to all the activities she used to love. She returned to the farm, eager to repay her family for the years of care and attention they'd given her.
But just when it seemed like her worries were over, Teresa was dealt another blow. Later that year, she found herself back in bed with a horrible pain in her torso. She spent nearly a week doubled over before her family called a doctor.
It didn't take him long to figure out what was happening. She had appendicitis. He urged them to get her to a hospital for surgery right away. Instead, they called Father Knobber for a second opinion.
That might seem like an odd response, but Teresa had been miraculously healed before. It's possible they thought it would happen again. They just needed to have faith. But Father Knobber seemed to agree with the doctor. He said it was God's will to get Teresa to an operating room immediately.
As everyone sprang into action, Teresa reminded the doctor she would do anything God wanted her to. Just then, she seized up in excruciating pain.
A second later, and just as suddenly, she sat upright. She seemed to be listening to something or someone hovering near the ceiling. Teresa nodded and said yes several times before writhing in agony again.
Then everything stopped.
Teresa's muscles relaxed and she took a deep breath. Before anyone could process what was happening, she shot out of bed and stood up straight for the first time in days.
Apparently, she'd been talking to the little flower who'd commanded her to go to the church to say the Thanksgiving prayers. As for what she was giving thanks for, apparently, the appendicitis was cured.
Teresa did exactly what the little flower told her to do. Right after calling her doctor to let him know her surgery was no longer necessary. Sure enough, after a day of prayer, she visited the physician the following afternoon. He confirmed all the symptoms of the condition were gone.
That made 3 times Teresa's favorite saint had stepped in on her behalf. And these encounters taught her a very important lesson. God was willing to perform miracles in return for her complete devotion. After all the challenges she'd faced, now Teresa had more faith than ever. She was in better health than she'd been in a long time. The Neumann family certainly had a lot to celebrate over the holidays that year.
As winter faded into spring in 1926, Teresa began to prepare for Lent, the 40 days leading up to Easter. But the season got off to a rough start. Around the end of February, Teresa got the flu.
As Vogel notes in his biography of Teresa, she celebrated the beginning of Lent from bed. That's when she had her first ecstatic vision of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane.
Some people think of ecstasy as meaning intense happiness, but it roughly translates to the act of transcending yourself. It can describe visions that are religious in nature, in which a person seems to connect directly with a higher power like God.
In many religions, achieving ecstasy makes someone a mystic. Roman Catholic mystics reach this state through deep contemplative prayer, focused on feeling God's presence. In fact, Saint Teresa of Avila, our Teresa's namesake, literally wrote the book on mystical experiences brought on through prayer.
Teresa Neumann didn't need to make as much or any effort, and the ecstasies always came in the form of vision. As we mentioned, the first one was of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane.
If this was a dream, it was the most intense one Teresa had ever had. She didn't just watch the moment unfold before her. She experienced it as if she and Jesus were one and the same. As she stared at the Savior, Teresa felt a sharp pain in her left side, like she was being stabbed. But she was too transfixed by Jesus' agony to pay much attention to her own.
When she came back to her body, Teresa was exhausted, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Her left side ached in the same spot that had hurt during her vision.
She reached down to feel for the wound, and her hand came away wet. In fact, her whole bed was soaked in blood.
Coming up, Teresa's mystical status is sealed.
Ugh, awful.
Now,
So
back to the story.
After her first ecstatic vision of Jesus Christ in the Garden of Gethsemane, Teresa Neumann was shaken. She reeled with questions. What was God trying to tell her? And why was she bleeding?
As she wiped away the blood, she found a wound. It was about 1.5 inches long, just near her heart on the left side of her chest. Teresa was surprised but not fearful. If her new fate was to spontaneously find injuries on her body, so be it.
Good thing, because this was only the beginning. She continued having dreams the next 3 Fridays in Lent. Then, on the weekend of Easter, she fell into another ecstasy, reliving Jesus' ordeal in real time.
Thursday night, Teresa found herself back at Gethsemane. She felt Jesus' agony as he fought to accept his fate. Her heart broke with betrayal as Judas kissed his cheek, signaling to the Roman soldiers that Jesus was who they were after. Her arms sagged as they clasped heavy irons around Jesus' wrists and led him away.
Teresa stayed with Jesus until early Friday morning, watching as an angry mob harassed him during his trial. Flecks of spit sprayed her face, and her ears rang with screams of mockery. When someone slapped him, Teresa felt the burning sting on her own cheek.
She stood by as the judge sentenced Jesus to be crucified and writhed alongside him as he was struck with a whip, tearing deep trenches in his back. She could taste the metallic tang of blood in the back of her throat.
Teresa knew all too well what was coming next. Jesus was forced to carry the huge wooden cross to the site of his own execution. The rough wood pressed against Teresa's already tender back, digging into the open wounds. She couldn't hear anything above the deafening shouts from the crowd, eager to see Jesus die.
Eventually, they reached the hill where Jesus would meet his end. Soldiers hammered large iron nails through Jesus' palms and feet. Simultaneously, Teresa felt the metal pierce her muscles and tendons.
And when he was lifted into place, Teresa experienced anguish like never before.
As Teresa contorted on her bed back in Connor's Route, her family stood by, helpless. They watched new lesions open on her hands and feet as the crucifixion approached. By the time Father Naber arrived, Teresa was leaking blood from her eyes.
But the worst wasn't over yet. As Jesus' suffering increased, so did Teresa's. At one point, Father Naber thought about administering her last rites. Time stretched out endlessly, until Teresa suddenly let out a long, ragged breath and fell silent.
Recovering from this ecstasy took a lot longer than the others. Hours passed before Teresa seemed even remotely normal. Her family helped her clean up, and once she was back in bed,
I don't know what Unit 27 is doing. We just keep stopping the podcast over and over again. It's 3:02 p.m. We put this
Ed,
up.
Father Naber asked to see her injuries.
In addition to the wound on her side, small holes had opened in the middle of her hands and feet. When Father Naber saw those, everything became clear. Teresa was experiencing stigmata.
According to Catholic mysticism,
I don't know what Unit 207
stigmata
doing.
is the
They're
spontaneous
stopping
appearance
the
of
podcast
injuries
over and
that
over again.
correspond to
You
the
think they're
wounds
shutting this
Jesus
thing off?
suffered during the crucifixion. It's interpreted as a sign the person has a special connection to the Savior.
From then on, Teresa regularly relived the crucifixion, also referred to as the Passion of Christ. Her visions always corresponded with an important date on the Catholic calendar.
According to Vogel, Teresa's close relationship with Jesus also seemingly gave her extraordinary ability. She could recognize any priest even if they weren't.
Even if they were a pedophile, she could recognize any priest. Anyway, the point of that story, guys, thank goodness none of us are experiencing stigmata. Can you imagine that? You just got all your normal problems, and then God's like, now look, you're going to experience what Jesus experienced and bleed. Why?
1909. Late one evening in
This
the
is about the
sleepy
Jersey
town of
Devil.
West Collingswood, New Jersey, Charles
The edge
Close
of the
and George
figure.
Boggs walked home from the tavern.
They were engaged in a friendly debate until Boggs noticed a strange silhouette hulking over the rooftop of a nearby house. Close turned to look. The darkness obscured most of the thing's features, but they could make out a pair of leathery wings protruding from its back.
Luckily, the men were near the
Oh,
local
yeah,
fire
dude,
chief's
sounds
house,
just like her.
so they banged on his door for help. The fire chief took one look at the beast and sounded the alarm.
The Jersey Devil!
Chillingly, the noise wasn't enough to scare the winged monster away.
When the fire team arrived, they pointed the hose at the roof and blasted the creature.
But she just crossed the street and got on her cell phone.
Leaped down to the street and ran away on its hind legs, just as the entire town poured into the streets to see what the ruckus was about.
Moments later, the creature shrieked and doubled back. In the glow of the street lamps, the crowd finally got a good look at it.
Neither human nor animal. It looked like a horse standing upright, with the head of a snarling dog and horns sprouting from behind its ears. Its scaly tail and cloven hooves reminded the onlookers of Satan himself.
Without warning, it screeched again, then flew off into the night. This was the first time since the wretched beast's birth that anyone had laid eyes on the Jersey Devil.
She comes around here every Friday. And lately, more often than that, damn. Kind of cute,
Welcome
though.
to
Kinda cute.
Unexplained Mysteries,
Especially
a
when she
Spotify
wears her
original
heels.
from Parcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take we don't know for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
If you're wondering, this episode is about the Jersey Devil. And some say that in the modern era, the Jersey Devil puts on a disguise and moonlights as various property managers. And sometimes lawyers who get federally disbarred.
On Spotify.
This is our first episode on the Jersey Devil, a famous cryptid from the Pine Barrens region of New Jersey. Sightings date back to the 1700s. Over the years,
You see, all the Jersey Devil sightings are the same. She's always walking on people's rooftops. She loves to do that shit, stomping around. So she got wise, and then now in the modern era, she does the contouring with the makeup. And she went into property management and law so she could break and enter. Tired of using her little hooven feet on rooftops. But anyway, this is not about the modern era, guys. This is about 100 years ago. Back to the podcast.
its folk status has grown, with New Jerseyites affectionately naming it their official state demon. Even a hockey team uses its likeness as their mascot.
Today, we'll discuss the origins of the Jersey Devil. We'll examine notable sightings from Napoleon Bonaparte's brother Joseph to an incident in 1909 known as the Week of Terror. To this day, witnesses still claim to...
She's the precinct of stalkers and fraudsters mascot too, guys. Yeah, that's their mascot too.
Spot the elusive beast.
Next time, we'll investigate
The
possible
elusive
explanations
beast.
for the Jersey Devil. Perhaps it's a prehistoric animal that has survived to this day. Or it could be an elaborate hoax.
Or she's
Or
going
maybe
extinct.
It's an actual demon
Stay
cursed
tuned.
by the devil
Da, da, da,
the
da, da.
moment it was born.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us. If you grew up in New Jersey, you're probably familiar with the Jersey Devil. You may have even seen it yourself or known someone who has.
The creature is said to roam the Pine Barrens region of New Jersey and neighboring areas in the Delaware Valley. Located near New York City and Philadelphia, these 1 million square acres of forest feel like they could carry you back through time. You'd half expect to find Rip Van Winkle sleeping between the trees.
While largely a pine forest, the Pine Barrens is unique due to its acidic, sandy soil. The region was once under the ocean, and all that sand is still there today. The land isn't useful for farming. Imagine trying to plant a garden on a beach. Instead, locals used the space to fish, hunt, and cultivate cranberry bogs.
The Lenape people inhabited the area for over 10,000 years. But in the late 1600s, early colonizers from Sweden and the Netherlands began...
See, it's the blonde-haired white folks coming over and bringing their little monsters to the Indians. That's how the Jersey Devil got here. Are you listening to this? Let me rewind it 15 seconds.
and to settle there. The following
Locals used the space to fish, hunt, and cultivate cranberry bogs.
And then the
Lenni
goddamn
Lenape
blonde
people
showed up.
inhabited the area for over 10,000 years. But in the late 1600s, early colonizers from Sweden and the Netherlands began to settle there. The following century, the area became a popular destination for British settlers seeking a better life in the New World.
Legends of the Jersey Devil arose during the Revolutionary era about 250 years ago. While there are conflicting accounts about its origin, the most common
Wife and matriarch of the Leeds family, one of the earliest European households to settle in the Pine Barrens. Her husband had a reputation as the town drunk.
Unit
he was
207
no
just
help when it
criminally
came to
legally
raising
shut
their
off the
12
Wi-Fi on
Needless
this
to say,
laptop that is
Leeds was pretty good.
playing the podcast. Is the live stream also shut
So
off?
when she found out she was pregnant with her 13th child, the woman snapped. At wit's end, she cursed, quote, "Let this child be a devil."
Little did she know that months later, she'd get her wish.
It's 3:11 p.m. PST Nerd Squad.
On a stormy night, Mother Leeds went into labor. Surrounded by midwives, she gave birth to what looked like a normal, healthy-looking baby boy. At first.
But as a midwife held the baby in her arms, it started to morph into something demonic. The baby's skull elongated into a horse's head. Its feet hardened into hooves. His skin turned into leathery scales, and a tail sprouted from his tailbone. The women screamed as leathery wings burst from its shoulder blades, and the grotesque demon took flight.
Terrified, one of the midwives grabbed a broom and swatted at the beast, but it
For
escaped
those
through
of
the
you who
chimney.
don't know, one of
There's
the
no
women going to
official
prison for
narrative
the
on what
longest,
happened to
I
the
call
demon
her the
after
Jersey
that.
Devil, and
But
it is
legend
such an
says it
accurate
took
cover.
refuge in the woods.
There it raised itself, but it resented the settlers in the nearby village and grew more vengeful with each passing day.
I don't know if she's
In other
upstairs right now.
versions of the
She's
story,
probably at the
the baby
courthouse or the
attacked and
prosecutor's
killed
office
Mother
or the
Leeds
police
before
precinct.
flying away. The most gruesome version has the devil killing not only its mother, but its father and 12 siblings who were waiting in the other room.
Granted, it's hard to say where this myth originated. We know that there were several branches of the Leeds family living in the Pine Barrens at the time, but there's no surviving documentation of one with 13 children. This missing piece is often used to discredit the mother lead story as mere folktale.
Which brings us to other origin stories from later in the 19th century. Each account differs, but they usually follow the same arc. A desperate mother curses her unwanted pregnancy and gives birth to a demonic creature later known as the Jersey Devil.
There's also a decent amount of inconsistency when it comes to the beast's appearance. According to The Jersey Devil by James McCloy and Ray Miller Jr., it's most commonly described as having, quote, the body of a kangaroo, the wings of a bat, the feet of a pig, and a forked tail.
However, countless reports throughout the 1700s and 1800s described it as 3 feet tall with the face of a dog. Others said it towered over 8 feet and compared it to a horse.
Over the course of centuries, people reported the Jersey Devil crashing through treetops, landing on roofs, or flying low over town, sometimes breathing fire like a dragon.
It often appeared in the early hours of the morning at 2 or 3 a.m., also known as the witching hour.
So it's no surprise that the Jersey Devil became a frequent scapegoat for anything bad that happened in the region. This included poor harvests, periods of drought, and livestock deaths.
In 1840, several farmers complained about losing sheep and chickens to a mysterious predator in the dead of night. They heard screeching and ripping noises coming from the barn. When they rushed to open the door, all that remained were blood and red hoof prints leading away from the scene.
At first, the locals wondered whether the attack might have been a wolf pack or an enterprising dog, but the hoof prints and bird-like shrieks led the most vocal among them to believe otherwise. The Jersey Devil was the only predator that fit the bill.
While the creature preyed on farm animals, the people who lived in its territory seemed safe. The monster rarely interacted with humans, though there were 2 notable sightings in the 19th century. The first was reported by Commodore Stephen Decatur.
Commodore Decatur was a naval war hero from the War of 1812. During the conflict, he spent time in the Pine Barrens at the Hanover Iron Works. They were a cannonball manufacturer, and Decatur wanted to inspect their work.
One chilly autumn morning, while testing cannonballs at the firing range, Decatur and his men spotted something awful careening toward them. It looked like a
What a cool job that would be. He was a cannonball tester, dude. Hello, Unit 207. You suck so much dick. Now I have to refresh the podcast. Anybody who's ever used Spotify on desktop knows that that's a huge pain in the ass. Because now I have to manually go back to the episodes I was at, except for the episode that was playing. It's 3:16 p.m. I don't know what's going on, Nerd Squad. The Lenovo ThinkPad is still connected to the internet, but it's reflecting as having like the weakest signal ever. Just like in the last 15 minutes because of Unit 207.
looked like a hellish bat with a lizard's tail.
Commodore Decatur ordered his men to aim at the beast. They shot a cannonball straight through the Jersey Devil's wing. It screeched in pain and dipped low in the sky.
But just before it hit the ground, it regained momentum. Decatur had his men reload the cannon, ready for another attack. But before they could fire, the Jersey Devil swooped below the tree line and disappeared.
Around the same time that Decatur was fighting the Jersey Devil, Napoleon Bonaparte's brother Jonathan landed in the Pine Barrens. Formerly the King of Spain, he'd been exiled by rebel forces in 1813. Since then, he decided to live a more pastoral life in the United States.
In Bordentown, New Jersey, which sits right near the Pennsylvania border, he bought an estate that was large enough to house his exceptional art collection. For 7 years, Bonaparte's mansion was the place for French expatriates to hunt, network, and party.
That is, until one morning in 1820. Bonaparte went hunting alone, hoping to track game in the fresh powder. He found hoof prints that, at least initially, looked like they'd come from a deer. But once he got a closer look, he thought they resembled a donkey's, but if it were walking on its hind legs.
While he still considered the tracks, Bonaparte heard a long, slow hiss from behind him. He turned around to see a horse-faced monster with a long neck and
On June 25th, 1836, 5 schoolboys hiked up Arthur's Seat, a hill overlooking Edinburgh, Scotland. They were rabbit hunting, but it had been a slow day so far.
just as the boys stopped to rest, one of their hunting dogs barked and yanked on his leash. He pointed his nose toward a rocky cliff on the side of the hill.
The students assumed the dog had smelled a rabbit hole. Hoping to find the burrow, one of the boys, who we'll call John, scrambled up the steep slope on his hands and knees.
At one point, he put his hand down on a loose piece of slate shaped like an arrowhead. John hardly noticed until the slate gave way beneath him.
John lost his footing and slid down the cliffside. He scrambled, desperate to find a foothold. Finally, he managed to stop himself.
But even this accident couldn't deter him from reaching the top. John climbed back up to the broken slate
and slid down the
discovered why
cliffside.
the dog had barked. A small cave no larger than his head beckoned from the side of the hill.
John peered inside. It was dark, but he could just make out something hidden in the cavern. He reached in, and his fingers wrapped around a hard object.
He pulled his hand out and screamed. He grabbed a small wooden coffin.
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Mal.
It'd be cool if you opened it up and it was just like a gnome inside of a teeny coffin. Just finding like 17 random little coffins full of garden gnomes.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much.
Or Smurfs, dude. The first coffin was a Smurf. The second coffin was Smurfette.
We don't know, but in this show, we don't take "we don't know" for an answer.
That'd be on all the news. Smurfs for real. Now they're
Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This is our first episode on the miniature coffins of Arthur's Seat. In 1836, a group of students discovered 17 tiny coffins in a cave outside of Edinburgh, Scotland. No one knew who put them there or why.
Today, we'll meet multiple archaeological teams who examined the caskets in the 19th and 20th centuries. Even as they answered questions about the artifacts, they uncovered more mysteries.
Next time, we'll discuss the different explanations about the casket's origins. Some believe they were made by witches, sailors, or revolutionaries. Or perhaps they were a memorial to the victims of 2 serial murderers.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
Well, I guess garden gnomes and Smurfs are out.
According to ancient stories, ghosts haunt Scotland's Edinburgh Castle. Fairies reputedly fly through the Black Cuillin Mountains, and a massive dinosaur named Nessie is said to dwell beneath the waves of Loch Ness. If that wasn't enough, Scotland's national animal is the unicorn.
But no place better encapsulates Scotland's magical folklore than Arthur's Seat.
Just southeast of Edinburgh lie a group of rocky hills called Holyrood Park. Their tallest peak rises over 800 feet in the air and is known as Arthur's Seat. Every year, thousands of people hike up its rugged terrain for a spectacular view of Scotland's capital.
But Arthur's Seat wasn't always the landmark it is today. Just like the rest of Scotland, it has a deep and magical history.
Early settlers spread stories about the peak's formation. Some believe that thousands of years ago, a greedy and terrible dragon terrorized Edinburgh.
To stop the beast, townspeople offered food as tribute. The dragon devoured so much that he fell asleep on a hill outside the city. He slumbered there forever until he turned into Arthur's Seat.
But a different tale might have actually given the mountain its name. Some believe an iconic fortress called Camelot was built on the hilltop. There, King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table defended Britain from invaders and searched for the Holy Grail.
Other myths inspired people to mount mystical missions across the unforgiving terrain. One legend said that those who washed themselves in the hill's springs would look beautiful forever. For centuries, women flocked to scrub their faces and restore their youth.
More recently, a concrete altar and pagan plaque were discovered near Arthur's Seat. Locals worried these could be remnants from an occult ceremony. People had long believed the hill was home to spirits, so perhaps someone had offered a sacrifice to these mystical creatures.
Even with all the mythology surrounding Arthur's Seat, no story captured the Scottish imagination quite like that of the miniature coffins. On June 25th, 1836, 5 young schoolboys uncovered the artifacts that would become one of the region's greatest mysteries.
Accompanied by their loyal dogs, the boys hiked up Arthur's Seat to hunt for rabbits. As the day wore on, they journeyed further from the city and deeper into the hills.
Eventually, the students stopped to rest until one of their dogs barked at a nearby hill. The boys assumed he'd smelled a rabbit, but there were no signs of burrows nearby.
John volunteered to scale the cliff and find out what had startled their hound. He found 3 arrow-shaped pieces of slate, partially blocking a small, dark cave.
He loosened the rocks and tossed them out of the way. Reaching inside the cavern, he pulled out a tiny wooden coffin, then another, and another.
As he dug, John discovered 17 caskets in total. The cavern was like a tiny graveyard. Unnerved, he couldn't help but scream.
The other boys scurried over, eager to see what their friend had found. They all stared wide-eyed at the strange tomb.
Each coffin was a little smaller than a boy's hand. They were arranged in 3 rows, 8 in the bottom of the cave, 8 in the middle, and 1 on the very top.
The boys' hearts pounded. They were alone on Arthur's Seat. There were no adults, no teachers, and no chance of a quick retreat back to the city.
They'd all been raised on Scottish legends, stories of evil spirits and temperamental fairies. Perhaps they were looking at a pixie graveyard.
If that were the case, they were all but doomed. Fairies were spiteful creatures, and the boys were sitting ducks.
Just as terror threatened to overtake them, one boy laughed. To cut the tension, he picked up a casket and tossed it to his friend.
The other boy didn't want to touch a potentially cursed object, so he threw it right back. Soon enough, this devolved into a macabre game of catch.
The coffins flew through the air, and then one slipped through a boy's hands. It shattered on the rocks.
John glared at the splintered wood, while a pit formed in his stomach. He was already scared of the coffins, but now he was truly terrified. His careless friends could have cursed the whole city of Edinburgh.
He begged the other boys to stop. They dropped the coffins, breaking more, and then stared at the shattered remains. All the fun had drained out of the air. They had to right their wrongs as quickly as possible.
8 coffins were still intact. Working fast, the boys returned them to the cave. They arranged the crypt just as they had found it, with the caskets stacked in 3 tiers. Then they gathered their possessions and fled Arthur's Seat. They hoped that if they kept the secret, they wouldn't cause any more trouble.
But the next day, John's guilt overwhelmed him. He asked for a word with his teacher, Mr. Ferguson, and confessed what he and his friends had done.
The schoolmaster's eyes lit up. Ferguson wasn't just a teacher. He was also a member of the local archaeological society. The coffins intrigued him, and he asked John to bring them to school so he could examine them.
So John traveled back to Arthur's Seat, this time alone. He retraced his steps up the mountain.
After searching for what felt like hours, John found the cliff. The cave stood dark and foreboding. He climbed up and peered inside. The 8 surviving coffins were still there.
For a moment, the boy considered leaving them undisturbed. Maybe by returning the caskets to their burial place, he and his friends had escaped the fairy's vengeance. Removing them again could bring disaster.
But John took a breath and gathered his courage. He reached inside and hastily swept the caskets into a sack. Then he dashed off the cliff and never looked back.
The next day, he delivered the coffins to his teacher. Now, Ferguson bore the responsibility for the artifacts. He might unlock the secrets the caskets held, or unleash a horrid curse.
Coming up, Ferguson examines the coffins.
Since the beginning of time, people have wanted to believe in an afterlife. Hi, listeners. I'm Shelby Scott. In Mediums, a new Spotify original from Parcast, I take a closer look at the mortal lives of spiritualists who claim to communicate with the dead and the scientists who tried to debunk them. This 8-episode series looks at paranormal events proven to be hoaxes and those which have mystified even the world's greatest skeptics. Mixing history, mystery, and social psychology, Mediums asks how these self-proclaimed psychics pulled off the illusion of interacting with the dead, even under a microscope of criticism. Were they all simply peddling parlor tricks, or was there something truly paranormal going on? Break out your Ouija board, dust off your crystal ball, or light some candles, because Parcast is ready to reveal what's really known about the unknown. Follow the Spotify original from Parcast, Mediums. Summon new episodes every Wednesday, free and only on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
In June 1836, a group of schoolboys from Edinburgh, Scotland, discovered 17 miniature coffins inside a cave on Arthur's Seat. After they broke about half of the artifacts, John brought the remainder to his teacher, a member of the local archaeological society named Mr. Ferguson.
That evening, while rain poured, Ferguson arranged the coffins on his kitchen table. He lit candles to illuminate his workspace and held the wooden caskets up to the light.
The ones from the bottom of the cave were rotten and covered in fungus. It seemed like they'd been buried for a long time, maybe hundreds of years.
In contrast, the caskets from the second row were only slightly decayed. This suggested someone had hidden them more recently.
And the casket from the top row wasn't decomposed at all. Ferguson surmised that it must have been the last coffin put in the cave. It looked so pristine, it could have only been a few days old.
There were other differences between each artifact. Pins and wire sprigs held all the lids down. The decoration was intricate and detailed. Each casket had its own unique artwork.
The coffins and their finishings had all been created with care. They clearly weren't supposed to be child's toys. There was something special, something almost reverent about them.
But Ferguson didn't know what their significance was. The outside of the caskets didn't offer much in the way of answers. But there was one place he had yet to explore: the interior of the strange boxes.
He retrieved a knife from his cupboard and returned to the kitchen table. Then he grabbed one coffin and slid the blade between its lid and its base.
He pushed the knife upwards, loosening the brass pins millimeter by millimeter.
Finally, the lid popped off.
Ferguson's face turned white as a sheet. He dropped the casket, letting it clatter onto the table.
Two little eyes stared up at him.
There was a body inside the coffin.
After his initial shock, Ferguson inspected the supposed corpse a little more closely. He realized the casket didn't contain a dead body, but a handmade wooden doll.
He pried open the others. Each contained its own tiny figure.
The discovery was chilling, but it didn't bring Ferguson any closer to solving the mystery. He didn't know who'd buried the coffins, when they were hidden, and perhaps most importantly, why they'd been created in the first place.
Ferguson needed help. So at the next Archaeological Society meeting, he presented the artifacts to his colleagues. They conducted the first official analysis of the coffins.
Every casket measured 3 to 4 inches long, about the size of an adult's finger. Each was carved from a single piece of wood. Just as Ferguson had observed, someone had nailed several pieces of tin to every coffin's exterior. The Archaeological Society concluded that this was ornamental decoration, but they couldn't determine its origin.
The dolls were also carved from wood. Each had opened eyes, a nose, and a mouth. But no two faces were identical. This suggested that someone had intended for the wooden figures to represent specific individuals, especially because each one wore a unique, tailored outfit as well.
Every figure rested on a lining made of either cotton or silk. This reflected Scottish burial rites, specifically the use of funeral garments and coffin beds.
But beyond that, the Archaeological Society couldn't determine anything about the coffins. They still didn't know who made them or why, or how they'd ended up buried on Arthur's Seat.
Naturally, the mystery made for a great story, especially once journalists caught wind of it. In 1836, the story of the miniature coffins began to spread. Scottish newspapers circulated reports around the country. The tale traveled as far as New York City.
Every paper had a different explanation for them. One article attributed the wooden figures to witchcraft. Perhaps a Scottish sorceress had used the figurines as voodoo dolls.
Another publication said that sailors' wives might have created the coffins to commemorate their deceased husbands. Maybe the crypt was some kind of homage to men who'd been lost at sea. After all, the 17 figures were dressed in traditionally male clothing.
And a strange clue laid in an account that appeared in the Scottish newspaper, The Scotsman.
Reportedly, a man dubbed Mr. B had tended his Edinburgh shop one evening in 1836. Most nights, a man who was deaf and mute visited Mr. B to beg for money. The article doesn't specify the visitor's name, but we'll call him Malcolm.
Usually, Mr. B gave Malcolm a few loose coppers, and he went away. But this night, he didn't come for cash.
Instead, Malcolm entered Mr. B's office and signaled for a piece of paper and a pencil. Mr. B handed the items over.
Malcolm drew 3 coffins. He wrote a different year under each sketch: 1837, 1838, and 1840. Then he handed the paper to Mr. B and promptly left the shop.
Those years would prove significant for Mr. B. In 1837, one of his close relatives died. In 1838, his cousin passed away. In 1840, he lost his brother as well.
The dates perfectly matched those that Malcolm had written down.
After his brother's funeral in 1840, Mr. B returned to his shop. He sat in his chair, grieving the loss. When he looked up, he saw Malcolm standing in the doorway.
He didn't speak. He merely glared at the shop owner, then turned and left, disappearing into the night. Mr. B never saw him again.
When Mr. B's story went public, many people assumed the strange drawing had something to do with the Arthur's Seat coffins. Perhaps Malcolm had crafted the caskets and wooden bodies. When the boys stole the figures from their resting place, He could have been enraged. Then he exacted revenge on the whole city of Edinburgh, beginning with Mr. B.
It's unclear how much truth there actually is to this tale. Few people were qualified to investigate the account or its connection to the caskets. As famous as the coffins were, only a handful of people had ever seen them in person.
But that changed in the late 1830s. For whatever reason, Ferguson and the Archaeological Society gave the caskets to a local jeweler. He displayed the collection in the front window of his shop. People flocked from all over Scotland and the world to marvel at the tiny coffins.
9 years later, in 1845, the jeweler auctioned off the artifacts for just £4. Today, that would be less than $700 US. It's unclear who bought the artifacts. And after the sale, the coffins disappeared for over 50 years.
It seemed that they were lost forever until the beginning of the 20th century.
Out of nowhere, a collector came forward and claimed she owned the 8 surviving coffins and their entombed figures. In 1901, she donated them to the National Museum of Scotland, where an analysis verified her claims.
They really were the original coffins, so the National Museum put them on exhibit.
The artifacts remained there throughout the 20th century. During that time, countless tourists saw the tiny caskets and wondered about their origins. But no new explanations surfaced.
With no leads and no research being conducted, it seemed as though the coffins would remain a mystery until 1994.
That year, the museum granted 2 researchers permission to analyze the coffins. Using modern technology, they made the first breakthrough in over 150 years.
Coming up, new analysis provides clues about the Arthur's Seat coffins and the people who created them.
Now, back to the story.
For nearly a century, the National Museum of Scotland displayed the miniature coffins with no clear explanation about what they were or why they'd been made. Most people believed that the mystery of the tiny crypt would never be solved until 2 researchers conducted an independent study in 1994.
Samuel Menefee and Alan Simpson were visiting fellows at the School of Scottish Studies at the University of Edinburgh. They resolved to discover exactly when the coffins were created and when they'd been placed in the cave on Arthur's Seat. A timeline could help them determine why they'd been made and buried.
First, they determined that the coffins were made of Scots pine, which was abundant and easily accessible. So this didn't bring Menefee and Simpson any closer to determining who had made the coffins.
They had more success when they examined how the caskets had been constructed. The maker had carved them with a knife, probably one with a hooked blade.
A professional woodworker likely would have used an edged tool like a chisel, and the work would have looked flawless. But according to Menefee and Simpson, this carver had some trouble. In one instance, the knife broke clean through the base of a casket.
This suggested a lack of expertise. In other words, whoever had fashioned the coffins was not an experienced carpenter.
Menefee and Simpson also analyzed the tin on the casket's lids. They found similarities between it and the metal used for shoe buckles in the early 1800s. It was a unique alloy, which meant the coffin's maker probably had access to a large number of shoe buckles.
It could have been a person with an affinity for footwear. But Menefee and Simpson thought another explanation was more likely. The creator must have been a cobbler.
In the 19th century, shoemakers often used a rounded blade known as a moon knife. These curved implements could make the exact specific cuts Menefee and Simpson had identified earlier.
Plus, a cobbler wouldn't have had much reason to study woodworking. This would explain the casket's shoddy craftsmanship.
But it was less clear why the coffins were different from one another. 5 had square corners, while the 3 others had rounded edges. it was unlikely that someone would change their carving style in the middle of a project, which meant the coffins were probably created by two different people, perhaps a cobbler and their assistant.
The researchers couldn't determine much more than that from the caskets, so they turned their attention to the figures inside. Unlike the Scots pine coffins, the dolls were carved out of a close-grained white wood. Once again, this was a common material to the area and didn't reveal much about the coffin's makers.
Based on their pose and weight distribution, the dolls seemed designed to wear hats.
A small weight lay embedded on each figure's chest to help them stand up straight. Menifee and Simpson suspected the weight was supposed to be a model musket or some other kind of gun.
Finally, their ankles and feet were darkened with fading black paint, possibly to resemble boots.
In light of the boots, hat, and weaponry, it seemed clear that the coffin figures used to be toy soldiers.
But this puzzled Menifee and Simpson. The burial was clearly intentional. Someone had removed some of the dolls' arms to fit them inside the coffins, but their motives were still obscure.
The researchers tried to determine when the coffins were interred in the hopes that this would illuminate new clues. Menifee and Simpson inspected the dolls' clothes, hoping the fashion would help narrow down a timeline.
Most of the fabric was made of cotton. In 19th century Scotland, cotton only came from one source, the Paisley Mill outside of Glasgow.
And Paisley didn't begin producing cotton until 1812, which meant the dolls must have been made after that date.
Some of the fabric was sewn with 1 or 2 ply thread. However, one doll had 3 ply thread, a material that didn't become popular in Scotland until 1830.
Since the other figures had 2 ply thread, they could have been buried before that day. But Menifee and Simpson didn't think so. They theorized that someone had hidden all the coffins at the same time in 1830, just 6 years before the Edinburgh schoolboys stumbled upon them.
This was a big finding. The first time anyone had definitively determined how old the coffins and dolls were. In 1994, Menifee and Simpson triumphantly released their conclusions to the public.
But other researchers were quick to point out a hole in their reasoning. The bottom row of coffins were more deteriorated than those above them. It seemed impossible that all the caskets could have been the same age.
But the bottom of the cave could have been damp, meaning the coffins there would have been more decayed thanks to the increased mold and fungus growing there.
So Menifee and Simpson stood by their conclusions. The coffins were probably created in 1830, and they were most likely carved by a shoemaker and his assistant. The dolls could have been toy soldiers that were altered to fit the caskets.
But that was about it. They still didn't know why the shoemaker had built the coffins or buried the dolls. Once again, the mystery seemed like it would never be solved.
That is, until 2014, when someone delivered a small box to the National Museum of Scotland. It had no return address.
The museum's director of archaeology was reluctant to open the package, but eventually his curiosity won out. He sliced through the tape and folded back the box's flaps. Inside, he found a small wooden coffin.
It looked identical to the ones from Arthur's Seat. It even contained a small doll with wide open eyes, dressed in cotton garments.
And it came with a note. Someone had written the number 18 in Roman numerals and a question mark, as if to say, is this the 18th coffin?
Beneath the number, the letter quoted a Robert Louis Stevenson short story called The Body Snatcher. Stevenson had based the tale on a series of murders from 1820s Scotland. The quotation seemed like a non sequitur, unless the coffins were connected to homicides as well.
In fact, between 1827 and 1828, 2 to 3 years before the coffins were probably built and buried, a series of murders shook the city of Edinburgh. 2 men committed the crimes, one of whom was a shoemaker. By the time of their arrest, they'd killed exactly 17 people.
But the additional coffins suggested that maybe they had an undiscovered 18th victim.
Thanks again for tuning in to Unexplained Mysteries. We'll be back next time with part 2 of Miniature Coffins of Arthur's Seat.
For more information on the miniature coffins, amongst the many sources we used, we found the Smithsonian article, Edinburgh's Mysterious Miniature Coffins by Mike Dash, extremely helpful to our research.
You can find all episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
See you next time.
And remember, never take "we don't know" for an answer.
Unexplained Mysteries is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Dick Schroeder, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Skatovich. This episode of Unexplained Mysteries was written by Alex Bernard, with writing assistance by Karis Allen and Angela Jorgensen. Fact-checking by Cara Mackerline, and research by Chelsea Wood. Unexplained Mysteries stars Molly Brandenburg and Richard Rossner.
Hi, I'm Shelby Scott, host of Mediums, a new Spotify original from Parcast. You can join me Wednesdays as I dive into the world of spiritualism and the women that defined it. We'll explore everything from obvious con artists to 150-year-old mysteries. It'll be a fascinating journey, so be sure to follow my new podcast, Mediums, free and only on Spotify.
On Halloween night in 1828, the streets of Edinburgh, Scotland were nearly empty. Wind rustled through the leafless trees, and a crescent moon shone in the dark sky. Against this eerie backdrop, 2 men, William Burke and William Hare, welcomed an old woman named Marjorie Docherty into their boarding house.
But Burke and Hare weren't simply bringing Marjorie in as a guest. They had more sinister intentions.
For a few hours, the pair put on a friendly facade. They sang songs and offered their tenant whiskey. Every time Marjorie's glass was empty, they refilled it.
Then, when she couldn't take any more liquor, they opened her mouth and forced the alcohol down her throat. Before long, her eyes drooped. She was barely conscious. The men knew it was now or never, so they began their charade.
They shoved each other, shouted, and raised their fists to fight. Even though she was drunk, Marjorie stood up and tried to stop their brawl.
The men immediately knocked her to the floor. One climbed on her chest and pinned down her arms and legs. Before she could scream, the other man's hands were around her throat, strangling her. In moments, the old woman was dead.
8 years later, 17 tiny coffins were uncovered on the outskirts of Edinburgh, one of which might have been a memorial to Marjorie Docherty.
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take "we don't know" for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This is our final episode on the miniature coffins of Arthur's Seat. In 1836, students discovered 17 tiny caskets in a cave outside of Edinburgh, Scotland. The mystery has baffled Scottish authorities for almost 200 years.
Last time, we followed various archaeologists as they examined the coffins and the strange dolls interred inside.
Today, we'll explore whether the caskets could be linked to witches, lost sailors, or executed revolutionaries. They might even be connected to 2 Scottish serial killers who tallied up more victims than Jack the Ripper.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
Just outside of Edinburgh, Scotland, a set of hills called Holyrood Park juts far into the sky. The highest point is a rocky peak known as Arthur's Seat. It's associated with countless Scottish myths and legends, including tales of a fire-breathing dragon, the Fountain of Youth, and the legendary castle known as Camelot.
But in 1836, 5 young schoolboys discovered a real mystery on Arthur's Seat. While hunting for rabbits, they found a cave that contained 17 miniature coffins.
Each was crafted from a single piece of wood and adorned with tin. They looked to have been carved by a novice woodworker using a curved knife. All 17 tombs contained their own tiny wooden doll, which wore funeral garments, as if to represent a corpse. But they didn't look dead. All of their eyes were wide open.
The items bewildered Scottish officials. Archaeologists couldn't determine where they came from or what they meant. Soon, local newspapers picked up the story and circulated their own ideas.
One of the first articles claimed the caskets had been buried by the widows of lost sailors. When their husbands died at sea, these grieving women might have conducted a miniature funeral service in their honor.
However, newspapers didn't connect the coffins to a specific shipwreck. It was more speculation than explanation, so most researchers didn't think the hypothesis was legitimate. Plus, no contemporary archaeologist could find records of an early 19th century shipwreck that involved exactly 17 fatalities.
But later on, they uncovered 2 such incidents.
In 1833, an Irish ship known as the Erin steamer crashed off the coast of Ireland. Of the 25 men aboard, 17 drowned.
1 year later, in 1834, a ship left port at Boston, Massachusetts. The next day, a gust of wind wrecked the vessel on Seal Island, just off the United States coast. Again, 17 people were killed.
These tragedies met a few important criteria. Both shipwrecks occurred before 1836, when the caskets were discovered. Additionally, each involved the deaths of 17 people, so it's possible that either event inspired someone to craft the miniature coffins.
Still, there are some holes in this explanation. The ships departed from Ireland and the United States, respectively. Neither set sail from Scotland, and no sources mentioned the death of any Scottish passengers.
Additionally, there's no record of miniature coffins ever being used to memorialize sailors. In the 1800s, people mourned those lost at sea by erecting headstones over empty graves. Just like in conventional burials, they engraved the stone with the deceased person's name and the years they lived.
When numerous people perished in a shipwreck, the sailor's hometown built a monument to the dead. The statue frequently included the names of each lost sailor.
In contrast, the coffins found at Arthur's Seat were uniform and nearly indistinguishable from one another. No names or identifying markings were carved into the wood.
So aside from the conjecture in Scottish newspapers, it's pretty safe to say this explanation was a bust.
But it certainly wasn't the only idea people had. In the weeks following the coffin's discovery, the press promoted a different explanation. They wondered whether the caskets and dolls were the handiwork of witches.
For much of recorded history, people in the British Isles believed witches were a serious threat. In 1563, the Scottish government passed a law known as the Witchcraft Act. The legislation made the craft a capital offense, punishable by death.
In total, around 2,500 Scottish people, mostly women, were tortured and killed on suspicion of witchcraft. The majority of those executed were burned at the stake.
In 1736, after 200 years of brutal persecution, The law was finally repealed. The executions stopped, but the witch panic persisted.
Around the time of the killings, William Shakespeare wrote the Scottish play Macbeth, which featured three witches known as the Weird Sisters. The characters became so iconic that many Scottish people believed they were real.
Following the discovery of the coffins, one prominent Scottish newspaper immediately blamed the Weird Sisters. They claimed Shakespeare's witches lurked outside of Edinburgh, haunting Arthur's Seat with their sorcery.
According to the article, the enchantresses wielded voodoo magic, which linked the dolls to innocent people. By entombing the figures, they were murdering 17 innocent Scots. Perhaps it was their way of exacting revenge for the slaughter of their sisters under the Witchcraft Act.
But despite the newspaper's claims, officials never discovered any physical evidence of witchcraft.
Typically, witches were believed to harm people by damaging the voodoo dolls that represented them. But the figures found on Arthur's Seat hadn't been harmed. On the contrary, someone had laid them in the tomb with great care, as if the figures represented something or someone precious. So the witch explanation seemed like another dead end.
Other potential hypotheses circulated, but none really held weight. Over a century passed without any new leads.
Then, in 1994, two researchers named Samuel Menifee and Alan Simpson conducted their own analysis of the coffins. They wanted a solid explanation, and according to them, the truth had to meet three criteria.
First, the coffins had to be connected to an event that had occurred in or around Edinburgh. Second, they must have been created by someone who wasn't an expert in woodworking. Third, and most importantly, there must have been a reason why there were exactly 17 coffins.
In 2017, a competing historian and author found an explanation that he believed met all three criteria. A war the British government wanted to erase from the history books.
Coming up, we dive into the rebellion that shook Scotland.
Since the beginning of time, people have wanted to believe in an afterlife. Hi, listeners. I'm Shelby Scott. In Mediums, a new Spotify original from Parcast, I take a closer look at the mortal lives of spiritualists who claim to communicate with the dead and the scientists who tried to debunk them. This 8-episode series looks at paranormal events proven to be hoaxes and those which have mystified even the world's greatest skeptics. Mixing history, mystery, and social psychology, Mediums asks how these self-proclaimed psychics pulled off the illusion of interacting with the dead, even under a microscope of criticism. Were they all simply peddling parlor tricks, or was there something truly paranormal going on? Break out your Ouija board, dust off your crystal ball, or light some candles, because Parcast is ready to reveal what's really known about the unknown. Follow the Spotify original from Parcast, Mediums. Summon new episodes every Wednesday, free and only on Spotify.
Now, back to the story.
In 1836, a group of Edinburgh schoolboys discovered 17 miniature coffins in a cave on Arthur's Seat. Explanations for the artifact's origins abounded. Some believed sailors' wives had carved and buried the caskets to memorialize their late husbands. Others suspected witches had created the wooden figures to use as voodoo dolls.
Neither theory quite stuck, and the caskets remained a mystery. For years, officials tried to explain the origin of the caskets, but few plausible possibilities emerged. Until 2017.
Like many people, researcher Jeff Nisbet found the explanations for the caskets unsatisfying. He investigated further, and his analysis led him to a conclusion no one else had ever considered.
Perhaps the coffins were linked to a fight the British government wanted to forget. The Radical War of 1820.
In the late 1700s, revolutions broke out around the world. Americans lashed out at their British oppressors. The French working class fought back against royalty and aristocracy. Both hoped to replace cruel, arcane systems with forms of democracy.
Against this backdrop, in the early 1800s, an economic recession hit Scotland. Wages plummeted and working conditions grew increasingly unsafe.
Fabric weavers were hit particularly hard. In the 1810s, textile mills were a cheap way to make fabric. As mills grew more popular, weavers' work was devalued. Their wages were cut in half.
But the spirit of revolution was in the air. Scottish workers were inspired to fight for their rights. In 1813, weavers unionized and went on strike. For over 2 months, 40,000 people refused to work. They demanded reform.
But the government wasn't interested in negotiating. They responded with force and intimidation. They arrested union leaders and broke the strike. The weavers returned to work, but their anger bubbled just under the surface until it broke through.
In 1819, 60,000 workers congregated in Manchester, England. The military attempted to disperse the crowd. When the protesters refused to move, the troops aimed and fired. 11 workers died, and 400 more were wounded.
The massacre sparked an outcry across Scotland. As the protesters saw it, the government wasn't just denying wages anymore. They were committing murder.
For the movement's leaders, reform was no longer enough. A few workers formed a group known as the Committee for Organizing a Provisional Government, which began strategizing a Scottish revolution.
Unsurprisingly, the government wasn't on board. They called these rebelling workers radicals.
In 1820, the radicals hosted secret meetings around Scotland to rouse interest and rally troops. But one of their gatherings was infiltrated.
On March 21st, 1820, a man named John King joined a committee assembly in Glasgow. King worked as a weaver, but he also served the government.
While the meeting was still in progress, King excused himself. Moments later, police raided the tavern. They arrested and imprisoned everyone inside.
The committee members realized that King had set them up, but they'd been detained, so they couldn't warn their compatriots.
On King's orders, another spy named Turner wrote a proclamation demanding a revolt in Glasgow. Turner falsely signed it on behalf of the Committee for Organizing a Provisional Government, the same group whose members were incarcerated.
And on the morning of April 1st, 1820, workers read Turner's paper. Inspired by the faux proclamation, they refused to go into work. Hundreds of people, mostly weavers, armed themselves.
Turner rallied a regiment of 60 radicals who he commanded to march to Falkirk, a town between Glasgow and Edinburgh. He promised they'd find weapons, ammunition, and reinforcements in the city.
But in Falkirk, the radicals only found another spy, John King. He told the small garrison they'd find reinforcements at a grassland known as Bonnymuir. Desperate and out of options, the radicals marched there.
At Bonnymuir, the rebels weren't met by their allies, but by British troops. They ordered the radicals to surrender. The workers refused. Grossly outnumbered, the tiny battalion fired upon the soldiers.
Shots flew back and forth. Rebels fell to the soldiers' gunfire. Within minutes, the workers had no choice but to surrender. The soldiers arrested the survivors.
Just like that, the Battle of Bonnymuir was over.
A few months later, in September 1820, 3 radical leaders were brought to the gallows. They were publicly hanged and later dismembered. 19 other rebel prisoners were sentenced to exile in Australia. The message was clear. Nobody should dare to revolt against the British government.
The radical war had come to an abrupt end, but the weavers' struggles continued. No longer needed by an industrialized Scotland, many fell into unemployment.
In 1822, the government came up with a plan to keep them working. They hired hundreds of out-of-work weavers to build a road around Arthur's seat.
The weavers began construction on what's known today as Radical Road. They spent hours each day carving a path up the mountain.
And according to researcher Jeff Nisbet, one laborer may have slipped away from the rest of the workforce. They could have hiked up Arthur's seat alone, carrying a sack that contained 17 tiny coffins, a way to remember those they'd lost and those who still resisted.
Then they could have hidden the caskets in a cave on the cliffside, where schoolboys would discover them over a decade later.
According to Nisbet, the radical war theory provides the most logical explanation for the coffin's creation. All three of the men executed, as well as most of the people exiled, were weavers. They had the expertise needed to craft the cotton and silk found inside the coffins.
As for the tin decorating the coffins and the fact that they'd been carved with a curved knife, perhaps the weavers had help from the Scottish travelers.
Scottish travelers were a diverse group of people who lived a nomadic lifestyle. Due to their near constant movement, travelers had unique skills like wood and metalworking.
They often used a tool called a peg knife. It sported a curved blade, much like the one used to carve the coffins. They also specialized in the repair of pots, pans, and shoes, meaning they had access to the tin found on the casket's exterior.
But the travelers' connection to the items might reach even further. Nisbet claimed the group may have been responsible for coming up with the very idea of the coffins.
In ancient Egyptian culture, when a loved one died, their family buried them with a small wooden figure called an ushabti. Loved ones carefully crafted the ushabti out of clay or wood and gave them detailed features meant to resemble symbolic servants. Egyptians believed the ushabti protected the dead in the afterlife.
And for hundreds of years, Scottish travelers were erroneously referred to as Egyptians. Although recent genetic testing suggests they were of Indian ancestry, Nisbet believed the travelers could have migrated through Egypt on their way to Scotland. Perhaps they learned about the ushabti and brought the practice to Edinburgh.
Once in Scotland, travelers were often subjected to discrimination, which means they could have formed a bond with the similarly oppressed weavers. Upon hearing of the workers' plight, the nomadic people might have offered the ushabti to help them deal with their grief.
Perhaps the two groups worked together to fashion the coffins, the figures, and their clothes.
Upon the coffin's discovery, the government and newspapers might have blamed sailors' wives and witches to draw attention away from the radical war. They hoped to hide the injustices they committed against Scottish workers, and it's possible that the cover-up didn't end there.
Since the 1830s, British history books have contained fewer and fewer mentions of the uprising. Some believe authorities are still trying to smother the story nearly 2 centuries later because talk of the uprising could spark a debate over Scottish independence.
But despite Nisbet's claims, there's no physical evidence linking the coffins to the radical war. There's no written accounts of the casket's creation, proof that the doll's fabric was sewn by weavers, or stories of radicals and Scottish travelers even crossing paths.
But the real nail in the coffin is the fact that the boys discovered 17 caskets. Following the uprising, 3 rebel leaders were hanged and 19 were sent abroad. If the caskets were connected to the radicals, there probably would have been 22 of them.
But there might be one possibility that explains why there are exactly 17 coffins. In this case, the figures don't depict the casualties of war. They represent victims of murder.
Coming up, the link between the coffins and the most notorious killers in Scottish history. Now back to the story.
Since 1836, people have speculated on the origins of the miniature coffins found at Arthur's Seat. Some believed the caskets were linked to witches or lost sailors. More recently, a researcher claimed they were connected to Scotland's Radical War of 1820, which saw 3 rebels executed and 19 exiled.
But the most sensational idea came from Samuel Menifee and Alan Simpson, who examined the coffins in the late 20th century. According to them, the best explanation for the artifacts was particularly grisly. The items represented the victims of 2 infamous Scottish murderers. The culprits killed for profit, to secure bodies that they'd then sell to physicians.
Doctors and medical students were only legally allowed to dissect cadavers of people who'd received the death sentence. However, in 1823, a British law known as the Judgment of Death Act decreased the number of crimes punishable by execution.
With fewer people sent to the gallows, medical schools had fewer bodies available for analysis, so they grew desperate. They offered large sums of money to those who could provide freshly dead corpses.
People in need of cash turned to grave robbing. Upon discovering a new grave, they exhumed the body and delivered it to the medical school.
Most doctors didn't ask questions. The corpse benefited their work, so they simply paid whoever delivered the cadaver and moved on.
Fearing grave robbers, family members began standing watch over their loved ones' graves. Some cemeteries even erected watchtowers to monitor the burial grounds at night. This made it nearly impossible for someone to access a fresh corpse.
And as the influx of cadavers dwindled, demand soared. Medical school officials offered larger and larger sums for fresh bodies. Those who still wished to sell corpses for money had to get creative.
Against this backdrop, in 1827, 35-year-old William Burke moved onto the same Edinburgh street as William Hare, who was likely in his 20s. Burke worked as a cobbler, and Hare ran a boarding house. The two became fast friends.
But later that year, their relationship turned into something far more sinister.
One November night, Burke and Hare were spending time together when they heard a thump upstairs. Hare rushed to the second floor and discovered one of his tenants dead on the carpet.
Despite the gloom of the situation, all Hare could think about was the tenant's debt. The deceased owed him £4. That's about $600 today.
With money in mind, Burke and Hare hatched a scheme. On the day of the tenant's funeral, they loaded his coffin with heavy tanning bark. That way, the pallbearers wouldn't be able to tell the body was missing. Then they put the remains in a sack and carried them to the local medical school.
The duo sold the corpse to a man named Dr. Knox, a well-known lecturer at the college. He paid them a little over £7, or $1,000 today.
Burke and Hare split the cash. They weren't just friends anymore. They were business partners, and there was no going back.
In the men's eyes, it was just too easy to make money selling cadavers. Dr. Knox hadn't asked questions, and nobody else suspected any wrongdoing. Burke and Hare wanted more riches, but they didn't want to wait for someone else to die. So they decided to take matters into their own hands.
A few months later, in early 1828, one of Hare's tenants came down with an infection. He and Burke knew they could kill the man and blame his death on the illness.
In the middle of the night, the duo snuck into his room.
Burke covered the man's face with a pillow. Hare sat on his chest and pinned down his arms. In moments, the sick man died. That same night, they sold his corpse to Dr. Knox for £10.
Without any other sick tenants, Burke and Hare realized they'd have to change their tactics. Each day, one of the men patrolled the streets in search of a target.
When he found a suitable victim, he invited the person back to the boarding house. The pair poured their unsuspecting target whiskey until they were senselessly drunk. Then, the duo suffocated their guest.
By smothering their victims, the killers avoided leaving marks on the corpse. When they exchanged the cadaver with Dr. Knox, there was no indication that the person had perished from unnatural causes.
For a year, Burke and Hare conducted their nefarious business. They remained cautious and meticulous. No one suspected they were killers until the murder of Marjorie Doherty.
On Halloween night, 1828, the duo welcomed Marjorie to the boarding house. They needed to give the old woman a room, but the only available space had been rented by a couple, the Grays.
Burke asked the pair if they'd be willing to sleep at his home so Marjorie could stay at Hare's boarding house. Eager to do him a favor, the Grays agreed.
That night, Burke and Hare murdered Marjorie Doherty. After the homicide, they stripped off her clothes, got rid of her belongings, and covered her body in straw. They couldn't transport it to Dr. Knox until the next night, so they hid the corpse in the corner of the bedroom.
But the morning after the murder, the Grays returned to Hare's boarding house. As soon as she walked in, Mrs. Gray asked where Marjorie had gone.
Burke and Hare claimed the old woman had insulted them, so they threw her out. Mrs. Gray didn't think Marjorie seemed like that kind of person, but she reluctantly accepted the excuse.
Later that morning, as the rest of the house ate breakfast, Mrs. Gray rummaged around the rooms looking for her child's lost stocking. Her search brought her to the bed of straw.
Before she could go through it, Burke leapt from his seat. He screamed at Mrs. Gray to move away from the straw. She backed up, but her eyes stayed locked on the corner. She knew the men were hiding something.
That afternoon, the boarding house was empty. Mrs. Gray and her husband snuck into the bedroom. They stood over the bed of straw, gathering the courage to reach inside. Mrs. Gray leaned down, slid her hand into the pile, and screamed.
She felt something cold and stiff, something dead.
Her husband pushed the straw aside. The couple gazed at the old woman's corpse. Their hearts pounded. They were lodging in the home of two murderers.
The Grays ran to the police station to report what they'd seen. That night, Burke and Hare were arrested for the murder of Marjorie Doherty.
But as the police investigated, they had trouble locating evidence for the other killings. So they struck a deal with Hare. They offered him full immunity in exchange for testimony against his partner, Burke. Hare agreed.
2 months later, in January 1829, William Burke was hanged in front of a crowd of 25,000 people. In a punishment befitting the crime, his corpse was donated to the medical school for dissection.
William Hare, on the other hand, was set free.
Between 1827 and 1828, Burke and Hare had sold 17 bodies to Dr. Knox. In 1836, just 8 years after the final murder, 17 coffins were discovered on Arthur's Seat, which stood mere miles from Hare's boarding house.
Some people, including researchers Menifee and Simpson, believed that the items were linked to Burke and Hare's victims. Because their corpses had been sold to Dr. Knox for dissection, they'd never received a proper funeral. It's possible someone carved the caskets and hid them at Arthur's Seat in an honorific burial.
Or maybe the coffins weren't meant to be a memorial. Maybe they were a form of atonement. In their research, Menifee and Simpson concluded that the creator of the coffins likely worked as a shoemaker, the same profession as William Burke.
Perhaps facing death, Burke was filled with remorse. Maybe he carved the 17 miniature coffins and wooden dolls as a sort of apology. Then, before his execution, he gave the caskets to a friend and asked that they be buried somewhere special.
This person may have hidden Burke's creations on Arthur's Seat, meaning the coffins were crafted by the hands of a murderer.
But some experts don't buy into the Burke and Hare hypothesis. 12 of the duo's victims were women, but all of the figures were dressed in traditionally male clothing.
At first, this seemed like a minor point, but researcher Jeff Nisbet believed the issue disqualified this explanation. If the creators intended to memorialize the victims, It would be much simpler to tailor 12 dresses as opposed to 12 shirts and pants.
Maybe Nisbet was right. Perhaps the coffins really were a memorial to the Radical War of 1820. But when he published this theory, the National Museum of Scotland shrugged it off. They admitted it was an interesting idea, but a museum curator said it was outside the coffin's established canon.
Which means we're no closer to determining just what the caskets were meant to represent. We can only visit them and make our best guesses.
Today, the miniature coffins can be found in the National Museum of Scotland. Each figure still lies in its original wrappings, and all of their eyes remain open, as if searching for the person who buried them.
Thanks again for tuning in to Unexplained Mysteries. We'll be back next time with a new episode. For more information on the miniature coffins of Arthur's Seat, amongst the many sources we used, we found the British Newspaper Archive and researcher Jeff Nisbet very helpful to our research.
You can find all episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast free on Spotify.
See you next time.
And remember, never take "we don't know" for an answer.
Unexplained Mysteries is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Dick Schroeder, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Katovich. This episode of Unexplained Mysteries was written by Alex Bernard, with writing assistance by Karis Allen and Angela Jorgensen. Fact-checking by Cara Mackerline and research by Chelsea Wood. Unexplained Mysteries stars Molly Brandenburg and Richard Rossner.
Hi, I'm Shelby Scott, host of Mediums, a new Spotify original from Parcast. You can join me Wednesdays as I dive into the world of spiritualism and the women that defined it. We'll explore everything from obvious con artists to 150-year-old mysteries. It'll be a fascinating journey, so be sure to follow my new podcast, Mediums, free and only on Spotify.
In 1991, a woman named Pam Reynolds stood in an operating room under harsh fluorescent lights. A team of surgeons leaned over a metal table. They were too busy with their work to notice her.
Reynolds peered over their shoulders. An unconscious woman lay on the table. She almost looked like a corpse. Her body had been drained of blood, leaving her skin tinged a sickly blue.
Reynolds stared in wonder as the doctors drilled into the woman's brain.
Meanwhile, the electrocardiogram machine beeped, beeped, and then flatlined. The woman was dead.
Just then, Reynolds noticed a bright light in her peripheral vision. She could see some of her relatives, people who had passed away years before in the glow.
She moved towards her family, but they told her to go back to her body, the one lying on the operating table.
Reynolds was watching her own surgery. She was supposed to be dead, but there she was, outside of her body, looking down at herself.
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take "we don't know" for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This is our first of 4 parts on life after death. Each episode will explore a different facet of the afterlife, from near-death experiences to hauntings to exorcisms. We'll try to solve the greatest mystery of all. What happens after we die.
This episode will investigate out-of-body experiences, or OBEs. When an OBE occurs, a person feels like their spirit detaches from their physical body. Sometimes they even travel to a dimension that might be the afterlife.
Next time, we'll look at evidence for ghosts and examine the different tools people have used to try to prove that the spirits of the dead linger in our world.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
Most scientists agree that conscious thought is produced by the brain. They assert that it's a purely physiological process, meaning that if a person's brain dies, their thoughts end. For all intents and purposes, their consciousness no longer exists.
But some people think the brain and the conscious mind can exist independently. They believe in a soul, a spiritual essence that lives on after the brain and body pass away.
According to a 2014 poll, 80% of Americans think that an afterlife exists. Surprisingly, this conviction doesn't correlate with religiosity. Many agnostics and atheists also say there's a life after death.
But if there is an afterlife, it's a mystery. No one knows where people's spirits go after death. Some say they end up in heaven or hell. Others believe they travel to another dimension. Perhaps they're reincarnated, or maybe they linger on Earth as ghosts.
It's impossible to say for sure, but there might be one way for the living to glimpse what's on the other side: out-of-body experiences.
In an out-of-body experience, or OBE, a person has the sensation of leaving their physical body and seeing the world from a bird's-eye view.
And these experiences aren't new. They date back to ancient shamanism, which emerged in Siberia around 6000 BCE. A shaman was a religious practitioner who could induce trance states and travel to spiritual worlds. It's possible that shamanic journeys were the first recorded out-of-body experiences.
When the shaman entered a trance, their spiritual essence detached from their physical body and went to what they called a middle world. This place looked identical to reality, except that the shaman floated.
As soon as they reached the middle world, they'd look for a guide. This being could take the form of an animal or a human. Once the shaman found their guide, the pair searched for a special portal.
This portal led to either the upper world or the lower world. The upper world was similar to the sky. It contained misty clouds and pleasant sensations. The lower world was more like the earth. It could look like a jungle, desert, or Arctic tundra.
Some might interpret these worlds as different versions of heaven and hell. The upper might correspond to paradise, the lower to damnation.
But it's unlikely that shamans viewed them this way. For them, these journeys were religious rituals. They were ways to unlock spiritual knowledge or healing, not necessarily to glimpse the afterlife.
Even so, there's a definite connection between out-of-body experiences and shamanic rituals. In both scenarios, a person consciously disconnected from their physical form.
For thousands of years, only seasoned spiritual practitioners performed the rite. Then, in the 19th century, it caught on among mystics. This included a Russian aristocrat named Helena Blavatsky. She was particularly interested in the religions of the Middle East, India, and Tibet. In many ways, she appropriated and oversimplified these belief systems, ultimately creating a practice she called astral projection.
Astral projection is the ability to induce an out-of-body experience and travel to different dimensions. Essentially, people believed they could meditate so deeply that their souls left their physical bodies and ventured into a spiritual world. It was similar to the shamanic journey, but less rooted in a specific culture and religion.
Blavatsky claimed that through astral projection, her spirit could voyage across the universe and visit different planets. A number of her students asserted that they could travel through time, making their way to past and future eras.
Although some people latched on to the idea of soul projection, others, especially those in the medical field, thought it sounded ridiculous.
But in the 20th century, a few doctors got involved. They conducted basic studies on out-of-body experiences and realized they might be connected to a real physical process, death.
Perhaps people really were traveling to some kind of spiritual world during shamanic journeys and astral projection. After all, their out-of-body experiences were very similar to another phenomenon called a near-death experience, or NDE.
NDEs occur when someone actually dies for a brief period of time. Their body shuts down, their pulse stops, and their brains are starved of oxygen. But then they're resuscitated. They come back to life.
During near-death experiences, the brain is technically dead. It shouldn't be possible for people to think at all, let alone to have a vivid visual experience of the world around them. But somehow, that's exactly what happens.
One of the most detailed stories of an NDE comes from a man named George Ritchie. In 1943, when he was 20 years old, he was hospitalized with a respiratory infection. While lying in his hospital bed, Ritchie started coughing up blood. He blacked out, then woke up in a different room.
He thought he'd been asleep for a few hours and assumed that the nurses had moved him while he was resting. He jumped out of bed, but when he looked back, he saw someone lying in the spot where he'd just been.
Ritchie went into the hallway to find a nurse. He saw several people, but they all ignored him. It was like he wasn't there.
Then one of the orderlies walked right through him.
Suddenly, Ritchie was soaring through the air outside the hospital. He flew back down to earth and managed to land on the street.
But just like in the emergency room, people didn't see him. He tried to lean against a telephone pole, and his body passed right through it.
Frantic, Ritchie realized that something was terribly wrong. Somehow, he'd become detached from reality. He thought back to the person lying in his hospital bed, and he realized that was him. He had to get back to his body.
He rushed to the hospital and found his room, but there was a problem. His body was covered in a white sheet. He was dead.
All of a sudden, the room filled with light. For a moment, all Ritchie could see was bright white. Then the world came back into focus, and he found himself face to face with a being he believed to be Jesus Christ.
The visitor told Ritchie that it wasn't his time to die yet. He needed to go back to his body.
Ritchie woke up with a jolt. He was under a white sheet, just as he'd envisioned. A wide-eyed orderly was leaning over him with a syringe.
The attendant explained that Ritchie had been pronounced dead. The orderly had given Ritchie's heart a shot of adrenaline, and that's what had revived him.
But Ritchie had been dead for over 9 minutes. His brain had been deprived of oxygen that entire time. Even with the adrenaline shot, the fact that he'd come back to life was a miracle.
This experience stayed with Ritchie forever. He went on to become an influential psychiatrist with a specialty in near-death experiences.
And thanks to Ritchie's story, other doctors heard about OBEs and NDEs. In the mid-20th century, neuroscientists started looking for answers, but not in the spirit realm, in the brain.
They tried to debunk out-of-body experiences, calling them dreams or hallucinations. Nevertheless, those without medical training believed OBEs and NDEs were proof of the human soul.
And that wasn't all. Some people saw these experiences not just as spiritually important, but as tactically valuable. Soon enough, some very big players got involved.
Coming up, the United States military experiments with astral projection.
Hello, I'm Hannah Maguire,
And I'm Suruthi Bala, and we're the hosts of the new Spotify original from Parcast, Sinister Societies.
You may know us from the very creepy and excellent podcast Red Handed, but now we've teamed up with Parcast for an unprecedented look at history's most nefarious groups.
Some preach extreme religious practices, others warn of impending doom, and then there are those whose endgame is far more diabolical.
Every Tuesday on Sinister Societies, we take a peek behind the curtain and discover the most ominous organizations the world may or may not have known.
Learn how entrepreneurial sects made fortunes off their brand, how charismatic cult leaders caught the eye of celebrities, and why strange orders of the extraterrestrial or collegiate kind attract the most unlikely of followers.
Some groups convene in the shadows, others operate in plain sight. All are absolutely sinister. Follow Sinister Societies, free and only on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
Out-of-body experiences, or OBEs, can be traced back to ancient shamanic rituals. In the 19th century, mystics adopted the practice, claiming they used astral projection to venture to spiritual dimensions.
OBEs have also been connected to near-death experiences, or NDEs. These occur when a person dies, but is then resuscitated. Before being jolted back to life, people have reported leaving their bodies and coming face to face with religious figures or spirits.
By the mid-20th century, stories of OBEs and NDEs were becoming more popular, so doctors started looking for answers. And in 1955, American-Canadian neurosurgeon Wilder Penfield published a groundbreaking study.
He worked with epileptic patients using electrical probes to stimulate the parts of the brain that he believed caused seizures. As soon as he applied the shock, his patient said she felt like she was leaving her body.
The findings weren't very specific, but nevertheless, this was the first study that linked OBEs to specific areas of the brain. Penfield's work drew several spiritual ideas into question, and other scientists followed suit.
In 1968, British researcher Celia Green published a study based on 400 first-hand accounts of OBEs. She concluded that out-of-body experiences were simply hallucinations.
Essentially, she chalked it all up to altered states of consciousness. Whatever brought them on, be it shamanic chanting, meditation, or the stimulation of certain brain structures, OBEs could be explained by physical processes. In her opinion, there was nothing spiritual about them.
But others disagreed. This was around the time of the hippie counterculture movement, and people across the United States used illicit substances to explore their minds. They were primed and ready to believe that drugs or even meditation could open real spiritual doors.
So in the early 1970s, OBEs got their moment in the pop cultural sun.
In 1971, a radio executive named Robert Monroe published a book called Journeys Out of the Body.
Monroe said he'd experienced OBEs for decades. According to him, they were prompted by experiments he conducted using background noise and focused concentration. Essentially, he meditated with the help of a noise machine. He said that at first, he felt vibrations and saw beams of warm amber-colored light. Then he floated out of his body.
Monroe's book was a bestseller, but he wasn't done yet. He wanted to teach the public how they could expand their minds too.
So in 1978, he founded the Monroe Institute in Virginia. There, he introduced students to a process called Hemi-Sync.
Hemi-Sync involved detuning one side of a stereo. Listeners wore headphones, but one ear heard a different frequency than the other. The left and right hemispheres of their brains tried to synchronize the mismatched sound. This created an effect called a binaural beat.
According to Monroe, These binaural beats combined with deep meditation could induce out-of-body experiences. Plenty of followers agreed with him. Soon, the Monroe Institute was so popular that it attracted the attention of an unlikely organization, the U.S. military.
In 1983, the Army sent officers to the Monroe Institute to train in hypnosis and astral projection.
Their stated goal was to use hemisync technology to help officers learn foreign languages. They hypothesized that if they listened to language recordings alongside binaural beats, they'd absorb new words subconsciously.
But the training went far beyond that. Monroe and his teachers reportedly showed military members how to astral project. Once they reached another dimension, the officers reported having heightened senses, self-healing powers, and the ability to travel through time.
The fact that this testimony came from trusted military officials seemed to lend credibility to the practice. If nothing else, it showed that the human mind was a lot more complicated than it seemed.
It might have been easy to discount ancient rituals as mere speculation or more recent out-of-body experiences as dreams. But the phenomenon was getting increasingly hard to explain. And in 1991, 35-year-old Pam Reynolds had the most bizarre OBE yet.
Somehow, she witnessed her own brain surgery.
Reynolds had been diagnosed with an aneurysm, that is a weakened and enlarged artery on her brainstem. It was dangerous because if the aneurysm burst, it could cause a stroke. She needed surgery to remove it.
But the only way to perform the operation was to place Reynolds under a cardiac standstill. This meant lowering her body temperature and draining out all of the blood in her head. Essentially, doctors would bring Reynolds to the brink of death, remove the aneurysm, then shock her back to life.
During the surgery, doctors taped Reynolds' eyelids shut, a standard procedure to keep a patient's eyes from drying out.
She was also given a pair of headphones that made loud clicking noises. Surgeons used them to monitor reactions in her brainstem. When her brain stopped responding to the sounds, she was comatose enough for them to drain her blood.
So not only was Reynolds' brain practically dead, but she shouldn't have been able to see or hear anything in the operating room.
Yet, during her surgery, Reynolds heard a noise that she described as a natural D note.
Then she popped out of the top of her head.
Reynolds saw the entire operating room. She watched a doctor drill into her brain. She heard another comment that her arteries were too small. She noticed the Eagles song, Hotel California, playing on the overhead speakers.
As the surgeons lowered her body temperature, Reynolds saw her heart rate flatline on the EKG machine. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a light and a long, bright tunnel leading out of the room.
She followed the light. At the end of the tunnel, she found her grandmother and uncle, both of whom had died many years before. They comforted her, but told her she needed to return to the hospital and to her body.
But Reynolds didn't want to go. When she refused, her deceased family members led her back to the room. Her uncle pushed her spirit back into her body, and she immediately woke up. The surgery was complete.
For a year, Reynolds thought her vision had been a dream. Then she talked to her surgeon. He confirmed that everything she'd witnessed, from the drill to the Eagles song, had really happened.
Given her physical state, it should have been impossible for Reynolds to see or hear anything. Her out-of-body experience suggested that somehow her consciousness truly had left her body and moved around independently.
She even glimpsed what appeared to be the entrance to the afterlife, a tunnel of white light.
Reynolds' experience seems impossible, but there may be a scientific explanation for her vision.
Perhaps, People don't have out-of-body experiences because they're visiting the afterlife. Maybe they feel their spirits float freely because that's how human brains are wired.
Coming up, cutting-edge research tries to explain OBEs. Now back to the story.
For nearly a century, doctors and scientists have been fascinated by near-death and out-of-body experiences. People latch on to these stories because they seem to promise eternal life. In the early 21st century, one specific tale took the evangelical Christian community by storm.
In 2004, a 6-year-old boy named Alex Malarkey was injured in a car accident. It left him in a coma for nearly 2 months, during which time he reportedly had a near-death experience. When he woke up, he told his parents that his soul had gone to heaven. He'd followed a bright light down a tunnel, and then he'd seen angels and met Jesus Christ.
Alex's story took off among American evangelicals. When he was 12, he and his father co-wrote a book about the experience, which sold over 1 million copies.
But there was a problem. Alex's mother said the account was embellished. According to her, the family felt pressured to elaborate on Alex's story once it started getting media attention. She tried to set the record straight, but no one in the evangelical publishing industry listened. The book was making too much money, and they didn't want to give up future sales.
When Alex was 16, he came clean. The story wasn't just embellished, it was totally made up. He criticized the people who tried to keep the truth quiet. They were exploiting people's desire for proof that heaven really existed.
Alex's story is just one of many. It's hard to know how trustworthy reports of OBEs and NDEs are because ultimately too many people stand to profit from exaggerating or completely fabricating their supposed experiences.
But even though some people make OBEs up, others feel theirs are very real. Modern research has proven that people truly can feel like they're leaving their bodies, and the phenomenon is much more common than previously thought.
About 15 to 20% of people say they've had at least one out-of-body experience. The same goes for near-death experiences. Among people who've suffered cardiac arrests at hospitals, about 10% reported an NDE.
Some people take the frequency of OBEs and NDEs as proof of an afterlife. The fact that people tend to see the same images during these experiences seems to confirm this hypothesis.
First, a person leaves their body and floats above it. They see the world but can't interact with it, and no one else can see or hear them.
Then they notice a light at the end of the tunnel. They might also encounter celestial beings. Sometimes they're made of light, and other times they're relatives who have already died.
Descriptions of NDEs and OBEs are consistent across the world, meaning they don't seem to be influenced by a person's particular cultural or religious beliefs. But this doesn't necessarily mean there's a universal afterlife. The real reason OBEs follow such a clear pattern may have to do with how human brains work.
In 2002, a Swiss neurosurgeon named Olaf Blanquet followed up on the 1955 research that connected certain brain structures to the feeling of leaving one's body. He operated on an epileptic patient, and he used an electrical probe to stimulate a part of her brain called the TPJ. This caused an out-of-body experience.
The patient said she felt like she was falling. Then she saw herself lying in bed from a bird's eye view. Blanquet turned off the electrode, and the patient returned to her body.
But when Blanquet turned the electrode on again, the OBE immediately resumed. The feeling of separating from one's physical form was clearly linked to that specific part of the brain.
The TPJ is responsible for how a person imagines their body in space. In order to understand the world around them, people don't just take in data from their senses. Their brains have to interpret that information.
For instance, due to how light is refracted onto the retina, our eyes actually view the world as upside down. During infancy, the brain learns to flip the image right side up.
Similarly, the brain tells a person how to feel in the physical world. It may create the perception of being inside a body sitting on a couch in the living room. But as part of that process, it also constructs a bird's eye view of the space. Messing with the brain can change the image from sitting on the couch to viewing the living room from above.
Right now, you can picture a room in your house that you're not currently in. You can imagine a bird's eye view of the space. You can see yourself from outside of your own body, just like when you look at yourself in a mirror.
That's not a mystic vision. It's just your brain working to understand the world around you. And according to Blanquet's research, out-of-body experiences occur when the TPJ can't accurately interpret information from the senses.
Other brain structures are probably involved too. In 2011, researchers found a connection between people who'd had OBEs and instability in the temporal lobe. Just like the TPJ, when there's an issue with the temporal lobe, it can create the illusion of floating outside one's physical form.
This confirmed that the lobes responsible for spatial awareness and the body's image of itself have a lot to do with OBEs. But the explanation might not stop at the brain. OBEs could also be influenced by problems in the ear.
In 2017, a French study linked OBEs to vestibular disorders. The vestibular system is located in the inner ear and is responsible for a person's sense of balance. Vestibular disorders can cause dizziness, vertigo, tinnitus, and the feeling of floating.
According to the study, people with vestibular disorders were 3 times more likely to have had an out-of-body experience than people without. This suggests a connection between OBEs and inner ear troubles.
Furthermore, people prone to OBEs seem to share certain mental traits. According to British psychologist Susan Blackmore, those who have experienced OBEs tend to be capable of deeply immersing themselves in music or films.
There might be links to other neurological conditions as well. People with anxiety, migraines, or depression are more likely to have an OBE.
Ultimately, research suggests that out-of-body experiences are the result of brain activity, and certain psychological or neurological conditions might increase your likelihood of having an OBE. Different people's NDEs aren't necessarily similar because they all enter the afterlife through a tunnel of light. Rather, it may be that people's brains are all wired in the same way.
Tunnel vision can be caused by stress or lack of oxygen. If the visual cortex is stimulated, it can induce images of spirals and lights. As for the spiritual figures, the temporal lobe, a structure that's believed to control memories, might be the reason people see loved ones from their past.
And just like people realized in the 1970s, many of these same effects are also produced by hallucinogenic drugs. Certain chemicals can induce similar experiences, which many scientists take as proof that OBEs and NDEs are purely biological processes.
But they can still feel very real. OBEs are definitely intense and potentially life-changing phenomena. And many people feel that it's still a matter of debate whether a person actually leaves their body and visits an interdimensional plane.
Research has provided some solutions, but many questions remain unanswered. Scientists have yet to explain how people who experience OBEs can see and hear events that happen in different locations. It's also unclear how someone like Pam Reynolds, who had loud headphones on during her surgery, could still hear what was going on around her.
Furthermore, neuroscientists can't account for how someone's brain can continue functioning when it's totally starved of oxygen. George Ritchie, the man who had a near-death experience in an emergency room, was dead for 9 minutes. It still doesn't make sense how he made his way out of the hospital and down the street without a heartbeat.
So maybe the ancient shamans were onto something. Perhaps there is another realm beyond physical reality, and maybe that realm is the source of other paranormal phenomena.
Because OBEs aren't the only evidence people have for life after death. There are also ghosts.
Stories and folk practices featuring spirits have been around for as long as people have. Perhaps OBEs and ghosts are connected. Maybe the place people go during out-of-body experiences, the middle world or the astral plane, is the same place people go when they die.
That would mean that when a person has an OBE, they become a sort of ghost. And while they might experience it as something gentle and loving while they float outside their bodies,
others might interpret it as a haunting.
Thanks again for tuning in to Unexplained Mysteries. We will be back next time with part 2 of Life After Death. We'll explore the history of paranormal investigations and try to figure out if ghosts actually exist and whether or not they pose a threat to the living. For more information on OBEs, amongst the many sources we used, we found The Out-of-Body Experience by Anthony Peake extremely helpful to our research.
You can find all episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
See you next time.
And remember, never take "we don't know" for an answer.
Unexplained Mysteries is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Dick Schroeder, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Katovich. This episode of Unexplained Mysteries was written by Kirsten Liu, with writing assistance by Karis Allen and Angela Jorgensen, fact-checking by Cara Mackerleen, and research by Brian Petrus. Unexplained Mysteries stars Molly Brandenburg and Richard Rossner.
You aren't supposed to know about them, unless they want you to.
Powerful groups with their own very specific agendas.
And if you find yourself on the inside, good luck getting out.
Hi, I'm Hannah Maguire.
And I'm Suruthi Bala. Join us every Tuesday for our new Spotify original from Parcast, Sinister Societies.
Whether it's doomsday predictions, deadly greed, or world domination, each week we're exposing the beliefs and actions of the most ominous organizations the world may or may not have known.
Follow Sinister Societies, free and only on Spotify.
In March 1848, 2 sisters heard strange sounds in their rural New York home. 11-year-old Kate Fox clasped her big sister's hand, while 14-year-old Maggie tried to look brave. They both listened as someone, or something, knocked on their walls.
They couldn't tell where the noises were coming from, but they sounded intentional, like someone was trying to communicate with them.
Kate and Maggie could only come to one conclusion. Their house was haunted. They asked the supposed ghost some questions, and shockingly, they got answers. Communicating through knocks, the spirit introduced himself. He said he was a 33-year-old man and that many years prior, he'd been murdered.
But that wasn't all. He also said he was buried in the Fox's basement.
Soon, neighbors caught wind of this spooky story. Skeptical, they asked to search the Fox's basement. Lo and behold, they found strands of hair and bone fragments. It seemed that someone really had been buried in the girl's home.
Kate and Maggie became instant celebrities. Their story kickstarted a movement known as spiritualism, the belief that humans could talk to the dead.
But 40 years later, in 1888, the sisters confessed that it had all been a hoax. They'd created the knocking sounds by cracking their joints or secretly dragging objects across the floor.
It was too late to set the record straight. Spiritualism had already taken the country by storm, and everyone wanted a glimpse of the paranormal.
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take "we don't know" for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This is our second of 4 parts on life after death. Each episode will explore a different facet of the afterlife, from near-death experiences to hauntings to exorcisms. We'll try to solve the greatest mystery of all: what happens after we die?
This episode, we're looking into the ways people have tried to prove that spirits exist. Ghost hunters have been around for hundreds of years, and they might be on the cusp of their greatest discovery yet.
Next time, we'll investigate haunted houses. We'll explore whether the dead linger in our world, tied to certain locations by traumatic events.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
According to recent polls, 42% of Americans believe that ghosts exist. Around 20% say they've actually seen a spirit. For believers, those numbers suggest that paranormal phenomena must be real. For skeptics, they reveal just how gullible people can be.
Of course, nobody's definitively proven that spirits exist yet. But modern ghost hunters are trying to document the paranormal. They haven't succeeded yet, even though they began their work 200 years ago with the invention of photography.
The first ever photograph was taken by French inventor Nicéphore Niepce in 1826. Photography was a major technological breakthrough, and to many people, it seemed like magic. Laymen couldn't explain how pictures seemed to suddenly appear on the film.
This wasn't the only startling innovation of the era. Around the same time, scientists harnessed the power of electricity. In the 19th century, this was a mysterious force. It traveled through wires, and unless these cords happened to spark, the energy seemed invisible.
Both photography and electricity relied on forces that most people couldn't see or understand. It made them wonder what else existed just out of sight.
New research and discoveries, like the theory of evolution, challenged old religious creeds. Science, not the Bible, became people's primary source of information.
And without organized religion, people needed new answers to life's biggest questions. A movement called spiritualism filled that void.
11-year-old Kate and 14-year-old Maggie Fox inadvertently started the fad. In the 19th century, they pretended their house was haunted, and this simple prank became a national obsession.
People truly believed the sisters had communicated with the dead. Suddenly, it seemed plausible that some individuals could speak to spirits. So people all over the country claimed to be mediums, human conduits who could commune with the deceased.
Mediums held seances where ghosts supposedly knocked on tables or levitated chairs. Spiritualist newspapers published the latest paranormal findings.
And before long, the quest to speak with ghosts became intertwined with 19th century technology.
The first person to merge science with spiritualism was 29-year-old William H. Mumler. He was a Bostonian photographer who took a self-portrait one day in the summer of 1861.
Back then, photography was a lot more complicated than it is today. Mumler prepped a glass plate, put it in the camera, removed the lens covering, and stepped into the scene. He stood next to an empty chair and held his pose for about a minute. Then he walked out of frame and replaced the lens cap.
Mumler went to a darkroom to develop his picture. As the image appeared, he saw himself standing beside the chair. But something was wrong. Someone else was in the shot.
There was a woman sitting in the chair.
Her body was translucent. Parts of the chair were visible through her skirt. Her face was blurry, but she had a halo of light around her head.
At first, Mumler thought he'd made a mistake. He'd probably used a glass plate that hadn't been properly cleaned. The plate would have still had the residual image from a previous photograph imprinted on it. Essentially, he thought he'd accidentally superimposed two photos.
But then he showed the image to his friends. They were spiritualists, and they thought the woman was a ghost.
They told Mumler that it must be the spirit of a loved one. Mumler slowly became convinced. His cousin had passed away 12 years before, and the ghostly figure looked a bit like her.
The story of Mumler's photograph spread like wildfire. Parents, widows, and children crowded into his studio, begging to have their portraits taken with spirits too. They all desperately wanted to see their deceased loved ones.
Mumler obliged, capturing photograph after photograph of ghostly figures surrounding his clients.
Mumler became the country's first spirit photographer. His business boomed. Each of his photographs sold for $10, the equivalent of about $300 today.
His clientele included many elite members of society. Even President Abraham Lincoln's wife, Mary Todd Lincoln, visited him. She wanted a photograph of her son Willie, who died when he was just 11 years old.
Although wealthy customers flocked to the studio, some photographers questioned Mumler's methods. They suspected he was lying, but couldn't find any evidence that he tampered with his film or cameras.
They examined the glass plates to ensure they were clean and watched Mumler put them in the camera. He never had the chance to switch out the clean plates with used ones.
Instead of proving Mumler was a trickster, these skeptics each left with a photograph of themselves. In every portrait, they were accompanied by the shadowy outline of a departed relative.
People had to admit that Mumler's spirit pictures seemed legitimate. And it wasn't just that they couldn't explain his methods. In many ways, Americans desperately wanted ghosts to be real.
The boom in spirit photography coincided with another major event, the Civil War. An estimated 750,000 Americans died on the battlefield. The country experienced its steepest population decline ever.
Every day, newspapers published long lists of casualties. Families read through the names anxiously, wondering if their son, father, brother, or husband would ever come home. For those who lost loved ones, the chance to communicate with the deceased was everything.
And so Mumler's spirit photography business kept growing, right until 1863, when a man visited Mumler's studio. He perused the photos on display, and he noticed that one of the ghostly figures looked a lot like his wife, who was still alive.
In fact, his wife had ordered a portrait at Mumler's studio several years prior, before he was known for spirit photography. She remembered the exact hat she wore for the sitting, and it was identical to the one that appeared on her ghostly form.
It was the same photograph of her. Somehow, it had been made to look shadowy, then superimposed on another portrait.
Soon, more people realized that the so-called ghosts in their photos were all alive, and they were all people who'd posed for portraits at Mumler's gallery.
The Boston spiritualist community immediately distanced themselves from Mumler. He was a fraud, and they didn't want his bad reputation to undermine their movement. Locals heard of his fake photos, and his once successful business hit rock bottom.
By 1865, Mumler was forced to shutter his Boston studio, but he wasn't done with spirit photography yet.
In 1868, he set up shop in New York. He had a new potential client base who wanted to believe that his photos were real. His business grew extremely popular, but once again, the success didn't last long.
The next year, in 1869, New York police arrested Mumler for fraud. At his trial, witnesses described watching him closely as he took their pictures. They knew he was doing something to the photos, but no one could figure out how he pulled off his trick.
Which meant nobody could definitively prove that Mumler had manipulated the photographs, so he was acquitted.
After his trial, Mumler continued taking pictures. Mary Todd Lincoln even visited him again in 1872. This portrait showed the vague outline of a man with his hands on her shoulders. The face was unmistakable. It was her husband, President Abraham Lincoln. He'd been assassinated 7 years prior.
If Mumler's spirit photos were fake, no one ever discovered how he produced them. It's likely that he used double exposure on old plates, but we still don't know how he managed to do this without anyone else noticing.
Maybe that's because Mumler wasn't a fake after all. Perhaps his spirit photos were real, and they were the first step in proving that ghosts exist.
But it would take more than a few disputed pictures to reveal the secrets of the afterlife. When spirit photography fell out of fashion, spiritualists tested different methods for paranormal communication. They didn't just want to see ghosts, they wanted to talk to them.
But speaking with ghosts could have disastrous consequences.
Coming up, the Ouija board possibly opens the door to demons.
Hello, I'm Hannah Maguire.
And I'm Saruti Bala, and we're the hosts of the new Spotify original from Parcast, Sinister Societies.
You may know us from the very creepy and excellent podcast Red Handed, but now we've teamed up with Parcast for an unprecedented look at history's most nefarious groups.
Some preach extreme religious practices, others warn of impending doom, and then there are those whose endgame is far more diabolical.
Every Tuesday on Sinister Societies, we take a peek behind the curtain and discover the most ominous organizations the world may or may not have known.
Learn how entrepreneurial sects made fortunes off their brand, how charismatic cult leaders caught the eye of celebrities, and why strange orders of the extraterrestrial or collegiate kind attract the most unlikely of followers.
Some groups convene in the shadows, others operate in plain sight. All are absolutely sinister. Follow Sinister Societies, free and only on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
In the 19th century, spiritualists tried to communicate with ghosts. They thought scientific inventions like photography could help them see beyond the veil.
But when William Mumler's spirit photos were exposed as a hoax, people looked elsewhere for proof of the paranormal. In the mid-1800s, French spiritualists invented the planchette.
This was a heart-shaped wooden disc with a pencil attached to it. Mediums moved the planchette, believing spirits could act through them and write messages. People could finally hear exactly what ghosts had to say.
But the process was long and often confusing. The design needed to be simplified, so in 1886, spiritualists in Ohio combined the planchette with a board covered in letters and numbers.
They called their invention the talking board, and they argued that you didn't need a medium to operate it. Anyone could place their fingers on the planchette, and it would magically move, spelling out ghostly messages.
The invention was so popular that in 1890, a group of investors created the Kennard Novelty Company. They didn't believe in ghosts, but they knew an opportunity when they saw one. They wanted to sell talking boards to the masses.
This included a bit of rebranding. Perhaps to make their boards seem more mystical, The Kennard Company renamed it Ouija.
According to one of the company's founders, Elijah Bond, his sister-in-law came up with a new title. She was a medium named Helen Peters. While using the board, she asked it what it wanted to be called. It allegedly answered Ouija and said the strange phrase meant good luck.
However, at the time, Peters often wore a locket with a picture of a woman called Ouida. In all likelihood, she actually inspired the name.
Either way, in 1891, the Kennard Novelty Company filed their Ouija board. But for the request to be authorized, they had to prove that it actually worked.
Bond and Peters showed the board to a patent officer who hadn't introduced himself. The officer said that if the board could spell out his name, he'd approve their paperwork.
The three placed their hands on the planchette. It jerked into motion, and sure enough, it spelled out the officer's name. Bond left the office with his patent.
With the paperwork secured, the Kennard Novelty Company sold 2,000 boards each week. The Ouija board brought spiritualism into the mainstream. In advertisements, it was marketed as both a link to the spirit realm and a fun family game. It promised to answer any question, quote, about the past, present, and future with marvelous accuracy.
But no one knew how it actually worked. In fact, the Kennard Novelty Company was deliberately vague about its machinations.
This secrecy may have made Ouija boards even more popular. They sold well throughout most of the 20th century. Then, in 1973, their reputation took a big hit, thanks to the movie The Exorcist.
The film was supposedly based on a true story. It portrayed a young girl who used a Ouija board, and in doing so, opened a portal to a hellish dimension. A demon took possession of her, all because of a fun family game.
The Exorcist depicted Ouija boards in a new light. They were no longer innocent toys, but real portals to hell. To this day, many ghost hunters and mediums warn against using Ouija boards, lest participants become vulnerable to evil spirits.
But according to research, Ouija boards don't have anything to do with the paranormal. There's a rational explanation for their otherworldly messages.
People often move without consciously thinking about it, and they aren't always aware of their own small muscle twitches. This unconscious movement is called the ideomotor response.
When people put their hands on something light and slippery, like a planchette, these unconscious movements are amplified. A small twitch might push the planchette to a different letter. This gives the impression that the planchette is moving by itself.
In other words, people who use Ouija boards unconsciously spell out the answers to their own questions. But the boards aren't useless. They really do help people find answers.
In a 2011 experiment, researchers asked participants a series of trivia questions. They answered correctly about 50% of the time.
Then they were blindfolded and given a Ouija board. The researchers said that another participant also had their hands on the planchette, but in reality, the other player was working with the researchers and would secretly remove their hands. All the movement came from the lone participant.
The scientists asked another series of questions and told participants to answer through the Ouija board. This time, they answered about 65% of the questions correctly. In other words, they were significantly more accurate when they believed the board was supplying their responses.
So even though Ouija boards might not reveal anything about the paranormal, they do show something interesting about human psychology. People know more than they think they do. They just need to trust themselves.
Today, Ouija boards are pretty much debunked, but in the 20th century, they were hailed as one of the top tools for spiritual communication. They brought ghost hunting into the mainstream and inspired new paranormal research.
In fact, in 1920s England, a man named Harry Price became the country's first psychic investigator.
Price had originally trained as a magician. Thanks to his knowledge of trickery, He made a career out of debunking sham mediums and fake supernatural encounters.
Although he regularly disproved ghost stories, Price was a true believer. He created the first how-to guides and toolkits for ghost hunters.
His kit included a camera, a ball of string, chalk to mark objects' locations in case they moved, flour to check for footprints, mercury for detecting vibrations, and a pair of felt shoes for quiet walking.
Thanks to Price's kits, people could use specialized equipment and seek hard data to prove the existence of spirits.
After World War II, as technological innovation exploded, ghost hunters moved with the times. They added a new tool to their repertoires, audio recorders.
In 1959, a Swedish filmmaker named Friedrich Jurgensen used a tape recorder to capture the sound of birds chirping in his backyard. But when he played the tape back, he heard something very different.
According to him, it sounded like they were human voices on the recording. Jurgensen thought they were his wife and father, both of whom had passed away. Amidst the chirping, he allegedly heard his departed loved ones calling his name.
Jurgensen also heard another voice, one that told him to start using a radio. So he set an AM radio to a frequency with no audio signal. Usually this would only produce white noise, but Jurgensen claimed that sometimes he heard an unusual hiss that contained unearthly voices.
This was how Jurgensen helped establish the field of electronic voice phenomena, or EVP. In ghost hunting, EVP refers to inexplicable voices caught on a recording device or radio.
In the late 1960s, Jurgensen teamed up with a Latvian parapsychologist named Konstantin Raudiv. Together, they made over 100,000 EVP recordings, some in laboratory-controlled conditions that blocked out stray radio frequencies. In other words, Jurgensen and Raudiv made sure their experiments were legitimate.
They set up a tape recorder and asked questions. After about 15 minutes, they turned the recorder off and played it back. If spirits answered, they heard the voices on tape. Raudiv believed they came from an alternate reality inhabited by the dead.
In a 1971 experiment, Raudiv and a group of sound engineers created a recording that lasted 18 minutes. They monitored the tape in real time and observed nothing out of the ordinary. But when they played the recordings back, they allegedly heard over 200 different voices.
The speech wasn't always clear. The speakers switched between languages, used unusual grammar, and sometimes spoke backwards. Plus, some of the messages weren't pretty. They included phrases like, quote, "Here is night, brothers. Here, the birds burn."
Raudiv also claimed to record major historical figures, including Hitler, Stalin, Mussolini, and Churchill. However, there were inconsistencies with these recordings. According to Raudiv, Hitler spoke in Latvian, a language he didn't know when he was alive.
These aren't the only irregularities in EVP, and the practice is controversial. Humans are naturally inclined to seek out patterns and find meaning in randomness. When they hear something that's hard to understand, they'll automatically fill in the blanks without realizing it. In other words, if someone expects to hear voices, they probably will, even if there's nothing on the tape.
British sound artist Joe Banks compared EVP recordings to a Rorschach test. People might interpret ink blots as paintings of butterflies or bridges. EVPs work the same way. People find patterns and words in the chaos of random noise.
Even seasoned ghost hunters warn against taking EVP too seriously. They point out how easy it is to capture ambient noise. There's no way to know that a sound was actually caused by a ghost.
Fortunately, EVP isn't the only way to track down spirits. As the 20th century neared its end, ghost hunters discovered their most powerful tool yet, electromagnetic fields.
Coming up, the evidence that ghosts communicate through electricity. Now back to the story.
As society advanced technologically, so did ghost hunting. For over a century, people experimented with techniques to prove that hauntings were real. Each new method reflected the developments of a particular era, from photography to Ouija boards to tape recorders.
By the 1990s, ghost hunters had a new tool of the trade, an electromagnetic field detector, or EMF detector.
EMF detectors really took off with the rise of paranormal television shows. The popular program Ghost Hunters featured 2 EMF detectors that hosts claimed were especially calibrated to find spirit activity.
In one episode, they used these detectors inside a crumbling New York estate.
The homeowner wanted to sell the estate, but he'd been seeing strange apparitions in its many winding halls.
In one room, 2 hosts set up an EMF detector that displayed a scale with a needle resting on its left-hand side. When EMF levels rose, the needle lifted. If they spiked, it flew all the way to the right.
Once it was set up, the host sat quietly in the dark room, illuminating the EMF detector with a flashlight.
One of them asked if they were alone. The needle bounced.
This seemed like clear evidence that the ghost hunters were speaking with a spirit. They asked this paranormal visitor if it was okay to sell the home.
The needle jumped higher this time, almost halfway up the scale.
They took this as a yes. According to the ghost hunters, the spirits supported the decision.
While this conversation went on, the other 2 hosts made their way upstairs to the ballroom. Their EMF detector was slightly different. Instead of a needle and scale, it used circular lights. Depending on the intensity of the electromagnetic field pulses, these lights might flash green, blue, or red.
The hosts placed the detector on a table. Before they even started asking questions, the lights flashed blue.
One host asked if there was a spirit in the room. The meter lit up. They asked if there was a second ghost somewhere in the house. The lights flickered again.
On television, the evidence looks pretty spooky. Paranormal beings appeared to directly communicate through these lights and scales. And TV hosts and spiritualists often do everything they can to convince audiences that EMF beeps are legitimate proof of spirits, and to explain how they work.
There are several theories about how EMFs might be related to spirits. It's possible that ghosts are made up of electromagnetic energy and cause fluctuations when they appear. Or perhaps past events, like a traumatic death, leave a residual impact on an area's electromagnetic field.
But this might not actually be the case. EMF meters measure changes in electromagnetic fields. The fields can shift when electrically charged atoms move, and such atoms exist practically everywhere.
All electronic devices and wires can change electromagnetic fields. So do radio waves, television antennas, cell phone towers, and even natural events like lightning.
Normally, electricians use EMF detectors to find energy leaks which are associated with faulty wiring. However, ghost hunters co-opted this technology for supernatural uses, even though there's no proven connection between EMFs and paranormal activity.
However, there might be a link between EMFs and sensations associated with hauntings.
EMFs can impact human perception. They may cause dizziness, headaches, and hallucinations. They can also create a sense of fear and even make people feel like they're being touched. These sensations can make people think they're in the presence of ghosts.
That's what happened in 1996, when a 17-year-old girl said that each night she was visited by a baby and the Holy Spirit. She sensed these beings somewhere around her left shoulder.
To the left of the girl's bed, researchers found a clock that emitted electromagnetic pulses. They also learned that the girl had experienced a mild brain injury when she was born, which may have made her more susceptible to electromagnetic fields.
They took the clock away, and the girl stopped experiencing the ghostly sensations.
7 years later, in 2003, British psychologists found another connection between perceived hauntings and EMFs. They studied 2 different locations that were allegedly haunted, but the areas where people reported strange phenomena tended to have higher variances in magnetic fields.
In other words, if you feel a ghostly presence, that's probably not evidence of an actual spirit. Instead, they're most likely your own psychological and physiological responses to electronic pulses.
Equipment like heat-sensing devices, EMF detectors, and digital voice recorders lend a veneer of credibility to ghost hunting. They promise hard evidence, but these tools measure phenomena that probably have nothing to do with the supernatural.
Nevertheless, ghosts are a lucrative business. Paranormal television is a major genre with hundreds of shows. Psychics and mediums generate $2.2 billion each year. Reportedly, haunted hotels attract countless customers, and most cities offer a plethora of ghost tours. All of these industries cater to people's desire for a paranormal experience.
After all, people want to believe in ghosts. Some are looking for the reassurance that something lies on the other side. Others want a sense of control in a chaotic world.
But mostly, ghosts pique people's sense of the unknown. In a world shaped by science, we still don't know everything that's out there. Ghosts could be the last frontier of human exploration. Maybe one day someone will invent something that will finally produce proof of the paranormal.
Until then, many people remain firmly convinced that ghosts exist. Some claim they've seen them firsthand.
And some even say that spirits have shown up on their doorsteps, hungry for blood.
Thanks again for tuning in to Unexplained Mysteries. We will be back next time with part 3 of Life After Death. We'll explore haunted houses, places where angry spirits linger and may even attack the living. For more information on spiritualism, amongst the many sources we used, we found The Apparitionists by Peter Manseau extremely helpful to our research.
You can find all episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
See you next time.
And remember, never take "we don't know" for an answer.
Unexplained Mysteries is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Dick Schroeder, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Katovich. This episode of Unexplained Mysteries was written by Kirsten Liu, with writing assistance by Karis Allen and Angela Jorgensen. Fact-checking by Cara Mackerleen, and research by Chelsea Wood. Unexplained Mysteries stars Molly Brandenburg and Richard Rossner.
You aren't supposed to know about them, unless they want you to.
Powerful groups with their own very specific agendas.
And if you find yourself on the inside, good luck getting out.
Hi, I'm Hannah Maguire.
And I'm Suruthi Bala. Join us every Tuesday for our new Spotify original from Parcast, Sinister Societies.
Whether it's doomsday predictions, deadly greed, or world domination, each week we're exposing the beliefs and actions of the most ominous organizations the world may or may not have known.
Follow Sinister Societies, free and only on Spotify.
Due to the graphic nature of this mystery, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of murder and domestic violence that some people may find offensive. We advise extreme caution for children under 13.
In 1974, the DeFeo family lived at 112 Ocean Avenue in Amityville, New York. The Dutch colonial structure had 5 bedrooms, a swimming pool, and a boathouse. Best of all, it sat right on the Amityville River.
But the beautiful home hid a terrible secret. Ronald DeFeo, a father of 5, was physically abusive. For years, his 23-year-old son, Ronald Jr., bore the brunt of his brutality.
Tensions were high in the Amityville house, and on the night of November 13th, Ronald Jr. finally snapped. He shot and killed his mother, father, and 4 siblings while they slept.
After the tragedy, the house on Ocean Avenue sat empty for a year. It didn't matter how low the price dipped. No one wanted to touch a place with such a sordid history.
Eventually, a new family did move in. Regardless of the building's violent past, they had high hopes for their new abode.
But there was something evil lurking inside the Amityville home, and they would learn that the hard way.
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take "we don't know" for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This is our third of 4 parts on life after death. Each episode will explore a different facet of the afterlife, from near-death experiences to hauntings to exorcisms. We'll try to solve the greatest mystery of all. What happens after we die?
This time, we'll cover haunted houses. We'll examine different kinds of hauntings, investigate their potential causes, and try to figure out why people explain uncanny phenomena through the supernatural.
Next episode, we'll figure out what happens when a spirit inhabits a person, and we'll discuss the steps religious figures take to free possessed people from evil demons.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
In the 1st century CE, a Roman magistrate named Pliny the Younger wrote about a haunted house in Athens. Every night, the specter of a thin old man appeared in its halls. The ghost had a long beard, dirty clothes, and chains around his hands and feet.
Most people refused to live in the home while it was plagued by this spirit. But according to Pliny, a philosopher called Athenodorus eventually moved in.
One night, Athenodorus heard the ghost's chains rattling. The sound got louder and louder until it was right outside his study. Athenodorus looked up from his work and saw the spirit of the old man standing in the doorway.
He raised a bony hand and gestured for the philosopher to follow him. The ghost led Athenodorus to the yard, where he pointed at a plot of grass. Then he disappeared.
The next day, Athenodorus dug up the spot the ghost had gestured at. Buried deep in the ground, he uncovered a skeleton bound in the same rusted chains he'd seen on the spirit.
Pliny said that Athenodorus collected the bones and gave them a proper funeral. The philosopher laid the spirit to rest, and he never saw the ghost again.
This is one of the oldest surviving tales of a haunted house, and it illustrates a few points. Firstly, every residence has a history. An average abode like the one Athenodorus slept in might have a dark past. It could even have literal bodies buried in the yard.
Secondly, homebuyers don't always know what took place in their new houses. What looks like a beautiful sanctuary could actually be full of secrets. The walls might be imprinted with suffering. Vengeful spirits could lurk in the shadows.
Sometimes a home feels so cursed that it sends a family fleeing in terror. That's exactly what happened to 28-year-old George Lutz and his wife, 29-year-old Kathy.
In November 1975, George and Kathy were looking for a place on Long Island. Unfortunately, nothing was in their price range, except the house at 112 Ocean Avenue in Amityville, New York.
The home's previous owners had met a grisly end. 1 year before, Ronald DeFeo Jr. had shot and killed his parents and 4 younger siblings as they slept in their beds.
The realtor admitted that the building's violent past usually drove buyers away, but that also meant the price was well below average. If the Lutzes wanted the Amityville house, they could get it at a steal.
George and Kathy couldn't believe their luck. The residence was just barely within their budget. Plus, it had plenty of space for their 3 children, 9-year-old Danny, 7-year-old Chris, and 5-year-old Missy. They said yes right away, regardless of the place's unfortunate history.
On December 18, 1975, they moved in. But the Lutzes weren't totally naive. They reportedly hired a priest to bless the house, hoping to cleanse it of any negative spirits. When the priest arrived, he took out a container of holy water and suddenly heard a disembodied man's voice telling him to get out. But that didn't stop the family from settling in. On their first night, George had trouble sleeping. Even though the house was below market price, it was still barely within their budget. He fretted over the mortgage payments and worried that the building might need expensive repairs.
At one point, he woke up and looked at the clock. It was 3:15 a.m., right around the time the DeFeos had been killed.
The next morning, it was freezing cold inside. George checked the thermostat and realized that it wasn't working. He insulated the windows and lit a roaring fire, but no matter what he did, the old house just wouldn't heat up.
A few days later, on December 22nd, the Lutzes found one of the upstairs windows covered in a swarm of flies. There were hundreds of them buzzing around in the dead of winter, a time when flies shouldn't even have been alive. It was like the house was rotten.
With every passing day, the Amityville home grew stranger. Windows flew open, letting gusts of frigid air into the already freezing space. One morning, George came downstairs, shivering from a draft. He found the front door completely ripped off its hinges.
5-year-old Missy started playing with an invisible friend that she called Jody. She told her parents that Jody was a pig.
And every night, George woke up at exactly 3:15 a.m. As if that wasn't weird enough, he kept hearing big band music downstairs, like someone was throwing a party.
One night, he tiptoed to the first floor to check what was going on, but no one was there.
On Christmas Day, 1975, George awoke at 3:15 a.m. again. He went outside to check on the family dog, who'd been acting lethargic since they moved in.
From the yard, he looked up at Missy's window, and he saw the little girl staring back at him. Behind her was the face of a pig with glowing red eyes.
George sprinted to his daughter's room, his heart pounding. He burst through the door and found her fast asleep in her bed, alone.
2 days later, on December 27th, the Lutzes discovered a secret room hidden behind some shelves in the basement. Its walls were painted dark red.
George mentioned the room to a local bartender, who said he'd seen it when he worked at a party the DeFeos threw. Afterwards, the bartender had nightmares of people performing animal sacrifices in the red room.
As the days passed, the Lutzes' experiences grew more horrifying. On January 7th, 1976, George awoke to find that his wife, Kathy, wasn't in bed beside him. She was levitating 2 feet in the air.
Frantic, he grabbed his wife's hair and pulled her down. When he looked at her face, he saw that she'd turned into an old woman. Her hair was white, her face was lined with wrinkles, and all her teeth had rotted away.
Eventually, she regained her more youthful appearance, but the horror wasn't over.
On January 14th, the Lutzes had their worst night yet. Beds slid across the floor. Dresser drawers flew open and shut. Doors slammed. George found himself paralyzed in bed, unable to stop the madness around him.
When he could finally move, he dashed into the hallway. A hooded figure in white loomed at the head of the staircase. It lifted its hand and pointed straight at him.
That was the final straw. The Lutzes bolted for the family van and left their dream home behind.
About a month later, on February 18, 1976, a local reporter invited psychics and paranormal experts to hold a seance at the abandoned Amityville home.
They claimed they sensed the presence of two spirits, an old woman and a young boy, both of whom had formerly lived in the house. But there was something else as well, something far more evil.
Investigators agreed that the presence that lurked inside the house wasn't connected to any person who'd ever lived there. It was demonic.
Coming up, the Demon of Amityville.
Hello, I'm Hannah Maguire.
And I'm Suruti Bala, and we're the hosts of the new Spotify original from Parcast, Sinister Societies.
You may know us from the very creepy and excellent podcast Red Handed, but now we've teamed up with Parcast for an unprecedented look at history's most nefarious groups.
Some preach extreme religious practices, others warn of impending doom, and then there are those whose endgame is far more diabolical.
Every Tuesday on Sinister Societies, we take a peek behind the curtain and discover the most ominous organizations the world may or may not have known.
Learn how entrepreneurial sects made fortunes off their brand, how charismatic cult leaders caught the eye of celebrities, and why strange orders of the extraterrestrial or collegiate kind attract the most unlikely of followers.
Some groups convene in the shadows, others operate in plain sight. All are absolutely sinister. Follow Sinister Societies free and only on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
In December 1975, the Lutz family moved into a house in Amityville, New York. They knew it had been the site of a horrible mass murder, but that meant the house was cheap, so they could just barely afford it. They looked forward to starting a new life there.
However, it didn't take long for their dream to turn sour. In less than a month, hostile paranormal forces drove the Lutzes out. According to experts, the house was inhabited by at least 2 ghosts and 1 demon.
In other words, there were multiple hauntings at the Amityville home. According to author Troy Taylor, this isn't all that uncommon. He separated different types of paranormal activity into various categories.
In a traditional haunting, deceased people's spirits linger in the places they once lived. Usually, they try to communicate with the living by moving objects, opening doors, or manifesting as cold spots.
The Lutzes experienced all these phenomena. They could have come from the ghosts of the old woman and young boy.
According to Taylor, the Lutzes also experienced a residual haunting. These happen when past events replay over and over again as sounds, smells, or involuntary actions. The band George heard downstairs could have been the residual haunting of a party the DeFeos held before they died.
Next, Taylor described poltergeist hauntings. Poltergeists are aggressive spirits that harass people through noise and violence. They often appear when a member of a family is disturbed or sensitive.
George was stressed about money. His anxiety could have been the catalyst for poltergeist activity, which manifested as moving furniture and frightening apparitions.
Finally, Taylor identified the most controversial kind of haunting, portals. He believed that some locations contain interdimensional doorways that allow ghosts to travel to this world.
In the Amityville case, the Lutzes found a secret red room that may have been the site of occult rituals. It's possible the space was used to open a portal and summon evil spirits. Perhaps the animal sacrifices spurred the demon to manifest as Jody the pig.
If this was true, the Amityville house was a shockingly supernatural location. It displayed all 4 different types of hauntings. George Lutz couldn't help but wonder what made his home a magnet for ghosts and demons.
So he did some research. According to Jay Anson, the author of the 1977 book, The Amityville Horror, George sought help from the Amityville Historical Society.
They allegedly told him that before European settlers colonized Long Island in the 1600s, the Shinnecock Nation lived there. Apparently, the Shinnecock believed the area around the house was demonic.
The Historical Society reportedly said that the Shinnecock refused to use the site as a consecrated burial mound. Instead, they left the sick and mentally ill there to die.
This explanation provided a convenient excuse for the haunting, but there was a problem.
It was all made up.
Author and professor Colin Dickey pointed out that the Shinnecock didn't actually live around Amityville. Furthermore, no human remains were ever found on the site where the house was built.
But the popularity of the Amityville case led to what film critics call the Indian burial ground trope. It became a cliche in horror movies and books, even appearing in major works like Stephen King's Pet Sematary.
The Indian burial ground trope appealed to horror writers because it gave their settings an ancient and mysterious backstory. But it also played into demeaning stereotypes about Native Americans. Even in the context of a horror story, the myth erased Native voices and misappropriated their cultures.
And as it turned out, this wasn't the only fake part of the Amityville case. As the story gained media attention, some people noticed that parts of the Lutz's story paralleled 1970s horror films like The Exorcist and The Omen. It seemed like the family had copied plot points they'd seen in movies.
Plus, several people disputed George Lutz's account of events. No one who lived in the Amityville home after the Lutzes experienced any paranormal activity.
And in 1979, the priest who was allegedly hired to bless the house came forward. He told a newspaper that the story about him hearing a voice was completely fabricated. In fact, he'd never even been to the Amityville house.
Even more incriminating testimony came from the Lutz children. Chris was 7 years old when the family moved into the house. When he grew up, he said that many of the events described in the Amityville horror never actually happened.
Chris admitted that he did experience some paranormal phenomena. However, he had a very different explanation for why the place was haunted.
According to Chris, George Lutz was interested in occult magic. Chris said that he once saw George chanting in an attempt to summon spirits. He believed these activities brought evil into the Amityville home.
Danny, who was 9 during the supposed haunting, also insisted that some elements of the story were true. He claimed the swarm of flies was real and that beds really did slide across the room. He even said he'd seen Jody, the demonic pig.
But he too blamed his stepfather's supernatural interests. He also added that George was abusive and controlling. An atmosphere of fear and violence existed in the Amityville house, with or without ghosts.
So perhaps George invited an unsavory entity into his own home. He could have done so through occult magic or through his violent personality.
Or he could have made the whole narrative up, then dragged his family into the lie.
The debate seemed settled in May 1988. That was when Ronald DeFeo Jr.'s defense attorney, William Weber, admitted that the whole story was a hoax. Weber explained that he, George, and Kathy made up the haunting over a few bottles of wine. They wanted to turn the story into a media sensation for their own profit.
The financial motive added up. The Amityville horror book and subsequent movie franchise were huge hits. If money was the Lutz's goal, they got it.
Either way, haunted houses like Amityville harbor malevolent secrets, and not just paranormal ones. With any home, it's unclear what really goes on behind closed doors. Perhaps the so-called haunting is actually an unhappy family trying to cope.
And hauntings don't just reveal familial strife. They also reflect wider societal fears.
When the Lutz family lived in Amityville, the United States saw a marked rise in occultism. The Church of Satan was founded in 1966. In 1972, Time magazine published an image of a hooded goat with the headline, "The Occult Revival, Satan Returns."
Based on his stepchildren's accounts, George Lutz was part of this new wave of interest in witchcraft, and the speculations about the Amityville haunting, like the story of animal sacrifices being performed in a red room, reflected the United States satanic panic.
Other aspects of the Amityville story, like the Indian burial ground trope, reveal different social concerns. According to Colin Dickey, horror stories invoke this trope because they're unconsciously dealing with an uncomfortable fact. The United States sits on land it acquired through colonization and genocide.
Tales that use the Indian burial ground trope point to this unresolved historical tension. It's no coincidence that this cliché appeared around the same time as a huge social movement for Native American civil rights. Indigenous people demanded recognition, access to resources, and the return of land.
Amidst this struggle, the anxiety of who really owned the country was at the back of many people's minds. Horror movies were a way to process this uneasiness, but they didn't lead to any real societal change.
Amityville also revealed cultural fears around money and home ownership. For decades, a suburban house with a white picket fence was the American dream.
But homes are expensive. They usually require a mortgage, and if a house has a lot of problems, it can become a huge financial burden.
Some of the phenomena at Amityville, like the flies and the cold, could have happened because the building was old. Maybe it was more of a fixer-upper than the Lutzes initially realized. Rather than face the fact that they'd made a bad investment, they chalked the defects up to the paranormal.
Finally, there's the crime that started it all. Ronald DeFeo Jr.'s multiple homicide went completely against the idealized image of the family. It drew the public's interest not just for its heinousness, but because DeFeo violated the ties of kinship.
And sometimes it's easier to blame a demon than to confront the fact that a family home might hide misery and violence.
For all the holes in the Amityville story, it remains one of the most well-known and influential hauntings of all time. It's also an example of how and why people turn to paranormal explanations for their domestic problems. A brutal crime, a family wrapped up in personal and financial stress, and a predisposition toward occult beliefs all led to events being exaggerated or falsified.
There are plenty of cultural explanations for perceived hauntings, but that doesn't exactly debunk them. The Lutz children insisted there was something paranormal going on inside their home. They saw apparitions, heard creepy noises, and felt ghostly presences.
That can't be explained away by familial strife, but it might be rationalized by science.
Coming up, the reason why so many people have ghosts in their homes. Now back to the story.
In 1976, the Lutz family claimed their house in Amityville, New York was haunted. Their testimony caused a national sensation, but there was little evidence to corroborate the story. Several people said it was a hoax.
Even so, Amityville revealed both familial strife and wider cultural fears. Because it reflected so many shared social issues, it became an exceptionally famous haunted house, but it was far from the only one. Practically every town claims to have at least one eerie locale. In the United Kingdom alone, there are 10,000 allegedly haunted places.
About 13% of Americans report ghostly activity in the home where they currently live. The most common phenomena are strange noises and shadows, cold spots, pets behaving oddly, and objects moving on their own.
But just because people think spirits exist doesn't mean they do.
A 2002 study found that people who believed in ghosts were more likely to report paranormal phenomena. That means that simply thinking spirits exist makes a person more likely to view an event as supernatural.
Furthermore, social influence impacts people's perceptions. In a 2014 study, participants watched a fake psychic claim to bend a metal key with her mind. If subjects were in the room with people who said they saw the key bend, they were more likely to report seeing it too.
That doesn't mean the supernatural is just in people's heads, though. Many of the sensations associated with hauntings have logical explanations.
For example, some people report a sense of uneasiness in supposedly paranormal locations. This might not be caused by a sixth sense, but rather one of the original five, hearing.
Sound travels in waves, the size and frequency of which are measured in hertz. Humans can't hear noise below 20 hertz, but their brains still respond to it. When people are exposed to sound at around 18.9 hertz, they report feelings of anxiety and dread. They get goosebumps, chills run down their spines, and their hair stands on edge. As a result, this has been dubbed the fear frequency.
At the fear frequency, people can even see things moving out of the corner of their eye, thanks to a phenomenon called resonance. Essentially, the vibration from one object can cause another to vibrate if it's sensitive to the same frequency.
The human eye has a resonant frequency of about 18.98 hertz. That means that if a nearby object is emitting the fear frequency, the eye can subtly vibrate in response. This can cause optical illusions, which people might interpret as ghostly figures or orbs.
The fear frequency can be emitted by everyday objects like electric fans. Other household items can cause ghostly feelings too.
Common fuels, including gasoline, propane, wood, and charcoal, can produce a gas called carbon monoxide. With proper ventilation, it's not a problem. But if people inhale too much of the gas, it can cause headaches, dizziness, nausea, shortness of breath, and fainting. In some cases, it can be fatal.
It can also cause physical, visual, and auditory hallucinations. Carbon monoxide can lead people to feel, see, or hear what they believe to be ghosts.
Carbon monoxide is colorless, odorless, and tasteless. It can only be detected with a specialized alarm. Before these sensors were invented, there was no way to tell whether carbon monoxide gas was slowly poisoning a household. Throughout the early 20th century, the chemical actually caused a number of perceived hauntings.
For example, in 1921, a family moved into an old house. They immediately started feeling depressed, and they heard footsteps and voices when no one else was in the home.
Finally, a relative came to them with a solution. He'd read about a family who'd been poisoned by carbon monoxide and had similar experiences. When the residents looked into it, they found that their chimney was blocked and the furnace was pumping gas into the house.
Carbon monoxide continues to cause hauntings to this day. It's one of the first possibilities ghost hunters rule out when they investigate.
There are lots of other possible explanations for the strange phenomena people experience in their homes, but the real question is why people are willing to turn to the paranormal to explain events that could be perfectly natural.
Perhaps it's because hauntings are so pervasive, or because they help people make sense of incidents they don't understand, like slamming doors or a swarm of flies in the dead of winter. When an obvious reason doesn't present itself, it's easy to assume something more sinister is afoot.
Plus, people want to believe in hauntings, if only because they offer emotionally satisfying answers. As Colin Dickey argues, hauntings can fill in gaps in ways that gratify our sense of justice. Ghosts can seek retribution for past wrongs or reveal long-lost secrets.
Or in the case of the Amityville hauntings, curses and witchcraft explain what would otherwise look like random acts of violence. They become reasons why bad things happen to good people.
Finding the story behind a haunting is like putting together the pieces of a puzzle. And supernatural explanations are usually more exciting than logical ones. It's the difference between believing that Amityville is haunted because of satanic rituals or that an abusive stepfather made up the story to help pay his mortgage.
It's also important to examine how a culture chooses to tell the stories of its haunted places. Dickey explained that the fictional aspects of a ghost story say a lot about what a culture would rather not face. They often replace complicated histories with easy-to-understand cliches.
But while parts of a story might be made up, there are too many tales of hauntings to simply ignore. They can't all be carbon monoxide leaks.
Optical illusions don't account for moving furniture or creepy red rooms. It's possible that something supernatural lived alongside the Lutzes in Amityville, and they got out just in time. If they'd stayed, it's possible that the demonic presence might have transcended the house and entered one of them.
Since ancient times, people have believed that demons can possess a person's body. It might seem like an outdated trope, but in recent years, reports of possessions have actually gone up.
And if a person is possessed, the only way to free them is through an arcane ritual known as an exorcism.
Thanks again for tuning in to Unexplained Mysteries. We will be back next time with part 4 of Life After Death, where we'll explore the arcane world of exorcisms. For more information on haunted houses, amongst the many sources we used, we found Ghostland by Colin Dickey extremely helpful to our research.
You can find all episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
See you next time.
And remember, never take "we don't know" for an answer.
Unexplained Mysteries is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Dick Schroeder, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Kitovich. This episode of Unexplained Mysteries was written by Kirsten Liu, with writing assistance by Karis Allen and Angela Jorgensen. Fact-checking by Cara Mackerleen and research by Brian Petrus. Unexplained Mysteries stars Molly Brandenburg and Richard Rossner.
You aren't supposed to know about them, unless they want you to.
Powerful groups with their own very specific agendas.
And if you find yourself on the inside, good luck getting out.
Hi, I'm Hannah Maguire.
And I'm Suruthi Bala. Join us every Tuesday for our new Spotify original from Parcast, Sinister Societies.
Whether it's doomsday predictions, deadly greed, or world domination, each week we're exposing the beliefs and actions of the most ominous organizations the world may or may not have known.
Follow Sinister Societies, free and only on Spotify.
In December 1973, the feature film The Exorcist shocked the nation.
Supposedly based on a true story, it depicted a 12-year-old girl who played with a Ouija board, then became possessed by a demon. The innocent child transformed into a grotesque monster who vomited green bile, turned her head around 180 degrees, and spoke backward.
Audiences were not prepared for the disturbing violence. Theater owners across the country reported that in every screening, at least one person became nauseous or fainted.
It wasn't just the film's goriness. Viewers were also scared of its implications. A whole wave of people suddenly thought they were possessed too.
They flocked to church, worried that their lapsed faith made them susceptible to evil forces. They begged Catholic priests to perform an exorcism, a special ritual that was supposed to draw demons out of the body.
Almost single-handedly, The Exorcist launched a new wave of exorcisms. More and more people believed they were in the thrall of the devil. The Catholic Church could hardly keep up with demand.
And the rise in exorcisms continues to this day. Perhaps it's because the forces of evil have only gotten stronger.
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take "we don't know" for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This is our final episode on life after death. Each episode, we've explored a different facet of the afterlife, from near-death experiences to hauntings to exorcisms. We tried to solve the greatest mystery of all. What happens after we die?
Last time, we discussed haunted houses and the ways that evil forces may linger in places with traumatic pasts.
Today, we'll explore what happens when wickedness infests a person. We'll hear the stories of those who are allegedly overwhelmed by demonic forces, including a 17th century nun. We'll also examine how exorcisms have changed over time and how they're sometimes used as political weapons, often with deadly consequences.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
Many believe that demons, devils, and evil spirits can possess a person's body. When they take over, they make the person lash out and behave erratically. To get rid of them, the victim needs an exorcism.
Occasionally, a presence comes along that is so sinister it can overwhelm entire groups of people, even nuns.
In 1632, the French town of Loudun was torn apart by the religious battles between Catholics and Protestants. The tension came to a head on September 21st.
That night, 18 Ursuline nuns, including Mother Superior Jeanne des Agnès, saw a strange vision. The specter of a recently deceased priest paced the corridors.
Soon after, the women felt the terrible presence of demons. The evil entities attacked the sisters with reckless abandon. They were punched, slapped, thrown to the ground, and had fits of uncontrollable laughter. The nuns believed it was clear they had become possessed.
On October 5th, priests arrived to perform an exorcism. They interrogated the nuns, commanding the demons who were allegedly controlling them to identify themselves.
Supposedly, the demons spoke through the women, saying they were the, quote, enemies of God, end quote. They also explained why they'd taken over. Apparently, someone had made a pact with the devil.
Days later, the nuns finally named the person behind the unrest, Father Urbain Grandier. Once his name was floated, the rest of the nuns followed suit in a frenzy. They knew he was unquestionably the one who'd made the unholy contract.
This revelation wasn't all that surprising. Grandier was a priest with a scandalous reputation, an attractive man who didn't take his vow of celibacy very seriously. He had liaisons with several female parishioners, including wives and daughters from powerful families.
On November 30th, the King's Council investigated Grandier's connection to the possessions, but their motives weren't exactly pure.
Cardinal Richelieu, the most powerful bishop in France and chief minister to the king, was one of Grandier's many enemies. He seemed all too happy to blame Grandier for the sinister presence terrorizing the convent.
About a year after the investigation launched in December 1633, Grandier was arrested on charges of sorcery.
Meanwhile, the nuns continued to exhibit erratic behavior. In private, they were often well-behaved and quiet. But during exorcisms, which took place in the public church and drew thousands of spectators, the devils seemed to take over. They acted wild.
Priests tied the nuns to benches. But once the demons apparently took over, the clergyman freed the women to writhe around and roll on the floor. They screamed, laughed, and shouted blasphemies. According to the scholar Michel de Certeau, the spectacle was like uncaging lions in a coliseum.
Since Sister Jean Desjardins seemed to be especially afflicted, the priest subjected her to an intense exorcism. She was hogtied and forced to take communion. When she resisted, the clerics threw her to the ground and kicked her. The father kept his foot on her throat while he performed the rest of the ritual.
And Jean was overcome by an unseen force, Father Grandier's charisma. She said that whenever the specter of Grandier appeared to her, he made her yearn for him. She accused him of trying to seduce her.
Strangely, Jean had never even met him in real life. That said, she had heard of his erotic adventures. She may have become sexually fixated on a man she couldn't have, and then blamed it on possession. Either way, Sister Jean was certainly under Grandier's spell, even if it had nothing to do with demons.
Unfortunately, the exorcisms failed to cast out the evil spirits, and the priests were helpless. They decided to bring in the accused. They reasoned that if Grandier had summoned the demons, perhaps he could also send them away.
Surprisingly, Grandier was happy to appear at the trial. He wanted to prove his innocence. If he could show that the nuns were lying, he might be allowed to go free. If he was found guilty, he'd face a death sentence. But the hearing didn't go as planned.
On June 23, 1634, Grandier was brought to the convent. He asked the nuns questions in Greek to see if they could answer in a language none of them knew, but nobody replied to his queries.
Then he asked the demons to prove they were real by wringing his neck. They rejected that request as well.
But apparently, the devil wasn't done with his tricks. Soon after the demonstration, the nuns fell into a frenzy, convulsing and screaming. Even though they hadn't answered Grandier's questions, authorities thought their mania was proof of his demonic power. His mere presence drove them mad.
But not everyone believed that Grandier was guilty of possessing the women. These skeptics were part of a relatively new field, medicine.
Some physicians believed that the nuns' behavior had natural causes. One said they were sexually repressed, isolated from society with no outlet for their urges. Others said they'd become unhealthily obsessed with hell and punishment. They might have encouraged each other's irrationality.
But these alternate explanations failed to impress the authorities. In spite of the skeptics, Grandier's fate would be decided in court.
On July 8, 1634, Grandier's trial began. Soon after the proceedings started, he caught a lucky break. There was new testimony, a story that might actually prove his innocence.
Some of the nuns made a bombshell confession to the lead investigator. They admitted that Grandier hadn't actually caused the possessions.
After the disclosures, the Mother Superior, Jean Desjardins, went to court and begged to atone for the sin of perjury. Following this revelation, surely Grandier would be found innocent.
But the court was less impressed. In fact, they took Jean's volatile behavior as proof of Grandier's power over her and the convent. Other sisters testified that after seeing him, they were struck by feelings of love and passion for the dashing priest.
More evidence piled up, including a cut on Grandier's hand that the court said was from his pact with the devil. Ultimately, Grandier didn't stand a chance.
On August 18, 1634, he was found guilty. That same day, he was burned at the stake while a crowd of thousands watched.
The possessions at Loudun made news all over Europe, but many people had trouble believing that one evil spirit could take hold of an entire convent. They accused the nuns of faking the whole incident. Others said that Grandier's enemies had seized an opportunity to bring him down.
According to historian Francis Young, the events at Loudun made exorcisms unpopular. For the next 2 centuries, as Europe entered a scientific age of enlightenment and reason, possession was perceived as old-fashioned and superstitious.
Then, in the 19th century, a new scientific field, psychology, changed how people thought about mental health. Demons were no longer the go-to explanation for unusual behavior.
But in 1949, one notable case made headlines because it was something that even science couldn't explain.
Coming up, the true story behind The Exorcist.
Hello, I'm Hannah Maguire.
And I'm Suruthi Bala, and we're the hosts of the new Spotify original from Parcast, Sinister Societies.
You may know us from the very creepy and excellent podcast Red Handed, but now we've teamed up with Parcast for an unprecedented look at history's most nefarious groups.
Some preach extreme religious practices, others warn of impending doom, and then there are those whose endgame is far more diabolical.
Every Tuesday on Sinister Societies, we take a peek behind the curtain and discover the most ominous organizations the world may or may not have known.
Learn how entrepreneurial sects made fortunes off their brand, how charismatic cult leaders caught the eye of celebrities, and why strange orders of the extraterrestrial or collegiate kind attract the most unlikely of followers.
Some groups convene in the shadows, others operate in plain sight. All are absolutely sinister. Follow Sinister Societies free and only on Spotify.
Now, back to the story.
In the 1600s, a demonic presence reportedly overwhelmed an entire French convent of nuns. 3 centuries later, priests tried to exorcise a similarly disturbing force from an American child.
On January 11th, in a suburb of Washington, D.C., a 13-year-old boy known by the pseudonym Roland Doe started behaving erratically. Objects levitated around him. His bed careened across the room.
His family appealed to Catholic priests for help. They gave the boy a psychiatric evaluation, but couldn't account for the supernatural phenomena. In March, they decided an exorcism was in order.
For 2 months, priests stayed with the boy as they attempted to free him from his demonic tormentors. During each ritual, the boy screamed in Latin, a language he didn't know. He violently attacked one priest with a bedspring coil, driving it into his arm.
One clergyman said that phrases and images appeared burned into Roland's skin, as if he'd been branded. These included the words hell, spite, and the face of the devil.
It took almost 30 exorcisms, some lasting entire nights, but finally, the demons left.
The story had a happy conclusion. Roland Doe's case may have faded into obscurity if it weren't for an aspiring Hollywood writer named William Peter Blatty.
Fascinated by the case, Blatty adapted it into a novel roughly 20 years after Roland's exorcism. He said the book was based on a true story, though he changed many details. He made the protagonist a young girl. His take was also far more gruesome, fitting for the era's rebellious counterculture. His 1971 novel was called The Exorcist.
The book was a bestseller. 2 years later, it became an even more successful film. The Catholic Church had mixed responses to the explicit movie, but it ended up helping their cause. According to sociologist Michael W. Cuneo, the film presented the 2 priest characters as heroes. In the face of science and skepticism, their faith alone allowed them to defeat the forces of evil.
The popularity of The Exorcist revived what had been flagging interest in the Catholic Church. It made it seem like there was at least one field where they still held the answers: demonic possession.
In The Exorcist, possession wasn't just a relic of a bygone past. It could happen in the present, at any time, and to anyone.
Requests for exorcisms exploded overnight. Priests received hundreds of calls from frightened film viewers from many different faith traditions. Some even thought their pets were possessed.
The Exorcist ushered in a new modern era of exorcisms. It seemed that the devil was gaining ground and taking hold of more and more people.
But appearances can deceive. Exorcisms date all the way back to ancient times, and over the centuries, they've changed dramatically. Ancient Babylonians and Egyptians thought that demons caused certain illnesses. By combining magic with medicine, they used spells and magic charms to expel these evil forces.
For example, the Babylonians threw wax figurines of demons into a fire to cast them out.
When Christianity emerged and started to spread, adherents adopted exorcisms as part of their rituals. But they looked very different from what they are today. In fact, they were included as part of the typical baptism ceremony.
The baptized person simply breathed out all evil spirits so that they could breathe in the Holy Spirit. Any person could perform an exorcism. They didn't even need to be a priest.
In the 2nd and 3rd centuries, Christians grew wary of pagans, or people who believed in more than one god. They thought that these unknown deities were demons who led people astray, purely evil spirits who impersonated divine beings.
In other words, the Christians believed that pagans were possessed, having fallen for the devil's tricks. The only way of saving them was through conversion and baptism, which included an exorcism. And only Christians had the God-given power to rescue them from the darkness.
By the 4th century, as Christianity became the dominant religion in Europe, the Church developed new standards for exorcisms. It ruled that only holy people like saints had the ability to perform them. The practice was no longer an everyday ritual. Instead, it was proof of divine grace.
On the flip side, any non-Christian who performed an exorcism was accused of dark magic.
Roughly a century later, paintings of exorcisms depicted demons leaving a person through their mouth. They showed that demons weren't just air. They were physical entities that needed to be literally expelled from the body. They were real.
But the threat of a literal devil didn't resonate with everyone. It was linked to the power of the Catholic Church. And in the Middle Ages, new religious sects were popping up all over Europe. As the Pope's authority declined, the evil spirits seemed to become feeble as well.
Because of this, lay people could once again perform their own exorcisms. These rituals weren't even just for demons. They were also used for trivial everyday problems like toothaches and disobedient animals. Believers would simply command whatever unclean spirit was causing the issue to leave, usually with the aid of holy water or religious objects.
But the Catholic Church still faced a problem that was bigger than a simple toothache. They were losing power and authority to new sects that swept across the continent.
The most important of these heretical movements was a denomination called the Cathars. The Cathars were more progressive than the Catholics. They accepted women as spiritual leaders, and they viewed the Catholic Church as corrupt.
For the Catholics, anyone who challenged their authority was perceived as aligned with Satan. They didn't like that the Cathars were standing up against the all-powerful papacy.
Catharism seemed like an even greater threat as it spread across southern France, becoming the dominant faith in entire towns. The church claimed that the Cathars had been seduced by the devil, just like the pagans. They were determined to eliminate these heretics before the demons could spread.
Over the next 20 years, they launched a holy crusade against the supposedly satanic sect and burned thousands at the stake.
The church ruthlessly persecuted the Cathars, besieging Cathar cities and massacring their citizens. They used the alleged possessions as an excuse to clamp down on dissent.
This followed a historical pattern. Historian and author Francis Young explained that upswings in exorcisms can be traced to times of tension for the Catholic Church, usually when there is the threat of division or an external enemy.
which means exorcisms weren't only about demons. They were also weapons to assert control.
In the 14th century, after the Cathars were wiped out, the church produced its first books on exorcism. Now the ritual had an exact wording that needed to be followed. The next time a heretical sect cropped up, they'd be prepared.
And 200 years later, in the 16th century, a new threat seemingly arose in Europe: witchcraft.
Women bore the brunt of this paranoia. They were more likely than men to be accused of witchcraft and the target of the majority of exorcisms.
At the time, many people believed that women were more susceptible to the devil's temptations. Pope Sixtus V wrote that women must have been possessed by demons whenever they spoke out of turn. Exorcisms, again, became a way of controlling those who had the gall to challenge authority.
The panic over black magic and the huge revival of exorcisms didn't come from out of nowhere. It was a response to the biggest crisis the Catholic Church had ever seen.
In 1517, a German priest named Martin Luther launched the Protestant Reformation when he challenged the fundamentals of Catholicism. European monarchs seized the opportunity to break away from the papacy. For the next 300 years, Europe was torn apart by religious war.
In the onslaught, Europeans accused each other of colluding with the devil. Protestants and Catholics alike used exorcisms as proof that they were the one true church ordained by God.
Loudun was one of the many European cities divided along religious lines. No one knew who was an ally or an enemy in the brewing sectarian conflict. Sister Jeanne de Jeunesse was likely swept up in this unrest.
Sure, Jean's obsession with Father Urbain Grandier could have been due to his demonic power, but it's more likely the panic that engulfed the convent stemmed from the sweeping social changes of the time, which the Catholic Church, consciously or not, took advantage of.
In 1614, the Vatican issued its first official procedures for exorcism in a manuscript called the Rituale Romanum. This book made exorcisms even more exclusive. You didn't just need to be a literate priest. You also needed to be exceptionally holy and powerful for them to work.
Once again, this fit the trend of the church using exorcisms to gain power. But even if possessions weren't the work of the devil, they could still have dire consequences. Sometimes they were even fatal.
Coming up, a young woman seeks an exorcism and dies. Now back to the story.
From the 1st century CE through the Middle Ages, exorcisms went from a common folk remedy to a ceremony that only certain priests could perform. The Catholic Church used them to distinguish itself from other religions.
But in the 1700s, exorcisms went on the decline. That is, until the 1970s, when everything changed thanks to the film The Exorcist. People were confronted with a visceral image of demonic possession. For the first time, many got to see this horrific ritual in practice.
Many people believed they were possessed, and that fear was particularly strong among those who were intensely religious. Like an avidly Catholic 16-year-old girl named Annalisa Mickel.
In 1969, she lived in a small town in Bavaria, West Germany. One day, she blacked out and seemed to fall into a trance, convulsing violently.
Annalisa was diagnosed with temporal lobe epilepsy, a neurological disorder that causes seizures. She was prescribed medication, but it didn't alleviate her symptoms. Annalisa took it as a sign that her seizures must have some other cause.
In 1973, Annalisa went off to college. This was the same year The Exorcist was released, and possession mania took off. During her time at school, the film came out in West Germany, as did a German knockoff called Magdalena.
For a young Catholic girl, it was a scary time to experience epileptic fits. especially since they seemed to mirror the convulsive possessions Annalisa saw on screen.
Annalisa's symptoms only grew worse. She became depressed and suicidal. On top of that, she heard voices. They hissed in her ear while she tried to pray, telling her that she was going to rot in hell.
Annalisa also started seeing the devil's face everywhere she went. While on a pilgrimage to San Damiano in Italy, she wouldn't walk past images of Jesus or touch holy water. It was as if something was telling her to avoid them.
Annalisa became convinced that she was possessed. But whenever she went to a priest for help, he directed her to seek medical treatment. It wasn't the answer she wanted to hear. She refused to consult doctors. She wanted an exorcism or nothing.
Her symptoms grew more severe. Her family watched in horror as she ripped off her clothes, crawled on all fours, and barked like a dog. She ate spiders, coal, a dead bird, and even drank her own urine. Their daughter had turned into an animal.
In 1975, 6 years after she first experienced symptoms, Annalisa and her mother finally found a priest who took her appeals seriously. A bishop approved the exorcism, but only if done in secret.
By this time, most people viewed exorcisms as superstitious nonsense. If word got out that the Catholic Church had encouraged a woman to think she was possessed, it wouldn't be a good look.
For 10 months, under the supervision of 2 priests, Annalisa underwent a series of brutal exorcisms. During these sessions, she was restrained, sometimes for up to 4 hours at a time.
Eventually, she spoke in a low growl, telling the clergyman that she was possessed by a range of biblical and historical spirits. They included Lucifer, Cain, Judas, the Roman Emperor Nero, and someone a bit more contemporary, Adolf Hitler.
It's possible that each was jostling for control of Annalisa's body. But these were exactly the kinds of villains a German Catholic would have learned about in school. She might have just been using her imagination.
Annalisa underwent 67 brutal exorcisms. None of them worked. Annalisa continued to believe she was possessed. She knelt on the floor and prayed so much that she destroyed the bones and tendons in her knees.
And she wasn't just praying for herself. She was deeply perturbed by contemporary life, especially the era's wayward youth and the modernization of the Catholic Church. Annalisa became obsessed with the idea that her death could atone for the world's sins.
Annalisa stopped eating. Because she mistrusted doctors, her parents and the exorcist didn't bother to bring in medical help. For almost a year, she starved herself. She weakened until she could barely move.
On July 1st, 1976, at age 23, Annalisa died of dehydration and malnutrition. She only weighed 68 pounds. Additionally, an autopsy showed that she had fractured teeth and black eyes, most likely from being chained up during the harsh exorcisms.
Afterwards, Annalisa's parents and the 2 priests were charged and found guilty of negligent homicide.
The case shocked many Germans. It seemed impossible that a woman who clearly needed psychiatric help could die in such an archaic way. What was worse, her family and the church had enabled her. And though they were found guilty, neither her parents nor the priests spent any time in jail. The injustice was monstrous.
Given that Annalisa's condition might have been prompted by anxiety about the exorcist, it was ironic that her story ended up on screen as well. This shows how films about exorcisms and actual exorcisms feed into each other.
Because of the scandal, there are fewer exorcisms in Germany than in other European countries. The case showed people the very real dangers associated with the ritual. But other parts of Europe didn't get the message. In Italy, 50,000 people see exorcists each year.
In 1999, in response to the growing demand, The Vatican revised its official exorcism rites for the first time since the 17th century.
The new rules gave a nod to modern technology. It prohibited any media presence during exorcisms, keeping the practice veiled in secrecy.
But one person did secure permission to film a Catholic exorcism, William Friedkin, the director of The Exorcist.
It may seem like an odd match, but Friedkin had helped set off the pop cultural exorcism revival. Because of this, in 2016, he was allowed to witness the Vatican's chief exorcist, 91-year-old Father Gabriele Amort, at work. It certainly helped that The Exorcist was one of Amort's favorite films.
The director filmed the priest's attempt to free an Italian woman named Rosa from an army of demons. Amort believed that the woman had been cursed by her brother and his girlfriend, who he said was a witch.
During the exorcism, Rosa fell into a trance. She thrashed around and had to be restrained by 5 men. She foamed at the mouth and screamed that she was Satan.
Amort sprinkled holy water on Rosa and recited the rites. After the exorcism was done, Rosa seemed to behave normally, and she told Friedkin that the ritual made her feel better.
But even Amort couldn't cure Rosa entirely. When Friedkin later followed up with her, she acted even more aggressively than during the exorcism. She writhed on the ground and screamed as her mother and boyfriend tried in vain to control her.
Rosa's family didn't want Friedkin's video of her exorcism made public. They were so desperate that they accused him of using the footage to encourage Satanism. When that didn't work, they said they'd sue and then threatened to kill him.
Friedkin left Italy shaken by what he'd witnessed. He later learned that Rosa never returned to Father Amort for a follow-up exorcism. In fact, she was never heard from again.
But Friedkin still had the footage, and he was determined to discover the real source of Rosa's problems. He showed the film to top medical experts in neurology and psychiatry.
The doctors said that Rosa didn't appear to be faking her symptoms, but her exact condition was difficult to pinpoint. She never lost consciousness during the exorcism, and she responded to the people around her. That ruled out epilepsy, delirium, and hallucinations.
Dr. Itzhak Fried of UCLA and the Tel Aviv Sourasky Medical Center believed that whatever was affecting Rosa was physiological, originating in the brain, and it was tied to her religious beliefs.
In medical terms, a subset of dissociative identity disorder is called possession disorder. This occurs when a person's faith causes them to exhibit pathological behavior.
Rosa's symptoms could have been caused by her own convictions. Because she truly believed she was possessed, she acted it out.
The Catholic Church requires psychiatric evaluations before an exorcism can be performed. And in most cases, mental health conditions are the underlying cause. But instead of feeling relieved, some people are actually disappointed to hear that they aren't really possessed.
That's because mental distress and trauma are very taboo. It's actually more comforting to believe that demonic forces are attacking a person. Divine manifestations of good and evil make the universe seem less random and chaotic. And sometimes it's easier to believe that something is happening to you than to accept that it's all in your head.
But if Rosa's mental health condition was behind her so-called possession, it would be hard to find a viable cure. People like Rosa and Annalisa refused medical help. No one could convince them that their problems were psychological. Doctors needed another solution.
Friedkin consulted with more psychiatrists. They said that sometimes there's no way to change a patient's mind once they believe they're possessed. So instead, physicians might prescribe an unusual remedy, a good old-fashioned exorcism.
Though these therapists may not believe in the devil, they do believe in the power of suggestion. An exorcism helps convince the patient that they're being treated for what they think is the real problem. And sometimes that's all it takes.
This may be why the number of exorcisms continues to rise. In 2011, the U.S. had fewer than 15 official Catholic exorcists, but in 2018, that number shot up to over 100. The same year, the exorcist for the Archdiocese of Indianapolis said he received 1,700 requests for the service.
Pope Francis also encourages belief in demonic possession. In 2014, he blessed the International Association of Exorcists. And recently, the Vatican offered training courses on how to perform the ritual.
But as some people seek answers in their faith, others look in the opposite direction. In recent years, society has become less devout. As fewer people subscribe to traditional religion, they sometimes express interest in astrology, tarot cards, and healing crystals, customs usually associated with witchcraft.
Catholic officials claim the rise in exorcism is because of this widespread interest in the occult. It shows the devil is stronger now than ever before.
Alternatively, maybe possessions still happen because Catholics are anxious about the Church's decline, and their fears play out in erratic behavior.
Believers trust the Church. Skeptics put their faith in science or other philosophies. But neither group holds all the answers. To solve the mystery of satanic possession, both would have to face the unknown.
And as the saying goes, better the devil you know than the devil you don't.
Thanks again for tuning in to Unexplained Mysteries. We will be back next time with a new episode. For more information on exorcisms, amongst the many sources we used, we found Francis Young's A History of Exorcism in Catholic Christianity extremely helpful to our research.
You can find all episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
See you next time.
And remember, never take "we don't know" for an answer.
Unexplained Mysteries is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Kerry Murphy, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Katovich. This episode of Unexplained Mysteries was written by Kirsten Liu, with writing assistance by Ben Caro and Angela Jorgensen. Fact-checking by Cara Mackerline, and research by Bradley Klein. Unexplained Mysteries stars Molly Brandenburg and Richard Rossner.
You aren't supposed to know about them, unless they want you to.
Powerful groups with their own very specific agendas.
And if you find yourself on the inside, good luck getting out.
Hi, I'm Hannah Maguire.
And I'm Suruti Bala. Join us every Tuesday for our new Spotify original from Parcast, Sinister Societies.
Whether it's doomsday predictions, deadly greed, or world domination, each week we're exposing the beliefs and actions of the most ominous organizations the world may or may not have known.
Follow Sinister Societies free and only on Spotify.
On January 7th, 2012, 15-year-old computer whiz Marcus Warner logged onto a popular message board called 4chan. That night, one post was getting a lot of attention.
It was an image of a note typed in white font on a black background. It read, "Hello, we are looking for highly intelligent individuals. To find them, we have devised a test. There is a message hidden in this image. Find it, and it will lead you on the road to finding us. We look forward to meeting the few that will make it all the way through. Good luck."
The missive was signed 3301.
At first, Marcus thought it was just another internet prank. 4chan was known for jokes like this. But for some reason, he decided to take 3301 up on its challenge.
Though he was a skilled cryptographer, Marcus struggled to immediately locate the image's secret code. But then he got an idea. Perhaps there was a message hidden within the file itself.
Marcus ran the picture through a program that uncovered invisible text. Within seconds, the program revealed a name: Tiberius Claudius Caesar, the fourth emperor of Rome.
There was clearly more to this challenge than he'd realized.
But even then, Marcus didn't know that this puzzle would take over his entire life and pull him deep into a secret organization.
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take "we don't know" for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This is a one-part episode on Cicada 3301, a highly sophisticated internet puzzle that has obsessed cryptographers and coders since 2012.
Young codebreakers like Marcus dove headfirst into the complex clues. Some were offered admission into a mysterious organization, but the syndicate wasn't as friendly as they first seemed.
Today, we'll try to figure out who's behind the decade-long enigma. The answer could be the government, a powerful hacker group, or a well-financed elite organization that's hoping to take over the world.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
For as long as people have had secrets, they've needed ways to hide them. To conceal confidential information, ancient people developed codes and encryptions. Archaeologists have discovered countless examples of early ciphers.
But in the last 30 years, the internet has made cryptography far more complicated.
Usually, top coders can solve intricate ciphers in a few hours or maybe a day. But in 2012, they faced a new challenge, a puzzle more difficult than anything they'd ever seen before. The mystery hooked countless computer aficionados, including 15-year-old Marcus Warner.
Marcus had been homeschooled his whole life. While other kids got involved in extracurricular activities, he grew obsessed with computer puzzles. One night, he signed on to the internet message board 4chan and discovered a challenge from a mysterious group. Find the hidden message in an image and you'll be closer to discovering our identity. The note was signed 3301.
Marcus figured the post was a prank, but he couldn't resist the challenge. And he wasn't the only one who was interested. Thousands of internet puzzle breakers hunted for the answer. It didn't take them long to decrypt the file. Within minutes, they realized the organization had hidden a secret message inside a picture.
In a string of code, Marcus and his colleagues uncovered the words Tiberius Claudius Caesar, followed by a series of seemingly random letters, numbers, and symbols.
At first, he didn't know what to make of the name. Then he zeroed in on one word, Caesar. He remembered an old cryptograph, a coded message used thousands of years ago in the Roman Empire. It was known as the Caesar's cipher.
Julius Caesar had been paranoid about spies and informants. To hide the contents of his private letters, the emperor developed his own personal cipher.
Here's how it worked. Each letter in the message was replaced by another letter. If the key was 3, then the letter A would be replaced with D, which is 3 positions down in the alphabet, and so on.
Marcus learned Claudius was the 4th emperor of Rome. Therefore, he figured he should move each letter in the random string down 4 positions. When he did, he uncovered a website address. So far, Marcus didn't think the puzzle was particularly difficult. In fact, for a seasoned cryptographer like himself, it was almost too simple.
He copy and pasted the website address and clicked enter. It took him to a page with a strange image of a brown and yellow duck. There was another note.
It read, "Whoops, just decoys this way. Looks like you can't guess how to get the message out."
Apparently, breaking 3301's code wouldn't be so simple after all.
Some hackers thought they'd hit a dead end. Maybe they'd incorrectly interpreted the Caesar cipher, or 3301 was just pranking the 4chan community. But Marcus didn't think so. In fact, he didn't believe the duck image and message were the end of the road at all. He thought they could be another clue.
Marcus inspected the text, zeroing in on two words, guess and out. The words reminded him of an online tool known as OutGuess. He saved the image file and plugged it into OutGuess.
Within the picture's code, he uncovered a rabbit hole of clues, pulling him deeper into the mystery. He discovered a Reddit page, a book, a series of numbers, a line of dashes and dots, an image of a welcome mat, and a medieval painting. Clearly, the clues were growing more numerous and more obscure.
To better tackle this stage of the puzzle, Marcus teamed up with a few other code breakers. Together, they began the tedious work of cracking the new ciphers.
Eventually, they revealed an advanced privacy encryption key, the equivalent to a digital signature. They discovered the group's full name. It was Cicada 3301.
This title had symbolic significance. In coding, programmers use prime numbers like 3301 to encrypt messages. But cicada had a special meaning as well. These flying insects are found all around the world.
Most importantly, to avoid predator attacks, some cicadas hide underground, only resurfacing every 13 or 17 years, both prime numbers.
So the group's full name, Cicada 3301, symbolized something untraceable, indecipherable, and completely mysterious.
Though they'd uncovered the group's true moniker, Marcus and the other hackers were no closer to solving the overall puzzle. They worked day and night, agonizing over every detail.
Eventually, Marcus's late nights caught up to him. He stopped eating and doing homework, tormented by the challenge. During piano lessons, he stole moments to scribble ideas on a scrap of cardboard. His teacher chastised him for being exhausted and unfocused.
But he wasn't alone. All over the world, people obsessed over the clues. Many even called out of work to devote more time to the ciphers.
And soon, Marcus's efforts paid off. Hidden within the files, his team uncovered a story about King Arthur called The Lady of the Fountain. Ironically, it was the tale of a knight whose obsession with adventure cost him everything. Additionally, a series of characters revealed another hint, a telephone number.
Up to this point, the puzzle had been confined to the internet, but this clue scared the boys, who were, for the most part, still in high school. They didn't know what they'd gotten themselves into, but they'd soon find out.
Marcus dialed. On the other end of the line, an automated message complimented him on his progress and provided more instructions. The voice told him there were two prime numbers associated with the original cicada image. If he multiplied these with 3301 and added a .com to the end, he would uncover the next step.
Marcus and his team followed the instructions, located the numerals, and calculated the URL, then hit enter.
What they saw next sent shivers down their spines.
They stared at an image of a white cicada on a black background. Beneath the winged insect, there was a clock, and it was counting down.
At noon the next day, the timer would hit 0, and they'd received their next clue.
For the next 24 hours, Marcus watched the seconds tick away. Hours of code breaking had led to this, a waiting game.
The next day, Marcus and puzzle breakers around the world sat at their desks, eyes glued to their computer screens.
The timer ticked down. 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3, 2,
1.
They refreshed the page. The countdown clock was now gone. In its place, they stared at 14 numbers. Cicada 3301 wrote, "Find our symbol at the location nearest you."
Marcus set down his pen and held his breath. These numbers weren't leading him to a website or another online clue. They were coordinates. Cicada 3301 had moved to the real world.
The clues pointed to Warsaw, Paris, Seoul, Miami, Sydney, and more.
Marcus and his team couldn't afford to travel to those far-flung locations, but others could.
On lampposts around the world, coders found images of a cicada with a QR code underneath. They shared photographs of the clues on 4chan. Teams decrypted the QR code and uncovered another message from Cicada 3301. It read, "You've shared too much to this point. We want the best, not the followers. Thus, the first few there will receive the prize."
It was the first time Cicada 3301 had mentioned a reward of any kind. It was also the first time they'd sent a warning.
The message unnerved the cicada community. Maybe the mysterious organization was tracking them, extracting personal information through the puzzles.
Paranoia ran rampant through the forums. Coders took extreme caution. Several hackers even declined to mention if they were eating dinner because they didn't want to give away what time zone they were in.
Some suspected that the CIA or the NSA were behind the puzzle. They worried about being arrested for illegal activity or having their identities stolen. This didn't feel like a game anymore.
Many devoted codebreakers dropped out. Others made plans to leave behind evidence in the event that they disappeared.
But Marcus's team pushed on. They made it this far. There was no giving up now.
As they uncovered the next puzzles, the ciphers grew more intricate and obscure. Some took hours to solve. Others took days. Eventually, Cicada 3301 led them to the Internet's home for criminals and terrorists, the deep web.
The deep web can't be accessed by mainstream search engines like Google. It also contains the darknet, a section devoted to anonymous illegal activity like arms deals and human trafficking.
One decryption led hundreds of coders to an address on the deep web. But when they got there, they found that Cicada 3301 had shut down their own site. Only one message remained. It read, quote, "We want the best, not the followers."
It seemed to be the end of Cicada 3301. For thousands of puzzle solvers, the message was a massive letdown, a true dead end.
But not for everyone. Just over a dozen hackers reached the page before it was taken offline. One of these people was Marcus.
When he opened the website, the site asked for his email address. He submitted it and waited. Soon after, he received an email. It said, "Congratulations. He was now a part of Cicada 3301.
Coming up, Marcus begins to work for the mysterious organization.
Hello, I'm Hannah Maguire.
And I'm Saruti Bala, and we're the hosts of the new Spotify original from Parcast, Sinister Societies.
You may know us from the very creepy and excellent podcast Red Handed, but now we've teamed up with Parcast for an unprecedented look at history's most nefarious groups.
Some preach extreme religious practices, others warn of impending doom, and then there are those whose endgame is far more diabolical.
Every Tuesday on Sinister Societies, we take a peek behind the curtain and discover the most ominous organizations the world may or may not have known.
Learn how entrepreneurial sects made fortunes off their brand, how charismatic cult leaders caught the eye of celebrities, and why strange orders of the extraterrestrial or collegiate kind attract the most unlikely of followers.
Some groups convene in the shadows, others operate in plain sight. All are absolutely sinister. Follow Sinister Societies free and only on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
In 2012, a mysterious organization known as Cicada 3301 posted a series of complicated puzzles on the internet. For over a month, advanced code breakers toiled away at the ciphers. Then, Cicada 3301 informed the community that the game was over.
But not for everyone. A few hackers, including 15-year-old Marcus Warner, received an invitation to join the group.
The message congratulated the lucky few who'd made it. They assured them no more codes, ciphers, or strange numbers. They also divulged a little more information about themselves. They wrote, quote, "We have no name, we have no symbol. We are much like a think tank. We advocate liberty, privacy, and security."
Cicada 3301 emphasized that the group didn't engage in illegal activity and wouldn't tolerate members who committed crimes. They condemned tyranny and oppression. They believed censorship was wrong and said they considered privacy an inalienable right.
Then they had the new recruits answer a few questions of their own.
First, they asked, quote, "Do you believe every human being has a right to privacy and anonymity and is within their rights to use tools which help obtain and maintain privacy?"
Second, do you believe that information should be free?
And lastly, do you believe that censorship harms humanity?
Marcus answered yes and told Cicada 3301 he was in. A few weeks later, another email popped up in his inbox. This message just said, "Welcome."
Marcus's heartbeat quickened. He was now a member of Cicada 3301. Finally, he'd know the secrets behind the mystery.
The group pointed recruits towards a website on the deep web. After they logged on, they found themselves in a chat forum with other initiates. They were then introduced to the senior members of Cicada 3301, known as the Elders.
The newcomers bombarded the elders with questions. They wanted to know what Cicada 3301 was, what it wanted, what they'd be working on.
But the group only answered a few queries. They said they were organized into sections or cells. Each had their own specialization, and none knew what the others were doing. This way, Cicada 3301 protected themselves under a shroud of anonymity.
When the newcomers pressed for more information on the group's origins, the elders resisted. They didn't say anything specific about the group's formation or identity. For the initiates, the organization remained a vague question mark.
They told the new members to create their own project. The only considerations were that it fulfilled the ideals of privacy, anti-censorship, and personal liberty.
After weeks of debate, the recruits proposed an idea. In 2010, Chelsea Manning had been arrested for leaking thousands of military documents to the website WikiLeaks. While many condemned her actions, the new Cicada 3301 members considered her a hero for shedding light on the U.S. military's darker deeds.
As the recruits brainstormed their project, Manning's upcoming trial was a major news story. They resolved to help people like her, so they proposed a software designed to protect whistleblowers.
Here's how it worked. A whistleblower would upload the incriminating information to the software. Then, if the person was incarcerated or killed, this data would still be published.
The recruits hoped to discourage governments and corporations from trying to silence those who knew too much. If the data was going to be released anyway, there'd be no benefit to imprisoning or murdering the whistleblower.
The young coders called the software the Cicada Anonymous Key Escrow System, CAKES for short.
For months, they developed the program. Each night, the group gathered online to discuss their progress and offer feedback. It was tedious work, but Marcus believed it was worth it. After all, they were working to make a difference. Nothing like CAKES existed anywhere in the world.
Soon, however, Marcus noticed that fewer members were logging on each night. According to the coders, they'd simply lost interest. They weren't being paid, and CAKES was starting to feel like homework. And they would know. Most of these members were young enough to still be doing homework.
By the end of 2012, Marcus was the only person left working on the project. Desperate for more help, he reached out to Cicada 3301, begging them to assist with cakes.
The mentors replied that they would look for new recruits, but Marcus was skeptical. He hadn't heard much from the elders all year. If they weren't invested in the software, then they must have been looking for something else.
And Marcus wasn't alone in his newfound suspicion. At the beginning of 2013, a former member of Cicada 3301 posted a distressing message on 4chan. He said, quote,
I was part of the group for more than a decade, and I'm here to warn you, stay away.
The letter writer verified his authenticity with insider info. He said that Cicada 3301 described themselves as a think tank, and that they were organized into decentralized cells.
Only someone who joined the organization could have known these inner workings. This was the real deal.
The poster claimed to be a former high-ranking military officer. On daily coffee breaks with his superior officer, the pair had discussed science, religion, politics, and even played chess. The entire time, he'd felt like he was being covertly analyzed and auditioned.
Finally, his superior revealed his true intentions. He'd been secretly recruiting the officer into Cicada 3301, and now he invited the poster to join.
At first, the officer was thrilled to be working to make the world better with other talented, intelligent people. But his excitement didn't last long.
He realized Cicada 3301 wasn't a scientific collective at all.
According to the poster, the group believed in an idea known as the global brain. This referred to a philosophical theory that as international communication grows, humanity will develop a massive shared network of intelligence. Cicada 3301 worshipped the global brain like a god.
Cicada 3301 wasn't created to help people in need, but to control them. Through high-level recruitment and the development of the global brain, the Order hoped to increase their power over the entire world.
The officer's warning terrified many within the community. Coders worried about getting more involved with future puzzles. They were frightened of being pursued by powerful people.
Still, others thought the warning was a hoax. Marcus believed Cicada 3301 had drummed up the letter themselves to weed out the gullible and weak-minded. That's how the writer knew so much about the organization. He was the organization.
Plus, Cicada had good reason to discourage naive or inexperienced coders. Hours later, almost 1 year after their first message, they posted a new puzzle. It read, quote, Hello again. Our search for intelligent individuals now continues. End quote. The second puzzle had begun.
Despite their trepidation, many hackers couldn't resist the challenge. They swarmed to analyze the first image file. Its code directed the puzzle breakers to an MP3 titled The Instar Emergence. The audio began with a recording of cicadas hissing.
Then an acoustic guitar played what sounded like an eerie Johnny Cash tune. The strumming was slow at first, then grew faster.
After 2 minutes, the sound transformed and amplified.
The coders analyzed the file and found a humming frequency. This took them to a trail of QR codes across the globe. Meanwhile, Marcus watched their progress with excitement. He was eager to find out who these new recruits would be.
But before he could welcome any members, he discovered something had happened to Cakes. One night, he tried to log on to the website to continue his work. He entered the address, but something was wrong.
The site was gone. It had been wiped from the deep web. For some reason, Cicada 3301 and all the projects associated with it had vanished.
Marcus didn't know what to do. He dedicated a year to Cakes. He waited for Cicada 3301 to email him an explanation, but they never did. His time with the organization was done.
Despite the site's disappearance, Marcus still had the cake's code saved on his computer. He knew he'd never finish it alone, so he hid the software on the darknet. He hoped that one day a stranger would discover the program and complete the work. Until then, he said goodbye to his passion project, knowing he'd never finish it.
He wasn't the only person who was hitting a dead end. The Cicada Trail ran cold. After 2 years of puzzles, the organization had stopped adding members or posting clues. The community was no closer to discovering the truth behind Cicada 3301. But that all changed in 2014.
On Twitter, Cicada 3301 tweeted an image file with a message. It read, "Epiphany is upon you. Your pilgrimage has begun. Enlightenment awaits."
Coders rushed to decrypt the picture. They discovered more messages hidden within the file and more clues after that. Those who made it far enough were sent a link to a website on the deep web.
When they opened it, they discovered Cicada's most complicated puzzle to date, a 58-page book written in ancient runic characters. It was called the Liber Primus.
Despite the prehistoric language, these pages hadn't been written centuries ago. They'd been created entirely by Cicada 3301.
Hackers attempted to decode the Liber Primus, but the book contained only mysterious, unknown letters. They had no idea where to begin.
Marcus worked at the tome day and night, hoping to figure out who Cicada 3301 was and why they'd abandoned him. He tried everything he could think of, but nothing worked.
Some coders even brought the book to the top cryptographers in the United States. But upon seeing the Liber Primus, even they were baffled.
In the years since its release, only 2 pages of the book have ever been decrypted. Today, hundreds of people are still working on the Liber Primus. Every day, they meet in online forums to discuss new ideas for decoding the runes and to speculate about who's behind Cicada 3301.
And the Cicada is still releasing clues. In 2016, they posted an image to Twitter. In white text on a black background, it left the code breakers with a final word of encouragement. It read, "Liber Primus is the way. Its words are the map. Beware false paths."
It seemed the organization still wanted to bring in new members, but the would-be recruits still had no idea what they were getting into.
Coming up, we'll try to determine who's behind Cicada 3301.
Now, back to the story.
In 2012, Marcus joined the mysterious organization known as Cicada 3301. He and other recruits developed a software program to protect whistleblowers. But 1 year later, Cicada 3301's online forum disappeared without a trace.
In 2014, the group re-emerged with a new puzzle, a book known as the Liber Primus. The coders believed this clue would finally reveal the group's true identity, but in the years since, no one has ever been able to decrypt the pages.
Even those who joined Cicada 3301, like Marcus, didn't know what the organization was or why they'd suddenly disappeared. But a few possibilities have emerged.
During the first puzzle in 2012, 14 QR codes were posted on telephone poles in cities like Paris, Seoul, and Miami. The syndicate likely had resources in all of these cities.
They used advanced servers and generated complicated puzzles with intricate ciphers. Given their complexity and expansiveness, Cicada 3301 was likely made up of many people, not just an individual or two.
Initially, most coders believed a private tech company had created the group to recruit new employees. Both Google and Facebook had launched similar campaigns to bring in coders.
For instance, in 2004, Google secretly erected a billboard instructing people to use a set of prime numbers to travel to a website. Those who completed the task or fast-tracked into the Google hiring process. It's feasible that Cicada 3301 was another recruitment ploy just like this.
But there are a few obvious holes with this explanation. When Marcus joined the organization, he didn't receive any monetary payments or employment offers.
Others claim that a government agency like the CIA, NSA, or MI6 created Cicada 3301. In the world of cyber warfare, hackers are extremely valuable. Maybe the government thought coders would be reluctant to work for them, so they devised a game to pull them in.
But this explanation has the same issues as the tech company idea. Those who completed the puzzle never received an offer from any agency. At some point, the NSA or CIA would have made themselves known.
Furthermore, according to Marcus, the Cicada 3301 recruits worked on a project to protect whistleblowers. Meanwhile, the United States outwardly condemned people like Chelsea Manning who leaked classified information. It's unlikely the government would develop a program to help the very same people they wanted to convict.
But there is one organization who would. This group of hackers has operatives all around the world and often works to protect whistleblowers.
They're known as Anonymous.
Anonymous originated in the mid-2000s on the message board 4chan, the same website where Cicada 3301 posted their first puzzle. They're composed of hackers, pranksters, and most importantly, activists. On numerous occasions, they've stood up for personal privacy and spoken out against censorship.
In 2008, the group gained notoriety when they infiltrated the Church of Scientology website and shut it down. But their exploits didn't stop there.
In 2010, WikiLeaks released over 700,000 classified U.S. documents. In retaliation, the United States government ordered PayPal to stop processing donations to the website. Anonymous, a strong ally to WikiLeaks, struck back. The hackers took down the PayPal website for several days, costing the company millions of dollars.
Anonymous had shown they weren't just an internet community. They could be an online army.
In 2011, the group's attention turned toward Africa. After a series of protests in Tunisia, the government restricted citizens' access to the internet. Anonymous crashed government websites and openly supported a Tunisian revolution.
Given all this, the hacker group's philosophy seemed closely aligned with the ideals of Cicada 3301. The two groups believed in freedom of speech, government transparency, and personal privacy. Additionally, both organizations have technological knowledge, resources, and manpower.
That said, Anonymous was easily and effectively carrying out their work years before Cicada 3301 hit the scene. They didn't need to launch a secret recruitment campaign. That is, until 2011.
In July of that year, the FBI arrested 16 leaders of Anonymous for their attacks against PayPal. And just 6 months later, in January 2012, Cicada 3301 was released to the world.
It's plausible that Anonymous feared further retribution from government agencies. So instead of a public job posting, they recruited members secretly to avoid federal detection. The group invented the Cicada puzzles and used the moniker 3301 to hide their identity. That way, if newcomers were apprehended, they wouldn't be able to inform on the organization.
But many within the community don't believe Anonymous was behind the mysterious group. While Cicada 3301 is highly organized, Anonymous originated as a group of internet pranksters. Even today, they're a loosely connected assembly. And unlike Cicada 3301, there are no tests or requirements to become a member.
In addition, the Cicada 3301 elders structured the organization into decentralized cells. They viewed secrecy as a high priority.
Conversely, most of Anonymous's communication is open and public. often viewable on 4chan. They would have had to create Cicada 3301 completely in secret. That means developing highly intricate puzzles and a complex hierarchy without anyone leaking the info.
This would be very difficult for a group as public as Anonymous, no matter how adept they were.
While Anonymous might not be responsible for Cicada 3301, they could very well be allies with the people who were. In the 1990s, a collection of computer scientists and mathematicians in the Bay Area formed a group called the Cypherpunks. Their goal was to create platforms to protect personal privacy and online civil liberties.
Eventually, the cypherpunks expanded to include major figures in the development of the internet. One of them was Julian Assange, the founder of WikiLeaks.
Much like Cicada 3301, he supported government transparency and the protection of informants. In 2009, he worked with Chelsea Manning to release classified military footage. And in 2013, he helped ex-NSA agent Edward Snowden receive asylum in Moscow.
But there's an even bigger similarity between the cypherpunks and Cicada 3301. Both believe in one central principle: cryptography.
Each group used advanced ciphers and puzzles for their communication, and they employed them for the same goal.
In the 1990s, the cypherpunks asserted that advanced ciphers could free citizens from detection. By encoding messages, they would prevent federal agencies from accessing private information.
When Marcus joined Cicada 3301, the elders set him to work on a program that protected people from government surveillance. Its feasible cakes was just a continuation of a former cypherpunk project.
Additionally, in a 2019 interview, one cypherpunk was asked about the possibility that his colleagues were behind Cicada 3301. He agreed that any member of the group would be capable of developing the complicated puzzles.
He added that a cypherpunk could easily use their computer savvy to hide their name and location. The odds of discovering their identity would be practically zero.
So it's possible that a former cypherpunk could have created the challenge to attract a new generation of coders. Then they encouraged their young recruits to create a software that protects whistleblowers. Finally, they covered their tracks. They have the resources, the money, and the technological know-how to develop such a complex organization.
And yet, the cypherpunks' anti-surveillance beliefs aren't that uncommon in the online community. Most coders condemn the United States' treatment of people like Manning and Snowden.
But there's one element that separates the cypherpunks from other groups, and which ties them directly to Cicada 3301.
The cypherpunks developed a mailing list so they could communicate without government surveillance. If someone wanted to send an email to the entire team, they merely had to send it to one standalone address.
Part of the name might sound familiar: at cicada.berkeley.edu.
Almost 20 years before the first Cicada 3301 puzzle, the cypherpunks were using the code name Cicada. That's either proof or an incredible coincidence.
Or it could be an homage. Maybe Cicada 3301 admired the cypherpunks' work, but had no formal connection to the group.
For now, we're left with Cicada 3301's final clue, the Liber Primus, an as yet unsolved runic cipher. The encrypted pages will take coders to a website on the deep web, a site that no one has ever found.
Today, Marcus is still trying to decode the Liber Primus, hoping to find the true identity of Cicada 3301. Then, he might finally find out why they abandoned cakes and what they really wanted all along.
Until then, the book remains online, accessible to the public. Anyone can open it and attempt to break its unsolvable code. Maybe in the next few years, someone will unlock the cipher's secrets and uncover Cicada 3301's identity.
Perhaps with a little practice, that someone could be you.
Thanks again for tuning in to Unexplained Mysteries. We will be back next time with a new episode. For more information on Cicada 3301, we found David Kushner's article, Cicada, Solving the Web's Deepest Mystery, extremely helpful to our research.
You can find all episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
See you next time.
And remember, never take "we don't know" for an answer.
Unexplained Mysteries is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Dick Schroeder, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Kitovich. This episode of Unexplained Mysteries was written by Alex Bernard, with writing assistance by Ben Caro and Angela Jorgensen. Fact-checking by Cara Mackerline, and research by Mickey Taylor. Unexplained Mysteries stars Molly Brandenburg and Richard Rossner.
You aren't supposed to know about them, unless they want you to.
Powerful groups with their own very specific agendas.
And if you find yourself on the inside, good luck getting out.
Hi, I'm Hannah Maguire.
And I'm Suruthi Bala. Join us every Tuesday for our new Spotify original from Parcast, Sinister Societies.
Whether it's doomsday predictions, deadly greed, or world domination, each week we're exposing the beliefs and actions of the most ominous organizations the world may or may not have known.
Follow Sinister Societies, free and only on Spotify.
In the summer of 2002, Congressional Press Secretary and double agent Susan Lindauer attended a secret meeting. She gave classified information to Libyan ambassadors, hoping to aid their cause.
Afterwards, she headed home. But as soon as she walked in the door, she knew something wasn't right.
Lindauer had worked for years as a spy, so she could tell that someone had been in her apartment. Sure, at times she could be paranoid, but she trusted her instincts.
Without saying a word, Lindauer peered inside her lampshades and on the underside of her desk. She didn't find what she was looking for, but she was certain it was there.
She tossed books out of her bookcase, flipped over couch cushions, and took apart her VCR. Still nothing.
The phone rang. Lindauer jolted and picked it up. Her friend was on the other line. Almost as soon as she spoke, Lindauer realized where the bug was hidden. The telephone.
She grabbed a screwdriver and pried open the plastic cover. Carefully, she reached in and removed it from the receiver.
The FBI had wiretapped her apartment. They were listening to her every word. They wanted to know what she told the Libyans.
Lindauer would have to be more careful if she didn't want to be found out. She'd need to use an entirely new medium, a place the U.S. government wouldn't think to look. It was called the Internet.
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Richard.
And I'm your host, Molly. In life, there's so much we don't know. But in this show, we don't take "we don't know" for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This is our one-part episode on the Markovian parallax denigrate. In 1996, strange and incoherent posts popped up on online forums, baffling users and codebreakers. The enigma showed that the World Wide Web contained a hidden world beneath its surface and set a precedent for future pranks and deceptions.
Today we'll explore who might have created the bizarre posts. Some claim the passages were the work of a disgruntled user with an axe to grind against organized religion. But many believe the culprit was a double agent secretly working for the Libyan government.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
Before the internet, there weren't many ways to communicate digitally. The first electronic message was sent in 1969. That year, the U.S. Department of Defense launched a program to ease communication between the Pentagon and other institutions.
The process involved a complex system of codes and telephone lines and ran at a speed of about 50 kilobytes per second. For reference, that's 60 times slower than a modern internet connection that gets at least 3 megabytes per second.
In the 1970s, 2 Duke University grad students created Usenet, a private chat platform that was separate from the military program. The system operated like modern-day message boards. Each forum covered a specific topic, like news, sports, and religion.
One of their most popular subjects was politics.
With wall-to-wall television coverage, the topic was hot in the 1990s. Usenet members debated the merits of various party platforms. Given all the attention, there were plenty of opportunities for self-promotion. And a political insider named Susan Lindauer seized her chance to make a name for herself in the world.
Lindauer worked in Washington, D.C. as a spokesman for House and Senate Democrats. But her jobs only lasted about a year because of her brash, outspoken demeanor. She had a tendency to ramble and embellish at meetings.
Even worse, she wasn't exclusively focused on her work. Her true passion lay in the Middle East. She thought the right ambassador could use diplomacy to bring peace and stability to the region. And she believed she could be that ambassador.
Lindauer used every opportunity to work toward her goal. She attended dinners with congressmen, foreign policy officials, and United Nations ambassadors.
At one of these parties, she struck up a conversation with a handsome, worldly businessman from Virginia named Dr. Richard Fuse. The two hit it off immediately and became close friends. But Lindauer soon learned Fuse was more than he appeared. He had connections to the CIA.
Fuse enjoyed Lindauer's company, and she often hit him up for state secrets and conspiracies. For 7 years, the pair met every week to discuss the Middle East.
As their bond deepened, Fuse felt comfortable enough to disclose classified information. According to Lindauer, one night, Fuse made a shocking confession.
In 1988, a bomb had exploded on a commercial plane, Pan Am 103. The attack killed 259 passengers, 190 of which were American. At that point, it was the deadliest terrorist incident in United States history.
The U.S. government publicly blamed the bombing on Libya, but Fuse said he was absolutely sure that the Libyans had nothing to do with it. Instead, he claimed the explosion was linked to a CIA-run heroin ring in Lebanon.
Lindauer asked why he didn't come forward with his information. He said he would take down the real culprit, quote, if the government would let me.
This realization shook Lindauer to her core. She almost couldn't believe the U.S. would cover up an attack on innocent Americans. She decided she had to do something.
In 1995, Lindauer met with Libyan representatives in New York City. She told them everything she knew about the explosion.
This was her first step into international politics. Lindauer's American peers didn't know about her clandestine meeting, but the liaison led her to a position working alongside Iraqi UN ambassadors. Lindauer hoped to help these countries lift American economic sanctions and acquire necessities like medicine.
But her dealings with the Arab nations also put her on the FBI's radar.
According to Lindauer, the Bureau caught wind of her meeting with the Libyan and Iraqi delegations. They allegedly followed her and at one point threatened her with arrest.
Despite the FBI's intimidation tactics, Lindauer was determined to maintain contact with Libya.
But she needed a way to communicate with the foreign ambassadors in secret. And in 1996, she seemingly discovered the perfect method: the online forum Usenet.
Most of Usenet's members joined the site to discuss shared interests, but in August of 1996, somebody logged on with a different agenda.
The user posted a long, incomprehensible message. The passage read like a random word generator. For instance, one part read, quote, air, collaborate, rue, sports writing, rococo.
The section continued for roughly another 50 words of nonsense. There were no full sentences and no apparent way to parse the lines. It would have been easy to dismiss the message as a prank or even a Usenet glitch.
But then more were posted.
Throughout the day, hundreds of other unintelligible paragraphs popped up around the forums. Each bore the same characteristics. They were long, confusing, and appeared to be completely random.
Many people wrote off the messages as spam. Even then, fake posts were a huge issue. Usenet even used filters to block unwanted posts. But bots and advertisers always found ways around them.
But some users didn't think these messages looked like spam. They weren't soliciting a product or inviting users to click a link. And they all had the same subject line: Markovian parallax denigrate.
Internet sleuths theorized that the first word, Markovian, referred to a mathematical projection model known as a Markov chain, which was used to determine probabilities.
This system involved comparing various possible outcomes to discern which were the most likely. Markov chains were used in genetics, financial planning, and even behavioral science.
The next word, parallax, described looking at the same subject from two different perspectives. As one changed their view, the object seemed to be in a different place.
For example, if you closed one eye and held a finger up in front of your face, and then switched which eye was open, it would look like the finger had shifted.
The last word, denigrate, means to criticize or attack someone's reputation. A political candidate may denigrate their opponent in a campaign.
From this analysis, users pieced together a rough meaning for the title. Perhaps the Markovian parallax denigrate referred to a set of possibilities that were meant to be seen from a new angle. And maybe the answer to the puzzle destroyed somebody's reputation.
If this breakdown was accurate, then there must have been a secret meaning within the post.
Internet sleuths examined the paragraphs, hoping they'd unlock a cipher or secret code. They noticed a few words were used more frequently than others. The most common were Cindy and Thimbu, which each occurred 8 times. Other frequent terms included laissez, pussycat, inflammation, vet, and springboard.
But these terms didn't point to any deeper meaning. Like the messages themselves, they appeared totally random. There may have been a secret code hidden within the letters, but people didn't find it.
However, users had another tangible clue. Each post came from the exact same sender.
And her name might be familiar. Susan Lindauer.
The codebreakers didn't know anything about Lindauer's involvement with Libya or her connections to the CIA, and Lindauer denied any involvement with the posts in 2012. In an interview, she said, "I've heard of this cyber phenomenon, but I am not the Susan Lindauer who authored the code."
We can debate whether she was telling the truth. Either way, despite the internet sleuth's best efforts, they couldn't definitively uncover the poster's identity.
And even though the user posted hundreds of paragraphs, only one still exists today. The rest of the Markovian parallax denigrate was mysteriously wiped from the Usenet archives years ago.
But that hasn't stopped people from attempting to solve the internet's oldest mystery. Nor has it prevented cryptographers and hoaxers from creating new cryptic messages. Inspired by the Markovian parallax denigrate, they reshaped the culture of the internet.
Coming up, an online video calls for a presidential assassination.
Hello, I'm Hannah Maguire.
And I'm Suruti Bala, and we're the hosts of the new Spotify original from Parcast, Sinister Societies.
You may know us from the very creepy and excellent podcast Red Handed, but now we've teamed up with Parcast for an unprecedented look at history's most nefarious groups.
Some preach extreme religious practices, others warn of impending doom, and then there are those whose endgame is far more diabolical.
Every Tuesday on Sinister Societies, we take a peek behind the curtain and discover the most ominous organizations the world may or may not have known.
Learn how entrepreneurial sects made fortunes off their brand, how charismatic cult leaders caught the eye of celebrities, and why strange orders of the extraterrestrial or collegiate kind attract the most unlikely of followers.
Some groups convene in the shadows, others operate in plain sight. All are absolutely sinister. Follow Sinister Societies, free and only on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
In 1996, an online poster using the name Susan Lindauer wrote hundreds of incoherent messages on Usenet chat forums. They titled their posts Markovian Parallax Denigrate. Many suspected the passages were spam, but others believed there was a secret purpose behind the words.
Internet sleuths tried to decrypt the posts, but couldn't identify any underlying code or patterns. So they attempted to solve the mystery another way, by discerning the poster's motivations.
The users discovered that each paragraph appeared in a forum devoted to the same subject, Christianity.
The discussions there centered around Boston churches, believers who were homeschooled, and Christians in the UK. Clearly, there was a pattern.
One of the group administrators for the Boston church group claimed she'd received private messages from the spammer. She urged users to help her track down this mysterious poster and ban them from the website.
At first, many people believed the figure hated Christianity. Maybe the posts were an attempt to disrupt conversation by spamming the religious forums.
But some pushed back on that assumption. In order to bypass the spam filter, the poster needed intimate knowledge of Usenet's protections. If they were familiar with the parameters, they could compile a post that wouldn't be tagged as spam.
So perhaps the person behind the Markovian Parallax Denigrate wasn't an angry outsider. They were actually a member of these groups.
Usenet visitors speculated that something on the board had offended them. After all, it's common for people on the internet to feel insulted by others. It's possible that the Markovian Parallax Denigrate was a trolley revenge for a previous slight.
But the forum administrator didn't buy this explanation. She believed the person used the Christian groups as a distraction. While everyone searched for a religious meaning in the posts, she suspected something else was going on. She just didn't know what.
Perhaps we could determine more about the code by comparing it to other secret messages. The Markovian Parallax Denigrate was one of the earliest and most popular internet mysteries. But other cryptic posts followed in its wake, and some have actually been deciphered.
In 2014, a series of strange videos appeared on YouTube. All had been posted by a user named WebDriver Torso. The clip showed red and blue rectangles on a white background, lasting only 11 seconds each. As the boxes flashed on the screen, a methodical beeping played in the background.
Code breakers swarmed to the channel, investigating whether there could be a message hidden within the tones and images. And they had plenty of material to work with. WebDriver Torso posted more than 80,000 videos.
Like the Markovian Parallax Denigrate, the upload seemed random and purposeless. With so little to go on, even UFO enthusiasts got involved, hoping the clips had come from outer space.
Later, a WebDriver Torso video appeared with an animation of Rick Astley dancing to the song Never Gonna Give You Up. The code breakers had been rickrolled. Now, WebDriver Torso was poking fun at them.
Though the case was filled with intrigue, the truth turned out to be fairly mundane. A few days later, in a press release, Google admitted they were behind the YouTube channel. They were using the account to experiment with video quality.
Perhaps a tech company was behind the Markovian Parallax Denigrate as well. The strings of text might have been a way to try out a new program.
And yet, no company has come forward and it's not clear what the passages would have been used for. It's unlikely any corporation could have learned anything useful by posting a series of random words.
But that was far from the only enigma on the internet. In 2015, another mysterious video titled "A Plague Doctor" appeared on YouTube, and the content was far more disturbing.
Shot in black and white, a cloaked figure stared at the camera. He wore the same medieval medical mask that European doctors used during the bubonic plague. It looked like a long black beak.
Abrasive static flared over the clip. The figure held up 3 fingers, then 1, then 2. Then it opened his palm to display a blinking light. It appeared to flash a message in Morse code.
The doctor pointed his finger at the camera. Finally, a small triangle appeared in the bottom corner. In a series of jump cuts, it changed its location and orientation.
Then, the video abruptly ended.
Codebreakers examined the clip, eager to discover the secrets in its frames. What they found was terrifying.
By isolating different images and overlapping them with each other, they discovered a hidden message. It read, quote, "Strike an arrow through the heart of the eagle."
The light blinking in Morse code spelled out 4 words: red, lips, like, and temp. Internet sleuths suspected it was an anagram. By unscrambling the letters, they discovered the plague doctor's true meaning.
When put in their correct order, the phrase now read, "Killed the president."
Another series of decoded numbers gave coordinates for the White House. The video appeared to call for the assassination of President of the United States, Barack Obama.
Later that year, a man publicly took responsibility for the videos. He claimed he made them as works of art, not as terrorist threats. He certainly never meant to incite an attempt on the president's life.
However, some are skeptical of his confession. Given the advanced coding and inflammatory nature of the video, it's hard to believe he simply intended it as an art piece. But since the authorities had nothing concrete to go on, they never made an arrest.
Maybe the Markovian parallax denigrate was also art. Perhaps those evocative words were meant to be experimental poetry. After all, no one has come forward to claim ownership for the posts. Their messages are completely up for interpretation.
Which means the Markovian parallax denigrate could have been created by anyone. Like the Plague Doctor video, the phrases could have come from a renegade artist calling for the death of a politician. Or like WebDriver Torso, they could be a corporation harmlessly testing their products.
But as we noted earlier, the poster used the name Susan Lindauer. There's no reason for a tech company or an artist to steal her identity, especially because years after the Markovian parallax denigrate phrases went online, the real Susan Lindauer was arrested for espionage.
Coming up, the FBI takes Lindauer into custody. Now back to the story.
In 1996, Usenet members suspected the Markovian parallax denigrate was linked to an anti-religious sentiment. Perhaps like later mysteries, it contained a hidden threat, or it was a corporate tool. But none of these possibilities explained the rambling, incoherent nature of the post.
However, one mode of communication, which is used in espionage, matched the blocks of text perfectly.
During World War I, militaries needed to dispatch sensitive information without it being discovered by the enemy. They devised a way to hide the data in secret radio transmissions.
These hidden channels were known as number stations.
At a pre-designated time, spies switched on their radio and turned the dial to an obscure wavelength where they could receive the message. But if a layperson stumbled upon the frequency, they would have just heard a series of beeps. This clip from numberstations.com demonstrates what they sounded like.
But it wasn't just beeping. Sometimes an eerie voice recited a sequence of numbers. Again, this clip comes from numberstations.com.
And occasionally, the transmissions included something even stranger, a series of seemingly random words. Listen to this final clip from numberstations.com.
The numbers and phrases contained hidden call signs and various codes, but to an outsider, it sounded completely nonsensical, almost exactly like the Markovian parallax denigrate.
Numbers stations served as a simple, efficient, and secure way to communicate with a spy on foreign soil. And they still exist today. In 2010, a Russian spy ring used number stations to transmit radio messages.
Many believe the Markovian parallax denigrate was a visual number station. The words were only incomprehensible because everyday citizens didn't know the secret code. Meanwhile, the receiver saw right through the jumble of text. The sender could get their point across without detection.
The Markovian parallax denigrate could have been the work of a government agency. Or worse, it might have been a way for an American spy to divulge classified secrets to an enemy state.
Each post was submitted by a user named Susan Lindauer, and in the 1990s and 2000s, a press secretary with the same name met secretly with Libyan and Iraqi ambassadors. She even claimed to have worked alongside Saddam Hussein's intelligence services. But soon, the correspondence landed her in trouble with the FBI.
The government charged Lindauer with acting as an Iraqi foreign agent and accepting money from the delegations. Many saw her arrest as confirmation that she'd authored the Markovian parallax denigrate.
Soon after Lindauer's first meeting with the Libyan delegation, her home was allegedly bugged with listening devices and cameras. This would have made it incredibly difficult for Lindauer to communicate directly with the Libyans and Iraqis, unless she used a different method, a series of coded online posts.
Since Lindauer was a counterterrorism enthusiast, it's plausible that she'd already worked out a way to adapt numbers stations for the internet.
She could have given foreign agencies a specific URL. Then, she may have posted dozens of cryptic paragraphs to that website. The entries would have been completely unintelligible to the average user, but the delegates would have known what to look for.
Using this method, Lindauer could have smuggled information or messages to Iraqi and Libyan officials.
If she'd continued to communicate exclusively in code, she may never have been arrested. But unfortunately for her, on January 8, 2003, she made a grave mistake.
The United States was just 2 months away from their invasion of Iraq. Lindauer, who worked closely with the Iraqis, saw that war was inevitable. She wanted to stop it by whatever means necessary. So that day, she delivered a letter to White House Chief of Staff Andrew Card.
In the note, Lindauer said the invasion would be a complete disaster. To avoid the war, she offered to broker a deal where Iraq would provide business contracts, weapons inspections, and financial incentives.
Card thought Lindauer sounded like a representative of the Iraqi government, not an American official.
He never responded to the letter. He immediately handed it over to the FBI.
They noted that Lindauer claimed that the occupation in Iraq wouldn't just destroy Iraqi lives, but American ones too. She wrote, quote, "Surely you know the security of New York and Los Angeles and Boston will be forfeited for years to come."
To Card, that was a warning. To the FBI, it was a threat.
But to arrest her, they needed irrefutable evidence, so they made a plan to catch her in the act.
An undercover agent reached out to her, posing as a Libyan intelligence officer. He told her that after the war was over, he intended to support insurgents who would fight against the Americans. Lindauer wanted to help him. Allegedly, she provided the man with dozens of classified documents.
On the morning of March 11th, 2004, there was a heavy knock at Lindauer's door. When she opened it, she discovered 5 FBI agents standing on her porch.
They had a warrant for her arrest.
Lindauer was arrested for 2 reasons. First, she'd attempted to influence the U.S. government on behalf of a foreign power. The FBI considered that alone to be a federal crime. Second, she'd handed classified documents to an undercover agent pretending to be a Libyan intelligence officer.
She didn't use code in her letter to Card or in her interactions with the FBI operative. The Bureau didn't need to decrypt her communications. They had more than enough evidence to arrest her.
The organization didn't charge her until 8 years after the Markovian Parallax Denigrate was released. Perhaps she'd been selling secrets this whole time, but she'd stayed under the radar because nobody could decode the Usenet posts.
The timing is suspect, but to be clear, there's no tangible proof that Lindauer had anything to do with the messages.
In fact, many doubt she was behind the posts.
If Lindauer communicated via a cipher in the 1990s, it stands to reason she'd continue using it in the 2000s. If she was a highly trained spy, it's unlikely she'd abandon a code that had proven so successful.
Additionally, no one has been able to locate a cipher hidden within the strange paragraphs. That either means it's extremely difficult to crack, or it doesn't exist.
And while she may have been familiar with number stations, there's no evidence that Lindauer knew advanced cryptography. She never worked for an agency like the CIA or NSA, which would have taught her these skills. Her job was mostly just public relations.
There's also evidence that Lindauer didn't have the temperament to work in espionage. In a psychological evaluation, Lindauer allegedly claimed she had special powers and that Osama bin Laden once told her the location of a bomb. She claimed that during a trip to Baghdad, Saddam Hussein had watched her through a one-way mirror.
Ultimately, the court deemed her unfit to stand trial and delayed her hearing multiple times. A government psychiatrist said Lindauer suffered from delusions. The judge said she was untethered from reality. In 2009, the federal government dropped all the charges against her.
If Lindauer had committed treason, the prosecutors most likely wouldn't have released her, meaning it's possible she never actually worked as a double agent, which means she had no reason to send the Markovian Parallax Denigrate.
But if she didn't post the messages, that suggests there was a second Susan Lindauer.
The email associated with the original Markovian post was Susan_Lindauer at wharf.uwsp.edu.
UWSP stands for University of Wisconsin at Stevens Point. The Susan Lindauer that the FBI arrested never attended that school, but a different Susan Lindauer did. She graduated in 1994, just 2 years before the Markovian Parallax Denigrate went public.
In 2012, a journalist from the Daily Dot tracked her down. She lived in Wisconsin and worked for the local school district. When asked about the Markovian Parallax Denigrate, she claimed she'd never heard of it before, nor did she know about the press secretary who shared her name.
It's unlikely the second Lindauer had anything to do with the posts. She had no history of coding or cryptography. It's more probable that somebody stole her email address and used it in the messages.
Even though it's not her email, the first Susan Lindauer could still be behind the posts.
Though she may not have been a foreign agent, she might have still believed the FBI was monitoring her. Maybe her paranoia motivated her to author the Markovian Parallax Denigrate, thinking she could use it to communicate with Libya.
Or maybe Lindauer was set up. Perhaps someone in the government planted her name on the posts to expose her. After all, the final word in the subject line is denigrate, meaning to attack someone's reputation.
Lindauer might not have been the author of the passages. She might have been the target.
Today, Lindauer is out of prison and living a quiet life away from the public eye. And to this day, no one has cracked the Markovian code.
Though Lindauer may not have been the culprit, she'll forever be tied to this mystery. Meanwhile, the true author could still be out there, aiding an enemy nation right under our nose.
Take a closer look at the next piece of spam you see on a message board, because it might contain a state secret.
Or it may be nothing. And for those who crave answers, that's the most dangerous possibility of all.
Thanks again for tuning in to Unexplained Mysteries. We will be back next time with a new episode. For more information on the Markovian Parallax Denigrate, we found Kevin Morris's article, Unraveling the Internet's Oldest and Weirdest Mystery, extremely helpful to our research.
You can find all episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
See you next time.
And remember, never take "we don't know" for an answer.
Unexplained Mysteries is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Dick Schroeder, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Katovich. This episode of Unexplained Mysteries was written by Alex Bernard, with writing assistance by Ben Caro and Angela Jorgensen. Fact-checking by Cara Mackerline, and research by Bradley Klein. Unexplained Mysteries stars Molly Brandenburg and Richard Rossner.
You aren't supposed to know about them, unless they want you to.
Powerful groups with their own very specific agendas.
And if you find yourself on the inside, good luck getting out.
Hi, I'm Hannah Maguire.
And I'm Suruthi Bala. Join us every Tuesday for our new Spotify original from Parcast, Sinister Societies.
Whether it's doomsday predictions, deadly greed, or world domination, each week we're exposing the beliefs and actions of the most ominous organizations the world may or may not have known.
Follow Sinister Societies, free and only on Spotify.
The small town of Clendenin, West Virginia, still sits along the Elk River, 25 miles from Charleston. In the 1960s, its population hovered around only 1,500 people.
Life tended to be quiet, sometimes eerily quiet. But all that changed on Saturday, November 12th, 1966. That's when Clendenin became the birthplace of one of the country's most elusive mysteries.
Sometime during the night, while working in the local cemetery, 5 grave diggers felt a strange feeling come over them. The kind of sensation that makes a chill run up your spine and the hairs on the back of your neck stand at attention.
When the men glanced up, they saw a large, shadowy figure soaring above them. It flew from tree to tree.
The creature was shaped like a human being, but stood much taller than a normal man. Its skin was a dark grayish brown. Accounts are unclear about whether it had wings, but if it did, they didn't move.
A few days later, on November 16th, a headline in a local newspaper read, quote, "Couples see man-sized bird, creature, something," end quote. But the article that followed didn't recap the gravedigger's encounter. It described a different flying monster sighting altogether.
Another group had spotted a beast, soon to be known as the Mothman.
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take "we don't know" for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This is our first episode on the Mothman, a mysterious creature that terrorized a small West Virginia town in the 1960s. Over 100 people encountered the monster, and many believed it was a harbinger of doom.
Today, we'll cover the Mothman's history. It appeared several times in a small West Virginia town right before a tragedy killed dozens of locals.
Next time, we'll explore the creature's possible origins. Mothman may have been a hoax, a case of mistaken identity, or a visitor from another planet.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
The Mothman rose to fame in the 1960s, but similar creatures reportedly appeared decades earlier throughout the United States. As ufologist John Keel wrote in The Mothman Prophecies, sightings of flying humanoids began as early as the 1870s. That's when a dark figure with bat wings soared through the sky above Brooklyn's Coney Island during broad daylight. As onlookers pointed and gaped, the mysterious figure performed aerial acrobatics before vanishing into the distance.
The same creature, or a very similar one, showed up years later on September 12, 1880. Eyewitnesses didn't believe this was a monster, but some kind of man with wings, perhaps a daredevil with a homemade hang glider. But nobody ever learned its true identity, nor did it show up again.
In 1905, several people in California reported seeing what they described as a, quote, titanic white bird.
Sporadic run-ins with Mothman-like creatures continued for years. The sightings were rare and drew little attention from the local media. But that all changed in 1966 when the creature became a phenomenon.
As we mentioned earlier, on a cold November night, 5 gravediggers received the scare of their lives when they spotted a mysterious flying creature. Their account didn't generate much press attention, but 3 days later in nearby Point Pleasant, West Virginia, the legend of the Mothman really started.
At 11:30 p.m. on November 15, 1966, 2 teenage couples sped down through town in a 1957 Chevy. They wove down winding roads until they found themselves inside what locals refer to as the TNT area. It was home to a factory that had manufactured ammunition during World War II. The munitions plant had been abandoned for years, and now the 8,000-acre region was dotted with 100 defunct bunkers.
As the Chevy circled, one of the women gasped and pointed. All 4 passengers peered out the windows to see 2 glowing red eyes staring at them through the darkness.
The car's headlights momentarily illuminated the figure as it lingered by a power generator. It looked human, except for the fact that it stood nearly 7 feet tall. It seemed grayish in appearance.
And its eyes were hypnotic. For a moment, the 4 teens froze up as they stared into the blood-red orbs.
When the driver snapped out of his trance, he hit the gas pedal. The Chevy raced through the munition plant's gates and onto an exit road.
The teenagers thought they'd escaped, but the piercing red eyes reappeared, this time on a hilltop. The couples watched as a pair of massive wings extended from the creature's back. Then, without moving the wings, it shot straight into the air.
Pedal to the metal, the Chevy picked up speed. Trees became a blur as the car accelerated past 100 miles an hour. But the flying beast was still on their tail, and as it inched closer, the winged demon squeaked so loud it hurt the teens' eardrums. The chase continued towards the edge of town. The driver turned around and doubled back, hoping to lose their pursuer. They kept driving for several minutes, listening for the creature's squeaks and scanning the horizon. They eventually breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't chasing them anymore.
The teenagers escaped. They drove straight to the sheriff's office where they reported the bizarre incident to the local deputy, not knowing if anyone would believe them.
Luckily, the deputy had known all 4 since they'd been kids. He trusted them and took their strange story at face value.
But it helped that they had giant claw marks on their car.
Later that night, the deputy headed out to the TNT area, but he didn't find anything unusual. He didn't see the creature, or even footprints, droppings, or any other sign that a strange animal was stalking the area.
Still, the department thought the public needed to be warned. The next day, Sheriff George Johnson held a press conference where the 4 teens answered questions from reporters. Later that day, the AP Newswire released a story about their bizarre encounter.
By evening, everyone in the Ohio Valley, which stretched from Pennsylvania to Illinois, became fascinated by the massive red-eyed creature.
The Point Pleasant Register ran the headline, "Couples See Man-Sized Bird. Creature. Something." In the article, one of the witnesses, Steve Millett, described the creature as, quote, like a man with wings. It wasn't like anything you'd see on TV or in a monster movie.
But one anonymous copy editor thought the creature did sound like something on TV. Drawing inspiration from the popular series Batman, he dubbed the beast the Mothman.
Over the next 2 weeks, more sightings were reported throughout Point Pleasant. On December 1st, 1966, the local Gettysburg Times published an article. It discussed 2 volunteer firemen who'd spotted what they described as a strange large bird with big red eyes.
The papers also documented an incident where the creature chased another 2 couples in a car together. The witnesses described the creature as, quote, a flying man with 10-foot wings.
In spite of this description, the Gettysburg Times ran an article with a quote from a biology professor who said the beast was likely a migrating sandhill crane. But most locals didn't agree with this conclusion, and Mothman sightings kept rolling in.
Because several encounters happened around the TNT area, many concluded that the abandoned munitions plant was the creature's home. People flocked to the site, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Mothman.
In every story, its behavior was consistent. It often soared above Route 62. It could fly, but it never flapped its wings. Apparently, it had some other method of propulsion.
It chased cars, occasionally thumping on the roof and frightening the passengers within.
On at least one occasion, it reportedly stole someone's dog. A man named Mr. Partridge reported that one evening he'd been trying to watch TV, but kept getting distracted by a sound outside the house. He went out to investigate along with his German Shepherd, Bandit.
Once he got to the front yard, Mr. Partridge turned on a flashlight and swept it around. The light landed on a strange figure with 2 glowing red eyes.
Bandit immediately chased after the intruder, disappearing into the night. Mr. Partridge called for the dog, but he didn't go looking for him. He was too afraid of whatever was lurking out there.
Bandit never came home. The next morning, in the light of day, Mr. Partridge followed the pup's footprints to a muddy patch near his barn. There, they abruptly stopped, like something had lifted Bandit off the ground and then had flown into the sky.
Which was especially impressive, given that the dog weighed a hefty 110 pounds.
Incidents like these left witnesses feeling rattled, but few people got a good look at the creature's face until it showed up in St. Albans, West Virginia, about 46 miles south of Point Pleasant.
One night, housewife Ruth Foster spotted the Mothman standing on her property. It was close enough that she got the first good look at its features. Ruth described the Mothman as having enormous poppy red eyes and very little else. No discernible nose or mouth.
She sprinted back into her house and asked her brother-in-law to investigate. But when he went outside, the Mothman was gone.
Ruth didn't have anyone to corroborate this sighting, but there were plenty of other witnesses who were willing to come forward. Between 1966 and 1967, over 100 Point Pleasant residents encountered the winged cryptid. This was especially surprising, as the town only had a population of about 6,000 people. If residents didn't see the creature for themselves, they knew somebody who did.
Stories of Point Pleasant's monster spread beyond the Ohio Valley and attracted national attention, especially among those with an interest in the supernatural.
People like John Keel, a paranormal researcher and ufologist. When he heard about the strange winged menace in Point Pleasant, his curiosity was piqued. He traveled to West Virginia to investigate.
He interviewed many local residents, including reporter and columnist Mary Heyer. Hire typically wrote about the day-to-day life of her small community. She profiled graduating high school students and locals who earned promotions or opened new businesses.
So it was a change of pace when Hire covered the incident with the two couples at the TNT area on November 16th. Her story made the front page at the local Athens Messenger, as did several follow-up pieces on other sightings.
Her columns included statements from local authorities, residents with conspiracy theories, and one man who quipped that the Mothman sounded like his, quote, mother-in-law, especially the red eyes, 6 inches apart.
In spite of that, Hire took the incident seriously. When she met with Keel privately, she admitted that the Mothman stories had burrowed into her subconscious. Ever since the sightings had begun, she'd had terrible recurring nightmares.
Hire said her bad dreams featured people drowning and Christmas packages in the water. She couldn't shake a sensation of imminent doom.
And Hire would soon come to believe that her nightmares were really premonitions.
Coming up, tragedy befalls Point Pleasant, West Virginia.
This is Story Booth Daily. Tune into this new podcast for your daily fix of real life stories from real people around the world. We've received thousands of stories that we want to share with you, from talking about being ghosted or realizing that being popular isn't all that great sometimes. No topic is off the table. This is a podcast that's not only for you, but by you. Story Booth Daily premieres November 8th, so be sure to check us out Monday through Friday. Story Booth Daily is a Wheelhouse and Spotify original from Parcast.
Now back to our story.
From 1966 to 1967, a large winged creature with hypnotic red eyes plagued Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Over 100 residents reported encounters with the Mothman.
Journalist and ufologist John Keel interviewed a local reporter named Mary Hire. Hire described the recurring nightmares she'd had since the Mothman encounters began. They featured drowning people and Christmas presents floating in the water.
And Keel must have felt a sense of deja vu when he heard almost identical testimony from a woman named Virginia Thomas.
She lived in the larger TNT area, near several of the old bunkers. Since they were all defunct, they never made noise. But on November 2nd, 1967, she heard an unusually loud hum.
Curious, Virginia walked outside to investigate, but she didn't make it far before a large shadow stretched across the grass.
A tall, grayish figure stood in the distance. For a moment, Virginia was mesmerized by its glowing scarlet eyes. Time seemed to stand still.
Then, the creature broke eye contact and darted into the woods, far faster than any person could run. Perhaps it flew. Virginia wasn't sure.
But one thing was certain. This was the Mothman.
Virginia couldn't let go of her fear, even after the Mothman was long gone. When she went to bed that night, she had a terrible nightmare, which recurred for several nights afterward.
She described these visions to Keel, saying, "I see a lot of strange people around the river. It's like some kind of invasion or something. We grab the kids and run. I can't figure out what it means."
Her dream was similar to what Mary Hire had described. The Mothman never appeared in either woman's visions, but Virginia was convinced there was somehow a connection.
Keel believed he could pinpoint the location of her dream. He believed the nightmare took place in the nearby Ohio River. Point Pleasant sat right off its banks near the Silver Bridge, which got its name from the aluminum paint that covered the structure.
More than 4,000 vehicles drove over the Silver Bridge every day, and at busy times like the holiday season, that number was even higher.
This year was no different. On Friday, December 15th, 1967, locals crisscrossed the Ohio, shopping for gifts, decorations, and groceries. Families packed the shopping malls, taking their children to visit Santa and order mugs of hot chocolate at restaurants.
By 5:04, traffic was so heavy it slowed to a complete halt. The Silver Bridge swayed under the weight of the cars. It creaked under the pressure.
Then a sharp crack tore through the air. According to the West Virginia Department of Transportation, it sounded like a loud gunshot.
Suddenly, steel twisted and snapped. Cables ripped apart, raining electric sparks on the vehicles below. The bridge's deck shook and flipped over, sending cars and trucks plummeting into the freezing waters.
Just minutes before sunset, the Silver Bridge broke apart.
Hell had descended on Point Pleasant.
One witness, Charlene Wood, just missed going down with the bridge. The horrific sight reminded her of dominoes crashing down. A line of headlights flashed and fell, and it was all followed by silence.
Another driver, Bill Needham, wasn't as lucky as Wood. His truck plummeted into the river and began to sink. Needham managed to stay conscious and checked on his friend, who had been asleep in the back.
Summoning all his strength, Needham took a deep breath and inched a window open. He squirmed through the tiny opening and swam upward towards salvation.
He emerged in a scene of chaos and destruction. Survivors screamed for help and clung to anything they could find to stay afloat. Enormous metal beams, cars, cables, and, in a sad reminder of the season, wrapped Christmas presents.
On both sides of the river, bystanders sobbed. Frightened commuters ran in all directions.
As the sun set, ferries and rescue boats arrived. Searchlights scanned the area to pick up survivors.
Needham broke his back, but he made it out alive. His friend wasn't so lucky. They were still trapped inside the truck somewhere at the bottom of the river.
The collapse had taken less than 20 seconds and ultimately claimed the lives of 46 people. Today, it's the deadliest bridge disaster in American history.
Point Pleasant and the surrounding areas fell into a period of collective mourning. As for Virginia Thomas and Mary Heyer, they had just seen their nightmares come to life. And now they were more certain than ever. The Mothman had somehow sent the visions.
Some witnesses claim they saw the flying creature soaring above the Silver Bridge the day of the collapse. Many theorized that the beast was a harbinger of doom, warning the residents that tragedy was near.
Others believed the Mothman was more like the angel of death, residing in Point Pleasant until it was time to deliver souls to the underworld.
Either way, after the collapse on December 15, 1967, the creature vanished from Point Pleasant, only to make a new series of appearances overseas. And after each sighting, a deadly disaster struck.
Coming up, the Mothman's connection to Chernobyl. Now, back to the story.
For 14 months in the mid-1960s, the Mothman haunted Point Pleasant, West Virginia. When the Silver Bridge suddenly collapsed on December 15, 1967, it claimed the lives of 46 people. Many believe the two incidents were connected. Perhaps the Mothman was a harbinger of doom.
But as the years passed, the Mothman faded from public consciousness. That is, until 1975, when John Keel published his book, The Mothman Prophecies. It was an immediate bestseller and sparked a new wave of interest in the creature and in Point Pleasant.
The monster's popularity peaked again in 2002 when The Mothman Prophecies became a hit movie starring Richard Gere.
Meanwhile, Point Pleasant realized that there was big money in the Mothman fad. Since the town hadn't experienced a sighting in over 30 years, they formed a new relationship with their local cryptid. Depending on how you want to look at it, they decided it was time to reclaim their tragic past, or that it was time to turn their killer moth into a cash cow.
In fall 2002, the first ever Mothman Festival was held in downtown Point Pleasant. It went on to become an annual event, drawing between 10 and 12,000 people per year. Attractions included photo ops with a costumed Mothman, speakers, and bus tours through the infamous TNT area.
In 2003, officials unveiled a 12-foot statue of the Mothman during the festival. And in 2005, Point Pleasant became home to the Mothman Museum. There, visitors learned all about the famous events of the 60s. A hideous wraith that had foretold disaster was now the official mascot of a town-wide party.
But one special guest never attended the festival, the actual Mothman. After the Silver Bridge collapse, it seemed finished with Point Pleasant, but it didn't disappear from Earth.
On Saturday, April 26, 1986, the worst nuclear disaster in history took place outside Pripyat, Ukraine.
Technicians failed to follow protocols during the safety test. Their mistake, coupled with design flaws in a reactor, triggered an explosion at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Deadly materials, including plutonium, iodine, and strontium, spread through the air. Radiation permeated a more than 70,000 square mile area.
The entire town of Pripyat had to be evacuated. Over the following months, nearly 20,000 people fled their homes, but the efforts were too late for some.
According to official Russian statements, 31 people died as a direct result of the explosion or from acute radiation syndrome. But in a 2005-2006 report, the World Health Organization put the casualty rate closer to 4,000 due to the long-term effects of radiation. Other investigations increased the possible fatalities to 16,000.
Many lives could have been saved if the locals could have anticipated the disaster. And some reports suggest that some people did receive a supernatural warning.
We should note that these accounts didn't become public until nearly 20 years after the disaster, which means we should take them with a grain of salt. But in 2005, stories began circulating, suggesting that in the days before the meltdown, 5 control room workers saw a large headless bird with fiery red eyes.
Additionally, other employees and locals allegedly saw the creature flying over Chernobyl and Pripyat. Some people had terrifying nightmares. The horrific wraith became known as the Blackbird of Chernobyl.
The workers told their supervisor about the creature, and they debated whether they should alert any officials. They never had a chance to work out a solution, as the explosion happened a few days after the sightings.
For some, it appeared that the Mothman had returned again to warn them of the upcoming disaster.
And this wasn't the last time the Mothman was associated with a tragedy. The beast was spotted once more in the United States.
A few days before September 11, 2001, numerous New Yorkers spotted a flying crane-like creature near the World Trade Center. It reportedly circled the buildings just before and after the terror attacks that claimed 2,996 lives. Several witnesses allegedly snapped photos of the mysterious creature, but most are out of focus or were taken from too far away to make out any of its features.
But this didn't stop rumors from spreading that the Mothman had appeared to warn people of an impending catastrophe again. And 6 years later, some believe he anticipated yet another fatal disaster. Another bridge collapse seemingly coaxed the Mothman out of hiding.
Located near downtown Minneapolis, Minnesota, the I-35W Mississippi River Bridge was built in 1967, the same year the Silver Bridge crumbled. For years, around 140,000 vehicles crossed the structure every day.
On the night of August 1st, 2007, there was some construction on the I-35W bridge. Rush hour drivers slowed to a crawl at the height of the evening's traffic jam.
Without warning, at 6:05 p.m., the entire bridge roared and shook before plummeting into the water below.
13 people died, 145 were injured, and 111 vehicles were destroyed.
Once more, the Mothman seemed to have a connection to the tragedy. Numerous residents reported seeing a winged humanoid figure near the I-35W right before the collapse.
The Mothman was next seen on April 10, 2009, in Chihuahua, Mexico. The beast reportedly chased students to an apple orchard.
2009 was the year of the swine flu outbreak. Shortly after these sightings, infections rose throughout the region.
Then in 2016, the unthinkable happened. The Mothman returned to the place where his legend had been born, Point Pleasant, West Virginia.
On the evening of Sunday, November 20th, a resident who'd recently moved to the area was driving through town. Now, he declined to give his name publicly, but we'll call him Owen for clarity.
The road was clear and quiet, but a strange feeling of dread washed over Owen. He looked up just in time to spot a dark figure leaping from treetop to treetop.
Owen stopped his car, whipped out his phone, and snapped several pictures of the mysterious creature. Though blurry, they show an apparent tall humanoid with long legs and wings.
Owen shared the photo online, but refused interview requests from the local media. Maybe he didn't want to be associated with legends about cryptids and prophecies, but he claimed that he'd never heard of the Mothman prior to his sighting.
No tragedy followed Owen's encounter, but it's worth noting that it had been 50 years since the creature was first seen in the TNT area. That's often considered the golden anniversary. Maybe the Mothman just has a dark sense of humor.
As far as we can tell, the beast hasn't been spotted since then, but it still captures the world's attention. People continue to speculate on what it is and where it came from. Some believe that it's an ordinary animal, one scientists have yet to discover and classify.
Others suspect that the Mothman is a fallen angel or an interdimensional being. And still others, like author John Keel, have proposed that the creature is an alien from outer space.
Meanwhile, skeptics insist there's never been a Mothman. All the sightings and the so-called prophetic dreams that followed were just elaborate hoaxes or cases of mass delusion.
Either way, when the Mothman is spotted, tragedy is almost always around the corner. Disaster has seemingly come on the heels of too many sightings for the pattern to be just a coincidence.
So the question is, should we dismiss the Mothman, or perhaps fear him?
Or should we heed his next arrival?
We'll try to find answers next time.
Thanks again for tuning in to Unexplained Mysteries. We will be back next time with another episode on the Mothman. For more information, amongst the many sources we used, we found The Mothman Prophecies by John Keel to be extremely helpful to our research.
You can find all episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
See you next time.
And remember, never take "we don't know" for an answer.
Unexplained Mysteries is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Nick Johnson, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Freddie Beckley. This episode of Unexplained Mysteries was written by Brian Stepnitsky, with writing assistance by Angela Jorgensen and Connor Sampson. Fact-checking by Cara Mackerline, and research by Chelsea Wood. Unexplained Mysteries stars Molly Brandenburg and Richard Rossner.
This is Story Booth Daily. Tune into this new podcast for your daily fix of real life stories from people around the world. Story Booth Daily premieres Monday, November 8th on Spotify. Story Booth Daily is a Wheelhouse and Spotify original from Parcast.
1967, Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Reporter Mary Heyer wrote extensively about the local sightings of a mysterious creature known as the Mothman. When famed ufologist John Keel arrived in town, he connected with Heyer. After all, she was an expert on the local cryptid.
But there was another reason Heyer intrigued Keel. She also claimed to have seen weird lights in the sky.
Keel wondered if the winged creature and the lights were somehow connected. So on the evening of April 1st, they drove to a hilltop overlooking the valley. They scanned the area, eyes peeled for anything unusual.
Suddenly, a red light appeared on a nearby hill. It flashed as it bobbed up and down, slowly circling the area. Then it drew closer to their car. It was the moment Keel and Heyer had been waiting for.
Keel held his breath, amazed. It was so close that he could make out the shape of the craft, a huge rectangle with a glowing red orb in the center. It almost looked like a window.
Keel jumped out of the car and pointed a flashlight at the object. As soon as he caught the vessel in the light's beam, the ship shot into the air, disappearing in the darkness, almost like it didn't want to be seen.
Whatever Keel and Heyer had just witnessed, it definitely wasn't the Mothman. But since both anomalies arrived in Point Pleasant around the exact same time, Keel was convinced that the UFO and the beast were intertwined.
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take "we don't know" for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This is our final episode on the Mothman. The mysterious creature stalked Point Pleasant, West Virginia between 1966 and 1967.
Last time, we discussed how over 100 residents encountered the Mothman. These sightings continued until a local bridge collapsed into the Ohio River around Christmas in 1967, killing 46 people. In the decades since, the beast has reportedly been seen all over the globe, usually before a tragic disaster.
Today we'll examine some popular theories about the Mothman and its penchant for predicting doom. Some skeptics believe the creature is just an ordinary animal. Others suggest it's an alien from outer space. But perhaps Mothman isn't a flesh and blood beast at all, but a monster of pure imagination.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
Point Pleasant, West Virginia sits just above the Ohio River. The small rural town never drew much attention from outsiders until 1966, when the locals spotted a mysterious flying creature they called the Mothman.
Reports about the Mothman were consistent. In every eyewitness account, the creature stood at least 7 feet tall, was dark gray in color, had piercing red eyes, and an immense wingspan.
This led many to compare the Mothman to other legendary winged creatures from around the world. In some cultures, people worshipped the figures as deities.
The Mothman bore several similarities to an early Hindu god named Garuda. He was frequently depicted as either a gigantic bird or a man with a beak-like nose and feathered wings.
Garuda appeared shortly before disaster struck. Just like Mothman, who reportedly visited people before the 1986 Chernobyl accident, 9/11, and other infamous tragedies.
Given these similarities, it's no wonder that ufologist John Keel thought Mothman and Garuda may have been connected. The original title for Keel's book was Year of the Garuda, but at the last minute, he renamed it The Mothman Prophecies.
Keel couldn't explain what a Hindu god was doing in a rural West Virginia town. Less than 1% of the entire U.S. population practiced Hinduism. And despite their similarities, Mothman and Garuda were still very different.
The Hindu god is depicted with kind, round eyes. On the other hand, Mothman is famous for his menacing red eyes that glow at night. Some even reported them as hypnotizing.
The idea that Mothman might actually be Garuda didn't gain much traction in West Virginia. Instead, some people connected the mysterious beast to another mythological figure.
Many West Virginians were descended from Irish and Scottish settlers. In Irish folklore, banshees were female spirits who wore gray cloaks, similar to the Mothman's gray skin.
Banshees warned of approaching death by wailing and shrieking. The Mothman made a similarly loud squeaking noise, but the beast and banshees had another trait in common. Both were harbingers of doom.
Scottish folklore has a creature similar to the banshee, known as the Banyia. While they don't screech, they do appear by creeks and rivers to wash the clothes of those about to die. Like the Mothman and Garuda, Benyas and banshees never seem to kill or harm anyone directly. They merely offer an ominous warning.
But that's where the similarities end, because banshees and benyas look like ghostly women with long white hair draped over their narrow faces. The Mothman is a 7-foot-tall birdman. While the winged cryptids shared traits with both creatures, neither was a perfect match.
Perhaps the Mothman wasn't a mythological creature at all. Maybe it was a flesh and blood animal with unusual evolutionary traits, ones that allowed it to survive in the toxic region just outside of Point Pleasant.
From 1942 to 1945, the local TNT area was known as the West Virginia Ordnance Works. This 8,000-acre plot housed a factory that manufactured ammunition and dynamite during World War II. Large storage facilities peppered the grounds. Locals called them igloos due to their rounded shape and size. But instead of ice, these igloos were made of steel and concrete.
They stored tons of TNT and its chemical predecessor, DNT. Both were extremely toxic and dangerous to handle.
After the war ended in 1945, the munitions plant shut down. The igloos were sealed off, but many still housed the inactive explosives. The region became a landfill, and local wildlife made it their home.
But over time, chemicals like TNT can seep into the soil and the local water supply, which appeared to be what happened in Point Pleasant. In the 1980s, officials discovered that the land surrounding the TNT area was contaminated. The explosive materials from the munitions factory had sat for decades, simmering in the humid summer heat.
It was so bad that the U.S. government named the area one of the top 10 most polluted sites in the country.
Some believe that the highly toxic TNT may have caused mutations in the local animal population. One person who'd grown up in the region reported that frogs the size of dinner plates were now roaming the area.
Perhaps it's these same mutations that led to a mysterious half-man, half-bird. After all, one of the earliest Mothman sightings occurred in the TNT area. This suggested it lived there, making it vulnerable to toxic pollution.
For many Point Pleasant residents, this explanation checked out. It fit with the area's history and offered a solution to the mystery surrounding the Mothman.
Now, a gigantic mutant bird might sound like something out of a horror story, but it wasn't that far-fetched.
Following the 1986 Chernobyl disaster in Pripyat, Ukraine, the bird and rodent populations also saw some drastic effects. Birds grew large tumors on their faces, and 2 biologists discovered bugs in the area that were missing their signature markings. Wildlife in Finland and Russia were also known to mutate after exposure to chemicals from nearby industrial plants.
But it's hard to believe that an ordinary bird could transform into the humanoid Mothman. The deformities that came after the Chernobyl disaster were significant, but there were no reports of a man mutating into a bird or vice versa. Nor is there any evidence that 2 mammals could combine into one species because of toxic waste contamination.
The Committee for Skeptical Inquiry investigated the extraordinary claims about Mothman using science and reason. One of their members, Joe Nickel, made it his mission to debunk the science fiction elements altogether.
Nickel concluded that Mothman wasn't a mutation or a Hindu god. It was just a simple barn owl.
Unlike many other bird species, barn owls scream. Their piercing shriek is nothing like the melodic hoots from other owls. In fact, Shakespeare referred to the creatures in a play saying, quote, "Bring forth that fatal screech owl to our house, that nothing sung but death to us and ours."
This description doesn't seem too far off from Mothman's squeal.
Rob Beauregard of Drexel University's Academy of Natural Scientists took this speculation a step further. He suggested that all haunted houses and ghosts could be attributed to barn owls. They tended to nest in drafty, unoccupied buildings, much like the TNT area, and their calls could easily be mistaken for ghostly moaning.
But there's a giant problem with this idea. Barn owls tend to be orange and white. The Mothman was described as gray. What's more, barn owls have a relatively low eye shine, referring to the feature that gives nocturnal animals those glow-in-the-dark eyes. But nearly everyone who spotted the Mothman said they were mesmerized by its glowing red eyes.
Perhaps it wasn't a barn owl after all. Maybe Mothman was a barred owl. These West Virginia natives had a striking scarlet red eye shine.
However, barred owls only grow to be about 2 feet tall, far shorter than the 7-foot Mothman.
It's possible that some witnesses might have seen a barred owl in a tree and overestimated its height, but it's unlikely this happened over 100 different times, especially since many people saw the Mothman run, fly, and chase after speeding cars.
That's true, and the fastest owl in the world, the great horned owl, can still only rocket at 40 miles an hour. Yet on the night of November 15th, 1966, the Mothman chased 4 teenagers out of the TNT area. They sped over 100 miles per hour to escape the creature, and the Mothman kept up.
Robert L. Smith, an associate professor of wildlife biology at West Virginia University, posited that the red-eyed Mothman was yet another species, a sandhill crane. These birds are large, and their eyes are surrounded by bright red skin. They could have been mistaken for the Mothman's scarlet peepers.
But still, sandhill cranes are only 3 or 4 feet tall. Mothman was twice that size. And while they do have large wingspans, ranging about 6 feet, Mothman's wings were somewhere between 10 and 14 feet long.
All of the bird theories, from sandhill cranes to owls, held some merit, but none of them could completely explain the Mothman's features. Skeptics couldn't really chalk all the sightings up to one local animal after all.
Maybe Mothman wasn't indigenous to the region. Maybe it came from a place far from West Virginia, like, say, another planet.
Coming up, John Keel connects the Mothman to local UFO sightings.
This is Story Booth Daily. Tune into this new podcast for your daily fix of real life stories from real people around the world. We've received thousands of stories that we want to share with you, from talking about being ghosted or realizing that being popular isn't all that great sometimes. No topic is off the table. This is a podcast that's not only for you, but by you. Story Booth Daily premieres November 8th, so be sure to check us out Monday through Friday. Story Booth Daily is a Wheelhouse and Spotify original from Parcast.
Now, back to the story.
John Keel was a ufologist who wrote the foundational book on the Mothman. But when he arrived in Point Pleasant in 1966 to search for the infamous beast, he found something unexpected: a series of UFOs.
This wasn't Keel's first encounter with aliens. As a teen, he read every book he could get his hands on. He devoured texts on science, history, and the supernatural. In 1954, while visiting Egypt, he allegedly spotted his first alien spaceship. Later, during a trip to the Himalayas, he supposedly witnessed the abominable snowman.
As soon as Keel heard about the Mothman sightings in Point Pleasant, he suspected it was supernatural. And when he formally investigated, he seemingly confirmed this hunch.
While driving with journalist Mary Heyer through West Virginia in April 1967, she and Keel encountered an unidentified flying object. They didn't spot the Mothman during this trip, but Keel had heard of other UFO sightings that connected the two. Some witnesses even spotted the winged creature lurking near spacecraft. He wondered if the two entities were working together in some fashion.
Another clue lay in the prophetic visions that Mothman gave locals like Mary Heyer and Virginia Thomas. Keel noted that alien contactees often developed extrasensory abilities after their encounters.
His theories seemed to be confirmed one morning in November 1967. That day, a mysterious stranger knocked on a local woman's door and asked to use her telephone.
The visitor didn't introduce himself, but he made an impression on the housewife nonetheless. He wore all black and was over 6 feet tall. He spoke with an accent the woman couldn't place, but it was clear he wasn't from West Virginia.
The resident didn't know what to make of this man, but the description rang a bell for Keel. He and other UFO enthusiasts thought this sounded a lot like the Men in Black.
Nobody knows exactly who the Men in Black are. Some believe they're government agents. Others say they're aliens living undercover as humans on Earth. According to reports, they often show up after UFO sightings or extraterrestrial encounters. Rumors suggest they even try to silence witnesses with threats.
This particular Man in Black didn't have to do much to keep the housewife quiet. She died in the Silver Bridge collapse less than a month after his visit.
But she wasn't the only local who had an encounter with the mysterious agency. Journalist Mary Heyer also spoke to a pair of men in dark suits.
One afternoon, shortly following the Silver Bridge disaster, two men marched into Heyer's office. They looked almost identical to one another. Heyer even wondered if they were twin brothers.
For days, the Silver Bridge tragedy had been the talk of the town, and Heyer thought they wanted to discuss it with her. Instead, they asked her about the flying saucer activity in the area.
Heyer was taken aback, but she tried to assist the men, showing the notes she'd written for the paper. One of the visitors hinted that she should kill the story, but Heyer wouldn't be intimidated. She responded curtly, and the strange pair left.
These weren't the only two Men in Black sightings in Point Pleasant. Throughout the duration of Mothman's stay, there were multiple people harassed by the shadowy visitors.
Mary Heyer's niece, a woman named Connie Carpenter, also had a run-in after her encounter with the Mothman. She was walking to school one day when a man in a black Buick pulled up beside her and tried to pull her into his car. Luckily, Connie got away and hid inside her house. The next day, someone slid a note under the front door saying, "Be careful, girl. I can get you yet."
Another Mothman witness, named Marcella Bennett, claimed she was harassed by the Men in Black too. She was driving on the outskirts of Point Pleasant when a man in a wig chased her in a Ford Galaxy. He nearly ran her off the road, and she had her young daughter in the car.
While these stories do fit in well with the lore of the Men in Black, it doesn't prove that the Mothman is alien by nature. And any further connection between the creature and flying saucers was loose speculation on Keel's part. He observed that there were several UFO sightings around the same time that people started seeing the Mothman. But correlation does not equal causation.
It's no surprise that he would jump to this conclusion. Remember, this was the 1960s. The space age was in full swing, and the supernatural was mainstream.
The general public was primed to interpret any strange lights in the sky as possible alien invaders.
Or to see strangers in suits as possible government agents.
Mothman skeptic Joe Nickel thought that the people of Point Pleasant were misinterpreting ordinary events. He suggested that the flying saucer Keel and Heyer had spotted was probably an average airplane.
During night flights, pilots use the navigational lights so other aircraft and ground crews can track their routes. But according to Nickel, there was a prankster pilot who lived in the area. He liked to fly over Point Pleasant in his private plane and scare the locals.
Nickel says one evening in the spring of 1967, the anonymous pilot flew dangerously close to a hilltop.
Keel and Heyer spotted that identified flying object near a hilltop around the same time, in April 1967. They also saw the craft's lights blink on and off.
Maybe they only saw what they wanted to see. After all, Keel had been hunting for UFOs most of his adult life, and he'd expected to spot another one that night. So when he observed the prankster in his plane, maybe Keel jumped to a conclusion that this was a spaceship.
But that wouldn't explain the wave of prophetic dreams that swept through Point Pleasant. As we noted last time, several residents, including Virginia Thomas and Mary Heyer, had nightmares after their Mothman sightings. These were visions of people drowning and presence floating in an indistinct body of water. Later, the dreams seemingly came true when the Silver Bridge collapsed just before Christmas on December 15, 1967.
The structure was made of long strips of metal with a hole at the end. Each hole was used to lock the strips together and connected the metallic pieces to one another.
On the day of the collapse, there was a small crack, roughly 3 millimeters deep, along one joint. Supposedly, it had been there since the bridge's construction. But that evening, the light that directs traffic on and off the Silver Bridge was malfunctioning. There were more cars crossing the structure than it was prepared to hold. The wear became too much, and the piece broke apart.
In less than a minute, the entire Silver Bridge, along with dozens of other cars, had toppled into the freezing river below.
Ultimately, a federal task force ruled out the idea of anything supernatural causing the tragedy. As far as they were concerned, Mothman hadn't caused the bridge collapse. It was the result of an ordinary design flaw.
But that doesn't explain why so many people predicted the disaster, or why people across the world spotted the beast just before other deadly events.
Perhaps Mothman was a spirit that warned people of coming doom.
Or maybe the prophecies were little more than movie magic.
Coming up, a feature film reshapes the Mothman's legacy. Now back to the story.
In the mid-60s, a monster called the Mothman appeared repeatedly in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. After the local Silver Bridge collapsed on December 15, 1967, the creature vanished for nearly 2 decades.
As we mentioned in our last episode, workers in the nuclear power plant allegedly saw a beast they dubbed the Black Bird of Chernobyl. This was in the days leading up to the deadliest nuclear accident in history.
It's hard to find any concrete reports of the creature around the time of the nuclear meltdown in 1986. In fact, the first time anyone alluded to it was 5 years later in 1991, when John Keel republished his book, The Mothman Prophecies.
To be fair, Keel never explicitly said that the Mothman appeared near Chernobyl.
He might have wanted his audience to read between the lines and connect the creature with the nuclear meltdown. But even then, he was the only one making these implications.
That is, until 2005, 19 years after the disaster. That's when the first explicit claims about the Black Bird of Chernobyl were made public. Keep in mind, this was also 3 years after the Mothman prophecies hit theaters.
The movie took some creative liberties with Keel's narrative. For example, the film took place in the same year it was released, in 2002, as opposed to the mid-1960s.
It also featured a character who blatantly claimed the Mothman appeared before the Chernobyl disaster.
In a later interview, Keel admitted this was a complete fabrication. The filmmakers didn't have any evidence that Mothman was there before the meltdown, and neither did Keel, but it made for a great story beat.
But the public didn't seem to care, because after the interview, news of the Black Bird of Chernobyl spread like wildfire. Rumors of the alleged Ukrainian sightings made their way online. Newspapers reported the narrative as true. Suddenly, everyone had something to add to the lore.
It's possible that accounts of Mothman's appearance on 9/11 and on the eve of the swine flu outbreak were similarly fabricated. The Mothman likely never visited Chernobyl or any of these other disaster sites for that matter.
Despite over 100 sightings in Point Pleasant between 1966 and 1967, some people believe the creature never existed at all.
People like Joe Nickel, the same investigator who implied Keel's UFO sighting was a prankster pilot, collected additional evidence to debunk the sightings. While interviewing local residents, Nickel learned of another hoaxer, one who dressed in a spooky Halloween costume during the 1960s. He hid in the TNT area and jumped out of the woods whenever a car drove by, just to startle people.
Maybe this practical joker was the Mothman. But as Nickel looked into it further, he heard conflicting reports of who exactly executed the hoax. He lost sight of which accounts were credible. Additionally, a costumed person wouldn't have Mothman's glowing red eyes or its ability to fly 100 miles per hour.
But Nickel had a break in the case when he spoke to Rush Finley, a local hotel owner. According to Finley, Some construction workers had tied red lights to weighted helium balloons as a prank.
When the balloons were released, they floated over the hills of Point Pleasant. People may have mistaken those lights for the Mothman's luminescent red eyes.
But some Mothman eyewitnesses described a 7-foot flying man with a 10-foot wingspan. The creature didn't resemble helium balloons at all.
Which brings up another point. The descriptions were so consistent, some believe the encounters were symptoms of mass delusion.
Mass delusion occurs when a group of people share the same attitudes, ideas, and emotional states. We're not talking about an audience getting scared by a scene in a horror film. Think of it like a group of people who are paranoid about a threat that probably doesn't exist. The fear grows, feeding off of others' neuroses until it impacts their day-to-day life. In some cases, mass delusion can result in physical symptoms like nervous tics, even seizures.
Remember, the first news coverage about the Mothman happened after 4 reputable teenagers spotted the beast near the TNT area. Shortly thereafter, other locals reported their sightings. Many people even flocked to the TNT area to catch a glimpse for themselves.
If people were primed to spot strange monsters, they might mistake everyday objects for the Mothman, especially in a case of mass delusion. Maybe some of those sightings can be attributed to large owls, cranes, helium balloons, or airplanes.
Naturally, the reports would have triggered feelings of anxiety in some people. This unease might have manifested in the form of nightmares. And if someone was already primed to think that a supernatural entity was plaguing their town, they may have also believed their dreams were prophetic visions.
Which is actually more common than you'd think. A 2011 study suggested that 1 in 3 people believe they received visions of the future, often in their dreams. The numbers were even higher among those who believed in supernatural and psychic phenomena.
Perhaps this is what caused Mary Heyer to have nightmares about the Mothman. Heyer spent a lot of her career writing about strange incidents throughout West Virginia. She penned narratives about UFOs and visits from the Men in Black. She was exactly the kind of person who might ascribe supernatural meaning to her dreams.
Or perhaps she and Virginia Thomas actually did share a prophetic vision. After all, their dreams did come true when the Silver Bridge collapsed.
Alternatively, this could be an example of confirmation bias. Heyer and Thomas may have believed their dreams were premonitions before the bridge went down. If so, they might have focused on the evidence that supported those assumptions while ignoring anything that contradicted them. After all, I'm sure they dreamed of other details that didn't come to pass.
It's possible they never discussed the incongruous elements because they chose to focus on the parts that did line up. And there must have been plenty of other Point Pleasant residents who had nightmares that felt prophetic but never came to fruition.
It's tempting to attribute deadly disasters to the supernatural. The world feels more orderly if we believe in monstrous harbingers of doom and prophetic dreams that can prevent it. It's no wonder the town of Point Pleasant embraced the legend of the Mothman, even throwing an annual festival in its honor.
Today, the once terrifying beast is a tourist attraction and a movie star. Decades have passed since the bridge collapse, and in that time, the locals have channeled their anxiety into a cause for celebration. New life has sprung out of this death and destruction.
If the Mothman was real, maybe it never intended to be a specter of looming disaster. Instead, maybe it was there to save the people of Point Pleasant from tragedy.
Maybe it was the embodiment of hope.
Thanks again for tuning in to Unexplained Mysteries. We will be back next time with a new episode. For more information on the Mothman, amongst the many sources we used, we found The Mothman Prophecies by John Keel and The Mystery Chronicles, More Real-Life X-Files by Joe Nickel to be extremely helpful to our research.
You can find all episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
See you next time.
And remember, never take "we don't know" for an answer.
Unexplained Mysteries is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Nick Johnson, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Katovich. This episode of Unexplained Mysteries was written by Brian Stepnitsky, with writing assistance by Amber Hurley and Lori Gottlieb. Fact-checking by Cara Mackerline, and research by Bradley Klein. Unexplained Mysteries stars Molly Brandenburg and Richard Rossner.
This is Story Booth Daily. Tune into this new podcast for your daily fix of real life stories from people around the world. Story Booth Daily premieres Monday, November 8 on Spotify. Story Booth Daily is a Wheelhouse and Spotify original from Parcast.
(1962). A group of Inupiat people hunted for seals in the Beaufort Sea. The freezing expanse to the north of Alaska was only about 1,000 miles from the North Pole.
They carefully steered their kayaks around the massive ice chunks that covered the ocean's surface. The ice constantly shifted, threatening to close in and surround the boats.
The hunters scanned the waterline, searching for seals as they came up for air. But then, something cast a shadow over the water.
The hunters looked up in amazement. A few hundred yards from their kayaks, a huge ship glided by.
It loomed high above their heads. Its black paint was cracked, revealing the rusted metal underneath.
And from top to bottom, the ship was completely encased in ice. It was like someone had left it in the freezer.
The Inupiat could just make out the name etched on the bow, the Bechamo.
The hunters had heard stories of this ghost ship that roamed the polar seas. Rumor suggested that there was treasure on board, a bounty of white fox furs worth over $1 million.
But as the Inupiat tried to get a closer look, the boat drifted past, indifferent to their presence.
Before they knew it, the Bechamo was gone.
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take "we don't know" for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This is our first episode on ghost ships. Throughout history, people abandoned their vessels, leaving the boats to sail across the world empty.
This time, we'll discuss the Bechamo, the so-called ghost ship of the Arctic. We'll also explore the reasons why the seas near the North Pole are strewn with the wreckage of deserted vessels.
Next episode, we'll examine the legends of ghost ships that have captivated the world for centuries. We'll also investigate the ships whose crews have vanished without a trace.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us. The Arctic Circle holds some of the world's most hazardous oceans. All year round, the sea is dotted with floes, flat chunks of ice that float across the surface. As winter closes in, the floes freeze together, creating massive plains that cover the entire sea.
But the ice pack is deceptive. It's not as stable as it looks. It's always moving. Floes continually press together or pull apart, depending on the direction of the wind and currents.
They can separate in an instant, momentarily opening up a gap in the ice that a boat can sail through. But just as quickly, the floes can completely encircle a ship and freeze together, trapping it.
That's not the only danger. The floes are powerful. They can grind into each other with enough velocity to create pressure ridges taller than a person. This makes crossings on foot extremely difficult.
In the late fall, the sound of the floes creaking and scraping against each other echo through the Arctic. It's loud enough to drown out the sound of a boat's engine.
If a vessel is unfortunate enough to get caught in the middle of the ice, the pressure can be strong enough to crush a ship like it was made of tin foil. Or it may tear an opening in the hull, allowing water to rush in and sink the boat before anyone has time to escape.
To avoid getting trapped, ships in the Arctic need to leave before the polar ice pack appears. Depending on the year, this means they may have to depart sometime in the fall before the end of September. But it's not easy to predict exactly when the freeze will set in. Many ships fail to make it out in time.
In 1845, two British ships, the HMS Erebus and Terror, embarked on an expedition to the Arctic. They were in search of the fabled Northwest Passage, a sea route that would connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans through northern Canada. If found, the passage would serve as a shortcut between the British Empire and East Asia. The expedition was risky, but if successful, it would go down in history.
In July 1845, the ships anchored off the northwest coast of Greenland. They were waiting for the ice to break up so they could journey west. But that year was unusually cold. The seas were covered with an impenetrable maze of floes.
The Erebus and Terror waited a full year for the ice to clear. By 1846, nothing had changed. Even though it was late and the waters were perilous, the crew wanted to continue their expedition. They thought they could make it to the Pacific before the winter freeze set in. This was a disastrous decision.
On September 12, 1846, the ice trapped both ships in the Canadian Arctic. 129 men were stuck as they waited for the spring thaw, but it never came.
A year passed, and then another, but the cold didn't let up. The floes held the ships fast.
By 1848, the ship's provisions were almost depleted. There were no local plants to eat, animals to hunt, or wood to burn. Hopeless that they'd ever escape from their frozen prison, the surviving members set out on foot for the Canadian mainland.
They were never heard from again.
No one knew what happened to the ships either. A rescue mission searched the area in 1848, but they couldn't locate the Erebus or Terror. It was like they'd vanished into thin air.
In actuality, the boats had moved with the ice pack. They drifted along, looming like monuments to the doomed expedition.
It's unclear how many years it took for the ice to melt. When it did, the ship's wooden hulls were warped from years of being squeezed. As soon as the ice finally released them, they sank. Their final resting place was about 80 miles away from where it's believed they originally froze.
After their disappearance, the Erebus and Terror became warnings to those who dared to sail in the Arctic. But these stories didn't discourage people from trying. It was too tempting to search for the Northwest Passage or to make a potential fortune exploiting the region's resources.
In September 1871, a fleet of whaling boats prowled the waters off of Point Belcher, Alaska, the northernmost part of the United States. The hunt was going so well that the crews ignored the fact that winter was just around the corner.
Locals implored them not to linger so late in the year, but the greedy captains didn't heed their advice.
One by one, all 33 ships became trapped in the ice. It happened almost overnight, before any of them had time to escape.
The crews and passengers had to flee before the vessels were destroyed and pulled under. There were 1,219 people in total, not just sailors, but their families as well.
Using the ship's smaller rowboats, they navigated through the thinning channels of water that hadn't been frozen yet.
All of the abandoned vessels were left to the ice, completely unsalvageable. Their flags, hung upside down to signal for help, were ripped to shreds by the Arctic wind. Eventually, the ship sank, like the sea was taking its revenge.
Their destruction was a major disaster for the American whaling industry. The loss amounted to over $30 million in today's money.
In 1897, 8 ships were caught in a freeze off of Point Barrow, Alaska. The ice was so packed that a rescue expedition used reindeer and sleds to bring food to the stranded crew. The 1,500-mile journey took almost 4 months.
New technology promised to change all this. In the 20th century, wooden sailing ships gave way to steam engines and steel hulls. The vessels had reinforced bows that could slide onto the ice and crush it with the weight of the ship. These were called icebreakers.
One such icebreaker was the Ungermanelven. It was 230 feet long, about the wingspan of a commercial airplane, and weighed 1,322 tons. It was state-of-the-art and outfitted with 3 coal-burning engines.
During World War I, the boat brought goods to German ports along the Baltic Sea. Because of its strong bow, it could even trade during the winter, plowing through the frosty water.
When the war ended in 1918, Germany relinquished large merchant vessels like the Ungermanelven to pay for their mandatory reparations to the Allied powers.
The boat ended up in Britain, and in 1921, the Hudson's Bay Company bought it. Its new owners renamed the vessel the Bachimo.
The company had been trading furs in North America since the 17th century, and the newly christened Bachimo's ice-breaking bow was perfectly suited for the Canadian seas. If it could brave the stormy seas off Labrador, it would make the company rich in fox furs.
That is, if it survived.
Coming up, the Bachimo's adventures in the Arctic.
Pirates. For centuries, the world has been fascinated by them. In films like Pirates of the Caribbean, they're portrayed as swaggering anti-heroes. In books like Treasure Island, they're fearsome villains. But who were they really? That's the question that Real Pirates, the new Spotify original from Parcast, answers.
The whole thing about a pirate ship is that they were heavily manned. You could have 100 pirates on board, so these are floating violence factories.
At the same time, pirates are really fascinating characters in a way. If you were born poor, you stayed poor. Pirates, on the other hand, they were able to transcend that social boundary.
They didn't see themselves just as thieves and brigands. They saw themselves as social revolutionaries.
Set sail under the Black Flag, alongside notorious outlaws like Blackbeard, Charles Vane, Anne Bonny, and Mary Read. Join us for episodes airing weekly starting November 15th. Follow and listen to Real Pirates for free on Spotify.
Now, back to the story.
In June 1921, the Bachimo departed for the Arctic on a fur trading mission. The region contained some of the harshest seas in the world. Any vessel that stayed too long risked becoming trapped in the ice pack when it froze for the winter.
The crew was well aware of the dangers ahead. Less than 10 years ago, the Titanic, which was almost 4 times bigger than the Bachimo, had hit an iceberg and sank. Now the Bachimo was headed into even worse waters.
Ice wasn't the only danger. They'd also face hurricane-level winds and dense fog.
Somehow, the Bachimo survived all these perils. In September 1921, the crew completed their trading mission. They'd proven the ship could withstand the intense Arctic voyages.
Stuffed to the brim with fox furs, the Bachimo sailed back to Britain. The Hudson's Bay Company was very pleased. Furs were a hot commodity in the 1920s.
But to maximize profits, the Bachimo would need to go somewhere far more dangerous next. The company decided to send the ship to Siberia, along Russia's eastern coast.
Not only was Siberia infamous for its freezing temperatures, but Russia was in the midst of a political revolution. 2 factions vied for control: Soviet communists who championed the working class, and monarchists who were loyal to the Tsar.
By 1921, the Soviets had gained the upper hand. They weren't about to let capitalist countries like Britain do business in their territory.
Despite the risks, the HMO sailed in February 1922. It traveled to the Hudson's Bay Company base in Vancouver, then crossed the Bering Sea to the eastern side of Siberia.
The voyage was rough, and once they arrived in Siberia, it got even rougher. Near a river port, the HMO ran aground in shallow water.
It was a bad situation for any ship, but the HMO faced an added layer of peril. The Russian Revolution raged on the shores near the boat.
The ship could be seized by either side at any minute. They had to get out, and fast.
To get unstuck, the crew lightened its load. The captain ordered valuable cargo to be thrown overboard, including necessary provisions like cases of rice, beef, and pickled cabbage. They even had to give up their chamber pots.
In total, about $50,000 worth of goods went into the river.
But it didn't work. The HMO was still mired until the next high tide. The rising water might be deep enough to free the ship, but if the bottom of the hull was damaged, it might not stay afloat.
Luckily, the plan succeeded. The HMO wrenched free and sailed out of danger. Fate had given it a second chance.
For the rest of the summer, the HMO traded in Siberia. Soon, September rolled around, the deadline to get out before the winter ice set in. So the crew headed back to Vancouver and then home to Britain.
The HMO was now known as an intrepid vessel that had faced down icy seas as well as political foes. And its next voyage would be its most daring yet, a rescue mission.
In August 1924, a ship called the Lady Kindersley had sailed from Point Barrow, Alaska. The wind had abruptly changed directions, blowing ice floes into the ship's path. Soon, it was stuck.
And if that wasn't bad enough, the huge floe that held the Lady Kindersley drifted out to sea, with the ship and the crew still in it.
On August 6th, 2 rescue ships tried to break a path through the ice for the Lady Kindersley. Neither succeeded. In fact, one of the rescue ships got trapped too.
The floes clamped the rescue ship so tightly they broke a hole in the timber hull. Freezing water gushed in. Its crew barely had time to escape onto the ice.
Despite the failed rescue, the Hudson's Bay Company did not want the Lady Kindersley's crew to abandon ship. They were more concerned about losing the cargo than the people.
After 9 days, the Lady Kindersley's captain sent a cable to Vancouver. Send the HMO immediately.
When it got the call, the HMO was near the Bering Strait. It steamed towards northern Alaska as fast as it could, but it was over 1,000 miles away. As the Lady Kindersley's circumstances grew more dire, the Hudson's Bay Company sent another boat to save the crew.
Despite its valiant efforts, the HMO didn't arrive in time to salvage the doomed Lady Kindersley. The other rescue ship beat them to the punch and helped the crew escape on foot.
As for the vessel, it was lost, another sacrifice to the unforgiving Arctic.
But the HMO survived, and over the next 5 years, they traded in the Arctic every summer. On July 7, 1931, it left Vancouver for what should have been a routine trip to northwestern Canada. But some crewmen were uneasy about the idea.
The captain, Sidney Cornwell, worried that the ship wasn't strong enough to last another year in the ice fields. After 10 years of service, it had taken enough damage already.
But the Hudson's Bay Company ignored his concerns. They weren't about to leave a year's worth of foxpelts just because the ship was a little worse for the wear. So the HMO set off on its journey. The crew expected to return in about 4 months.
That year, the ice was particularly thick. Usually, the 600-mile journey from Nome, Alaska to Point Barrow took a few days, but the HMO spent a whole month getting there.
They finally reached Point Barrow on August 22, 1931. This was uncomfortably close to the late September cutoff when the ice made sailing impossible.
4 days later, the HMO arrived at Herschel Island on the northernmost tip of Canada's Yukon province. After dropping off supplies, the crew left for the next port and ran into a pack of ice.
The next day it tried again and still couldn't get past the bergs.
Captain Cornwell took this as a sign that the HMO needed to get out of the Arctic as quickly as possible. But Ralph Parsons, the fur commissioner for the Hudson's Bay Company, thought otherwise. He argued that they should stay on their assigned trade route.
Parsons didn't know much about ice. He was there to represent the company's interests. And when Captain Cornwell seemed unconvinced, he talked up the mission as a daring feat.
The other crewmen didn't trust Parsons. They saw that he was goading the captain into doing something risky. But in the end, Cornwell gave in.
The next morning, the HMO finally sailed away from Herschel Island. It made its way through the thin, watery labyrinths that constantly vanished and reappeared. The boat's propeller chopped at the thick ice. Each turn threatened to break the blades off.
From there, the ship continued east, Canada's Northwest Territories, farther into the ice.
By the time the HMO left its final trading stop, it was already September 9th. The crew pointed its bow back towards Alaska, hoping to make the 1,000-mile journey before the winter closed in.
At first, the weather conditions were decent. Then, the wind picked up from the northwest, blowing ice and snow right in the HMO's direction. Time was running out.
As it inched towards Point Barrow, the ice grew worse. Often the crew found their routes blocked. They kept having to back up and find a new passageway. Once, while the ship was trying to reverse, its propellers snagged on the ice and lost a blade.
Conditions were so bad that Captain Cornwell may have considered turning back to Herschel Island to spend the winter there. But he thought that if they could just make it past Point Barrow, the worst would be over.
But after they reached their destination, Captain Cornwell discovered a new threat. The vessel was caught between an ice pack on one side and the heavy floes along the shore. If the wind blew the sea ice towards the coast, the HMO would be caught in the middle.
For 3 days, the HMO couldn't move. The temperature was below freezing. Ice stretched as far as the eye could see.
On September 24th, a lookout in the masthead spotted a passage that could bring them to safety. But the next morning, it was gone. It had frozen solid overnight.
Hope was rapidly dwindling, and so was the coal supply. If they ran out, they wouldn't make it back to Vancouver.
After a week, Captain Cornwell heard more bad news from a local trader. The ice extended all the way to the Bering Strait.
They had to face the truth. The HMO was lost.
If the crew couldn't save the ship, at least they could save themselves. On foot, they crossed to the shore, which was only 300 feet away. Using materials from the HMO, they built a makeshift hut. From there, they could keep an eye on the boat and its cargo.
Since they couldn't sail out of Alaska, planes would have to pick them up and take them home. But this would take time. They hunkered down to wait for rescue.
It took a few weeks, but on October 15th, 2 planes arrived. They were only big enough to carry 22 passengers total. The 15 remaining crew members, including the captain, stayed behind.
They'd have to spend the winter on that lonely shore, guarding the ship's cargo, $42,000 worth of fox furs. But there was little they could do as they watched the HMO gradually drift away. It was moving with the ice pack.
On November 18th, Captain Cornwell watched as the sun disappeared over the horizon. The long polar winters had minimal sunlight, and this was the last daylight he'd see for 2 months.
A few days later, a blizzard raged. The wind howled. The ice groaned and cracked like boulders crashing down a mountain.
When the crew awoke on the morning of November 26th, the HMO was gone.
Coming up, the HMO wanders the Arctic seas. Now back to the story.
In September 1931, the HMO was trapped in the ice near Point Barrow, Alaska. The crew abandoned ship and watched anxiously from the shore. About 2 months later, after a raging storm, the ship disappeared, spirited away by the roving ice.
The crew was devastated, but they still hoped that the ship might turn up again. They searched along the coast, even as flurries of snow numbed their faces and made it difficult to see.
Still, the HMO stayed out of sight.
A week passed, and news of the missing ship spread all over Alaska.
Word about the disappearance reached 3 trappers just southwest of Point Barrow. After another particularly bad snowstorm, they saw something looming in the water. It looked like 3 thin trees in the middle of the white, icy ocean.
It was a ship. The HMO's masts stood 5 miles offshore, about 70 miles from where it had originally gotten stuck.
The trappers were elated. If they could use their dog sleds to reach the vessel and salvage its cargo, they could sell it back to the Hudson's Bay Company.
The trappers and their dog teams clambered over the huge pressure ridges that had sprung up during the blizzard. They finally reached the abandoned ship.
As they climbed into the hold, their eyes lit up with glee. Before them were stacks upon stacks of white fox furs. There were thousands of them.
They loaded 14 bales, each containing 100 furs, onto their sleds. But their dogs, exhausted from the journey to the ship, couldn't pull the heavy load. So the trappers ditched 2 bales and sped to Captain Cornwell's camp.
When the trappers arrived, they informed the crew of their excursion. For the first time in weeks, there was some hope that the HMO could be saved. They took Captain Cornwell to see his lost ship. But the ice had shifted, and now it was impossible to cross. The HMO disappeared once again.
Captain Cornwell and the remaining crew stayed in the area through New Year's, hoping to catch another glimpse of their lost vessel. But it wasn't meant to be.
On February 12, 1932, 4 months after the ice trapped the HMO, the Hudson's Bay Company gave up. Captain Cornwell and the crew left Alaska on a plane. The HMO was permanently abandoned to the elements.
But the story of the HMO lived on. Sea captains in the region told tales of the vessel loaded with treasure, just waiting to be discovered. Many assumed that it was halfway to Siberia.
In July 1933, one of those captains, a man named Kari Paulson, set sail in a small wooden schooner called the Trader.
One day, a small boat from a nearby village rowed up to the Trader. The men on board said they'd spotted something out at sea, the wreck of the HMO.
It was 12 miles offshore. They couldn't reach it in their rowboat, but if the Trader could make it there, they might be able to tow it in.
Eager to salvage the lucrative prize, the Trader headed out. The captain carefully steered through the exposed channels, wary of the same dangers that had wrecked the HMO. The Trader didn't want to meet the same fate, but the ship was so close.
Then the crew saw it. At first glance, it looked like a normal boat. But as they got closer, they realized that from top to bottom, the whole vessel was covered in about 4 feet of ice. The base sat in a giant ice floe, like it was resting on a dinner plate.
Since they couldn't sail to the mired vessel, the crew of the Trader carefully stepped onto the ice. The ghost ship loomed silently over them. A tattered rope hung over the edge of its hull. They used it to pull themselves onto the deck.
On board, they found a random assortment of cargo: mattresses, a typewriter, books, charts, cartons of soap, even a bucket of pickles. The ice had preserved everything just as it had been 2 years before.
A crew member went below decks to check on the engine. Somehow, it wasn't damaged. That meant it was possible to tow the ship, but the trader wasn't big enough. They wouldn't be able to take home the prized HMO after all.
Defeated, the crew went back to their own ship. It took them several hours to make their way out of the ice and back to safety. By that time, the fog had completely closed in. The HMO was out of reach yet again.
But those on board the trader got one last glimpse of the ship before it disappeared. In the Arctic, the atmospheric conditions can bend light and create optical illusions. One of these is called a fata morgana, when objects in the distance appear as mirror images of themselves in the sky. The trader's crew witnessed this phenomenon when they saw the reflection of the HMO hovering upside down just above the horizon.
It was a fitting goodbye. The elusive HMO passed from reality into legend, always just beyond humanity's reach. It became known as the ghost ship of the Arctic.
Over the next few decades, traders occasionally caught sight of the ship, only for it to disappear back into the fog. The last time anyone saw the HMO was in 1969, almost 40 years after it had gotten trapped in the ice. After that, its fate is unknown.
But nobody knows where the HMO actually went. There are many theories. Some, like Captain Paulson, thought it must have floated out to Siberia. Others speculated that it made its way through the Northwest Passage all the way to the Atlantic Ocean.
Given the sightings, it's most likely that the HMO got caught in the Beaufort Gyre, a system of currents that circulate around the Beaufort Sea north of Alaska. It moved in a figure eight, following the same route year after year. Thus, the ship always passed within sight of where it was abandoned.
It probably eventually sank, finally crushed into a rusty pulp by the pressure buildup of the ice. And once it submerged, the huge bergs beneath the waterline would have warped it even more. If the ship still exists today, it has to be unrecognizable, a crumpled mass of steel.
But maybe it's still out there. The wreck has never been found.
In 2006, the Alaskan government tried to identify the site of the HMO, but they couldn't locate it with sonar or satellite technology.
They weren't only looking for the HMO. The ice had claimed at least 4,000 ships along the Alaskan coastline. Most of their fates are still unknown.
The Arctic seas were rootless places where those doomed vessels sank. Countless vessels went missing there. But now, something else is disappearing. The ice.
With global climate change, the flows that destroyed so many ships are vanishing. Scientists report that polar ice declines by 13% every decade. The Arctic is rapidly being destroyed.
The days of ships getting caught in the ice may be coming to an end, but they're not over just yet. In 2013, all the way on the other end of the world in Antarctica, a Russian research vessel became trapped in the ice with 74 people on board. It took an international team of 3 rescue ships to evacuate the crew.
And the poles aren't the only places where ships go missing.
All over the world, there are legends of ghost ships. Some of them are said to be captained by doomed spirits, but others have no crew at all.
During the 1920s, a ship ran aground near a lighthouse in North Carolina, but when a rescue team arrived, there was no one on board. Signs pointed to murder.
Thanks again for tuning in to Unexplained Mysteries. We will be back next time with part 2 of Ghost Ships. For more information on the Bechamo, amongst the many sources we used, we found Bechamo, Arctic Ghost Ship by Anthony Dalton, extremely helpful to our research.
You can find all episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
See you next time.
And remember, never take "we don't know" for an answer.
Unexplained Mysteries is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Anthony Valsic, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Freddie Beckley. This episode of Unexplained Mysteries was written by Kirsten Liu, with writing assistance by Amber Hurley and Angela Jorgensen, fact-checking by Cara Mackerly, and research by Chelsea Wood. Unexplained Mysteries stars Molly Brandenburg and Richard Rossner.
Pirates. For centuries, the world has been fascinated by them. Blackbeard, Charles Vane, and Bonny. Who were they really? Real Pirates is a new Spotify original from Parcast. Join us starting November 15th as we bring the true story of pirates to life.
Due to the graphic nature of this story, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of murder that some people may find offensive. We advise extreme caution for children under 13.
On January 30th, 1921, a storm raged off the North Carolina coast. Waves as tall as houses crashed and roared. In the middle of it all, a lonely wooden ship was tossed about at sea.
On deck, a man desperately tried to steer the boat. He had no idea what he was doing. He gripped the wheel, uncertain of how to handle this weather. He squinted, blinded by the rain, as he tried to make out the coastline.
In the distance, a yellow beam of light flashed. The deckhand knew that familiar signal. It was a lighthouse shining a beacon of warning. But he wasn't sure what it was warning him against.
Just then, the ship jerked to a halt. The man's feet slipped out from under him, and he fell onto the planks. The wooden vessel creaked and groaned around him.
The ship had run aground.
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take "we don't know" for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This is our final episode on ghost ships, vessels that roam the seven seas without any crew.
Last time, we discussed the ghost ships of the Arctic. Trapped in the winter ice, they were condemned to drift wherever the ice pack carried them.
Today, we'll explore legends of ghost ships and the real-life fears they point to. We'll also investigate the boats whose crews mysteriously vanished and the explanations people have offered based on the few clues left behind.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us. In 1641, the Dutch East India Company had one of the largest cargo ship fleets in the world. Their vessels traveled between the Netherlands and Southeast Asia, ferrying spices, coffee, and sugarcane.
The ships had to voyage past the Cape of Good Hope on the southern tip of Africa, an area known for severe storms. Many vessels sank in these waters, and the crews knew how dangerous the crossing was.
On one journey in the mid-1600s, Captain Hendrik Vanderdecken commanded a large cargo vessel. After a long journey, the boat approached the Cape, and a storm was brewing.
The crew begged their captain to turn back, They knew they didn't stand a chance in the tempest.
But Captain Vanderdecken was a proud man. He ignored their pleas.
The sailors couldn't endure their captain's stubbornness any longer. They mutinied, attempting to disarm him and take control of the ship. But Vanderdecken fought them off.
One crew member approached Vanderdecken, determined to seize the vessel once and for all. But the captain stabbed him through the heart with his cutlass. Then he picked up the body and tossed the dead man overboard. He vowed to keep sailing through the storm, even if it took until doomsday.
But before he had his chance, an angel appeared. They told Vanderdecken that heaven would hold him and his crew to that boastful promise. In other words, they were doomed.
The boat, named the Flying Dutchman, never returned to Holland. It was cursed to wander the seas for the rest of time.
Since then, there have been countless reported sightings of the Flying Dutchman all over the world. It appears as a spectral glowing ship that vanishes before anyone can get a closer look.
Its sails are harbingers of impending doom. Sailors have spotted it during violent storms, and many witnesses later contracted a deadly disease.
Some say that the story of the Flying Dutchman represents people's anxieties about losing valuable vessels and goods during the 17th century. The ships that traveled from Asia were instrumental to the European economy. After all, Captain Vanderdecken's eagerness to get his cargo to its trading port caused the wreck.
It's possible that the legend also took older stories from European culture and combined them with people's new concerns about the world around them. The Flying Dutchman echoes the many tales of characters who upset the gods and, as a result, were doomed to wander.
In the ancient Greek epic poem, The Odyssey, the hero offends Poseidon and then spends 10 years trying to sail home amidst endless hardships. And during the Middle Ages, a popular story depicted a mythical character who insulted Jesus Christ, then was condemned to roam the earth until Judgment Day.
In other words, the legend of the Flying Dutchman didn't come out of nowhere. The narrative built upon popular mythology, as did other ghost ship stories. But the Chilean legend of El Caliuche had roots in documented history.
The story begins on an archipelago off Chile's western shore. It's covered in lush greenery, rocky beaches, and picturesque cliffs. Humboldt penguins migrate to the island every winter.
But the coastline is dangerous for travelers. When a fog rolls in, the clouds enshroud everything in an otherworldly mist. Out on the docks, sailors can hear music and peals of seductive laughter coming from the sea.
Then, white sails emerge out of the gloom. Strings of glinting lights reveal the deck of a wooden ship. A massive sea vessel shows itself in its full splendor.
The deck is full of life. Elegant guests party together. There are two beautiful women and a handsome young man, all with long blonde hair.
Sailors entranced by the scene have rowed out to the ship, eager to join the revelry. But once they climb aboard, they realize that something is very wrong.
The once elegant guests aren't dancing at all. Instead, they drag their feet like zombies. And the three beautiful people who summoned them only look like humans. From the waist down, they have the tails of mermaids.
In horror, the sailors realize the truth. They've just been lured in by the infamous ghost ship El Caliuche. According to legend, its crew is made up of the souls of drowned sailors. They're doomed to toil on board for all eternity.
With its new captives, El Caliuche dives underwater, vanishing without a trace.
This story may date to the 16th century during the Age of Exploration. At that time, the island was inhabited by the Mapuche people. Their first sightings of Spanish cargo ships off the coast could have served as inspiration for the story, and it's possible they combined it with elements from their local mythology.
However, some ghost ship tales are based on a theme as old as time: love.
In 1748, off the coast of Kent, England, a schooner called the Lady Lovabond was ready to sail. The first mate, John Rivers, pined for a woman named Annetta, but there was a problem. She was already married to the ship's captain, Simon Reed, and this voyage was supposed to be Simon and Annetta's honeymoon celebration.
Rivers was extremely jealous. The sight of the happy newlyweds made his blood boil.
As the coastline disappeared in the distance, Rivers grew more and more agitated, until finally he couldn't take it any longer. He grabbed a wooden club and in his rage beat a fellow crew member to death.
At that moment, the ship was passing through a treacherous area called the Goodwin Sands. It was a stretch of sea known for its dramatic tides. The waves in this area could stir up enough sediment to create a suctioning effect.
Horrified by the murder he'd just committed, Rivers grabbed the ship's wheel and steered straight into the Goodwin Sands. He hoped to destroy the evidence of the homicide, including himself and everyone who'd witnessed his evil deed.
Almost immediately, the waves sucked the ship down into the murky deep. Rivers' crime was erased, or so he thought.
But every 50 years, the Lady Lovabond reappears, surrounded by an eerie green glow.
100 years after its fatal journey, a group of fishermen spotted the Lady Lovabond. They watched in awe as the large vessel steered toward the Goodwin Sands. The ship was empty.
But there are some doubts about the Lady Lovabond's origin story. Researchers found no mentions of the boat in any newspapers before the 1920s, which was almost 200 years after the events purportedly took place. They suspected the journalists fabricated the tale as a Valentine's Day story.
Nonetheless, like the other ghost ships, the Lady Lovabond was based on cultural ideals and stories. According to nautical folklore, it was bad luck to bring a woman on board a ship. Supposedly, it angered the sea gods, but the real reason was that it distracted the crew. The Lady Lovabond myth reinforces this sexist belief.
Furthermore, the story reflected the well-known dangers of the Goodwin Sands. Over 2,000 ships met their end on its shoals. The Lady Lovabond wasn't even the only ghost ship that reportedly appeared there.
Perhaps the mythological ghost ship stories just reflect the cultural concerns of their times, but there are also real ghost ships. They aren't captained by accursed spirits. Instead, their crews vanished into thin air.
Coming up, a ghost ship that captivated the country.
Pirates. For centuries, the world has been fascinated by them. In films like Pirates of the Caribbean, they're portrayed as swaggering anti-heroes. In books like Treasure Island, they're fearsome villains. But who were they really? That's the question that Real Pirates, the new Spotify original from Parcast, answers.
The whole thing about a pirate ship is that they were heavily manned. You could have 100 pirates on board, so these are floating violence factories.
At the same time, pirates are really fascinating characters in a way. If you were born poor, you stayed poor. Pirates, on the other hand, they were able to transcend that social boundary.
They didn't see themselves just as thieves and brigands. They saw themselves as social revolutionaries.
Set sail under the Black Flag alongside notorious outlaws like Blackbeard, Charles Vane, Anne Bonny, and Mary Read. Join us for episodes airing weekly starting November 15th. Follow and listen to Real Pirates for free on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
In August 1920, a vessel called the Carroll A. Deering left Virginia. It was the crown jewel of the G.G. Deering Company, the largest and grandest schooner the shipyard had ever built. The boat was about 250 feet long with 5 masts.
The Deering was bound for Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, with a cargo of coal. Captain Willis Warmell was at the helm.
He was reliable, with a stellar reputation for navigating vessels out of tight spots. But he was 66 years old and already retired, so some were nervous about his ability to make the voyage.
Wormel hired Charles McClellan as first mate. He'd never met McClellan before the voyage, and from the beginning, there was tension.
But the journey went off without a hitch. In November 1920, the Deering arrived in Brazil, dropped off its cargo, and headed back north. The ship arrived in Barbados for a stopover in January 1921.
And that's where the trouble began. Captain Wormel and McClellan got into a heated argument over how to run the ship. McClellan became so enraged that he vowed to kill the captain before they reached the United States.
Wormel was shocked at McClellan's threat. He knew he had to do something, so he kicked McClellan off the boat. This apparently didn't faze the first mate very much. He took the opportunity to go on a 5-day drinking bender that ended with him getting thrown into the local jail.
Some crew members pressured Captain Wormel to bring McClellan back on board. After all, he needed a first mate, and McClellan had the experience. But Wormel worried that McClellan could instigate a mutiny.
Despite his misgivings, Wormel bailed McClellan out of jail and gave him his position back. On January 9, 1921, the Deering left Barbados for Virginia.
A few days later, the crew of a different ship witnessed something strange at sea. They weren't far from the Deering's route through the Bahamas when they spotted a 5-masted schooner zigzagging out of control. It looked like whoever was steering it had no idea what they were doing.
But they couldn't get close enough to see the name of the ship before it disappeared over the horizon.
Later that month, the Deering may have been spotted again. This time it was off the coast of North Carolina when a terrible storm hit. It raged for a week, causing pandemonium at sea. There were heavy gales, fog, and even snow. Any vessel caught in the fray was in great danger.
Days later, another boat captain saw the Deering. A man stood on deck. He didn't look like Captain Wormel. He had red hair and a foreign accent. He was trying to get the attention of nearby ships.
The red-haired man said that his vessel had lost both its anchors in the storm. He asked the master to take the news to the Deering's owners.
As the master took down this message, he noticed that the Deering's crew was milling about the quarterdeck. This area was typically off limits for crew members. It was very out of the ordinary for seamen to break these rules.
But before he could ask any questions, the Deering disappeared out of sight.
A few days later, 2 Coast Guardsmen kept watch about 70 miles northeast of where the Deering had hailed the lightship. As the twilight turned to sunrise, they spotted something out on the shoals.
The men rushed to the station's telescope to get a better look. A ship was wedged against the treacherous sandbar that hid just under the water's surface.
They could see it was a schooner with 5 masts. All of its sails were unfurled and fluttering in the breeze. This was odd because an experienced captain would never let the sails down during a storm like they'd just been through.
Even stranger, no one was on board.
The lookout crew donned their waterproof slickers, hitched up a horse to their lifeboat, and dragged it across the beach. But the sea was too rough for them to get to the vessel. They'd have to wait for reinforcements.
It took another 5 days before a rescue ship could reach the abandoned boat. Finally, they saw its name, the Carroll A. Deering.
The rescuers climbed aboard. The deck had already sunk close to the waterline, and with each wave, seawater gushed into the cabins through open portholes. The sails were in tatters after being left unfurled in the heavy winds.
Additionally, the Deering's 2 lifeboats were gone.
In the galley, the rescuers found a bowl of pea stew and a pot of coffee on the table. It looked like the crew was about to sit down for a nice dinner.
But the captain's quarters were in disarray. The bed was unmade, and several pairs of boots were strewn about carelessly.
They also noticed that the captain's trunk was missing, as were the ship's log and papers. They couldn't find the chronometer, a vital instrument that captains use to sail.
With nothing to save, the rescuers left the Deering to the elements.
At first, authorities assumed that a passing ship must have picked up the Deering's crew, but they never turned up.
The mystery of the Deering's missing sailors made headlines all over the country. Speculation ran wild. Some said that rum smugglers from the Bahamas had taken over the ship. Others suggested that a rogue German submarine was destroying Allied vessels in revenge for World War I.
But one of the most popular explanations featured pirates.
Fleets of lawless buccaneers were roaming the high seas, hijacking American ships. The same month the Deering was found, a steamship vanished off the coast of Florida, possibly a victim of piracy.
And one clue hinted that marauders had seized the Deering, its ocean chart. Each day of the Deering's voyage, Captain Wormel had marked down their location, but the record stopped on January 23rd, a full week before the ship turned up empty and abandoned.
One of Captain Wormel's good friends examined the chart. He noted that the last few days of recorded locations didn't match Captain Wormel's handwriting. Someone else must have recorded this information.
Perhaps something had happened to Captain Wormel during the journey. If buccaneers had seized the ship, they could have taken him hostage or killed him.
But some people rejected the pirate explanation. The U.S. Navy thought it was ridiculous. This was the 1920s, not the 18th century. In their mind, there was no way pirates had taken the boat without them knowing about it. Even marauders had to occasionally go into port for supplies and repairs. They had nowhere to hide without being discovered.
It seemed like the newspapers were just sensationalizing the story. But then, new evidence surfaced that seemingly corroborated the pirate explanation.
On April 10, 1921, about 3 months after the empty ship was discovered, a fisherman named Christopher Columbus Gray announced that he'd found a bottle along the beach. It had a message inside.
The message was written by one of the Deering's crew members. It said the boat was captured, its crew handcuffed, and those who'd escaped capture were hiding around the vessel. The letter writer begged the finder to notify the ship's headquarters.
Gray immediately contacted the customs house, who forwarded the information to the Coast Guard.
Perhaps the piracy explanation was correct after all. Some suspected that the pirates could have been Russian sailors looking to overtake an American ship. If that was the case, the Deering was now a threat to U.S. democracy.
But Captain Wormel's daughter, Lula, saw the note as a beacon of hope. She'd hounded politicians and newspapers to keep the case alive. Now she had even more reason to persist. She was sure that her father was still out there somewhere, alive, but held hostage.
And she was about to go straight to the top with her appeals. She found that one Washington bigwig was very interested in the Deering. His name was Herbert Hoover, a future president of the United States.
Coming up, the federal government gets involved in the Deering case.
Now back to the story.
In January 1921, a schooner called the Carroll A. Deering was found abandoned off of Cape Hatteras in North Carolina. Its crew was nowhere to be found.
People speculated that Russian pirates had taken over the Deering in a plot to send supplies to communist Russia. This became an issue of national concern, especially after a message in a bottle washed ashore. It described the Deering's crew being taken hostage.
As the fear of Bolshevism reached a fever pitch, the public outcry grew. One young politician took the threat of communist pirates very seriously. Herbert Hoover.
In 1921, Hoover was planning to run for president, and he didn't want to look like he was soft on the Soviets.
In May, he met with Captain Warmel's daughter, Lula. She wasn't sure if her father was still alive. Hoover promised to find out what had happened to him. He pulled some strings to get the FBI involved and put Agent Lawrence Ritchie on the case. He was known as the future president's right-hand man.
Ritchie was a meticulous researcher, and he was committed to getting to the bottom of the mystery.
He sent the note to the FBI for analysis. Then he had the bottle examined for signs of wear. The forensics team looked for sand pitting or sunburning on the bottle. If it had been floating at sea for several months, it would have visible damage.
But the team found no indications that the bottle had been at sea.
In August 1921, Agent Ritchie arranged to meet Christopher Gray, the man who'd found the bottle. Gray was a local fisherman who lived in a ramshackle cabin near the ocean. He was barely eking out a living at the time, and he hoped to get a job at a local lighthouse. For whatever reason, he thought Ritchie could offer him that position.
Gray showed up to the meeting in a grimy shirt and overalls. Ritchie was waiting for him in his slick dark suit and fedora. The two men sized each other up.
Gray was surprised when Ritchie began to question him about the message in the bottle. The agent presented him with photocopies of the note. He asked Gray where and when exactly he'd found the letter and when he'd actually presented it at the customs house.
Gray was evasive. He claimed that he simply found the bottle and gave it to the authorities immediately.
But Ritchie knew that wasn't true. After Gray had notified officials about the message in the bottle, they'd come to his home to collect the evidence.
Gray had nothing to show. He told the officials he'd left the bottle on the beach. The day after they questioned him, he brought it to the authorities.
It didn't make any sense that Gray would find the bottle, read the message, and then put it back where he'd found it. Ritchie figured that Gray had lied about the bottle, without realizing they'd want to see it. The fisherman must have forged the note and delivered it the next day.
In his youth, Gray had been known for writing anonymous letters and leaving them for girls he liked. He'd become something of a handwriting expert, mimicking other people's styles.
When Ritchie confronted Gray with this information, Gray was furious. He was offended by the implication that he may have fabricated the whole story. But when Ritchie showed him the results of the FBI's handwriting analysis, he broke down and confessed.
Gray explained that he was desperate for work. He thought that if he helped solve the Deering case, he'd get a job at the lighthouse.
Lula Warmel was devastated. She'd staked her hopes on that message. Now she had to face the truth. Her father was probably dead.
But if it wasn't pirates, what actually happened to the Deering? Agent Ritchie had a theory, and he set his sights on a new suspect, First Mate Charles McClellan.
Ritchie knew that McClellan had threatened Captain Warmel's life in Barbados right before the Deering made its last leg of its voyage. And when Ritchie looked into McClellan's background, he found that no one could say where he was from or who he was. It was like the first mate had appeared out of thin air.
Perhaps McClellan had been a Bolshevik spy after all. Or he could have been in cahoots with bootleggers smuggling alcohol to the U.S. Or maybe he was just a rogue who didn't like his captain and wanted to take over the ship.
Ritchie figured that McClellan must have instigated the crew to rise up against Captain Warmel. They may have incapacitated him, maybe even murdered him.
Multiple crews aboard different ships saw a 5-masted schooner, just like the Deering, sailing haphazardly right after the ship's disappearance. To bystanders, it seemed like whoever was steering didn't know how to control it. The crew may have seized control of the ship, only to realize they weren't prepared to pilot it.
Then there was the ocean chart that Warmel's fellow captains swore wasn't in his handwriting. Someone else must have filled it out during the Deering's final days at sea.
Additionally, People looked to the mysterious red-haired man with a foreign accent. He'd hailed a ship to report he was missing 2 anchors. The man definitely wasn't Captain Wormel.
Finally, the crew had roamed freely in the captain's area, as if no one was in charge.
If Captain Wormel had fallen ill or died of natural causes, surely the red-haired man would have passed that information along in his message. But he didn't say anything about the missing captain.
It's possible that the red-haired man had hailed another ship as part of a ruse. Maybe the plan all along had been to crash the vessel and make it look like an accident. The story about the missing anchors may have been part of the ploy. This would make it seem like the Deering was already in bad shape before it turned up empty.
But that wouldn't explain why there was food in the galley, as if someone was about to sit down for a meal.
Some speculated that the inexperienced crew was caught in a storm and unaware of the dangerous shoals. When the ship hit the bottom, they had to abandon it quickly before the sea broke it to pieces.
That would explain why the 2 lifeboats were missing, along with some of the ship's charts and instruments.
Perhaps some sailors perished in the wreck, but their bodies never washed up on shore because of the area's currents. Drowning victims were usually swept out to sea. If that happened to the crew, no one would ever know.
The real story of the Deering remains unknown, but the rumors that swirled say a lot about the anxieties of the time. What began as a feud between the captain and his first mate spun into unfounded conspiracy theories about communism.
The specter of the Deering doesn't haunt the seas like the ghost ships of old, but it's not the only boat that turned up without a crew. Another part of the world, the South Pacific, is home to a similar mystery.
In 1955, a boat called the Joyita was discovered north of Samoa with all 25 of its passengers missing.
The boat was on a routine voyage delivering supplies and passengers to the Tokelau Islands, but it never arrived at its destination. 5 weeks after its disappearance, another boat found it, drifting 600 miles off course.
The Joyita was in rough condition. Its engine room was filled with water, and the boat was tilted 55 degrees on its side.
The ship's radio was broken, and it looked like it had been for a long time. That meant that before they disappeared, the crew couldn't signal for help, and the 3 lifeboats were missing.
Some people thought that the Joyita had fallen victim to a rogue wave or an underwater volcano.
But once again, pirates provided the most compelling explanation. This time, however, they weren't Russian. They were Japanese.
In the 1950s, bitterness from World War II was still fresh in many people's minds. When investigators reported that a fleet of Japanese fishing boats had sailed near the same vicinity that the Joyita crew went missing, accusations ran wild. Newspapers printed headlines crying murder.
But there was never any evidence that the Japanese fishing boats were ever near the Joyita, let alone that the crew was killed.
The real explanation was far different. Unlike the Deering case, the Joyita didn't have a mutinous crew. This time, the culprit was a reckless captain.
Captain Dusty Miller had a reputation as a bull-headed man with little regard for his crew's well-being. An investigation revealed that he'd known about the Joyita's broken radio, as well as more severe problems with its engine, and all before leaving on the disastrous voyage.
Miller was desperate for the trip to be a success. If he could establish a route between Samoa and Tokelau, the government would pay for it, and he needed the money, so he kept the Joyita's technical issues secret.
It's unclear what exactly transpired on the journey, but it seems that at some point, a corroded pipe burst in the engine room. As it flooded, the crew struggled to plug the leak. They tried to send a distress signal on the radio, but couldn't.
The ship took on thousands of gallons of water per hour. The crew had to make a split-second decision. They could risk staying on board and hope the boat was buoyant enough to stay afloat, or they could try to escape on the life rafts. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough room for all 25 passengers. The rest would have to float alongside the rafts, clinging to the rope around the rim.
But none of the life rafts or the people on board were ever found.
The fates of ghost ships like the Joyita and the Deering might forever remain a mystery. The crews can't tell their story. Only the sea knows the truth.
Even today, new ghost ships still appear on the open waters. In 2007, a yacht was found drifting off the coast of Australia with its 3-man crew gone.
It could have been a boating accident, or maybe the men were taken aboard the El Caliuche to sail for all eternity. Perhaps it was a global piracy ring.
Years from now, legends may sprout up about this yacht, which will reflect the cultural anxieties of today. We may never know the truth about why the boat was abandoned, but the stories of the ghost ship will certainly reflect deeper realities about ourselves. Thanks again for tuning in to Unexplained Mysteries. We will be back next time with a new episode. For more information on ghost ships, amongst the many sources we used, we found Ghost Ship of Diamond Shoals, The Mystery of the Carol A. Deering by Bland Simpson, extremely helpful to our research.
You can find all episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
See you next time.
And remember, never take "we don't know" for an answer.
Unexplained Mysteries is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Anthony Valsic, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Katovich. This episode of Unexplained Mysteries was written by Kirsten Liu, with writing assistance by Amber Hurley and Angela Jorgensen, fact-checking by Cara Mackerleen, and research by Chelsea Wood. Unexplained Mysteries stars Molly Brandenburg and Richard Rossner.
Pirates. For centuries, the world has been fascinated by them. Blackbeard, Charles Vane, and Bonnie. Who were they really? Real Pirates is a new Spotify original from Parcast. Join us starting November 15th as we bring the true story of pirates to life.
This episode features a mention of suicide that some people may find disturbing. We advise caution for listeners under 13. November 29th, 1981. It was a cold, dreary morning on Catalina Island.
The popular beach getaway was uncharacteristically somber. A search party combed the shores for a woman who'd gone missing the night before. World-famous actress Natalie Wood.
Her distressed husband had called the authorities at 1:30 in the morning. He'd told the police that his wife had vanished from their yacht. Several harbor patrol and Coast Guard boats scoured the waters.
At 7:30 a.m., the search party spotted a body floating in the water. She was face down in a simple flannel nightgown, a red down jacket, and knit socks.
Authorities pronounced her dead at the scene. At the time, her death was deemed an accidental drowning.
But the police came to that conclusion after ignoring witness statements that didn't fit the official narrative. And some of Natalie's companions gave contradictory accounts of how she spent her final hours,
suggesting they may have been lying to hide a more sinister truth, that Natalie might have been murdered.
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take "we don't know" for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This is our first episode on the mysterious death of the legendary actress Natalie Wood. The Hollywood darling died under suspicious circumstances. Perhaps she was murdered.
This time, we'll cover Natalie's final days. We'll meet the people who were on the boat with her, including her husband and person of interest, Robert Wagner.
Next episode, we'll investigate who could be responsible for Natalie's death. We'll discuss the conflicting eyewitness statements to try to determine who was telling the truth. And we'll examine why some people may have wanted to cover up the true story of Natalie's demise.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us. Years before Natalie Wood was born, her mother, Maria Zudilova, went to see a fortune teller. During their session, she received an eerie warning.
The fortune teller said that her second-born would be a great beauty known throughout the world. Later in the same session, the clairvoyant cautioned that the girl should beware of dark water.
The first part of the prediction seemed to come true when Natalie was born on July 20th, 1938, in San Francisco, California. Her mother pushed her into an early career as an actor. Natalie was only 4 years old when she appeared in the movie Happy Land, but she captured the nation's heart with her big brown eyes and expressive charm.
Her star rose as she entered adulthood. Throughout her career, she was nominated for 3 Academy Awards and appeared in classic films like Rebel Without a Cause, West Side Story, and Splendor in the Grass.
Along the way, her mother Maria heeded the fortune teller's warning against dark water. She instilled her fears in Natalie, telling her to avoid swimming and other aquatic activities. Unfortunately, she couldn't keep her daughter away from the water forever.
On Thanksgiving weekend in 1981, 43-year-old Natalie set sail for Catalina Island on the yacht, the Splendor. She had 3 companions for the trip: her husband, Robert Wagner, her friend and co-star Christopher Walken, and the boat's captain, Dennis DeVerne.
The vacation was adult-themed, with plenty of drinking and partying. Thus, Natalie and Robert left their children at home.
It seemed like the perfect romantic getaway, but it didn't take long for the trip to descend into chaos. Natalie and Robert argued constantly for 2 days straight. Robert was angry that Natalie worked so much, and he thought she was away from her kids too often.
This wasn't the only source of tension. According to witnesses, Natalie and Christopher seemed overly comfortable around one another and exchanged easy banter. Reportedly, Robert accused Natalie of flirting with him.
Close quarters and bad weather didn't make the situation any better. That weekend was cold and rainy. The Wagners moored their boat a quarter-mile off the shores of Catalina Island. Robert suggested they move closer to shore, but Natalie was concerned that it wasn't safe to sail in these choppy conditions.
They argued about safety. Finally, Robert said that if she was so scared, she should take the dinghy to shore and spend the night at a hotel.
Natalie took him up on the offer, bringing their captain, Dennis DeVerne, for the night. She was still afraid of water and refused to pilot the dinghy by herself.
Despite the stormy swells, Natalie and Dennis made it to shore safely. They had drinks, then booked 2 rooms at the Pavilion Lodge.
After all the tension of the day, Natalie considered cutting her trip short and heading straight back to Los Angeles. But she decided to wait and see if her dynamic with Robert improved the next day.
The following morning, Natalie and Dennis returned to the Splendor. As she'd hoped, Robert was in a much better mood, and they continued the trip in high spirits. The party spent the day reading, eating, and drinking.
At least until that afternoon. Robert took a nap, and when he woke up, Natalie and Christopher were gone. They'd left a note saying they were going back to shore for a few drinks.
According to Dennis, Robert's jealousy returned instantly. The 2 rushed back to shore, where they found the missing pair at a nautical-themed restaurant called Doug's Harbor Reef. They were already several drinks deep, laughing and having a great time.
Robert and Dennis joined them, but Robert was still fuming. It's unclear if everyone else picked up on the tension. The entire party was sloshed. By the time they went out to dinner at 7 p.m., even casual bystanders could tell that the four were inebriated and that Robert was irritated with Natalie.
Multiple witnesses noted that Natalie seemed to be in good spirits at the start of the meal, but she'd shift from joy to brooding anger from one moment to the next. Likewise, Robert was clearly jealous of the attention Christopher paid to his wife.
Their table was so difficult, their waitress had to ask for backup. Both servers later admitted they were unsettled by their guests' behavior.
At one point, the party bickered and someone threw a glass. Christopher later told police that he broke it as a joke. Maybe he mistakenly thought this would cut the tension. Other witnesses reported a different story, that Natalie allegedly threw it in anger.
After 3 tense hours, the group left around 10 p.m. The restaurant manager was so concerned about their inebriety that he called the harbor patrol to make sure they got back to their boat safely. A patrolman dutifully watched the quartet board the dinghy back to their boat. He heard Natalie yelling, but couldn't tell what she was upset about.
When the four arrived at the Splendor, they retired to the main salon, where they opened another bottle of wine. At this point, the tensions boiled over.
Reports about the dispute differ, but Christopher, Robert, and Dennis all agreed that some kind of argument took place.
According to Christopher Walken, he used this opportunity to smooth things over with Robert. He insisted that there was nothing going on between him and Natalie, and he reminded Robert that he had a wife of his own. But when Robert mentioned that he was frustrated with Natalie's busy schedule, Christopher couldn't help but defend her. He said, quote, "She was an actress. She was an important person. This was her life."
His quick defense of his friend didn't dispel Robert's jealousy. Christopher realized that this conversation wasn't helping anything, so he stepped outside to get some fresh air. While he was away, Robert and Natalie allegedly spoke to one another more calmly. He told Natalie that he missed her, and she went to bed.
At least that's one version of events. According to Captain Dennis DeVerne, the conversation between Robert and Christopher turned violent. He said that Robert smashed the wine bottle and asked Christopher if he was trying to sleep with his wife. Then Natalie said, "I'm not standing for this a minute longer." That's what prompted her to go to bed.
Whichever account was correct, after Natalie went to her room, Robert and Christopher chatted outside for about 45 minutes. Afterward, Robert went back down to the stateroom to check on his wife, but she wasn't there.
He searched the entire boat, but there was no sign of Natalie. It was like she'd vanished from the Splendor.
Coming up, a desperate search for the missing actress.
Pirates. For centuries, the world had fascinated by them. In films like Pirates of the Caribbean, they're portrayed as swaggering anti-heroes. In books like Treasure Island, they're fearsome villains. But who were they really? That's the question that Real Pirates, the new Spotify original from Parcast, answers.
The whole thing about a pirate ship is that they were heavily manned. You could have 100 pirates on board, so these are floating violence factories.
At the same time, pirates are really fascinating characters in a way. If you were born poor, you stayed poor. Pirates, on the other hand, they were able to transcend that social boundary.
They didn't see themselves just as thieves and brigands. They saw themselves as social revolutionaries.
Set sail under the Black Flag alongside notorious outlaws like Blackbeard, Charles Vane, Anne Bonny, and Mary Read. Join us for episodes airing weekly starting November 15th. Follow and listen to Real Pirates for free on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
The week of Thanksgiving 1981, actress Natalie Wood took a yacht trip with her husband, Robert Wagner, and her friend, Christopher Walken. The journey was tense, with numerous public fights. The final one culminated when she went missing around 11 p.m. on November 28th.
Given how fiercely the couple had fought, Naturally, some people suspected Robert had something to do with Natalie's disappearance. But to fully understand their dynamic, we have to look at the couple's history.
Natalie had her first date with Robert in the summer of 1956. She was only 18 years old, while Robert was 26. At the time, her career was on the upswing, following her hit movie, Rebel Without a Cause. Robert was an actor too. He could portray anyone from a leading man to a supporting comedian.
Natalie had always had a crush on Robert, thanks to his charisma on screen. She was excited that the dashing star was interested in her. But the couple weren't monogamous. Natalie dated several men simultaneously, a continuation of her mother's Hollywood ambitions.
Maria had always kept a tight leash on Natalie, but her protective instincts warred with her desire to make her daughter a star. She regularly set Natalie up with much older Hollywood moguls to forward her career. For example, when Natalie was 16, she was involved with a 44-year-old director named Nicholas Ray.
So it should come as no surprise that Natalie was juggling 2 other boyfriends when she started seeing Robert. They were all aware of the situation, as were the tabloids. The press coverage threatened Natalie's reputation, so Maria and Natalie's bosses all pressured her to settle on just one man.
Natalie chose Robert. After a year and a half of dating, they were married in Scottsdale, Arizona in the winter of 1957. Ironically, they spent part of their honeymoon on a yacht in Catalina Island, the same place where Natalie would eventually go missing.
Natalie and Robert were Hollywood royalty, like the Brad and Angelina of the 50s. The marriage boosted both of their careers, and they frequently appeared together at parties and red carpet events.
The world saw them as a super couple who could tackle the world together. But behind the scenes, their relationship was more complicated. Natalie harbored doubts about everything: her career, her marriage, and her relationship with her mother. She'd been through a lot at a very young age, and all the changes sent her spiraling.
It didn't help that Robert was jealous and possessive even before Christopher Walken came onto the scene. Natalie co-starred in Splendor in the Grass with Warren Beatty, and Robert couldn't stand him.
After a short separation, Natalie and Robert divorced in 1962.
Over the course of the next decade, the couple lived separate lives. Robert moved to Europe, where he remarried and had a daughter. Meanwhile, Natalie struggled with her mental health and attempted suicide multiple times. She saw a psychiatrist and attended sessions every day. Eventually, she was in a good enough place to marry her second husband, Richard Gregson. They had one daughter together.
However, neither marriage was built to last. Robert was divorced in 1971, and Natalie was divorced in 1972.
By then, the former spouses had reconnected at a party. They both realized they still had feelings for each other and rekindled their decades-old romance. To the delight of the public, Natalie and Robert remarried in July 1972.
The couple said they'd matured in their time apart, which allowed them to be better partners the second time around. For several years, their union seemed to be a happy one. They blended their families, bringing in the children and stepchildren from their previous marriages. Then they welcomed a baby of their own in 1974.
They also bought a yacht named Splendor and frequently took their family and friends out on ocean excursions. Catalina Island was a favorite destination.
Natalie was still afraid of dark water, and she avoided activities like swimming or jet skiing. But she loved traveling by boat, so long as she didn't leave the sturdy decks.
But their marriage wasn't all romantic getaways on the yacht. As time went on, Natalie and Robert encountered marital trouble. In their last couple of years together, Natalie confided in her friends that Robert was drinking a lot. On top of that, he didn't support her career aspirations and made it clear that he didn't like how much time she spent out of the house.
They agreed to coordinate their shoot dates so that one of them would always be at home with the kids. but their busy schedules led to frequent arguments about how they split their parenting duties.
When Natalie landed a role alongside Christopher Walken in the sci-fi movie Brainstorm, she had to temporarily move to North Carolina. To make matters worse, her friendship with Christopher was electric. Many crew members assumed that the stars were having an affair.
When Robert periodically visited the set, Natalie assured him that nothing was going on. That seemed to placate Robert for the time being.
That Thanksgiving, Natalie and Robert planned to invite several friends on their yacht trip. Everyone declined because of the bad weather, except for Christopher.
Natalie had to know this was a recipe for conflict, but she proceeded with the journey anyway. She thought this was a good opportunity to prove to Robert that her friendship with Christopher was purely platonic.
Instead, the couple fought constantly, right until November 28, 1981. That night, Natalie disappeared from the Splendor between 10:45 p.m. and midnight.
Sometime within that window, Robert went down to the stateroom to check on Natalie and discovered that she was gone. After he told Captain Dennis DeVerne that she was missing, they searched every nook and cranny of the boat.
That's when they realized that the dinghy was also unaccounted for. Robert concluded that Natalie had taken it back to shore in the middle of the night.
But then, for reasons that aren't clear, he did nothing. An hour and a half passed until Robert placed a call to shore at 1:30 a.m. He couldn't reach Harbor Patrol, but managed to use the boat's radio to contact Don Whiting, the manager of Doug's Harbor Reef.
Whiting thought Robert sounded intoxicated. He was also confused by Robert's theory. Doug's Harbor Reef was long closed, and he knew that Natalie was afraid of operating the dinghy alone. She certainly wouldn't do so in the middle of the night, especially when the sea was so turbulent.
Whiting offered to call the Coast Guard, but Robert refused. He didn't want the paparazzi to catch wind of the situation.
Instead, around 2 a.m., Whiting arranged for someone to take Robert to shore. They searched for Natalie in the dinghy. Unsuccessful, they finally contacted the local harbor master, Doug Odin, at 2:30.
At least 2.5 hours had passed since Natalie's disappearance, and Robert still hadn't sobered up. He and Dennis were so drunk, Odin and the others could barely understand what they were saying.
Odin assembled a search party of about 5 boats. Volunteers and local patrol officers manned the crafts. They scoured the waves for about another hour. At 3:30 a.m., Odin told Robert that he had no choice. He had to call the Coast Guard.
But once again, the search party hit a delay. The Coast Guard wasn't able to respond until almost 5:15 a.m., when a sheriff's deputy, Bill Kroll, arrived on the scene. He was accompanied by a couple divers who were prepared to search for a body in the waters beneath the Splendor.
Kroll interviewed Robert and Dennis on the boat. By now, Christopher was awake and just learning of Natalie's disappearance.
As everyone clamored for information about her, Robert stuck to the same story he'd been telling all night, that she must have taken the dinghy to shore. He still couldn't account for what had happened in the hour and a half between when he discovered she was gone and when he'd first contacted anyone on the island.
This wasn't the only suspicious detail. At 5:30 a.m., searchers found the missing and empty dinghy over a mile away from the Splendor's dock. It was in a small cave near Blue Cavern Point.
One of the volunteers saw scratch marks on the dinghy. He speculated that Natalie had been on the vessel, fell out, then tried to climb back in. Unfortunately, it was hard to determine much of anything else because 2 members of the search party rowed it back to shore, compromising the evidence.
Assuming that Natalie had fallen from the boat, she was either dead or in desperate need of rescue.
The owner of Doug's Harbor Reef restaurant, Doug Bombard, scoured the shoreline in his small boat. He hoped that Natalie had swum to shore. Maybe she was still conscious somewhere, clinging to the rocks for safety.
Instead, Doug spotted Natalie's lifeless body. As he pulled closer, he saw that she was wearing a flannel nightgown and socks. Not the kind of outfit she'd put on if she was on her way back to the bar.
This was suspicious, and Robert's reaction was even more dubious when Doug reported what he'd found. Robert made eye contact with Doug and then immediately looked down.
Doug thought it was unclear if he was stunned with grief or hiding his guilt.
Coming up, the investigation into Natalie's death. Now back to the story.
Hollywood darling Natalie Wood disappeared from the Splendor on November 28, 1981. Her husband and the yacht captain waited about an hour and a half before they called for help. By the time the search parties went looking for her, it was too late.
Once Natalie's body was found, Detective Dwayne Rasher of the LA County Sheriff's Department investigated her death. The conflicting statements that Robert Wagner, Dennis DeVerne, and Christopher Walken gave him only complicated the matter.
Detective Rasher spoke to Robert and Christopher first. Dennis wasn't available because Robert had sent him to identify Natalie's body at the county coroner's office. It's unclear why Robert sent a boat captain to view his wife's remains.
Maybe he didn't think he could handle the stress of the situation. The detective's first interview only lasted about 6 minutes because Robert was so emotional. But he repeated the same story he told Whiting the night before, that he assumed Natalie had taken the dinghy to shore.
Christopher gave similar information. He also mentioned his argument with Robert from the night before and how it had apparently upset Natalie.
When Rasher interviewed Dennis, he questioned the captain a bit longer than the two actors. Curiously, he didn't mention the fact that he'd gone to the hotel with Natalie 2 nights prior to her death. In fact, none of the witnesses thought to bring it up.
Eventually, the detective learned of that incident while he was building a timeline of the weekend. He arranged follow-up interviews with Robert and Dennis, who both corrected their stories.
It's possible they initially chose not to share that information because they didn't think it was relevant. Or maybe they were afraid the liaison would look suspicious.
When Detective Rasher tried to interview Robert again, he encountered pushback. Robert had retained a lawyer who claimed he didn't understand why the detective needed more information.
With the sheriff's help, Rasher eventually secured another interview with Robert, but the lawyer was present, advising Robert on what to say.
Robert still maintained that Natalie must have tried to take the dinghy out alone. He argued she could have easily fallen off into the turbulent waves. Later, Christopher and Dennis corroborated that story when Rasher spoke with them.
And Detective Rasher was convinced. He later publicly said he believed that Natalie's death was an accident.
But to reach this conclusion, he had to ignore testimony from a pair of witnesses, Marilyn Wayne and John Payne.
Marilyn and John were engaged and enjoying a getaway on a boat docked near the Splendor. Shortly after 11 p.m. on the night that Natalie drowned, they claimed to hear a woman splashing in the water, screaming for help.
Then they said they heard a man's voice say, "Don't worry, we'll come to get you." To John and Marilyn, the man sounded drunk, and he seemed to be mocking the frightened woman.
Afterward, they claimed to hear other male voices make similar comments about coming to get the woman, but she kept crying out.
Hello, 1212. Are you there? Hello, Louis Theroux here. Welcome to my podcast called the Louis Theroux Podcast. Yes, it's still called that. Today I'm speaking with British MMA fighter and UFC welterweight champion Leon "Rocky" Edwards. Leon was born in Kingston, Jamaica, moving to Birmingham at 9 years old. His dad had been a gang leader. He ended up getting killed when Leon was just 13 years old, and in order to keep Leon out of trouble, his mum signed him up for a local gym where he began fighting. We talk about all of that. He became a professional fighter in 2011 and signed with the UFC, the Ultimate Fighting Championship, in 2014. That's the big promotion, really, it's the only one that counts. I think you could say it's massive. In 2022, he had a career-defining victory over Kamaru Usman with a dramatic fifth-round knockout. It's legendary in UFC circles, and in fact, there's even memes of Joe Rogan's reaction when it happened, a look of total shock that get recycled when anything explosive happens on the internet. He claimed the UFC welterweight championship belt, becoming the second British UFC champion ever. So he's a big deal, and it was in fact my son, my middle son, who put him on my radar and said, "Dad, you should speak to Leon." He's obviously a role model and icon to many of the nation's teenagers. At the time of recording, Leon is ranked #1 in the UFC's welterweight division, slightly off the back of my son's interest, also because I'm curious about boxing and martial arts generally. I began following UFC a few years ago. I've been to one or two bouts, one or two events when it's come to London. It travels, the promotion travels, and so they do events sometimes at the O2 in London, and it's quite an amazing night out. Random fact, I bumped into Michaela Cole at one of the events, and it turns out she's quite the fan. It's become massive in the last few years, and it's also become identified with a certain unapologetic masculine outlook. Dana White, the guy who built UFC into the juggernaut that it is now, is very friendly with Donald Trump. And Donald Trump was one of the first people to host UFC bouts at his casinos back in the day. And when UFC was considered maybe disreputable, Donald Trump would host it at his casinos in Atlantic City. And they've been friendly ever since, Dana and Donald. And then when Donald got elected, I'm talking like I know him. When Donald Trump got elected, then Dana White was invited to a couple of things and they spoke together. So we talk about that, Leon and I, and the sense in which it's sort of the gladiatorial games for this sort of Donald Trump imperial era that we're in. Like if we're in this sort of moment of Caesarian politics that calls back to kind of the Roman Empire, it feels like this is the Colosseum de nos jours. Slipped into French there. This one was recorded in person in mid-November last year. Leon was fresh off a loss against Bilal Mohammed, a Palestinian fighter, in Manchester that took place in the early hours of the morning due to a scheduling decision, so it would be on at a better time for the US audience. For the more observant viewers among you, you may see that we're in a different studio. What happened was we turned up here at the Spotify studio, and then about 5 or 10 minutes into the chat, suddenly this light up here got incredibly bright, almost like an alien spaceship was landing, and we stopped and said, "What's happening? Are we going into the Twilight Zone?" And then all the power suddenly went out. And it turned out that the entire block where we are here in central London, there was some kind of power surge or power outage. So we had to adjourn. And for a minute, it was like, what do we do now? We sat around in the dark, like figures at the end of the apocalypse, trapped in the basement of the Spotify HQ, and then made a decision to reconvene at a studio conveniently found by Millie, the producer, across town. I cycled down there. Leon and his friend rode down there in a car, and we started again. So that's where we join the conversation, in medias res, as they say in Latin, in the middle of the thing. Warning, there is some strong language in this episode. I don't remember it, but it says that here. Maybe a few fucks. And sorry about that. And for our viewership on Spotify, a display of semi-toxic masculinity. I'm reading this. Is there? When Leon goaded me into doing some press-ups on camera. Stay tuned for that at the very end. How many do you think I did? Have a ballot. Have fun. Do you think it was 5, 10, 50? If you guess now and timestamp your guess and then send it in, and nothing will happen. All that and much, much more after this. we rolling? Have we got everything? Camera, sound, take two. Well, how would you describe what it is?
Mixed martial arts. This is basically a mixture of all martial arts, mashed into one. The most common used martial arts is like boxing, kickboxing, wrestling, and jiu-jitsu.
When it started, it was actually, so they say, like a way of, because I remember it was the early 90s,
Yeah,
91, 92, 93,
yeah.
and I was a younger man, 21, 22, and it was advertised as a way of deciding
What style's better.
which style is better, almost like a video game.
Yeah,
right? Like,
100%. Yeah.
in the early days, again, this is taking me back, it seemed like there was a guy called Royce Gracie or Hoyce Gracie,
Hoyce
right?
Gracie, yeah.
And a guy called Ken Shamrock.
Ken Shamrock.
Do you remember him?
Yeah.
What was his fighting style?
Ken Shamrock is more like a striker, was it? Wrestler striker kind of thing. So back in the day, like used to be like just like one. If you wear anything you want, if you wear like one gloves, you know, you can kick in the balls, you can grab people's hair, you can. It's like a total different sport, you know.
They made it. They were sort of saying, "Oh, it's like anything goes." Like the tagline was something like, "There are no rules."
No rules. Yeah, so it's like your style versus my style.
I mean, Senator John McCain in America said this is human cockfighting, and he said like this is whatever. This is uncivilized and brutal and dangerous. At that time, they said there were no rules, but there were some rules, right?
No
you couldn't
rules.
eye gouge or bite.
Yeah, you can't bite, eye gouge, stuff like that. But as far as like,
and if you tap out, you have to stop. They changed that later.
Later on, yeah, by the start you couldn't, but yeah, stuff like that really. But I went around that time. So I'm happy I went around that time.
How was it on your radar? Like
I knew nothing about it until I was 16, 17 years old. I actually thought I was going to look at like a Thai boxing gym at the start, and turned out it was an MMA gym, and I just kind of like stuck to it. Like,
so you weren't watching it on TV?
No, I knew nothing about it. I know nothing about mixed martial arts until I actually started training in it, and I thought, well, what is it? So I started like googling it and watching YouTube videos, and slowly started getting more and more. I fell in love with it.
I want to talk about how you came up, and your backstory is extraordinary, and the things that you've overcome. We'll come on to that, but just for a minute to stay in the present, like what's really striking is the way in which UFC isn't just huge. It's worth more than $1 billion a year. It's up there with the top 10 sports in the world, probably. And that's just, and the others are all things like American football, what we call football,
NBA,
basketball, things that have been around for 100 years or so. And then here's this other form of sporting entertainment that's absolutely just arisen and become huge, but also the way in which it feels like, and I don't know if you're conscious of this, it feels like it aligns with the times that we're in. And I'm not trying to pin this on you in any way, but it's been really interesting to see how Trump has been intertwined with aspects of the sport, and Dana White, the main promoter, is a friend of Trump's. Trump's casinos initially were one of the few places that it was supported and backed, right? Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Trump at one of the events?
I have, yeah. I think he's been to one of my fights before in Vegas, I think.
Who are you fighting?
Who was it? Colby. Yeah, Colby Covington. So one
Oliver over there. Voices on. Hi, Oliver.
Hello.
Yes. So Oliver's a friend or a manager? Or both?
My friend.
Just a friend?
Yeah, just a friend. A good lad.
Everyone needs a friend.
Yeah, that's
especially at this level.
Yeah, I mean.
Maybe he's my friend. No, maybe not. You were fighting Colby Covington.
Yeah, Colby Covington.
Tell me about, because he's a character in his own right.
Yeah, he's a very pro-Trump.
He's a super Trump.
Super Trump.
Super patriot.
Yeah.
He turned up for one of the press conferences dressed in colonial clothing.
Yeah. Talking about a red and blue state, and I knew nothing about this, by the way.
Right. Was he the one who insulted you and your
My dad.
father?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that's the same guy.
So he really took it to an ugly place.
Yeah, ugly place. I feel like trash talking is one thing, and then like crossing the line. I feel that was like crossing the line. Yeah.
Do you remember what he said?
Kind of a little bit. My dad passed away, and we kind of just like used that to try to solidify it. And
he talked about your father being in hell.
In hell, yeah.
He's having to drag you down to the seventh circle of hell.
Where that is something like that. Yeah,
pretty low.
That is pretty low, very low. So yeah, I was very angry after hearing it, but also I had to remind myself that well, my coaches, my family reminded me that there's a job to be done, at the end of it. And, yeah.
Well, when you say that, you had to remind yourself, or your coach reminded you, as opposed to what?
Like, to like anger, right? Like, it's easy to like compete in anger, and when you come in anger, that kind of you won't compete at your best.
You think so?
Yeah, 100% not, because you're so tunnel vision to like try to hurt this person that you're not seeing the full picture, And I feel like me talking to my coaches and my mom and people like that, they're like, calm down.
That's interesting, because some might think that what's happening. He's got coffees here. That's right. Bring him in.
I can't wait.
Where do you think he goes? It's pre-form.
It's a very laid back studio, by the way.
Oh my God.
You know, Joe Rogan is that very like the
Is it?
coffee's in.
Yeah.
Mid into.
It was a compliment that sounded kind of like an insult.
No, it wasn't a compliment. It's very like.
Wow, I love how unprofessional.
Mid chat, having a little coffee at work.
Yeah, you exactly. I love how low your standards are. So basically, you might think that anger could take you into a fifth gear, like of intensity.
No. I feel like if I'm angry, that limits your view on things. It limits what you can see come towards you as well. Not just you dishing it out. You got to think as well. You're also taking it. So if you find it with a tunnel vision, it takes it away.
Do you think that's what he was trying to do?
Yeah, 100%.
Get in your head.
Yeah.
Throw you off.
Yeah. 100%. So like I said, it worked, but it gave me time to sit in my thoughts and talk to people around me.
It worked in what sense?
Just like
It worked in what sense? The guy said that he thought his dad was in
It's not that.
Yeah, I went back now. I was just a fucking glass bottle. But yeah, it's just one of them things that, like I said, it's a very low blow, and never in my career I've gone to like that, and like talking shit is what it is. It's a fight. We're going to like dead parents, and it just doesn't sit well.
But we were saying, and he was friendly with Trump. I think he went to the White House.
He did, yeah.
And do you think? And so Trump was at that fight.
It was
to support Colby Covington.
Yeah.
Do you think so?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Because after I beat you, like Americans and the British back in the day, I'm gonna take it back to Trump the next day and show him what I've done, and when he lost. And like middle of the speech, Captain lost. There's like interview in the Octagon, and Trump sort of just walked out. He didn't even like sit to like listen to what he's saying. He just left mid speech. It was funny.
Well, after he lost.
After he lost.
do you know that because someone told you, or you saw him?
No, I saw him leaving. Yeah, I just talking. I got interviewed first because I won, and when I was leaving, so was Trump, and so Kobe was like trying to like talk. But it is what it is.
Yeah, well, whatever else you say about Trump, we know that he doesn't like losers. Right?
Exactly. So he proved it that night, and
and there's a few other fighters who are aligned with Trump as well. Are you conscious of that? I can't name them.
There's a few fighters that's like Usman did it as well. He's gonna like Trump.
Kamaru Usman, who's from Nigeria, right? But he spent a lot of time in America. How do you know he likes Trump?
Because he posts about it. Yeah. He posts about it, and because Dana White is also close to Trump, it helps to be on the side of that,
Do you have a good relationship with Dana White?
Yeah. Well, as a boss and worker,
As a boss and a worker.
A good relationship enough, because in the days of business, and if you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. I know him enough to like, if I like call him or something, or
you've got his number.
Yeah, enough to like do stuff like that. But no, I don't hang out with him.
Do you know him well enough to give me his number? That's a joke. That's a joke. You've got a friendly relationship.
Yeah.
Do you feel like he likes you?
Yeah.
I don't know what to
tell. One of them things that is like, yeah.
It's not really that kind of a thing. It's more of a professional.
Yeah, more of a work thing than actually like a friendship.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
For a while, the narrative seemed to be that because you didn't trash talk, because you were relatively mild mannered, right? You didn't do unnecessary kind of sledging or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
And quite soft spoken. That might be holding you back a bit, and that maybe they weren't giving you the fights.
Opportunities.
Yeah,
I should have got.
Yeah, do you think there's anything in that?
Maybe a little bit.
Whereas a loud mouth, a large personality like Conor McGregor.
Exactly. Maybe a little bit, because around the same time as Conor was coming on the scene, so was I. It's just like everyone's kind of like edging towards that kind of entertainment, which is like Irish talking. And I just kept winning. My thing was just like, I'll prove it in Octagon, and just I'm number one. And so the opportunities took longer to come to me than it would maybe like someone like Connor that talks a lot. And but also now looking back on it, I feel like it was perfect timing for me. Maybe I wasn't ready to fight the number 2 in the world, or number 3 in the world at that time, you know, and so maybe it was like a blessing in disguise, you know.
We should get this out of the way. Like, I was talking to Ian Wright, actually, the former Arsenal footballer. That was an unnecessary name drop. There we are. I'll make it even better. At the Man of the Year, GQ Man of the Year Awards, where we both were. I can't remember if I was being honoured. I might have been. Probably was. No, and I don't know. We were just talking about this and that, and for some reason UFC came up, and he was like, "Oh no," and I was like, I think actually it's less dangerous in significant ways than boxing. Like in terms of the long-term outcomes regarding CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy, like brain injury. Actually, I don't think it's in other respects. I think it's less harmful in the long term than boxing.
Yeah, definitely.
And he was like, "Louis, what are you talking about?" No, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he seemed shocked that I might have that opinion, and he seemed to be of the view that it was extremely dangerous and damaging.
Yeah, I think from the outside looking in, it looks that way, and it probably is for some people, you know. But as far as like taking head damage, like for me, for example, I want to spar like once a week, twice a week, if that, and if that's only in training camp. As in boxers, because the only thing you can hit is the body or the head. You take a lot of trauma in training, let alone
with boxing.
Yeah, with boxing.
Because you think of sparring as being less extreme than actual fighting, but do you think that
it's harder? Yeah, 100%.
There's brain injury. Do you think there's brain injury that results from sparring?
Yeah, I think that's where you get your brain injury from sparring, you know, especially boxing. Because when they spar, it's like a fight, you know, and they're doing this like 2-3 times a week, day in, day out. And so I feel like that's the reason why. As MMA, we got wrestling, which is no head contact. We got jiu-jitsu, no head contact. You do pad work, stuff like that, no head contact. Then you want to spar. Within this sparring, you're doing everything. You're wrestling, you're jiu-jitsu, you're kickboxing. So there's not many headshots you're taking as in boxing. It is a 12-round sparring. You're going at it. And it's bigger gloves as well, so you can afford to like let go everything you got, you know. And so maybe that's the reason why.
That's the other part when people think that the gloves are to protect your head, but they're not there to protect your fist, so you can actually punch harder with bigger gloves.
Exactly. So in boxing, you can, especially like training gloves, 16, 18 ounces, you can afford to go harder in training, you know. And with MMA, if we do MMA sparring, if we wear bumper gloves, smaller gloves, you can't go that hard. You're doing like your partner, so it kind of like protects you a little bit like that as well.
As far as you know, has any UFC fighter ever died as a result of injuries in the ring?
No. Maybe it's quite a new sport as well, so maybe they give it some.
Some MMA fighters have died.
I've died. I don't know where from. Like,
I think they've been knocked unconscious and then died in hospital.
Have they?
Yeah, in MMA, not UFC specifically, but I think in other leagues and promotions.
There's people that play football that died on the pitch. So like, it's sport there.
Probably chess players.
Yeah.
Probably people playing. You know what I mean? Playing Monopoly that have died. Slipped on a. You know, got an infection.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like as you train smart, I think now we've got not enough technology to work around it and enough education to work around. Obviously, you never be 100% protect yourself. You do the sport at the end of the day, but you can look at yourself best as possible. You know?
What do you think has been the most brutal fight that you were in?
I don't know. Probably Kamaru Usman one, the second one. That's because I was in Utah, which is altitude. I didn't prepare for it. I trained in Birmingham, so we went to Utah. My body just went into like. I wouldn't get enough oxygen with my blood, so I felt a bit more slower than what I would feel like. And we weren't brutal for like punishment. We were more brutal for like my body was reacting. Yeah.
The famous kick that you delivered in the first fight with Usman, right, where it said that you were basically losing on points, and you're in the 5th round. and then this sort of Hail Mary kick,
Yeah.
which knocked his chin sideways. It was
Clean.
unbelievable. And he went down.
Clean. At the time, Kamaru Usman was the number one pound fighter in the UFC. And he was the world champion, obviously. So everyone was building him up to be this great, best thing since whatever. And, I was number 2 or 3 at the time in the rankings, and fought for the belt. And yeah, it was one of the things where I went to Utah. He trains in Salt Lake, I think, or Colorado, one of them, with altitude. So his body's completely used to fighting at that altitude, and he was winning the fight up until round 5 and knocked him out. I won round 1. He won 2, 3, and 4, and I knocked him out in 5.
Did you? Was that planned?
The knockout? Yeah. I was not waiting to round 5.
Why didn't you do it in the second round?
Not waiting to round 5. It was planned, but it was the technique was planned in training camp.
Just to ask, so what? To ask a silly question, why didn't you do it a bit earlier?
I didn't see it. I didn't see the opening for it. Yeah, I didn't see the opening for it. It's only for boxing and MMA and like just fighting. It's like chess, right? There's a move that you might have got in your head that you plan for, but the opportunities for it to land is not there yet. We noticed in training camp that when he was parrying the punch, which is when someone punching towards your face, you kind of like push it away. It was like parrying and moving his head on the outside. Then I thought, my coach was like, if you go the same side kick as well as the punch, you will land it, and that's what I did. So in the 5th round, my brother shouted like cross head kick. So when I threw the cross, he did exactly what we thought he would do, which is
cross is a straight right.
Straight for me, straight left. I'm southpaw. Right. I'm left-handed. So I threw my straight left. As I went to parry it, my leg came around and knocked him out.
So he went in the direction your kick was coming from.
Yeah. As in boxing, you can't do that because we're one arm, right? The right side. So MMA, you got enough technique to mix it up.
How, okay, again, I'm trying to make it, well, it's going to be a bit basic, but here we go. How much of you, in going to a fight, to what extent is fear in your mind? Fear of not so much losing, but just fear of pain and physical injury?
There's no fear of pain or injury. My fears are, obviously, you want to come out healthy and come out the way you went into it. That's not in my mind at all. I think what's in my mind is fear of losing. Yeah, the fear of losing, the fear of not performing to my ability is my fear. Because it's one of them things that nothing matters until the actual night you're fighting, right? Like you can feel great in training camp, you can do everything, get up early, run, you can do everything you need to do, but come fight night is the only time it matters, right? Everyone judges you off this one night, not how great you looked in training camp. So that's my fear, really, just making sure I'm up to par come fight night. So
and when you're in, and when when the fight's going on, you're not thinking, "Oh, I want this to be over," or
no. Well, once you're in there, you're in there. You're like you're going to you try your best to win. You try your best to win, and that's just what it is. There's no hard feelings like going in there. I'm not getting that angry, trying to kill him or you trying to kill me. I think we're both trying our best, using our techniques that we've learned, using our game plan to try to defeat each other, and that's basically what it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think fear. It's more just like nervous of the crowd, of the occasion, of the build up. You get nerves, you get like anxiety, you get everything, which is normal. You're a human being, but I think when you're younger, it's hard to control it. The more you do it, the more you can control your feelings. You can tell yourself it's normal, and yeah, it's fine.
Obviously, you're coming up a loss.
Yeah.
It's not the elephant in the room, but it's a fact of the matter.
Yeah.
But that was your first loss in how many?
In almost 10 years.
In almost 10.
Yeah. Manchester fought Bilal Mohammed. At the time, he was the
July. Was it this year?
July this year. Yeah, he was the number one contender at the time to fight, and he was on at like 5 a.m. in Manchester.
5 a.m.
Yeah, in Manchester.
Explain
that was crazy. Asked the UFC and said to do with the pay-per-view in America to try and line up so they can also watch it.
Because at 5 a.m. in Manchester, it's midnight in New York,
yeah,
and 9 p.m. in California.
Yeah.
So it's perfect for the
Yeah,
American
for them,
audience.
exactly. For the UK fans.
You are welterweight, right?
Welterweight.
We're actually, how much do you weigh?
When I'm fighting 77, I gotta make 77.
But in normal time. you're
Right
about-
now?
Yeah.
I'm like 90, 91. Yeah. So
That's a big
yeah, my
difference.
2 stone. Yeah. I go up and down.
2 stone.
Yeah.
That's wild. And you're 6'2".
6'1".
6'1". Because
I'm like 6'2" though.
we're in the same. The internet said 6'2".
I'm
And
6'1",
I paid
6'2".
attention because we're in the same weight class.
Oh.
Why is that funny?
Well, what do you?
I'm 6'2".
Yeah. Weighing.
I weigh 80
Yeah.
kilos. It's 177 pounds.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never cut weights because I've never actually had a fight. But I think I could get down a bit.
Have you never had a fight like in school? Nothing.
Not really. No.
In
Not
your-
really. I
in your
know.
20s,
It's embarrassing. Not even teens. Not even in the playground. I've been punched a couple of times.
Yeah.
But I didn't give much back.
Didn't punch back.
Not really. Well, is it
Yeah,
though?
it is.
Is that a kind of? Am I a role model like in terms of non-violence, or have I just pussied out of every?
I'll pussy out of it, but it's okay. It's alright to pussy out sometimes. Not every
What did
fight.
you just say?
Not every fight needs to do.
I don't think I think I'd like to think that I've successfully de-escalated my encounters
By getting punched.
by getting punched and saying,
giving
fair
you-
enough, here's my lunch money. Now leave me alone. When was the last time you had a fight outside of the ring? Not count because you were punched by one of the other.
Mastodon.
Mastodon.
Yeah.
But that was slightly different.
Yeah.
But have you had an actual fight out? I don't want to get
Okay, it is 11:17 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, February 3rd, 2025. I'm ending this live stream and a new one should commence in 90 seconds or less.
Postcodes, gangs, friends, this same.